Slow down, slow down. I can't take this Help, slow down. A noble woman in fur with yellow curled hair sat in the rear seat. Both her hands gripped tightly onto the back of the driver's seat, before her a large jade ring on the ring finger of her right hand glittering with a cold sheen. The man in the driver's seat stared calmly at the 90-degree curve 100 meters ahead. Driver, slow down, there's a sharp turn ahead. The noblewoman's eyes were filled with terror, cold sweat beading on her forehead. The man's right foot pressed the accelerator to the floor. With only 80 meters left before the bend, there was still no sign of him braking. On the narrow concrete lane, the car's speed had already soared to 90 kilometers per hour, drawing ever closer. 50 meters, 30 meters, 20 meters. In that split second, the young man suddenly released the accelerator, pressed the clutch, slammed the brakes, and with a sweeping motion of his left hand wrenched the steering wheel hard to the left. In one seamless motion, the yellow Toyota Riai's center of gravity shifted forward, both rear tires suddenly skidding sideways in a sweeping drift. Under the intense friction, faint wisps of smoke rose from the rear tires. Just as the car's body was about to straighten, the man released the brake, shifted down, and slammed the accelerator to the floor. In that same instant, he spun the steering wheel sharply back to the right. The Toyota Riais, which had been in a full rear wheel slide, suddenly transformed into a hunting leopard bursting along the straight road beyond the turn at furious speed. A flawless drifting maneuver, as smooth as flowing clouds and water. Stop, stop. I can't take it, stop. With a sharp squeal of brakes, the car came to a halt. In the back, the noblewoman's face struck the front seat's backrest. She did not even have time to rub her cheek before she stumbled out of the car, hastily opening the door and rushing outside. Reaching the roadside, she bent at the waist and began to vomit. Ugh, ugh. She retched for a full 3 minutes, then took a tissue from her red bag emblazoned with a bright LV logo and wiped her mouth. She strode angrily to the driver's window and stared at the nameplate fixed at the front of the car. So your name is Lin Yue. I'm going to file a complaint against you. Lin Yue's expression remained indifferent. He glanced at the time displayed on the car's central console, 1114. When you got into the car at 11, you were 20 kilometers from the airport. The final boarding deadline for your flight is 1125. At that distance, taking the airport shuttle bus would require half an hour, the metro 25 minutes, and a regular bus 40 minutes. With me, you spent only 10 minutes on the road. You just vomited for 3 minutes, and you've spent another minute talking to me. Madam, you still have 11 minutes before the final boarding time. I have completely fulfilled the service you requested. The noblewoman forced back the complaints that were on the tip of her tongue. Lin Yue's words were so clear and orderly that they left her with no room to argue. She took out her phone from her bag to scan and pay. Alipay 50 yuan receive. You're quite handsome, and you took the small side road to get me to the airport on time. I'm paying you 50 for the fare. Pretty generous, don't you think? Madam, the starting price is 10 yuan for the first 2 kilometers, then 2 yuan per kilometer beyond that, and there is an additional 50% empty return fee for distances over 10 kilometers. The cost for 20 kilometers is 39 yuan. The extra amount you tipped is 11. From the moment you got in, you were cracking seeds and tossing the shells all over the car. Cleaning the interior once costs 30 yuan, so in fact you still owe 19. You also promised when you got in that if I delivered you on time, there would be a 100 yuan red packet. You have not kept your promise. The noblewoman froze, her expression blank and stupefied, as if an enormous question mark had appeared above her head. I said I'd give 100, but I've changed my mind. Isn't that allowed? Of course. That is your freedom, Lin Yue replied lightly, as though he were responding to something that had nothing to do with him. You're such an amusing little pretty boy, the first I've met like this. Here's a piece of paper for you. See if you're interested. The noblewoman pushed a colorful printed leaflet through the driver's window. At the top of the leaflet were 6 bold characters, noblewoman offering heavy payment for a child. Little pretty boy, you're so handsome and in such good shape. Driving a taxi is really a waste of you. If you're willing, I can pay you 500 each time. Far more profitable than driving a taxi. My husband is dead, and I have more money than I can possibly spend. Sitting in the car, Lin Yue looked at the instrument panel's clock, deliberately remaining silent. 1118, 1124, 1125. Little pretty boy, are you interested in this heavy payment for a child offer or not? Lin Yue tossed the leaflet back out through the window. Please pick up your trash. Also, I don't collect garbage. Shows you, what do you mean? Who are you calling garbage? Friendly reminder, your boarding time has just ended. What? The noblewoman jolted in realization. You promised I wouldn't be late, you. She ran toward the terminal in a panic while shouting back, Lin Yue, I'm going to file a complaint against you. You don't keep your promises. Why do you expect others to keep theirs? The black-tinted window slowly rose as Lin Yue pressed the switch. His expression remained indifferent as he started the car. The yellow taxi shot off into the distance, leaving swirling clouds of dust hanging over the road behind it. With a screech of brakes, Lin Yue pulled over by the roadside. He grabbed the Redmi phone beside him and answered a call. Hello, boss. Lin Yue, what is going on with you? You've offended another customer again. The company has received yet another complaint about you. How many times have I told you? This is a taxi. Why do you insist on driving it like a racing car? Lin Yue, are you even listening? The noble woman who complained about you. Her husband is Chairman Wu of our Jiangnan Province Automobile Association. Of all people to offend you offended him. Our little taxi company cannot afford to offend people like that, do you understand? This month alone you've worn out 3 tires and received 5 customer complaints. Bring that taxi back to the company immediately. If you keep drifting like this, the car will be scrapped in no time. Lin Yue, are you even listening to me? Beep, beep, beep. Lin Yue ended the call. Hello, this is the front desk of the Jiangnan Province Automobile Association. Whom would you like to speak to? Please connect me to Chairman Wu. I have something very important to discuss with him. Hello. Is this Chairman Wu? Yes. May I ask who you are? Did your wife fly to Xiamen today? Yes. Who exactly are you? Today your wife was wearing a black fur coat on top, purple ankle-length pants below, and carrying a brown LV bag. Is that correct? Yes. What are you trying to do? Who are you? I am telling you this only to show that what I say next is entirely true. Just now your wife gave me a leaflet offering heavy payment for a child, saying that you were already dead and had left her a sum of money. On the other end of the line, Chairman Wu fell silent for 2 seconds. What evidence do you have? I have a recorder in my car. Then please send the video to our association's email, and we hope you will not spread it. Chairman Wu, I suspect your wife hasn't seen you for a very long time. So long that she can't even tell whether you're alive or dead. If she keeps distributing this heavy payment for a child leaflet, the hat on your head will be as high as the Alps. Beep, beep, beep. Lin Yue hung up, tossing the phone onto the front passenger seat. He took a deep breath and leaned back against the driver's seat. When Lin Yue was 5 years old, he transmigrated to this planet, a world almost identical to Earth. Later he was taken in and adopted by foster parents. His foster father Lin Feng was an extreme sports enthusiast. Lin Feng pursued speed and adrenaline, obsessed with high-speed racing, wingsuit flying, skiing, rock climbing, and all manner of high-risk sports. From a young age, Lin Yue was deeply influenced by his foster father. He developed a keen fascination for everything related to extremes, passion, thrills, and that unrestrained sense of exhilaration. However, 2 years ago, Lin Yue's foster father Lin Feng was gravely injured in a racing accident, leaving both his legs disabled. The savings left by Lin Feng's parents, along with the prize money he had accumulated from many competitions in his earlier years, were almost entirely spent on treatment until nothing remained. Lin Yue's foster mother had little education. She had originally met Lin Feng while working in car maintenance. After Lin Feng was injured, she returned to the countryside, farming the land while caring for her disabled husband. Lin Yue had originally been admitted to Jiangnan University of Technology, one of the top 985 universities. In his sophomore year, in pursuit of his dream, he enlisted directly in the Army trading pen for rifle. He had just been promoted to non-commissioned officer, but after his father's racing accident and the heavy blow to his mother, Lin Yue applied for early discharge from the military. After returning, he did not go back to school. Instead, he joined his current employer, the Hongxing Taxi Company, taking upon himself the burden of supporting the family. Lin Yue slammed his palm hard against the steering wheel. I must make money. I have to strive with everything I have. At that very moment, a beam of light trailing a bright laser tail pierced into the solar system, into the blue star, and then into its atmosphere. Collection system has arrived at Blue Star No. 03 of Universe 8. Suitable host detected. Binding to host identity in progress. A crisp chime followed. A clear bell-like voice resonated in Lin Yue's mind. His eyes snapped open, and he saw an electronic screen materialize floating before him. With a soft tapping sound, a line of text drifted across the screen. Sole host of Blue Star No. 03 in Universe 8, the collection system requests binding. Do you agree? A system? Lin Yue's first reaction was a rush of delight surging through his heart. The sensation of being favored by the god of destiny was explosively exhilarating. System, can you introduce yourself? He asked. The system did not offer a single reply. Why is it not following the usual script? Systems are normally very proactive when binding, eager to answer questions. Why did it throw out one line and then fall completely silent? As Lin Yue's will stirred, a cursor-like point of light suddenly lit up on the system panel before his eyes. Responding to the fluctuations of his consciousness, the light point began to move across the system menu, selecting one option after another. He opened the system description section and read it carefully from beginning to end. A torrent of information flooded into Lin Yue's mind. He learned that the system originated from an unnamed, highly advanced planet in a high-dimensional realm. On that distant planet, the beings there were no longer confined to satisfying simple physiological needs. They placed far greater value on collecting the experiences and sensations of different worlds and different phenomena. Thus, the collection system was dispatched to the Blue Star using its top-tier films and television dramas as carriers, allowing the host to traverse into them and harvest all manner of feelings. The system would then package the gathered sensations together with the films and transmit them to Planet No. 01. So that was how it worked. Please choose whether to bind with this system. If you refuse, this segment of memory will be erased from your mind, and the system will search for another data collector. Alright, I choose to bind. Ding. Congratulations to the host on successfully binding with the Film World Sensation Collection System. Host has become the sole collector of Blue Star now. 03. System, which film worlds can I enter, he asked. If the host successfully completes each mission and all goes, the worlds accessible include Fast and Furious Death Race, Iron Man Mission, Impossible Avatar, The Avengers, PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds, The Maze Runner, Titanic, Molina Resident, Evil Wolf Warrior, The Wandering Earth, as well as many other popular films and television series. When the host completes collection missions in these film worlds, rewards will be granted in reality, items, skills, cultivation, arts, and more. When a film traversal mission is issued, the host may choose to accept or refuse. Refusal incurs no penalty. You simply wait for the next mission to be released. Warning: if the host fails to complete the Sensation Collection mission within a film world, one previously obtained reward will be randomly reclaimed. To ensure authenticity of sensations so that customers of Universe may first experience the truest feelings, all film worlds the host enters are fully real. Injury and death are possible. If confronted with grave danger, the host may choose to exit. The film world will automatically repair itself, and upon return the host's real body will remain unscathed. After completing a collection mission, the host may choose to return immediately. At most, return can be delayed for 24 hours before a forced recall occurs. No matter how long the host remains in a film world, only 10 minutes will pass in the real world. Reminder: within film worlds, the host possesses independent freedom and privacy. High-plane customers cannot pry into the host's private moments, for example swatting mosquitoes or changing clothes. At this point, a surge of exhilaration and joy flooded Lin Yue's heart. He had never imagined that the legendary system would choose to favor him. The day to defy the heavens and rewrite his fate had finally arrived. I will not only live freely and dash about with abandon in the film worlds through my own efforts, but I will also make my life equally brilliant in reality. A crisp chime sounded. First collection mission issued. After watching Fast and Furious 1, a customer yearns intensely for the exhilarating sensation of racing speed. Order placed. Collect the exhilarating feeling of speed in Fast and Furious 1. Special note: the exhilarating sensation of speed must be collected personally by the host. If the required level of speed-induced exhilaration is not achieved, the mission will be judged a failure. Mission difficulty: hard will eliminate 99% of participants. Please choose whether to accept the order. You have only 10 seconds to decide. When time is up, it will be considered an automatic refusal. 10-second countdown. 10, 9, 8, 3. Accept, Lin Yue declared. The Fast and Furious film series consists of multiple installments. Entering the first will influence the storyline of future entries, and the host must rely on strength alone to complete the mission. Fast and Furious 1 traversal mission will commence in 2 days. Please ensure all necessary preparations are made before the mission begins. Lin Yue had never expected that the very first film world he would travel into would be Fast and Furious. Lin Yue understood that while this movie seemed thrilling during the viewing, the actual skills required to enter this world were far from simple. Firstly, one must possess exceptional driving skills, a requirement that would send over 99% of travelers back to their original forms. Secondly, one must have a robust physique along with combat and shooting skills to navigate this world filled with violence and beautiful racers with ease. However, the good news this time was that Lin Yue would only focus on experiencing the thrill of racing cars. Until his strength improved, he would do his best to avoid fights. With only 2 days left before the world crossing began, the preparation time was truly too short. Though Lin Yue had a foundation in racing, he knew that compared to the reckless drivers in Fast and Furious, his current skills were definitely insufficient. Ding! First cinematic world crossover. The system grants the host a grand gift package. Lin Yue quickly controlled the mouse pointer on the system panel with his mind, starting to move it left and right. Double-click the grand gift package: Racing Simulation Training Ground. The time flow rate is 1100. 100 days in the training ground is equivalent to just 1 day in the real world. The training ground can only be accessed once. Once exited, re-entry is not permitted. If the host fails the collection task during the first movie crossover, since no reward items have been accumulated previously, the punishment will be that this collection system will automatically find a new host. Lin Yue clenched his fists with determination, biting down lightly on his teeth. I must succeed. I absolutely cannot fail. When the opportunity to change fate appears above one's head, one must firmly grasp it. According to this time flow rate, if I train in the simulation training ground for 100 days, only 1 day will have passed in the real world. With 2 days left before entering the cinematic world, Lin Yue decided to dedicate a day and a half specifically for racing training, which would equate to 150 days in the training ground. For the remaining half day, he planned to rewatch Fast and Furious 1. No matter what changes occurred in the subplots, the essence of the film would remain the same. The soul of this movie would not change. Familiarity with the plot would allow him to navigate it more smoothly. With the remaining time after finishing the movie, Lin Yue decided to systematically learn all the specifications and performance details of the vehicles featured in the film. Never engage in battles without certainty. This was an important principle he learned while in the military. Lin Yue drove the rear-wheel drive Toyota Riai's taxi back to his suburban home. Lin Yue transferred the 1,000 yuan he earned from driving the taxi to his mother's WeChat account, stating that he had important matters to attend to. Lin Yue did not want any delays, time was of the essence. He arrived at a remote grove. Activate the racing simulation training ground. The training ground is starting up. With a whoosh, Lin Yue suddenly vanished from his spot. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in a desolate desert with various sports cars lined up behind him. Ferraris, Toyotas, Chevrolets, Fords, and a full range of racing series from various brands. Welcome, trainer, to the Racing Skills Training Ground. Please select the training difficulty. A. Easy mode, B. Normal mode, C. Hard mode, or D. Nightmare mode. Since I'm here, I will definitely choose the hardest one. A man must be tough on himself. Selecting D. Nightmare training mode confirmed. This training mode includes drifting turns, drifting circles, burnout, launching, reverse speeding, and side sliding, among others. Completing this course takes 150 days. To the right of the training ground, there is a lodging area where the host can go during breaks. Every day, the training difficulty will increase. If the trainer cannot adapt, they may choose to exit directly. Exiting will permanently close the training ground. Trainer, shall we begin the racing training now? Starting drifting, turn training. Lin Yue had a certain foundation in racing from a young age, having followed his father closely. He often explored various racing techniques in private. Therefore, Lin Yue believed he could develop top-notch racing skills during this 150-day grueling training. Moreover, Lin Yue had enlisted at 19 and spent 4 years in the army. His physical fitness was significantly better than average, and he was confident he could complete the training tasks. Through all the ups and downs over the years, he understood a principle: all success does not come suddenly. Even with the system he obtained this time, without hard work, he would still be eliminated. When fate bestows an opportunity upon you, you must strive to seize it, so as not to waste your youth and breath. In the blink of an eye, 150 days had passed in this racing training system. During these 150 days, he completed all the training tasks for top-level racing skills. Although he could not achieve absolute perfection in certain aspects, he had already given his all in these 150 days. Time was short and tasks were heavy. All he could do was adapt and perform. Once he entered the cinematic world, Lin Yue reappeared in the grove from which he had previously vanished. The door to the racing training ground in his mind had already slammed shut. Lin Yue quickly ran out of the grove and returned home. It was already noon on the second day, and he had to make the most. There was no computer at home. The Acer laptop from his school days had long since become obsolete After returning from the military, he had spent almost all of his discharge pay on his father's medical expenses and household support. Thus he had been frugal and did not buy a computer. Lin Yue opened his mobile browser and searched for free resources of Fast and Furious 1. Generally, legitimate versions required a membership fee, which Lin Yue could not afford. Although the free version online appeared somewhat unclear, it was sufficient for appreciation. Lin Yue began watching Fast and Furious Part 1. Fast and Furious 1 was first released in 2001, and although many years had passed, the elements of racing, beautiful women, action, crime, and thrilling adventures still exuded a captivating spark. True to its name, Fast and Furious featured various car chases, stunning stunts, and gorgeous cars that left viewers deeply enchanted and longing for more. This movie primarily tells the story of Los Angeles officer Brian, who goes undercover in a street racing gang to crack down on a series of car thefts, seeking to get close to the gang leader Dominic. Unintentionally, he falls in love with Dominic's sister Mia. After experiencing wild races and life-and-death situations, Brian and gang leader Dominic forge a deep friendship, embodying the heartfelt theme of We Are Family. After watching the first film, Lin Yue began studying vehicle knowledge, especially focusing on the specifications of several vehicles that appeared in the movie. The system had previously mentioned that entering the world of Fast and Furious might involve plot changes. However, Lin Yue thought that at the very least, when any character appeared, he would be able to know their role and the events concerning them at the first moment. It was 1150 p.m. Lin Yue's phone buzzed with a notification. It was an email, a recruitment notice for a driver position at the Jiangnan Provincial Television Station. Lin Yue opened the email. It was the same driver recruitment he had seen 3 days ago on Donyo Wang, to which he had submitted his resume. Other positions required at least a bachelor's degree or higher. Like most ordinary people, Lin Yue did not possess such qualifications. Then I will apply after I travel back. I hope my life can truly change from this moment on. I am ready. Suddenly Lin Yue vanished from the room. As Lin Yue just appeared in this world of speed and passion, memories of his identity in this world and some basic knowledge about it surged in his mind. In this world, he was known as Lin Yue, having just arrived in the United States from the Celestial Empire. At this moment, Lin Yue stood in a vast street square. The night had just fallen and the lights of the surrounding neighborhoods and shopping malls began to illuminate one by one. Lin Yue carefully observed his surroundings, unable to recall where this place was. At that moment, a roar of engines suddenly surged from afar. Two bright headlights pierced through the darkness, coming closer with a low rumble. A black Chevrolet came into Lin. Right behind this black Chevrolet, a series of luxury sports cars sped towards him. The sound of revving engines echoed from every direction of the square. Screech. After drifting in one after another, the cars flawlessly lined up in a diagonal formation. Seeing this scene, Lin Yue finally realized where he was. This was the racetrack in the suburban area of Los Angeles from Fast and Furious 1. Standing at the intersection, Lin Yue remained calm and rational. He understood what he wanted in this world. In the world of Fast and Furious, the system's task was merely to collect the thrill of speed, so Lin Yue had to participate in racing as much as possible to complete the system's task and earn rewards for his rapid growth. Lin Yue had only honed his racing skills in the system's racing training space. His physical abilities were just the basic skills he had developed during his time in the army. However, in this world where street racers thrived, Lin Yue knew that danger lurked at every corner. Until he became truly powerful, he had to be cautious in every situation and avoid showing off. If he were to die in this cinematic world, all his so-called luck and opportunities would vanish. As Lin Yue walked towards the crowd, he marveled at the power of the system. Clearly, it had not only matched him to this world, but also endowed him with faith. For instance, he could understand and communicate without barriers in the language spoken by everyone here, including the vibrant letters on the cars, as effortlessly as reading Chinese. Exciting rap music began to play in the large square. Luxury sports cars surged forth, and although it was just 2001, many automotive brands had already gained considerable experience in the sports car market. Toyota, Mitsubishi, Chevrolet, Ford, Ferrari, and various other sports cars appeared, each more stylish than the last. Many women in bikinis emerged from the cars holding fine wines and exuding charm. Some racers dressed in hip-hop attire with excitement on their faces drank and danced to the music. Racing, fine wine, and beautiful women were the three indispensable elements in the world of speed and passion. Before long, a thunderous roar approached from the small path on the north side of the square. Screech. The cars came to an abrupt stop. A stunning beauty in a bikini top and denim shorts stepped out, clearly attracting the attention of many men around. Lin Yue recognized her at a glance. The hot-bodied woman was none other than Mia, Dominic's sister. Mia had long black hair. Although her skin wasn't particularly fair, she possessed an explosively perfect. Her exquisite features and enchanting eyes made her the dream girl of many in the racing community. Mia, where's Dominic? He has something to do today and can't make it. Mia, you look stunning today. That figure, that waist. Jack, the crowd shouted at the bald young man talking to Mia. Are you crazy to flirt with Mia? Be careful that Dominic doesn't turn you into mush with his massive fists. I was just complimenting her. How can that be considered flirting? Flirting is something you do in bed. Ha ha ha. Laughter erupted around them. Alright, it's time for the race. The rules for tonight's race are very simple. Jack stood in the center of the crowd. Anyone wishing to participate tonight must give me 500. The total distance of this route is 20 kilometers, and whoever finishes first will take home all the prize money. Betting 500 is a bit dull. Since Dominic isn't here today, shouldn't we bet a little more? That makes sense. If Dominic were here, we wouldn't have a chance to win. Since he's not, let's raise the stakes. I agree. Oh ho, I agree too. Mia took a sip of champagne and sat on the hood of her silver Chevrolet Nova. Of course I am willing to raise the stakes. Then fine with whatever you choose. Really? Mia, you better keep your word. Suddenly a cold voice came from afar. Everyone turned to see a tall black man about 1.8 meters tall, wearing sunglasses, standing in front of his black Ford Mustang. The car exuded a modern vibe and appeared deep and luminous under the lights. From a distance, Lin Yue saw this car and immediately thought it resembled a Lamborghini from later years, full of sharp lines. As the black man approached Mia, he took off his sunglasses, revealing a playful smile on his face. He chewed on his gum and said, Mia, what about our bet? If I win, you spend the night with me. Mia glared at him with some anger. Who exactly are you? My brother isn't here. Have you gone mad? I came to find your brother, but since he's not here, I can only look for you. So you don't have the guts, huh? Who says I don't have guts? What if you lose? If I lose, I'll give you this car. This car has been modified and is worth at least over $1 million. I only ask that if you lose, you spend the night with me. Surely your night isn't worth more than $1 million, right? Ha ha ha. Laughter erupted around, especially from many women who joined in teasing. Mia stood up, curious. I'm quite interested in knowing, what is your name? People in the underworld call me Haimu. Lin Yue quickly searched his mind upon hearing that name. It seemed Haimu had never appeared in the Fast and Furious movies he watched before. However, looking at the way this person was dressed, he bore a striking resemblance to the notorious biker Johnny. Although Lin Yue had never heard of Haimu's racing fame, the surrounding racers began to murmur as soon as they heard the name. I remember Haimu. Last year he raced against Dominic in Miami, and Dominic barely won by 0.1 second. Haimu is from the biker gang, we can't mess with him. Although it's his first time racing in Los Angeles, his racing skills are legendary. At this moment, a crowd of onlookers, both men and women, began to gather with their drinks. Mia, do you dare to? If it were your brother, he would definitely take up the challenge. Beep. Beep. Many people started whistling, and the sounds of laughter and banter filled the air. Haimu maintained a mocking expression as he looked at Mia. As a member of the biker gang, he originally came to settle score. Since Dominic wasn't around, Haimu naturally set his sights on his sister Mia. So what do you say? Do you dare to? I dare. What is there to be afraid of? Mia put her drink aside and shouted angrily. A blonde, bikini-clad mixed-race beauty sauntered up to Haimu, tossing him a flirtatious glance. Brother Haimu, will you choose me as your passenger? I will definitely serve you well. Haimu reached out and pulled the blonde beauty into his embrace. Of course I need a passenger, it's essential for a racer. Mia, why don't you pick a handsome guy to ride with you? I want to see which unlucky guy dares to sit in your passenger seat and face death. As Haimu spoke, his eyes gleamed like those of a predator fixating on the crowd nearby. Many people instinctively took a few steps back, clearly intimidated by this biker gang member. If there's no one, then there's no one. Mia was furious at Haimu. Tonight her brother Dominic was out with Wensi and others on business. She had come out alone feeling bored and wanting to race, but unexpectedly found herself in a tight spot. Mia knew that under normal circumstances many people would be willing to sit in her passenger seat. But today her opponent was Haimu. To many she was destined to lose. Sitting in her passenger seat would not only yield no benefits, but also offend Haimu, potentially leading to dire consequences on the road. After all, Haimu had close ties to the notorious biker gang leader Johnny. Mia reached for the door of her silver Chevrolet Nova just as she was about to get in. Suddenly a voice rang out from the crowd, "Wait." Lin Yue stepped out from the crowd. Seizing the moment, he decided not to wait any longer. "I'm willing to sit in her passenger seat." "Oh, you've got guts, kid. Are you tired of living? What's your name?" Lin Yue had come to this world merely to complete his task quickly. He didn't intend to cause trouble. However, upon hearing the man's words, he felt quite angry. "I'm not sitting in your passenger seat. Does my name have anything to do with you?" "Oh ho," the crowd began to whistle. "This kid looks like he's either from South Korea or Japan. He's quite the character," Lin Yue said casually to the bikini beauty who had spoken earlier. "I'm from the Heavenly Dynasty. Remember that? Heavenly Dynasty. Seriously. Brother, motorsports in the Heavenly Dynasty don't seem to be that popular. How come you like racing?" "That's none of your business," Lin Yue replied, indifferently, turning to the host, who was collecting money for the race. "In this freestyle race, do all the people in the car have to be qualified drivers? Of course, if you think you can drive better than the driver, you can switch places. But I remind you, if the vehicle stops and then restarts, it takes at least 3 seconds. 3 seconds can cover a lot of distance. If you understand racing, you should know that very well." Lin Yue nodded slightly and walked directly towards the passenger seat of Mia's silver Chevrolet. He pulled open the door and stepped inside. Mia, with a puzzled expression, hurriedly opened the driver's door and took her seat. Fastening her seatbelt, she looked at Lin Yue. "You are the most handsome Asian I have ever seen." Those few words just now were truly cool. "What's your name?" "Lin Yue." "Lin Yue, I'm actually very happy that you can get into my car. It would be quite embarrassing for a race car driver not to have a beautiful girl or handsome guy accompanying them in the car. However, I must kindly remind you that I might have a 60% chance of losing to Haimu. If I lose the race, he will definitely hold a grudge against you. A race car driver must remain focused just before the race begins, otherwise you are sure to lose without a doubt." "Mia." "Lin Yue, do you understand racing?" "I have a basic understanding." "Alright, why do you think you can't outrun Haimu?" "Me? Oh, I just have a feeling. Haimu is quite well known in the racing circle." Lin Yue turned his head, his bright eyes looking at Mia as he calmly said, "Haimu's car is a Ford Mustang GT350 equipped with a 5.2-liter V8 naturally aspirated engine, delivering a maximum power of 536 horsepower with a 6-speed manual transmission that can accelerate from 0 to 100 km/h in just 4.2 seconds. Your car, on the other hand, is a Chevrolet Lova with a 5.3L V8 engine that only produces a maximum power of 350 horsepower. In this regard, it indeed has the capability to completely outclass your vehicle." "So, what do you mean?" Mia looked at Lin Yue with a puzzled expression. "From what I understand, this 20-kilometer racing route includes a straight acceleration stretch of shaped turn, 2 shaped bends, and a 90-degree sharp turn. Given these factors, the outcome of your 2 cars is uncertain." Mia's mouth slightly opened as she looked at Lin Yue in astonishment. "Lin Yue, who exactly are you? How do you know so much about these 2 cars?" "I am someone here to experience speed." "Experience speed?" Mia was filled with questions. Beep, beep, beep. Outside, the racing organizer had already blown the whistle. The 6 cars participating in the race lined up at the starting line. A crowd of cheerful onlookers surrounded the 6 race cars, while 2 stunning flag girls crossed in front, marking the track. They raised their flags, and with a buzzing sound, all 6 vehicles roared to life. They were just waiting for the organizer's signal the moment the flag girls dropped their flags. Lin Yue looked at Mia and noticed her expression was somewhat tense, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. "The next 5 kilometers is a straight acceleration stretch. During this stretch, you must floor the accelerator and charge forward without any hesitation." Mia nervously nodded. Beep, beep, beep. "Ready? Go." With a swift motion, the 2 flag girls waved their flags down and quickly retreated to the sides of the road. As the roar of the engines pierced the night, all 6 race cars sped off simultaneously into the distance. The racing organizer picked up the walkie-talkie and began shouting to the personnel along the route. Vehicles have departed, vehicles have departed. All personnel be alert to intercept any vehicles on this stretch of road. The broadcast crew transmitted real-time footage. Received for the accelerator and don't let up. Keep your eyes on the front and don't let the vehicle swerve while going straight. Lin Yue Haimu is already 300 meters ahead of us. No worries, Lin Yue replied calmly. He examined MIA's car and noticed a silver nitrous booster beneath the passenger seat. Lin Yue was instantly filled with confidence. It seems that this Dominic truly loves his sister Mia, having modified such an impressive booster in her car. However, Mia probably doesn't race often and has hardly used the nitrous booster. At that moment, a curly-haired man drove a red Toyota sports car past MIA's side. His vehicle smoothly moved ahead of Mia. From the trajectory of the red Toyota sports car, it was clear that this curly-haired man was definitely an accomplice of Haimu. He deliberately blocked MIA's path. Mia turned the steering wheel sharply to the left. At such high speeds, even a slight movement of the steering wheel could send the car veering off course. As MIA's car moved to the left, it continued to accelerate wildly. The curly-haired man in the red Toyota again turned left, blocking MIA's car. Lin Yue glanced at the dashboard of this sports car. The speedometer of their car was quite different from what Lin Yue had seen, and the difference between east and west. Their speedometers were marked in miles. At this point, MIA's speed had reached 140 miles per hour. By conversion, 1 mile equals 1.6 kilometers, so her speed had reached 224 kilometers per hour. This speed is considered very high for a racer at this stage. Before crossing into this world, Lin Yue had already estimated the skills and levels of all racers in Fast and Furious. However, after truly entering this world, Lin Yue was still somewhat astonished. These people were merely amateur street racers, but their speeds were astonishingly fast. Bang! MIA's car lightly brushed against the right front side of the red Chevrolet. MIA's vehicle abruptly began to sway heavily, the front heading towards the left barrier of the highway. In a state of panic, Mia yanked the steering wheel to the right. At that moment, Lin Yue suddenly reached out and grabbed. He instantly halted MIA's frantic steering motion. Don't jerk the steering wheel. Cut the throttle. Don't touch the handbrake and press the brake to the floor. Screech. The tires screeched against the ground. The vehicle slid forward for about 100 meters before coming to a stop. Mia angrily slammed her fist against the steering wheel. This scene was broadcast back to the large screen at the starting point of the race. Ha ha ha. As expected, how could Mia possibly be a match for Haimu? Do you think Mia will really spend the night with MIA's figure is so alluring, it's simply amazing. What are you thinking? That's definitely impossible. A Dominic will fight with Haimu. Look, that Tianqiao person has gotten out of the car. What is he going to do? Is he going to drive? I don't believe a Tianqiao person can drive. In my impression, they are only suited to run restaurants in Chinatown or demonstrate flashy martial arts. Mia didn't see Lin Yue get out of the car. Just moments ago, she was nearly flipped over by a deliberate bump from a curly-haired man, leaving her still somewhat shaken. They are actually in cahoots. Well, I must tell my brother. But, son, having lost today, I won't be able to survive in this circle anymore. I just promised that, Haimu. Mia lowered her head, dejected, and slapped the steering wheel once more. If I had known, I wouldn't have accepted the challenge. These people drive and play schemes. Bang bang bang. Lin Yue knocked on the glass outside MIA's driver's seat. Mia quickly raised her head and opened the car door. Get out, you sit in the passenger seat, hurry. Lin Yue, you, hurry. Mia was taken aback and quickly jumped out of the driver's seat, rushing around to the front of the car. As she hurriedly sat down in the passenger seat, she kept her eyes on Lin Yue while searching for her seatbelt. Just as she secured the seatbelt across her abdomen, the vehicle suddenly roared to life, charging forward like a wild beast. Vroom vroom. At that moment, the deafening roar of the engine surged through Lin Yue's veins, filling him with joy and excitement. Lin Yue controlled the steering wheel with his left hand while gesturing with his right. Mia instantly understood his intention. Sitting in the passenger seat, she had watched her brother race many times and knew what this motion signified. She quickly leaned to the side, opening the cover beside the passenger seat. A silver nitrous oxide tank. Lin Yue, you can't use that so recklessly. With a loud bang, Lin Yue pressed the button directly. In this moment, with the nitrous oxide booster engaged, the Chevrolet Nova flew forward wildly, as if possessed by madness. The roar of the beastly engine. Racing forward at breakneck speed. Accelerate. Further accelerate. Vroom vroom vroom. Previously, Mia had only reached a top speed of 243, but this vehicle, aided by the nitrous oxide booster, had already surged to 300. Mia clutched the handle beside the passenger seat, glancing ahead one moment and at Lin Yue the next. She was utterly shocked. At the same time, a thrill surged from her heart. Lin Yue, that curly-haired guy's Toyota, is just ahead, that red Toyota. So fast. Lin Yue. Wow. His gaze was fixed ahead, and at that moment he drew upon the focus head honed during race. He didn't relax for a moment. All his thoughts were on the throttle beneath his feet, the steering wheel in his hands, and the handbrake in his right hand. There could be no mistakes on the racetrack. A mere 0. 1 second error would not only mean failure, but could also cost a life. At a speed of 300, a car could turn into scrap metal in an instant. Not to mention the lives of those in. The more Lin Yue wanted to win, the more he yearned for a vibrant life. He needed to tread carefully and seriously. Vroom vroom vroom. The vehicle charged forward with reckless abandon. At this point, Lin Yue had already turned off the nitrous oxide boost. The duration of the nitrous oxide booster couldn't be too long. The engine had limited capacity, and if it lasted too long, the engine would be destroyed, causing a massive accident. The curly-haired man in the red Toyota swerved left and right, blocking Lin Yue's Chevrolet Nova behind him. Lin Yue appeared extremely calm, his indifferent expression completely at odds with the movements of his hands and feet. Mia sat up straight, her full attention on Lin Yue. She watched Lin Yue maneuver the vehicle with fluid precision, silently thinking, is this just a bit of understanding? Are Tianqiao people this modest? Lin Yue slightly angled the steering wheel to the right, causing the car to Mia frowned, as she certainly knew that just 500 meters ahead was the first shaped turn of the entire race. The difficulty of the shaped turn lies in the extremely sharp angle of the bend. If one is not careful, they could completely skid off the road, leading to destruction. In such situations, some racers often fall into the illusion of turning the vehicle toward the inner lane first, then sharply turning the steering wheel and braking when turning, accelerating again after passing the bend. In Mia's understanding, this was the way to drive. She hurriedly reminded Lin Yue, we're approaching the shaped turn, you can slow down, Lin Yue. However, Lin Yue remained unfazed. The way he drove was completely different from the leisurely manner he had when first sitting in the passenger seat. This captivated Mia. Lin Yue were almost at the shaped turn. Mia had already seen the curly-haired man in the red Toyota beginning to slow down on the inner lane. Yet Lin Yue still had his foot firmly on the accelerator. Just 100 meters away from the shaped turn, Mia saw Lin Yue move, his actions clean and swift, flowing like water. She watched as Lin Yue quickly released the throttle, almost instantaneously cranking the steering wheel hard to the left. He yanked the handbrake to the lock position. Gripping the steering wheel, he steadied the vehicle. At that moment, Mia felt her heart nearly leap from her chest. The entire vehicle's rear swung rapidly forward. The extent of the drift was something Mia had never experienced before. Screech, screech, screech. The sound of the tires grinding against the pavement. The rear tires even emitted thick smoke. Mia's eyes barely had time to catch Lin Yue's actions. Lin Yue executed each maneuver with utmost precision and speed, completely resembling a professional racer. No, he was even more terrifying than a professional racer. Mia's first impression. Just as the rear of the vehicle had nearly swung around, Lin Yue quickly pressed the clutch while shifting to first gear. In that instant, while the Chevrolet Nova was still drifting at high speed through the shaped angle, Lin Yue's foot had already pressed the throttle to the floor. The fully turned Chevrolet surged forward like a tiger sprinting through the shaped passage, even more powerful. The curly-haired man in the Toyota was left far behind in the bend. Lin Yue accelerated. As the speed rapidly increased, Lin Yue continually adjusted the gear to match the maximum speed. In the classroom, many only knew that the first gear provided the greatest power, but they didn't understand what that truly meant. However, for a racer, not understanding this could be fatal. Especially in a turn, if the vehicle's rear swayed during a drift, the rear tires needed powerful propulsion to drive the vehicle forward, ensuring maximum speed could be reached quickly and preventing a rollover. Thus, the immense power of first gear became the core element of switching during a drift. Just from the drift in that shaped turn, Mia was deeply shaken. Amidst the tension, she glanced at her 360-degree dashcam. She thought to herself, I must quickly take this video to show my brother Dominic when I get back, to let him see what kind of person Lin Yue truly is. Many can drift, but to drift and swing the tail at nearly top speed like Lin Yue is simply unbelievable. Meanwhile, the spectators were equally astonished, with many bikini-clad women forgetting to drink, their eyes glued to the screen showing Lin Yue. The people from the Celestial Empire are simply unbelievable. I take back what I just said. The curly-haired guy's Toyota, with its engine power far exceeding Mia's Chevrolet, was easily left in the dust. This is the second person I've seen who can drift through a shaped corner without losing speed. Oh, I've only seen Dominic perform such a feat once in the same scenario. The vehicle had just exited the curve. Lin Yue knew that a straight path of 6 kilometers awaited him. The only thing to watch out for on this straight was the occasional uphill and downhill. He pressed the red button of the nitrous accelerator again. In an instant, the Chevrolet Nova's engine erupted with a violent roar. Lin Yue felt the blood in his body burning, boiling. This feeling was incredible. Lin Yue gripped the steering. Out of the corner of his eye, he watched the majestic mountains fly by, deeply enchanted by the speed. At this moment, the vehicle's speed had reached 300 km/h. A thought flickered in Lin Yue's mind. Film Sensation Collection System, initiate speed sensation collection. As he approached another corner, just as he was about to turn, Lin Yue quickly rotated the steering wheel to the right, pressed the clutch with his left foot, and simultaneously hit the brakes with his right foot, while his right hand swiftly pulled the handbrake. Under the immense pressure of speed inertia, the vehicle's center of gravity shifted forward and downward. All the weight was applied to the front wheels. At the same time, the rear of the car began to tilt, sliding outward. In that instant, as the vehicle entered the corner, Lin Yue released the brake and the handbrake, flooring the accelerator. The silver Chevrolet Nova shook violently, its four tires kicking up swirling heat and dust on the ground. A beautiful drift. It perfectly navigated the corner again. As the vehicle accelerated crazily when the speed reached its peak, once more the black Ford Mustang, driven by Mu, appeared in sight. "This is simply amazing," Mia shouted from the passenger seat, her face filled with excitement. "I can hardly believe it, Lin Yue, you actually caught up. The racing car driven by Mu is extremely famous. Only my brother has managed to beat him once by a margin of 0.1 seconds. Vroom vroom vroom." The massive rumble of the engine, the exhilarating feeling coursing through their blood, accompanied by the rapid beating of their hearts. The vehicle sped forward wildly. Wearing sunglasses, Mu clearly never imagined that Mia's Chevrolet Nova, though less powerful than his, could catch up at the 2/3 mark of the entire route. The blonde girl sitting next to Mu clutched the seat, tightly glancing at the right side rearview mirror. "Faster, faster, the car is catching up." "Mu, shut up, you filthy bitch." "Mu, that car is getting closer to you." "Shut up. I brought you in the car to provide services, so keep your filthy mouth shut. If you lose, I'm also losing $500. Damn it, you filthy bitch." Mu gripped the steering wheel with his left hand, while his right hand formed a fist. With a loud thud, his fist struck the blonde girl's temple. The blow sent her crashing against the passenger door, knocking her unconscious. Mu's expression darkened as he glanced at the rearview mirror. He saw the Chevrolet Nova had caught up. It was now only 50 meters away. This section of the road was about 8 meters wide. Normally, it would be no problem for two cars to drive side by side. But clearly Mu was using all sorts of tactics to block Lin Yue. He swerved left and right, the vehicle constantly swaying from one side of the road to the other, completely blocking Lin Yue. Mia sat up straight with concern, her bright eyes fixed on the front. Her heart raced anxiously. "Lin Yue, that Ford Mustang is very heavy. If it hits us, it will cause catastrophic." Lin Yue was very clear about this. Those fierce collisions depicted in movies may seem trivial, but driving in reality makes one understand that a side impact at high speed has a high probability of leading to catastrophe. Lin Yue floored the accelerator, drifting through an shaped curve at top speed. It was evident that Mu's driving skills and drifting techniques had been honed to perfection. Moreover, the narrow surface of the shaped curve meant that during a drift the vehicle would mostly be sideways, occupying almost half the road. Lin Yue's vehicle had no conditions for overtaking. He followed closely behind. Lin Yue's gaze was sharp, his expression focused. He knew he could not afford to be the slightest bit careless. On this shaped curve, both vehicles reached speeds of over 230. If they collided with the roadside guardrail, it could only end in destruction. Mu grew increasingly anxious, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Although his vehicle was firmly blocking Lin Yue's Chevrolet ahead, the pressure of someone closely trailing behind made him feel incredibly uncomfortable. Mu had already made up his mind once they got out of this corner, he would find a way to deal with that Chevrolet immediately. The motorcycle gang Mu was part of and Dominic's racing gang were like fire and water. Collisions between vehicles on the racetrack were the most normal thing. Mu understood clearly his Ford Mustang was heavy. If the two cars collided, his chances of survival would be several times greater than those of the Chevrolet. As both vehicles surged out of the final bend of the shaped curve, they suddenly accelerated again. The roar of the massive engines echoed through the valley. "Lin Yue, there are 3 kilometers left to the finish line." "Lin Yue, there are 2.5 kilometers left to the finish line." Lin Yue's eyes shifted slightly as he watched Mu's erratic, swerving, the movements becoming increasingly It was evident that Mu was being blinded by rage. Lin Yue smiled faintly. "Since you are driving in anger, you are not far from losing." He pressed down on the nitrous accelerator once more, and suddenly a strong sensation of being pushed back propelled the vehicle forward. The speed increased rapidly, once again nearing 300. Lin Yue gripped the steering wheel tightly, inching his way towards the left side of the racetrack. The Chevrolet Nova, speeding at 300 kilometers per hour, put immense pressure on Mu's Ford Mustang. Through his rearview mirror, he saw Lin Yue preparing to overtake him on the left. Mu gritted his teeth and cursed. "You want to overtake, huh? Go to hell." Just as Lin Yue's car nose reached the left side of Mu's Ford Mustang, Mu gripped the steering wheel with both hands and violently jerked it to the left to collide. At high speed, the vehicle was already agile, and the Mustang's body quickly swerved to the left. Mu aimed to use this move to directly ram Lin Yue, sending him crashing beyond the guardrail, leading to his destruction. Mia had already sensed Mu's intention. Her hands clenched together nervously as she shouted loudly, "Lin Yue, be careful. Mu is coming to crash. Mu is truly insane." "Lin Yue, be careful. Hold on tight," Lin Yue replied calmly. In that moment, his hands and feet moved as swiftly as playing the piano. Lin Yue slammed on the brakes and pulled. The sudden braking caused MIA's body to lurch forward. If it weren't for the seatbelt, she would have flown out of the window. But seeing Lin Yue brake urgently to avoid the collision, everyone watching the race felt a chill in their hearts. They all understood. When a vehicle is traveling at extreme high speeds and suddenly brakes hard, the rear tires lose grip, causing the vehicle's rear to lift, potentially flipping over. However, Mia and the others did not anticipate that in that instant of rapid deceleration, Lin Yue would swiftly jerk the steering wheel to the right. As the rear end of the vehicle swung forward under the immense impact, Lin Yue maneuvered the Chevrolet to perform a tail spin, executing a 180-degree turn. This fluid motion successfully stabilized the Chevrolet at a speed of 300 km/h. But Jaime was clearly not so fortunate. He was deceived by Lin Yue. In his fit of rage, he had yanked the steering wheel to the left to crash into Lin Yue's car. Little did he know that Lin Yue at 300 km/h would suddenly brake and execute a rapid tail spin. Jaime's car missed hitting Lin Yue and instead crashed into the guardrail. At such high speed, the moment the car hit the guardrail, it immediately sparked. The entire Ford Mustang instantly soared into the air. Mia, having just seen Jaime jerk the steering wheel to the left, was extremely anxious and had never expected Lin Yue to directly brake and spin around. The vehicle executed a 180-degree turn on the racetrack. At this moment, the Chevrolet was very stable on the road, while the Ford Mustang flew into the air after hitting the edge. Mia was both surprised and delighted. She looked at the Ford Mustang soaring ahead and quickly shouted, "Lin Yue, the car is coming down. The car is going to crash down. Lin Yue, don't be afraid, we're heading to the finish line now." Lin Yue calmly replied, his hands never ceasing their movement. He engaged reverse gear, released the handbrake, pressed the gas, and slammed on the brakes. The vehicle roared wildly on the spot. Smoke billowed from the tires as they frictioned against the ground. Lin Yue watched the Ford Mustang flying in the air through the rearview mirror. Bang! The Mustang crashed to the ground, bouncing up again. The Ford Mustang was about to crash down once more. Lin Yue's prediction was precise. He seized the moment to quickly release the brakes. In an instant, the Chevrolet Nova, which had just been rampaging, reached peak acceleration. The speed of Lin Yue's reversing was comparable to normal driving speed. As the Ford Mustang descended from the air, there was a buzzing sound. The Chevrolet Nova sped backward, quickly passing through the last 0.1 seconds before it landed. Bang! Boom! Jaime's Ford Mustang crashed to the ground, instantly igniting. Lin Yue accelerated in reverse. After 2 kilometers, he pulled the handbrake, disengaged the clutch, and turned the steering wheel, executing a perfect tail spin. At that moment, all his opponents had been shaken off. Only 300 meters remained to the finish line. Lin Yue turned his head towards Mia, whose face was slightly pale from fright, and smiled calmly. "Play some music." Oh, alright." Mia opened the player in front, and a passionate rap song. Meanwhile, Lin Yue slammed on the gas. The exhilarating engine roar intertwined with a lively up. Lin Yue drove directly across the finish line. Numerous racing enthusiasts surrounded the area tightly. Champagne, beautiful women, red wine, bikinis, cash, and sports cars adorned this suburban square beautifully. This Tianqiao person actually crossed the finish line first. Simply unbelievable. Did Jaime lose? Did Jaime really lose? How is that possible? Jaime is a recognized racing master, and that Ford Mustang has powerful performance. It simply cannot lose. Did you not see the footage from the roadside cameras? Hey, Jaime is done for. The car is wrecked, and that blonde girl is barely alive, being rescued. Screech. The Chevrolet came to a halt. The car door opened, and Lin Yue stepped out of the driver's seat. The surroundings fell silent. Regardless of gender or race, everyone wore expressions of disbelief. Heaven. A Tianqiao person. So hard to believe. Mia got out from the passenger seat. The bald organizer stood dazed for a moment, then quickly placed the $10,000 he had just collected into MIA's hand. This is the betting money from the 6 participants, as well as the money lost from other bets, all intact here. Mia grabbed the money, and she picked up a glass of champagne from a nearby table and walked over to Lin Yue. "Lin Yue, this money is for you. You deserve it, so keep it." Lin Yue took it and directly stuffed it into his pocket. Though he knew that this money might be useless to him, as the task of this world was completed, he would soon return, and he couldn't take anything with him. However, what is deserved is deserved. That is the rule. Mia was clearly taken aback, slightly shaking her head. "Lin Yue, you are truly a strange person. Have a glass of champagne. I was quite puzzled when you were driving. As a person from the Tianqiao." Mia pressed her lips together and continued, "I mean no disrespect to the people of Tianqiao, I'm just saying in Tianqiao. This racing sport doesn't seem very popular, but your exception truly shocks me inside. In Tianqiao there is no can't, only whether one is willing. Since I am willing, my racing skills must not be lacking. Lin Yue, how about coming to my house for a drink? My brother and the others just returned and called me." Lin Yue sensed in his mind that the task of collecting the exhilarating speed experience this time had already. On the system panel, only one sentence appeared: Speed and Furious 1. Exhilarating speed experience collection progress. 100 host can choose to return. 24 hours later return will be forced. The sequels of Speed and Furious will all enter as the host grows with varying durations depending on the tasks. Lin Yue initially planned to leave directly, but he suddenly felt a bit curious about the bald Dominic from this Speed and Furious. Lin Yue decided to meet him before leaving. At 10 o'clock at night, Mia parked the car in front of her family's car. At first glance Lin Yue saw that Dominic's car modification shop was indeed just like in the movie. At the bar in the room sat a tall, slender man with blonde hair. As soon as he saw MIA's car return, he immediately turned around. Brian. The original advocate of the Speed and Furious series of movies was indeed Brian. However, now Brian's true face could only be seen in this film world. When Speed and Furious 7 was filmed, the actor Brian had already died in a car accident. Brian stood up and took a few steps outside. Suddenly a tall and strong man named Vince rushed out. He pushed Brian aside with his hand and angrily approached Lin Yue. Mia quickly got out of the driver's seat and blocked Vince's way. What are you doing? Vince. Who is he? Why can he sit in your passenger seat? What does it matter who sits in my passenger seat? Mia shot back at him. Vince, as expected, was just like in the movie. When he saw someone approaching Mia, he felt extremely displeased, as if he were jealous. Just as Vince was about to pass Mia and cause trouble for Lin Yue, the door of the car shop was suddenly pushed open. Immediately after, the muscular Dominic walked out from inside. His bald head gleamed, and his strong physique bore a hint of anger. Dominic rushed over in 3 steps, grabbing Vince and tossing him aside. Enough! You've embarrassed me. Vince, scolded by Dominic, quickly retreated a few steps in embarrassment. Dominic stepped forward. Bro, that Haimu really provoked me on purpose. Mia worried that her brother wouldn't understand the truth and would cause trouble for Lin Yue. You did great. Mia, someone from the racetrack called me. I've already received the race footage along the way. Dominic handed a bottle of chilled beer to Lin Yue with a friendly smile. Thank you. You're welcome. Anyone who can outrun Haimu deserves respect. Aren't you, Dominic, the same? I'm older than you. For someone as young as you to outrun Haimu is truly impressive. Want to come in for a drink? No need, a bottle of chilled beer is enough for me. I have things to do and need to leave. I heard you were Lin Yue. I will remember you, and I hope we meet again. Meeting again would be best on the racetrack. Good. Huh. Young people indeed have courage. Mia came over and asked, is there something urgent? Can you stay here a few more days? I have some driving questions I'd like to ask you. With your brother here, do you still need to ask me about these things? Lin Yue took a sip of the chilled beer, feeling quite refreshed. So how will you leave? How about you drive my car? Your car is too flashy. Dominic pulled out the keys to his Dodge Charger from his pocket and directly tossed them to Lin Yue. Drive my car. When you return the car, next time we can see each other again. I heard from the racetrack that this Dodge Charger is the most precious thing your father left you. It wouldn't be appropriate for me to drive it. The most precious thing my father left me is my sister Mia. You saved her, and that is worth it. Lin Yue knew he couldn't refuse such kindness. Dominic must have seen the race video. From the moment he handed over the Dodge that his father left him to Lin Yue, it represented Dominic's appreciation for Lin Yue's racing skills. Lin Yue did not refuse again. He planned to drive the car to an uninhabited place and then leave directly. By then Dominic would definitely be able to find the car back. At the door of the house, the wildcat beauty Letty and undercover cop Brian both waved symbolically at Lin Yue. Lin Yue gestured, opened the car door, and started the vehicle. Vroom. With a roar, this Dodge Charger could be considered the most masculine muscle car in the entire Speed and Furious series. Indeed, the sound of the engine was extraordinary. Bang, bang, bang. Mia knocked on the driver's side window from outside. Lin Yue rolled down the window. I haven't had a chance to thank you today. Thank you. You're welcome. Will you come back again? I should. Lin Yue silently thought. Dominic, Mia, Brian, we will meet again in the sequels of Speed and Furious. As Lin Yue rolled up the car window, the vehicle had already started. With the roar of the giant engine from the Dodge, the vehicle surged forward like a beast along the road. Mia stood at the intersection staring as the black Dodge disappeared into the distance. Everyone else had already entered the house, and Dominic walked over to his sister. What's wrong? Have you taken a liking to him? This Lin Yue doesn't seem simple at all. You won't be able to keep him. Not at all. Brother, don't talk nonsense. I don't even know what he does. He comes and goes like a shadow. No matter what he does, he saved you from Haimu today, and that deserves respect. I also owe him a favor. Bro, do you think? Could he be a cop? A cop? Absolutely not. Why, oi? The news from the racetrack has already come through. Lin Yue is indeed fierce. Using a quick drifting maneuver to force Haimu to crash into the roadside, the car was wrecked, and he was also killed. Cops wouldn't do that. Lin Yue drove the Dodge all the way to a distance, entering an underground parking garage. He parked the vehicle and slipped into the adjacent stairwell, which was dim and empty. Lin Yue spoke in his mind, return. With a swoosh, Lin Yue's figure instantly vanished from the world of Speed and Fury. When Lin Yue opened his eyes, it was the dead of night, with stars scattered across the sky. Bathed in moonlight, a desolate forest overgrown with wild grass appeared before him. Lin Yue's sudden arrival startled a wild rabbit grazing beneath a large tree, causing it to tremble and dart away. This forest was familiar to Lin Yue. It was indeed a small grove located just 400 meters from his home. Unexpectedly after his return, he had not directly materialized in his own room. Lin Yue glanced at the phone that had reappeared in his pocket 1210 a.m. Only 10 minutes had truly passed. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the collection task. Task completion level evaluation perfect. The host's diligent training and exceptional understanding of racing enabled the completion of this task. The client expressed that the speed sensation collected from Fast and Furious 1 was immensely satisfying and reward items are being transmitted. Lin Yue was incredibly excited at this moment, having crossed into this blue star for a full 19 years. It was his first encounter with the system's favor, especially under such challenging circumstances. Xian Ling Ling, the system must reward me well. Ding. The host is rewarded with Dominic's modified vehicle from Fast and Furious 1, a Dodge Charger. The time of the next crossing is yet to be determined. The system will notify when there is a task. Friendly reminder: the world of the film series is a complete unity. In other words, when you next cross into another Fast and Furious sequel, the characters in that world will already have memories of you from the first film. The system's voice suddenly ceased. Lin Yue understood the meaning of the system's last statement. This meant that when he crossed into other installments of Fast and Furious, the world would still be influenced by his driving experience and memories from this time. Lin Yue did not dwell on it too much, or what excited him most was that the system had actually rewarded him with the most captivating vehicle in the entire Fast and Furious franchise. Dominic's modified Dodge Charger. If one were well acquainted with the Fast and Furious series, they would know. Dominic's car is hailed as the ideal model for men. Though it was produced decades ago, thanks to Dominic's modifications, this vehicle was equipped with a supercharged engine capable of unleashing astonishing power. Most intriguingly, this Dodge car has become famous worldwide due to the immense popularity of the Fast and Furious. It has become a highly sought-after model among collectors. Lin Yue quickly emerged from the small grove and ran. His home was located in the suburban area of Jiangbei City, Jiangnan Province. There were interwoven paths everywhere. Although it was nighttime, Lin Yue was very familiar with this place. Black mud, white stones, reflective water. This was a nighttime marching mnemonic that Lin Yue had learned during his time in the military, indicating that black represented mud, white represented stones, and reflective surfaces indicated puddles. Lin Yue raced along the small path heading home. Earlier he had not seen any trace of the Dodge car nearby in the woods. Lin Yue thought the system likely placed the rewarded vehicle in his home. He was filled with excitement, eager to see the car as soon as possible. As Lin Yue approached the front door, he spotted a black car cover draped over a vehicle in the corner of the garage. Without a doubt, this must be the Dodge Charger that the system had rewarded him. His own taxi was still parked outside the garage. Lin Yue quickly walked over and pulled back a corner of the car cover. Indeed, it was a black modified beast, the Dodge Charger. In this blue star where Lin Yue had crossed over, the regulations on vehicle modifications and obsolescence were very lenient, so he had no worries about driving the car. Joy sparkled in Lin Yue's eyes as a wave of indescribable excitement surged within him. At this moment, it was not that he held overwhelming affection for this car. The key point was the genuine reward from the system that thrilled him to no end. Having successfully crossed into a cinematic world for the first time, he could now continuously experience cinematic realms and receive rewards in the real world. Achieving a turnaround in his life. So exhilarating. Lin Yue secretly vowed, "I will ensure my parents live a good life. I will heal my father's leg. I want my mother to no longer struggle. I will become the strongest person in the world. I will become a great tycoon." Lin Yue retrieved a colorful cloth from the trunk of his taxi, covering the Dodge securely. Although he knew his parents would not pay attention to the car in the garage, as neighbors sometimes parked their vehicles there, Lin Yue did not want them to know about his Dodge just yet. Especially his father Lin Feng, who had a psychological aversion to racing and was vocally opposed to Lin Yue participating in racing competitions. Filled with excitement, Lin Yue entered his room to rest, turning over in bed all night. The next morning, bright and early, Lin Yue was still washing up in the yard while his father sat in a wheelchair by the large stone at the back door, resting with his eyes closed in the sun. His mother was not at home, and Lin Yue knew she must have gone out to work in the fields. Creak. A sound of a vehicle braking came from outside the door. Immediately after, Lin Yue heard his father maneuvering his creaking wheelchair to the front yard. "Where someone is looking, it'll be out soon." Lin Yue's father Lin Feng responded to Lin Yue. He then maneuvered his wheelchair back to the backyard, continuing to enjoy the sun with his eyes closed. The car accident from years ago had left his father's knees injured, and since then his world had crumbled, making him reluctant to see any strangers. As Lin Yue walked outside, he thought to himself, "Who could be looking for me at this hour? It's early morning and I haven't received any calls from anyone." Lin Yue approached the front door. The visitor turned out to be Zhang Heng, the owner of the Hongxing Taxi Company, followed by the company's personnel officer Qin Jing. Qin Jing wore a white long dress adorned with light-colored plant leaves. "Lin Yue, I've been trying to call you for the past 2 days, but why is your phone always unreachable? What on earth have you been up to?" As soon as Zhang Heng saw Lin Yue, he started firing questions. I've been resting at home for 2 days. Lin Yue thought that he must have been in the training space these past 2 days and could not receive calls. Resting? You've had your salary deducted for complaints this month and you're just resting at home. Lin Yue, I told you to bring the taxi to the company the day before yesterday afternoon. But you didn't come and now you haven't clocked in for 2 days. Do you still want this job? Zhang Heng's expression was stern, and he glared at Lin Yue with a domineering attitude he was accustomed to at the company. The reason he came was still to urgently pull Lin Yue back to work. Traditional taxi companies are on the verge of being squeezed out of the market by new ride-hailing services, not to mention that companies like Hongxing are struggling to recruit drivers. Lin Yue, if it weren't for my efforts to track down your home address, I would have thought you had been kidnapped. Come on, hurry back to the company with me. It's the peak period for demand these days, and we are very short-staffed. The 2 days had been a peak demand period, and the company was in dire need of personnel. The boss spat out words like a fountain once more. He unleashed the kind of momentum that could last for 2 hours without repeating a single phrase during meetings. He spoke like a roaring river endlessly and eloquently. Lin Yue often thought during his meetings if he were to pit him against Stephen Chow from the 9-rank Sesame official who would win in a battle of wits. Lin Yue, hurry up and drive with me. If you worked double shifts day and night and added some overtime by the end of this month after deducting expenses, you could still earn about 4,000 yuan. I quit. Lin Yue pulled the taxi keys from his pocket and tossed them into Zhang Heng's hand. What? I said I quit. Zhang Heng's face changed dramatically. His taxi company was already on the brink of bankruptcy, and he had come here to pressure Lin Yue before offering him a sweet deal. He never expected that Lin Yue would quit outright. Lin Yue, have you thought this through? It's not easy to find a job in society. Moreover, you don't have a high education level. I only wanted to train you as a star driver because of your driving skills. Don't make me regret offering you this chance. Zhang Heng, don't elevate your position so high. Lin Yue looked directly at Zhang Heng. I'm looking for a job just to make a living, not to be your servant whom you can scold at will. You don't have the qualifications to act so arrogantly. Lin Yue's words made Zhang Heng swallow all his anger. He was not the kind of brainless supporting villain from movies or novels. He was here because the company lacked manpower and wanted to get Lin Yue back to work quickly. He never expected Lin Yue to propose quitting directly. There was no longer any reason for him to stay. Zhang Heng tossed the car keys to Qin Jing and said darkly, "You drive his taxi back to the company." Zhang Heng took a few steps towards the door, then turned back and called out with a hint of resentment. "I want to see what kind of job you can find with your dropout qualifications with no degree or diploma. What kind of organization would want you? And that rich lady you drove last time, her husband, is the president of the Automobile Association. She complained to him about you, and you won't be able to hold this job anymore." Ding 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 ding. Lin Yue's phone suddenly rang. Ignoring Zhang Heng's incessant complaints beside him, he took out his phone. "Hello, is this Lin Yue?" A sweet voice came from the other end of the line. "Yes, this is me. Who are you?" "This is the Human Resources Department of Jiangnan Province Television Station. Did you submit a resume to us a few days ago applying for the position of a staff driver at our station?" "Yes, that's correct. We reviewed your resume and are very interested. Your military background and driving experience match perfectly with what we need for a dedicated driver, as our hosts often conduct interviews under harsh conditions. Do you have time to come in for an interview? If your resume is accurate, this interview will pretty much just be a formality. Can you come in for an interview now?" "Yes, is it convenient for you?" "Okay, I'll be there right away." Lin Yue hung up and put his phone back in. "Lin Yue, are you going for an interview?" Qin Jing asked with curiosity. "I think I heard you mention the provincial television station. Your ears are quite sharp." "Yes, I'm just going for an interview." "Oh my. Lin Yue, the provincial television station is a prestigious job. You won't have to worry for the rest of your life." Hearing this from the doorway, Zhang Heng turned around with confusion and asked, "What provincial television station?" The Human Resources Department of the provincial television station called Lin Yue for an interview. Generally, only a very few people get the chance to interview with such state-owned enterprises. Zhang Heng was taken aback, his mind flooded with disbelief. Just moments earlier he had said that no organization would want to drop out like Lin Yue, and now he felt slapped in the face. Qin Jing asked flatteringly, "Lin Yue, since I'm going to drive your taxi back to the company, can I give you a ride to the—" "No need, I have my own car, thank you." "Your own car?" Qin Jing was very puzzled. "Lin Yue, you only make a little money each month, and your father has been spending money on treatment. How could you possibly have a car?" She didn't believe it at all. Qin Jing knew Lin Yue's family situation very well from her time at the company. Otherwise, with such a handsome guy, he would have been surrounded by beautiful women long ago. Lin Yue walked to the carport in front of his yard and pulled down the black car cover with a firm grasp. Suddenly, a shiny black Dodge Charger appeared before him. With its perfectly designed muscle lines, the car looked domineering and cool. "Is this your car?" The boss Zhang Heng ran over his face, displaying an expression of disbelief. "Is this really your car?" Zhang Heng peered into the passenger seat of the Dodge, examining it closely. He saw a stack of vehicle purchase documents in the central console and grabbed the vehicle registration certificate to look at it. "It really is yours. Lin Yue, how could you afford this car?" That's not a question for you to worry about, Lin Yue said as he sat down in the car and slammed the door shut. He grabbed his vehicle registration certificate from Zhang Heng's hand and saw that the name and the information on the documents inside the car all matched Lin Yue's registration. Lin Yue silently marveled at the power of the system. He started the vehicle. Vroom. The thrilling roar of the engine erupted. The modified Dodge Charger now boasted over 700 horsepower. With a press of the accelerator, the vehicle surged forward like a beast racing towards the right side of the highway. As the car emerged from the country road onto the main road, its speed was outrageous, and the rear tires kicked up clouds of dust. Boss Zhang Heng stood dumbfounded at the entrance of Lin Yue's house. Boss, what's wrong with you? This car looks a bit old. What do you know? This is a legendary car. I'm just puzzled, how did he get this car? Could it be that Lin Yue was just pretending all along? Is this car really that impressive? Qin Jing asked in astonishment. I can tell you this much, this car is revered and untouchable in the hearts of car enthusiasts worldwide. The same model was auctioned in Tokyo last year for an astonishing price of $39 million. What? Qin Jing was stunned, her head swirling with various exclamation points and question marks. Lin Yue parked the vehicle in the underground parking lot of the commercial building opposite the Jiangnan province television station. He didn't drive directly to the station. That would be an ostentatious display with no meaning. As Lin Yue just crossed the street and stood at the entrance of the Jiangnan province television station, the voice of the system quietly resonated in his mind. Ding. A viewer is interested in the genetically engineered Tyrannosaurus Rex from Jurassic World 1 and requests to collect a tooth from it to experience its ferocity. Task difficulty level hard. Please choose whether to accept the order. There is no penalty for not accepting, you just have to wait for the next order to arrive. However, if the number of refusals exceeds 3 times, it will affect the frequency of film crossover tasks. Please choose whether to accept the order. 10 seconds countdown. 10, 9, 8, 7. I accept the task. Lin Yue decisively agreed. He soon received an interview notice from the Jiangnan province TV station, feeling quite pleased. However, he never expected to suddenly receive this crossing task. He was actually going to the Jurassic World. Moreover, the most outrageous part was that the task was to collect a tooth from the ferocious Tyrannosaurus Rex. The high-level audience who placed this order must have quite the unique taste. A ferocious Tyrannosaurus Rex. Damn, this is the biggest boss in Jurassic World. It is an excellent genetic combination of several terrifying creatures, such as the Tyrannosaurus Rex, Velociraptor, chameleon, and snake. The enormous size of the ferocious Tyrannosaurus Rex makes it like a horrific killing machine. On top of that, it possesses traits like a chameleon capable of blending into its environment, along with a remarkably intelligent brain, establishing its position as the supreme ruler in the entire Jurassic dinosaur kingdom. However, Lin Yue had no choice. Given his current situation, he had to seize every opportunity. Life is all about struggle. Success requires effort. As Lin Yue took advantage of the time before the personnel officer from the TV station arrived to pick him up, he had already arranged his plans for the next 3 days, focusing on the 3 most critical tasks. The first task, he must watch the movie Jurassic World carefully several times. Regardless of how the plot may change once he enters, he needs to recognize and judge the characters and the dinosaurs at the first moment. The second task, Lin Yue must research dinosaur-related knowledge and habits, particularly understanding the ferocious Tyrannosaurus Rex as a new species. The more he knows about it, the better his chances of survival in this movie. The third task, and the most important one, is that Lin Yue must make the most of his time to enhance his physical skills and strive to be better than in the military. In any escape world, physical ability and skills are always of utmost priority. Hi, hello. Lin Yue's thoughts were interrupted by a pleasant voice. He saw a girl in her early 20s walking out from the entrance of the TV station. Her sparkling eyes were fixed on Lin Yue, and a polite smile appeared on her round face. Hello, are you Lin Yue? Yes, that's me. I am Xia, the personnel officer who contacted you. Nice to meet you. This way, please. From the moment Lin Yue stepped through the TV station's door, he felt a sense of joy. Lin Yue was not like many proud children of affluent families living in big cities who had good backgrounds, strong academic capabilities, graduated from prestigious universities, and then entered good workplaces. As for himself, his academic talent was quite average. He relied solely on hard work to get into university. Although effort is crucial in learning, talent plays a significant role. After returning from the military, Lin Yue did not go back to school. His family finances were tight, and finding a job in society was challenging. A formal job at a TV station was a rare opportunity for him. Moreover, the TV station was a place full of mystery. As soon as he entered, he was surrounded by stylish. Some were sitting on the sofas of Starbucks in the building, discussing matters over coffee. Others were chatting in pairs while strolling. There were also beautiful female reporters preparing to go out for interviews with microphones and cameras in hand. Lin Yue's immediate impression was that such a work environment was indeed wonderful. Learning is truly a remarkable thing. It can classify your life into various tiers. Those who toil in the wind and rain can never appreciate the elegance of an office. In the lobby of the TV station, many personal photos of well-known hosts and artists were displayed. The most eye-catching was the station's pillar Zhou Chunyan. Lin Yue had seen this woman in several dramas, and she frequently appeared on variety channels throughout Jiangnan province and even nationwide. Lin Yue had watched her hosted programs numerous times. Zhou Chunyan possessed a beauty that was intellectual, gentle, and approachable. Her tall figure, fair skin, and deep dimples when she smiled made her a quintessential top-tier female host. Paired with her charming and gracious hosting style, it was well-deserved that she became the pillar of the entire Jiangnan province TV station. Lin Yue only casually glanced at the other displayed photos, not looking too closely. Just as he thought of this, Xia gently remarked, "These photo collections haven't been updated in 3 years." Lin Yue responded with an "Oh. What I mean to say is that many of the beautiful women in our station are not featured in these collections. You will discover that later on. After all, our Jiangnan province TV station is currently leading the nation. Plus, the new media department has recruited many internet celebrity hosts," Xia joked. Lin Yue politely smiled lightly, saying, "I was just casually looking, but seems I have seen them on TV before. You must be referring to Zhou Chunyan. She is undoubtedly impressive, her beauty goes without saying. When she first joined the station, she quickly became a prominent female host due to her talent. Now she is the main host of a widely popular variety show across the country, shining brightly." As Xia spoke, her eyes revealed a hint of envy. She led Lin Yue to register his information at the front desk. "Lin Yue, please follow me. We're going to take the elevator to the 31st floor. "Okay, thank you." Lin Yue followed Xia into the elevator. "Lin Yue, I see from your resume that you are only 24 this year." "Yes, I left school quite early." Xia was clearly a smart girl who, she had looked over Lin Yue's resume and knew he had not graduated from university. She chose not to mention anything about his educational background. "Lin Yue, hey, race, the driver position we are recruiting in the logistics department is quite special. As you know, the TV station has many shooting tasks throughout the year, especially in areas with complex terrain, which places high demands on drivers. After seeing your resume, our director was very interested because you have military experience and excellent driving skills. However, I must inform you that there are a total of 5 candidates who have made it to the shortlist, and all 5 will enter the probation period. After the probation period, only one person will be retained, and that will be a formal position." Lin Yue sat on the sofa in the reception area on the 31st floor, while Xia brought him a cup of coffee and explained the relevant requirements to him in detail. "Wait a moment, can I interrupt?" Lin Yue politely asked. "Of course," she replied. "I would like to ask about the compensation, as this is something I am quite concerned about." "Oh." Xia smiled awkwardly. "I was actually going to tell you about this over the phone today, but I might have been too busy at the time. This is indeed very important for job seekers. If you stay after the 1-month probation period, our basic monthly salary can reach 1,000 yuan. Additionally, based on the specific driving tasks, there are also bonuses and allowances. The details related to salary and social insurance will be discussed. If you pass the probation, we will also sign a corresponding contract. During the probation period, you will receive 3,000 yuan. Hearing this salary offer, Lin Yue felt quite satisfied. Although he often saw people boasting about their high salaries on headlines and other platforms claiming to earn a lot of money monthly, it seemed as if everyone in the country was making over 1,000 yuan monthly, without any poor people. In reality, according to the data released by the country at the end of last year, only about 5 of people earn more than 1,000 yuan monthly. Thus, Lin Yue immediately made up his mind. He had to secure this job. This would be his first step towards success. Although Lin Yue knew the waters in this unit were deep, he now had enough confidence in himself. "Alright, Lin Yue, I have explained everything that needs to be conveyed to you. Our director is holding a meeting today, so he will not be coming. Here is a meal voucher. Since it's around noon, you can grab a quick meal at the Impression Square next to our TV station. You can start work in 3 days. The probation period will begin." Lin Yue descended from the transparent elevator, sitting in the television station's internal building. He surveyed the surroundings. On the 23rd floor, he caught a distant glimpse of an expansive broadcasting hall made up of countless screens radiating a modern atmosphere. Several celebrities he had seen on television were recording programs there. The young staff around him were all exceptionally fashionable. It must be said that for Lin Yue, who was currently living a rather frugal life, securing a formal position at the television station would mark the beginning of success. Only then could he gradually climb to the top. Lin Yue was filled with anticipation for his future life. When Lin Yue returned home, he did not drive the Dodge back. When he left earlier, his father Lin Feng had not noticed the Dodge Charger. As a former race car driver, if he saw this car, he would recognize it immediately. Currently, Lin Yue certainly could not explain the source of the car. To avoid trouble and his parents' questions, he parked it at the home of his classmate Wang Sanpao in the neighboring village. Wang Sanpao had been working at home carrying bricks since graduating high school and had no concept of cars. He had a good relationship with Lin Yue, so he readily agreed. 150, 151. 170, 171-inch Lin Yue was counting while doing push-ups in his room, keeping his chest up and abdomen tight, with his torso and legs in a straight line. His push-ups were extremely standard. 200 reps. Lin Yue pushed himself off the ground with all his strength and sprang up quickly. He was fervently engaged in recovery training. He needed to quickly regain the peak physical condition he had during his military service. Soon after, he lay on the cool mat in his room and began to rapidly do sit-ups. 1-2. 160 a 161. Sweat poured down his clearly defined 8-pack abs. Lin Yue did not stop. Having spent 4 years in the military, he understood very well. Every training session could lead to an increase in physical fitness, and to have explosive power when needed, he had to sweat and bleed during practice. After training for a full 2 hours in his room, Lin Yue got up and put on the combat boots he had brought back from his service. He also strapped a 5-kilogram sandbag to each leg. The 5-kilometer cross-country run officially began. For an average person, running 5 kilometers in a short outfit without stopping is already a challenge. If dressed heavily and focusing on speed, it's something that most people outside the military would find extremely difficult. During his military service, starting from his 3rd year, 5-kilometer cross-country running became a norm, with heavy cross-country runs once a week plus 2 light runs. So for him, this kind of running posed no significant challenge. Lin Yue diligently engaged in targeted training. If he were to face the pursuit of dinosaurs in the Jurassic World, the test would certainly be explosive power under endurance. Lin Yue accelerated madly down the country road. Accelerate again. Run. Sweat thoroughly soaked his clothes, yet Lin Yue did not stop. He took off his shirt and continued to run. He found the feeling of sprinting madly with his comrades back in the day. His physical fitness was rapidly recovering. After finishing his run, Lin Yue went to the woods to rediscover the feeling of climbing trees from his childhood. The trees in the Jurassic era were massive, often towering over 50 meters. Hiding in the trees is a good choice to evade ground-dwelling dinosaur attacks. This is why Lin Yue came to relive the feeling of climbing trees. He practiced until after 9 o'clock in the evening before returning home. As Lin Yue stepped through the door, his father Lin Feng sat in a wheelchair at the entrance of his room. "Where did you quit your job at the taxi company?" "Yes, Dad. The taxi company may not have a stable income, but at least it suits you." "Why did you just leave?" "I have a new job coming soon." "A new job?" Lin Feng looked at his son in surprise. In his subconscious, he believed that because of family issues, Lin Yue had dropped out of college without obtaining a diploma or degree, making job hunting quite difficult. Moreover, the current society is highly competitive. With PhDs and master's graduates everywhere, even graduates from good schools find it hard to get jobs, let alone Lin Yue, who hasn't finished college. "You can't go racing. I know you like it, but this sport has always been a matter of life and death. What if you don't have enough money for medical treatment later?" "Where's your new job?" Lin Yue's mother Wang Feng emerged from the kitchen wearing an apron, her face filled with concern. "It's not set yet, just an internship. If I excel after the internship, I can secure the job. It's as a driver in the logistics department of Jiangnan Provincial TV Station." "Jiangnan Provincial TV Station. Is that true, son?" "I swear. If you don't believe me, look, this is the interview notification message from today." Lin Yue showed his parents the message on his phone to ease their worries. "Don't worry. I will definitely not let you down, and will make our family better and better," Lin Yue said with a smile, while grabbing a pancake his mother made overnight, biting into it as he returned to his room. "I'm going to take a shower and sleep now." "Honey, have you noticed that Yue seems a bit strange today?" "I didn't notice. I feel like he has a bit more smiles than usual." "Honey, you can't delay your leg any longer. The doctor said the best treatment time is only 5 years. After 5 years, there will be no chance to stand again. If there's no chance, then I won't stand up. I think sitting is fine. Why waste money?" Lin Yue was already 24, and they still needed to arrange a marriage for him. With their current situation, sigh. "I heard the son of old Li next door went on a blind date, and he asked for a bride price a sea of purple and red completely still." "What does that mean?" Lin Feng grasped the wheelchair, puzzled. "It means 10,000 5 yuan bills, 1,100 bills, and a large pile of 50 yuan bills, basically, at least over 15,000. Also completely still refers to cars and houses." Sigh. Lin Feng frowned, helplessly patting his own legs, and pushed the wheelchair back inside the house. 3 days quickly passed. During these 3 days, Lin Yue enhanced his physical training according to the plan he set. He had basically reached the physical fitness level he had during his military service. He also watched the movie Jurassic World 1 carefully 5 times. This Jurassic World was released in 2015. The story takes place 22 years after the establishment of Jurassic Park. Nublar Island had developed into a vast theme park and resort. Here, human visitors can fly, drive, or ride in transparent rotating spheres, freely wandering around the park to view various dinosaurs. However, a new species born from the genetic recombination of animals like the Tyrannosaurus rex, Velociraptor, pterosaurs, chameleons, and snakes, the Indominus rex, shattered this tranquility. It possessed the chameleon gene to change its skin color for camouflage, as well as the ability of snakes to locate prey through heat sensing. It had the tree frog gene, which allowed it to control the output of far infrared rays from its body to evade human attacks. The Indominus Rex's high intelligence and heavy bloodlust posed a severe threat to humans. It used its cleverness to deceive the guards at the entrance and successfully escaped from the electrified enclosure, posing a devastating threat to the island. Lin Yue's main task upon entering the Jurassic world was to collect a tooth from the Indominus Rex, allowing customers far away on planet No. 01 to experience the ferocity of the Indominus Rex. After finishing the movie, Lin Yue systematically studied the various dinosaur knowledge involved in Jurassic World. He would never engage in a battle without preparation. Even though the task of collecting a tooth from the Indominus Rex in this Jurassic world was indeed a bit challenging, Lin Yue remained confident in himself. The time for crossing into the Jurassic world has arrived. Are you ready? Ready, let's go. With a swish, Lin Yue suddenly vanished without a trace in his already dark room. The next moment, he opened his eyes. All the details about his identity and basic abilities in this world flooded into his mind. In this world, he was merely one of the 800 tourists, and the system had only simply granted him basic language recognition and communication abilities. Everything else he had to rely on himself. Bang! A loud shockwave sounded near Lin Yue's ears. He was startled. Such a situation had never occurred while he was on Blue Star. With a loud bang, Lin Yue's body was nearly jolted off the ground. Another violent tremor followed. Lin Yue turned around and saw 4 massive cylindrical legs. Looking up along the thick long legs, a 15-meter-tall, 22-meter-long Brachiosaurus appeared. Lin Yue had systematically studied this knowledge before. Although the Brachiosaurus looked like a gigantic behemoth, it was a herbivore and posed no significant threat to humans unless one was unfortunate enough to be stepped on. With a thumping sound, it stepped on the ground, moving away step by step. Suddenly, the Brachiosaurus lifted its head, its long wrist-like neck showcasing 2 round nostrils. Seeing the Brachiosaurus movement, Lin Yue quickly dashed to the side. Sure enough, 2 seconds later the Brachiosaurus let out a massive sneeze. The sneeze sprayed the many tourists below, covering them in a mix of white and yellow mucus. Everyone laughed heartily while wiping their faces in shock. Unlike those in the movies, these tourists had become accustomed to dinosaurs after the 22nd year of their Jurassic. At this moment, visiting Jurassic Park to see dinosaurs felt as ordinary to them as Lin Yue visiting a zoo to observe lions, tigers, and elephants back on Blue Star. However, for Lin Yue, everything still felt incredibly novel. The Jurassic period represents a geological era between the Triassic and Cretaceous periods, approximately from 199.6 million to 145.5 million years ago. During this period, both the plants and air temperature were highly suitable for the survival of these gigantic dinosaurs. The island had been designed to closely resemble the Jurassic world. Coniferous forests and cycad plants formed a dense canopy, while the ground was thick with horsetail and other lush vegetation. Cycads and ferns occupied a vast expanse of evergreen prairie. Lin Yue couldn't help but marvel at the technological advancements of humanity depicted in the Jurassic Park movie. Lin Yue weaved through the crowd of tourists. Many were taking pictures resembling the scenes of animal watching in Blue Star's zoos. Lin Yue had no time to waste. He was unaware of where the plot of the movie had reached at this moment. The Tyrannosaurus Rex he was searching for was a terrifying presence. It could easily kill another dinosaur of the same tonnage in an instant, let alone a human. In Jurassic Park, herbivorous dinosaurs were essentially free-roaming across various grasslands and forests, allowing tourists to observe them at will. Conversely, carnivorous dinosaurs were kept in designated enclosures surrounded by high-tension electric fences and barbed wire. Lin Yue ran ahead, eager to reach the enclosure, holding the ferocious Tyrannosaurus Rex. He passed by areas inhabited by Triceratops, Brachiosaurus, and Apatosaurus. Upon reaching an intersection, Lin Yue saw many tourists appearing excited, each holding cameras and rushing toward a distant hillside. Lin Yue hurriedly followed behind. Just then he noticed a woman in a white work uniform running towards him. Familiar with the film's plot, Lin Yue recognized her immediately as Zora, the personal assistant of the island's executive Blair. Blair's 2 nephews were on vacation on the island, and she had arranged for her assistant Zora to accompany the 2 children in the amusement park. Zora was the only person Lin Yue recognized, so he quickly approached her. "Hello, are you Zora? I saw your photo on the staff display board here before. Hello, how can I help you? Everyone is running up the hillside. What are they going to see? My previous research wasn't thorough, and I don't have a map, so I'm not very clear. The enclosure on the hillside holds the Tyrannosaurus Rex, and it's currently noon, which is feeding time for the Tyrannosaurus Rex, so the tourists are going to watch." "Okay, thank you. You're welcome. By the way, have you seen 2 children, one around 13 years old, and the other about 7 or 8, both boys?" Lin Yue certainly knew that the 2 boys Zora mentioned were the ones who in the movie wandered deep into the forest, and however he indeed had not seen them since earlier. Lin Yue shook his head. Zora politely nodded and hurriedly ran off to a nearby path, appearing quite flustered. Lin Yue quickly followed the crowd up the hillside, curious about what the ferocious Tyrannosaurus Rex, which was even more savage than the regular T-Rex, looked like. However, unlike the others, Lin Yue remained calm, knowing that this Tyrannosaurus Rex was the source of the catastrophic disaster depicted in the movie. Lin Yue ran swiftly, with his military fitness and the various physical training he had imposed on himself recently, he felt no fatigue, even while climbing uphill. At the top of the hill there was a large enclosure about 500 meters in diameter surrounded by a 50-meter-high A complete circle of sky bridges had been constructed around the enclosure. At this moment, it was filled with tourists eagerly awaiting the thrilling scene of the Tyrannosaurus Rex feeding. As everyone watched, they excitedly discussed. I heard that this Tyrannosaurus Rex is a new species nearly 15 meters long and even more terrifying than the regular Trex. The Trex has relatively short front limbs and relies on its tail to maintain balance, but this Tyrannosaurus Rex has powerful front limbs and greater body balance. I heard they initially bred 2 Tyrannosaurus Rexes, but shortly after birth this one in the enclosure devoured the other. TSK. Look, they've put a cow inside. The cow is running wildly in the dinosaur enclosure. It's strange, why hasn't the Tyrannosaurus Rex come out after the cow has been running for so long? Just as Lin Yue followed everyone's gaze around the enclosure, he heard alarms sounding. Ding ding ding. Alarm. The Tyrannosaurus Rex has disappeared. The Tyrannosaurus Rex has vanished. Infrared detection has not found the Tyrannosaurus Rex. The helicopter has patrolled above twice and has not spotted the Tyrannosaurus Rex figure. Requesting support from the security team, requesting assistance from the security team. Before Lin Yue could push his way to the front of the crowd, he heard the sound of an alarm. His heart sank, realizing that the catastrophic scene from the movie was about to unfold. He quickly squeezed out of the crowd to take a look. The area was filled with tourists. Telling them about the impending danger would be futile. No one would believe Lin Yue. In the middle of the overpass, Lin Yue spotted the movie's protagonist, Owen. Owen was an expert in studying animal behavior. He specialized in communicating with dinosaurs, particularly raptors. Lin Yue hurriedly pushed his way over to Owen, hoping to give him a warning. The brutal Tyrannosaurus Rex had not vanished within the park. It possessed snake genes that allowed it to regulate its body temperature, blending in with the environment, rendering infrared detectors ineffective. It also had chameleon genes, enabling it to camouflage itself, making it invisible to helicopters flying. After pushing through several meters, the crowd was simply too dense. Lin Yue shouted loudly to Owen, "Owen, tell them not to go in. The brutal Tyrannosaurus Rex is still in the park. Its skin can change color and regulate temperature." Owen appeared momentarily stunned, not immediately processing Lin Yue's words. Some nearby tourists excitedly watching heard Lin Yue's words and turned to give him disdainful looks. Who is this person from the Celestial Empire? Does he really think he understands dinosaurs? Can dinosaurs change color? Can they control their body temperature? Haha. Laughter erupted around him. Even some heavily armed guards wore expressions of disdain. We are all armed to the teeth. Even if a Tyrannosaurus Rex shows up, as long as it gets hit by so many tranquilizer guns, it will collapse. You could go up and cut off a leg without it being able to resist. Haha. Crack crack. Boom boom. Lin Yue knew that the entrance to the dinosaur park beneath the overpass had already been opened. Next, 30 armed mercenaries rushed into the park to begin their search. They maintained a combat formation. Once inside, one small team went left, another right, and a third team in the center, each raising their tranquilizer guns in front of them. Seeing this scene, Lin Yue realized it was already too late. His hopes of collecting the brutal Tyrannosaurus Rex's teeth at minimal cost were dashed. The creature was about to charge out. Without delay, Lin Yue grabbed the railing of the overpass and leaped outward, landing in a perfect half squat to cushion his fall. Out of humanitarian spirit, Lin Yue had already given a warning. But when that warning proved useless, all he could do was ensure his own survival as quickly as possible. Lin Yue was not a bad person, but he was no saint either. No human stood a chance against the brutal Tyrannosaurus Rex. To complete the system's tasks, he could only choose to outsmart rather than confront it head-on. After jumping off the overpass, Lin Yue quickly scanned the surroundings and spotted a towering tree about 400 meters to his right, reaching a height of 100 meters. It was covered with leaves larger than a human body, casting a vast shadow. In the current environment, the dinosaur was the most dangerous species on the island, far more perilous than the mercenaries with ulterior motives. Lin Yue ran away quickly. Meanwhile, the movie's protagonist Owen had been intently watching the brutal Tyrannosaurus Rex enclosure. Suddenly, he heard Lin Yue call his name from the overpass, and Owen instinctively turned to look at him. Owen was unaware of the genes within the brutal Tyrannosaurus Rex, so he did not grasp the meaning of Lin Yue's warning. After Lin Yue finished speaking, he suddenly leaped down from the overpass, moving with remarkable agility, then rushed towards the distant tree at great speed. Owen, looking puzzled, nervously gazed back at the brutal Tyrannosaurus Rex's enclosure. The mercenary team had already rushed into the innermost area. Various voices came through Owen's walkie-talkie. Report to headquarters, the eastern area has been searched, no sign of the brutal Tyrannosaurus Rex. Report to headquarters, the western area has been searched, no sign of the brutal Tyrannosaurus Rex. Report to headquarters, all areas in the center have been searched, no signs found. Continue searching or withdraw immediately if found. The internal tracking device should only be activated in case of an emergency. It will go berserk from electrical stimulation. Owen stood anxiously on the overpass overlooking the park. At that moment he suddenly recalled Lin Yue's warning the brutal Tyrannosaurus Rex could regulate its body temperature, allowing it to evade infrared detectors, and its skin could change color to blend into the environment. Owen's heart sank. He shouted into the walkie-talkie, "Retreat quickly." Now, the mercenaries hearing Owen's shout were utterly confused. At that moment the leader of the right team suddenly noticed a grayish-white stone by the wall that moved. The massive stone, identical in color to the wall, continued to move forward 2 meters. Everyone saw it clearly. That grayish-white stone was the brutal Tyrannosaurus Rex. They all panicked, covering their mouths with their hands, their hearts racing. The brutal Tyrannosaurus Rex had camouflaged itself to match the wall perfectly. The nearest mercenary was so terrified he forgot to shoot, trembling to the point of nearly collapsing. Suddenly the brutal Tyrannosaurus Rex's massive jaws opened midair and came down with a snap. Crunch, crunch. The mercenary was bitten in half, blood splattering everywhere. Chaos erupted on the overpass. Tourists rushed to escape, many were jostled, and some accidentally fell from the other end of the overpass into the dinosaur park. In the headquarters, Commander Blair observed all of this. Dressed in a fitted white suit and short skirt, she appeared. Quick, close the entrance to the brutal Tyrannosaurus Rex enclosure. No, Commander, there are still 30 mercenaries inside. Follow my orders, quickly seal the park. Hurry. If it gets out, it won't just be 30 dead. Thousands will perish. No one knows it better than I do. It's a monster. Understood. Close the gate. The commander on the overpass decisively gave the order. Boom, boom. Just as the entrance to the park began to close slowly, suddenly the brutal Tyrannosaurus Rex charged toward the entrance. At the moment the door was about to close, its 50-ton body collided directly with the door that was supposed to shut. With a loud crash, the ferocious Tyrannosaurus Rex slammed into the iron gate. The gate, which was in the process of closing, became malfunctioning from the impact. The ferocious Tyrannosaurus Rex struck again with its head and neck. The bridge above shook violently. A blonde woman fell directly from the bridge. The ferocious Tyrannosaurus Rex turned to look at the sound, opening its massive jaws wide. Creak. Sizzle. The blonde woman was swallowed whole, torn into pieces. It howled excitedly, its voice startling the herbivorous dinosaurs outside into a panicked flight. With a crack, the ferocious Tyrannosaurus Rex swung, its tail smashing through the sturdy, synthetic metal door. It then charged out. Lin Yue had already climbed up a tree about 100 meters high in the distance, standing on a branch approximately 30 meters above the ground. He had witnessed the ferocious nature of the Tyrannosaurus Rex while watching the film. As a newly synthesized species with many genes combined, it had no concept of racial memory, no instinct to stop its killing after satisfying its hunger. The genetically engineered Tyrannosaurus Rex was bloodthirsty, perceiving all living beings as enemies. It was utterly fearless. It killed everything in sight. The Tyrannosaurus Rex measured a full 15 meters in length and weighed at least 50 tons. With a massive paw, it stomped down on a car, crushing it into the ground, instantly flattening 2 tourists who had been. Many tourists on the bridge had not managed to escape. The ferocious Tyrannosaurus Rex smashed through the bridge. It devoured anyone who fell from above. After completely crushing a person's body, it tossed the remains aside, showing no interest in the flesh, only relishing the act of killing. The herbivorous dinosaurs like the Brachiosaurus, Apatosaurus, and Triceratops on the grass outside were all terrified, fleeing in all directions. The Triceratops that couldn't escape were all caught by the ferocious Tyrannosaurus Rex, which bit their necks, and they fell to the ground, meeting a tragic end. Some remaining security personnel in the park were standing at a distance with tranquilizer guns, beginning to shoot at the ferocious Tyrannosaurus Rex. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The tranquilizer darts flew like bullets toward the ferocious Tyrannosaurus Rex. However, despite its massive size, it was surprisingly agile. Most of the tranquilizers missed as it dodged them, and only 2 or 3 struck it, seemingly having no effect. Lin Yue took a deep breath upon witnessing this. The ferocious Tyrannosaurus Rex contained the genes of a velociraptor, making it incredibly agile and vicious. In less than 10 seconds, it had already bitten to death more than 10 mercenaries armed with guns. The entrance of the park was filled with corpses, and blood flowed like a river, a scene of utter carnage. A heavy Brachiosaurus charged down the mountain. The ferocious Tyrannosaurus Rex suddenly raised its head. It fixed its fierce gaze on the Brachiosaurus, its bloodthirsty nature disregarding the latter's size as it charged forward. It could reach a speed of 50 kilometers per hour. The heavy Brachiosaurus had not run 100 meters before it was caught up with. As the ferocious Tyrannosaurus Rex charged, its powerful hind legs stomped on the ground. It opened its massive jaws and bit down on the Brachiosaurus' neck. The Brachiosaurus struggled and let out a mournful cry, blood flowing down its long neck. Its limbs flailed on the ground in a desperate struggle, yet it received no sympathy from the Tyrannosaurus Rex. Sizzle. The ferocious Tyrannosaurus Rex tore off a large chunk of flesh from the Brachiosaurus' neck. Its trachea was ripped open. In a bloody scene within 30 seconds, the Brachiosaurus collapsed with a thunderous crash, smashing down a 10-meter-high tree beneath it. Lin Yue, witnessing this from a distance, was also filled with shock. This ruthless beast was truly terrifying. Humans seemed like mere ants in its presence. Suddenly, Lin Yue saw Owen jump down from the bridge in the park, sprinting toward the trees where Lin Yue was hiding. The ferocious Tyrannosaurus Rex, having just killed the Brachiosaurus, immediately detected Owen's presence with its keen hearing. The ferocious Tyrannosaurus Rex madly charged toward Owen. In a moment of urgency, Owen dove beneath it. Yet he was well aware that even hiding under the car, his chances of survival were almost 90 or more. Almost all the cars along the way had been flattened by the ferocious Tyrannosaurus Rex. In despair, he caught sight of Lin Yue's figure atop a large tree beside the car. Owen had initially intended to climb the tree, but abandoned the idea, realizing that doing so would put Lin Yue in danger as well. Lin Yue saw Owen hesitate and signaled to him from above. Owen looked up at Lin Yue with confusion. As Lin Yue gestured a second time, Owen reacted quickly, yanking the fuel line from underneath the car. Thick yellow gasoline gushed out like a fountain from the tank. Owen drenched his face and neck with the gasoline, but after soaking himself, he did not dare to stay under the car. He quickly crawled out from under the car and laid down in the corner of the park's wall. It was at that moment that the ferocious Tyrannosaurus Rex charged over. Roar! Bang bang bang. Its massive paw stomped down, crushing the yellow car into the ground. Lin Yue hid in the tree, holding his breath. He remained completely still. His eyes silently watched below the tree. At that moment, the ferocious Tyrannosaurus Rex was sniffing around Owen. This was Lin Yue's first time seeing the ferocious Tyrannosaurus Rex up close. Its skin, unlike that of other dinosaurs, was a grayish-white color. Its wrinkled patterns and scales were already smeared with blood. Its massive teeth were inches from Owen, with drops of blood from its earlier meal dripping down. After sniffing around Owen for a while, the ferocious Tyrannosaurus Rex failed to detect the scent of fresh flesh. The strong smell of gasoline completely masked Owen's biological scent. The ferocious Tyrannosaurus Rex raised its head again, gazing into the vast forest ahead, then sprinted away. Lin Yue watched the rampaging Tyrannosaurus Rex until it vanished from sight. His anxious heart gradually relaxed. Humanity always yearns to explore the unknown, yet fails to realize that before they can fully control it, such pursuits often lead to catastrophic disaster. In their quest for desire and wealth, humans often engage in explorations that exceed their instincts, giving rise to vicious cycles, the most typical being viruses. As for the ferocious Tyrannosaurus Rex, it did not belong to the Jurassic ecosystem. It was entirely different from other dinosaurs. A balanced ecosystem consists of herbivores, carnivores, scavengers, microorganisms, and more. Yet the ferocious Tyrannosaurus Rex would mercilessly kill any living being that came before it with no natural enemies. This led to a catastrophic disaster for the entire Jurassic ecosystem. As Lin Yue descended from the tree, he could already hear distant screams of dinosaurs and tourists echoing from the forest. The nightmare of the Jurassic world had begun. Lin Yue had just jumped down from the tree. He saw that Owen had removed his t-shirt and was cleaning the gasoline off his. He ran up to Lin Yue. "Thank you. You're welcome. I should have listened to you earlier, but honestly my words wouldn't have mattered. Those mercenaries wouldn't listen to me at all." Owen, feeling dejected, turned his head again to look at the human and dinosaur corpses scattered everywhere, a sense of apocalyptic fear rising within him. With a painful expression on his face, he said, "I am Owen. I don't know how you know me. Who are you?" "My name. I saw your research on animal dinosaur behavior and communication with humans in a magazine before. Lin Yue, I feel you must not be an ordinary tourist. From your earlier prophetic behavior and the exceptional agility with which you jumped down from that bridge and climbed the tree, no ordinary special forces soldier could match you. Why are you here?" "I came to this Jurassic Park, so of course I am here to visit. Am I supposed to single-handedly steal a dinosaur?" Owen, despite his nervousness, chuckled and said, "I was just asking casually. Thanks again for saving me." At that moment, the walkie-talkie strapped to Owen's waist crackled to life. Owen, do you copy? Owen, do you copy? This is Owen. Owen, this is Blair. Please switch to our previous backup channel." Owen skillfully adjusted his walkie-talkie and switched to an encrypted channel 11. "Owen, do you copy?" "Copy. What's the matter?" "Owen, please hand your walkie-talkie to the gentleman next to you." "Thank you." "What?" Both Owen and Lin Yue were somewhat puzzled. The two looked up and around. They saw several cameras on the west wall of the dinosaur park aimed at them. Lin Yue took the walkie-talkie. "What's the matter?" "Hello, I am Blair, the operations manager of Jurassic Park. May I ask who you are?" The image of Claire, the main character in a white uniform and short skirt, flashed in Lin Yue's mind. "I am Lin Yue. I noticed something unusual about you on the surveillance footage during the incident earlier, and I would like to collaborate with you." "What kind of collaboration?" "My two nephews took a spherical sightseeing vehicle deep into the forest. I currently have no way to contact them. I want to request you." "No way. I can pay you any amount. I don't want money." However, I am prepared to venture into the depths of the forest, and if I happen to encounter your nephews, I will bring them back. But if I don't find them, there's nothing I can do. After all, you are also the culprit behind the creation of the Tyrannosaurus Rex. I know. Lin Yue. This is not the time to discuss that. The Tyrannosaurus Rex is already out of control, and I am the only one who knows how terrifying it is. As long as you can go into the woods once, I would be immensely grateful. Lin Yue spoke calmly into the walkie-talkie. I need you to agree to 2 conditions. You say it, I will agree to any conditions. Lin Yue, please tell me. First, I want weapons. Lin Yue, I don't have heavy weaponry here. Those are all controlled by the mercenaries. I don't want heavy firepower. I need tranquilizer guns. The more tranquilizer bullets, the better. I want a Type 95 automatic rifle produced in the Celestial Empire, and 2 daggers. Additionally, I need a heavily armored Humvee. Lin Yue, I can quickly provide the first 3 weapons you mentioned. We also have a few Type 95s on our island. However, I cannot provide you with a Humvee right now. The bulk of the mercenary forces has already departed, taking all the vehicles with them. I understand. Where can I get the... Have Owen take you, he knows the place. Alright. In the current situation, Lin Yue had no choice but to cooperate with Blair to quickly obtain weapons and ensure his survival in this world. Owen clearly understood the severity of the situation. He did not waste any time, and quickly stood up, rushing forward with Lin Yue towards the command center building. At this moment, the entire Jurassic Park was in chaos. The rampage of the Tyrannosaurus Rex had frightened many large herbivores, causing them to flee in all directions. In the process of their stampede, they damaged the park's fencing that originally contained the carnivorous dinosaurs, leading many of them to break free from their confinement. As Lin Yue and Owen ran towards the command center, various commands and adjustments continuously crackled from... According to the tracking device on the Tyrannosaurus Rex, it is moving northeast in Jurassic Park. The mercenary captain has led 300 mercenaries towards the northeast for mobilization. The tourists are organizing a large-scale evacuation. Currently, nearly 1,000 tourists within the area are still unaccounted for. The situation is critical. The park's security personnel are closing the gates to their respective areas. Close them quickly. Especially in the area where the pterosaurs are, there must be no incidents. Just as this statement came through the walkie-talkie, Lin Yue heard a series of sharp screeches echoing in the sky from a distance behind him to his right. Lin Yue turned his head for a glance. He saw a dense swarm of pterosaurs bursting forth from the northeastern park's barbed wire, soaring straight into the clouds. At this moment, Lin Yue and Owen were both astonished. Owen sighed softly. This is bad. It's over. The ferocious Tyrannosaurus has invaded the pterosaur territory. As soon as pterosaurs came to mind, the information he had studied flashed in Lin Yue's mind. In the Jurassic world, pterosaurs reached about 3 meters in length, with an incredibly strong grip in their wings, capable of dragging a person into the sky to be torn apart. Their sharp beaks could penetrate directly into a person's head, a terrifying power. Lin Yue ran, while silently reciting in his heart. This mission assigned by the system to experience the ferocity of the Tyrannosaurus is truly brutal. One misstep could mean instant death. No wonder this mission is classified as difficult. Upon reaching the west entrance of the command hall, Blair, dressed in a white suit, was already waiting outside on the lawn. Seeing Lin Yue and Owen, she hurriedly ran over, but after just 5 steps, her right high heel twisted, causing her to stumble. Nervously, Blair took off her high heels and tossed them aside, running over barefoot. I truly beg you, Lin Yue. Please find my 2 nephews. I will agree to anything. I can give you all the money I earn. I never expected such a disaster to happen on their first visit. What about what I wanted? It's all here. Although I couldn't find the Hummer command vehicle, this Chevrolet should be able to help you. Lin Yue glanced at the Chevrolet. It seemed to be a new model, but was not an off-road vehicle with a chassis that was too low. It could manage on flat grass, but would become useless on hills or rough terrain. However, there was no time for alternatives. The situation was urgent. They would have to make do. As the car door opened, he noticed a 95 automatic rifle, 2 daggers, and a tranquilizer launcher in the passenger seat. Owen knocked on the car door and shouted to Lin Yue. I thought of a way to track the ferocious Tyrannosaurus. He'll go find the velociraptors for help. He'll be back soon. Lin Yue, be careful. Blair anxiously opened the back door, just about to get in. Lin Yue waved his hand at her. Don't follow me. You won't be of any help. Instead, you would become a burden. If you don't want your nephews to die, stay inside the command hall. As the operations supervisor of Jurassic Park, Blair had never been spoken to this way. Yet needing Lin Yue's help, she opened her mouth, but couldn't find the words. Give me your walkie-talkie on your waist, and keep an eye on the information from various places in the command hall to report back to me. Okay. I understand. Thank you, Lin Yue. Thank you. Blair nodded anxiously, hands clasped in a gesture of respect. In the next second, the car roared to life as Lin Yue floored the accelerator, leaping toward the depths of the distant forest. The grassland was covered in a variety of fern-like plants. Wherever the car passed, various dinosaur corpses lay scattered, particularly the herbivorous dinosaurs that had met a gruesome end. The wounds on these dead dinosaurs were telling. The ferocious Tyrannosaurus would often deliver a deadly blow to the neck with its teeth or claws, incredibly ruthless. Along the way there lay a brachiosaurus measuring 25 meters in length. Its neck had been bitten in half by the ferocious Tyrannosaurus, completely severing it from the body. Because the Chevrolet had a low chassis, it became completely useless by the time they reached the forest's edge. Inside the car, Lin Yue quickly armed himself with the surrounding weapons. He donned a black ammunition pouch. The right pocket contained 2 boxes of tranquilizers totaling 30 vials. The lower right pocket held 100 rounds of 95 automatic rifle ammunition. Additionally, 2 daggers were sheathed on either side of the ammunition pouch. Having prepared everything, Lin Yue swiftly jumped out. He held a 95 automatic rifle and plunged in. The forest, dense with ferns and coniferous trees, appeared lush and verdant. The primitive forest conditions of this Jurassic world were extremely harsh. As soon as Lin Yue stepped into the woods, a humid rainforest atmosphere enveloped him. He moved towards the northeast. The main objective was to see if he could seize an opportunity to snatch the Tyrannosaurus teeth, while the mercenaries dealt with it, thus completing the mission. Secondly, if he encountered Blair's 2 nephews, he would provide some assistance, but only under circumstances that did not threaten his own life. Suddenly, a rustling sound came from the dense forest in front of Lin Yue. Following that, a sound of footsteps like raindrops approached. Lin Yue deduced that a large group of dinosaurs was heading toward him, and judging by the sound, these dinosaurs should be relatively small. Without a second thought, Lin Yue quickly grabbed a nearby tree and jumped up to climb its branches, stepping up a few times to reach about 6 meters high. In the forest, one should never attempt to outrun these dinosaurs. Humans can never match their speed, especially not the larger dinosaurs. At this moment, one after another, a series of Compsognathus burst out from the woods. Their size appeared slightly smaller than what Lin Yue had read in the materials. They measured about 2 meters in length, and with their agile legs they raced across the ground at astonishing speed. The herbivorous Compsognathus generally played a minor role in the entire Jurassic world. Their frantic escape suggested a terrible threat behind them. Without hesitation, Lin Yue continued to climb up the tree, reaching about 4 meters higher. At this point, he was a full 9 meters above the ground. Ordinary carnivorous dinosaurs could not reach this height. As long as he hid well and was not discovered, he would basically be safe. Crack crack. Several small trees were knocked down. A massive brown figure appeared before Lin Yue, about 10 meters long and 4 meters tall, with a crest on its back resembling a comb. Based on this characteristic, Lin Yue immediately identified it as the carnivorous dinosaur Spinosaurus. Lin Yue held his breath. Such a large dinosaur could easily topple the tree he was hiding behind if it discovered him. The Spinosaurus dashed past the tree he was hiding behind. Lin Yue had just relaxed a bit. Suddenly, the Spinosaurus had an extremely keen sense of smell. It instantly turned its head, fixating its gaze on Lin Yue in the tree. In that moment, Lin Yue no longer hesitated and immediately stood up. Without hesitation, he quickly jumped from the branch. As the trees were relatively close, Lin Yue leaped onto another tree 2 meters away. As he grasped the trunk with both hands and steadied himself, the massive tail of the Spinosaurus crashed down on the tree he had just been hiding in. The roots of the tree cracked loudly and began to topple. At that moment, Lin Yue raised the tranquilizer launcher and aimed it at the Spinosaurus. With a swift sound, a tranquilizer dart was injected into the neck of the Spinosaurus. This tranquilizer had a potent calming effect, and for smaller dinosaurs it took effect almost instantly. In the Jurassic world, even a slightly increased dosage of this tranquilizer could lead to cardiac and respiratory failure in dinosaurs, showcasing its power. However, after Lin Yue fired this tranquilizer dart, the enormous avian dinosaur continued to charge forward recklessly. Lin Yue ran a few steps along the tree trunk, then leaped up, grasping the branch of another tree, and with a powerful roll of his abdomen effortlessly landed on another tree. After being hit by the tranquilizer, the Spinosaurus rampaged through the forest with its neck and tail. Many surrounding trees were knocked down. Its powerful tail swung directly, smashing 2 fleeing theropods that resembled chickens. As the Spinosaurus locked onto Lin Yue again, Lin Yue quickly raised the tranquilizer launcher. With a swift shot, the tranquilizer dart struck the Spinosaurus in the abdomen, but it continued to leap forward hastily. Fortunately, the dense trees allowed it to move easily among them. Lin Yue employed the same method, firing 5 tranquilizer darts into the Spinosaurus. It was only after he advanced another 50 meters that he heard the sound of the Spinosaurus crashing to the ground behind him. The effectiveness of the tranquilizer was indeed impressive, but this Spinosaurus was not particularly intelligent, and its movements were somewhat clumsy. Thus, it was easily hit by the tranquilizer launcher, a feat that would be difficult with a more ferocious Tyrannosaurus. Just as Lin Yue jumped down from a tree in front of him, he spotted a group of about 30 mercenaries driving 5 Hummer SUVs deeper into the forest. Lin Yue quickly ran behind these mercenaries. This way they could block the rampaging Tyrannosaurus, first allowing Lin Yue to prepare before danger struck. Due to the dense trees, the SUVs did not move quickly through the woods. Half an hour later, the 5 Hummers came to. The front mercenaries armed with guns got out of the vehicles. They searched as they walked forward, shouting into their radios. "Boss, we've reached the location of the tracking device for the rampaging Tyrannosaurus and are moving forward to locate the target." Search in this vicinity. The tracking signal disappeared here 2 minutes ago. Remember, 5 darts are generally sufficient for large dinosaurs, but we haven't tested it on the rampaging Tyrannosaurus. Make sure not to overdose it to the point of cardiac failure, as it is a valuable tool for generating income. Lin Yue was originally hiding behind a tree 5 meters behind the Hummer. Upon hearing the soldiers' conversation, Lin Yue immediately sensed something was amiss. At this moment it was too late to climb a tree. The rampaging Tyrannosaurus could camouflage itself, and was highly intelligent, potentially appearing anywhere. In a moment of urgency, Lin Yue rolled forward and tucked himself beneath the Hummer. The priority for the dinosaur's attack was moving organisms, so the Hummer was not its primary target for trampling. Lin Yue quietly observed everything. He understood that the tracking device mentioned earlier was a red tracking device implanted beneath the skin of every dinosaur on Jurassic Island capable of detecting their locations. However, in the original film, the rampaging Tyrannosaurus had developed an extraordinary level of intelligence, realizing its movements were being tracked by the device within its body. It bit off the piece of flesh containing the tracking device and set a trap for the mercenaries pursuing it, luring them in for a hunt. Lin Yue felt that the scene before him was eerily familiar. Thus he immediately hid to avoid danger. Indeed, within 30 seconds, an urgent report from the mercenaries came through the radio. Report to headquarters. The rampaging Tyrannosaurus has removed the tracking device from its body. All we found was a piece of rotten flesh. What? How is that possible? How could it know? This is unbelievable. As soon as Lin Yue heard this, he immediately turned off the sound on his radio. He lay beneath the Hummer, pressing his hands against the ground, holding his breath. Lin Yue knew that the rampaging Tyrannosaurus had likely concealed itself within the surrounding forest and could attack at any moment. If it did charge at the Hummer, Lin Yue would need to seize the opportunity to roll out before it trampled over the vehicle. Thump thump. Lin Yue could almost hear his own heartbeat. Humans were truly fragile in the face of nature's primal forces. Suddenly Lin Yue felt a slight tremor coming from the trees on the right front side of the Hummer. Only by lying on the ground could he hear it so distinctly. This rampaging Tyrannosaurus was indeed a bug-level existence. Each time it appeared, it would stomp the ground with thunderous force to assert its dominance, announcing its arrival to all creatures. Yet this rampaging Tyrannosaurus moved with such stealth. It was impossible to know from which direction it would strike. Beneath the vehicle, Lin Yue fixed his gaze on the trees to the right front. In his mind, he softly murmured, collecting senses of the rampaging Tyrannosaurus. Suddenly, Lin Yue saw the tail of the rampaging Tyrannosaurus sweep past in the thicket on the right front, its emerald green skin morphing into a grayish white. Then the terrifying 15-meter-long body of the rampaging Tyrannosaurus emerged from the trees. A mercenary holding a gun, oblivious to its presence, was searching with his back turned. The rampaging Tyrannosaurus opened its massive jaws and descended from above. Roar! With a crunch, the mercenary was bitten into its mouth, and the immense biting force along with countless teeth quickly reduced him to a pulp. Blood dripped from its jaws onto the ground. The other mercenaries were horrified. In their panic, they raised their guns and tranquilizer launchers to start shooting. Tat tat tat. Whoosh whoosh. The bullets could penetrate the skin of the rampaging Tyrannosaurus, but only inflicted minor surface wounds, provoking its wrath instead. The mercenaries holding tranquilizer launchers failed to hit it. Bang! The rampaging Tyrannosaurus crushed one mercenary underfoot. While the mercenaries were shooting, Lin Yue quickly poked his head out from beneath the vehicle, looking for an opportunity. The rampaging Tyrannosaurus was focused on the mercenaries in front, giving Lin Yue a chance on its side. Lin Yue loaded the tranquilizer launcher and aimed. With a swift sound, a tranquilizer dart shot out, embedding itself in the neck of the rampaging Tyrannosaurus. In that moment, the rampaging Tyrannosaurus let out another furious roar, swinging its massive head to glare at Lin Yue. Lin Yue hid beneath the last vehicle as the rampaging Tyrannosaurus swung, its tail flipping the front. Tat tat tat. The mercenaries fired again. The rampaging Tyrannosaurus charged wildly towards them. Lin Yue emerged from beneath the vehicle, seizing the opportunity to aim once more. Whoosh! A tranquilizer dart pierced into the thigh of the rampaging Tyrannosaurus. The mercenaries, numbering over 30, were almost instantly reduced to mere limbs and shattered bodies by its vicious assault. Lin Yue seized the opportunity to fire 2 tranquilizer darts again, but they were all evaded. Lin Yue no longer hesitated and dashed into the dense forest to escape. After running 30 meters, his figure was completely concealed by the trees. However, after slaughtering the mercenaries, the ferocious Tyrannosaurus turned its gaze towards Lin Yue's fleeing direction. A thunderous roar startled dozens of pterosaurs that had just landed above the forest, causing them to flee in panic. The Tyrannosaurus, guided by its keen sense of smell, began to pursue Lin Yue frantically. Lin Yue chose to run in the densely wooded areas. While the Tyrannosaurus charged forward, it collided with trees, severely hampering its speed. Lin Yue's heartbeat quickened and adrenaline surged through him. He had never experienced such a heart-pounding scene. Being chased by a Tyrannosaurus weighing over 50 tons, this was truly exhilarating. Lin Yue had hit it with 3 tranquilizer darts, but the Tyrannosaurus had a plethora of excellent dinosaur genes, enabling a rapid metabolism. In a short time, the 3 tranquilizer darts had shown no effect whatsoever. Given the circumstances earlier, Lin Yue could only manage to hit it 3 times. He had done his utmost. Had he recklessly fired more shots earlier, the Tyrannosaurus might have focused all its attention on him. At that point, the mercenaries might survive, but his life would undoubtedly come to an end. Lin Yue fled frantically through the forest, having already heard the footsteps of the Tyrannosaurus approaching. He had no choice but to leave the Hummer behind. Driving in the dense forest was akin to seeking death. Roar! Bang bang bang. The Tyrannosaurus was closing in. 100 meters. 50 meters. Its speed was astonishing. Lin Yue reached the edge of a cliff, maintaining his speed, and without hesitation, he leaped into the abyss. The Tyrannosaurus lunged forward, its jaws snapping in midair. Lin Yue lunged towards the massive trees growing below the cliff, gripping tightly with both hands. Roar! The Tyrannosaurus stood at the cliff's edge, letting out an angry roar that made Lin Yue's ears ring with pain. This creature is truly terrifying. Lin Yue glanced back upward. The Tyrannosaurus' enormous menacing teeth were exposed with blood dripping down, creating a horrifying scene. Lin Yue dared not delay. He feared that the Tyrannosaurus might impulsively leap from the cliff, which would lead to disaster. He slid down the straight coniferous tree. It took him 20 minutes to reach the bottom. These trees were truly tall. Upon landing in the valley, Lin Yue's eyes immediately spotted the transparent observation ball of Brian's 2 nephews. The observation ball had been trampled to a pulp by the dinosaurs long ago. However, there was no sign of the 2 nephews nearby. In the tropical rainforest, muddy ground easily revealed footprints. Lin Yue followed the footprints for about a kilometer, sweating profusely. He pulled out a bottle of water and a compressed food bar from his ammo pouch. He quickly replenished his energy. In such a place, if you were to collapse, there were 1,000 ways in the Jurassic forest for creatures to dismember you. Rustle, rustle. A slight noise came from the stones beside him. Lin Yue instinctively took a step back, quickly drawing his dagger and gripping it tightly. As the dried branches and leaves were being disturbed, a red centipede about half a meter long crawled out. A half-meter-long centipede. This Jurassic world is truly bizarre. Rustle, rustle. Another disturbance came from beneath the layer of leaves in front of Lin Yue. Lin Yue seized the initiative, leaping forward and stepping on the head of a blood-colored centipede, thrusting his knife into its 7-inch mark. As the centipede writhed, Lin Yue's knife sliced downwards, its green fluid spilling everywhere. In a blink, several gigantic centipedes surged towards him, and Lin Yue jumped to the side. He saw that all the centipedes were rushing towards the corpse of the deceased centipede, beginning to gnaw at it. Lin Yue let out a sigh of relief and quickly ran forward. After running for about 15 minutes, Lin Yue suddenly heard a cry for help from the right side of the forest. This voice was unmistakably that of a young boy. It seemed to be that of Blair's nephew. Lin Yue turned and ran about 200 meters deeper into the woods. He quickly spotted Blair's 2 nephews. The 2 children were currently crouched on a 4-meter-high tree branch. Surrounding them were nearly 100 velociraptors. Velociraptors are relatively small, each measuring about 20 centimeters in length. However, they are extremely ferocious carnivorous dinosaurs. In the movie Jurassic Park, a little girl at the beginning was nearly devoured by these velociraptors. Blair's 2 nephews spotted Lin Yue emerging from the woods. Seeing him, they seemed to find hope and shouted loudly, "Sir, help. Save us. Sir, please." As the hundreds of velociraptors surrounded Lin Yue, they all bared their teeth and crawled. Although these dinosaurs individually lacked deadly power and could be easily dealt with by a person, when they attacked in droves it would become a nightmare. Screech. A velociraptor leaped from the ground, lunging at Lin Yue. Lin Yue quickly stepped back, gripping a dagger at his waist in an instant. With a swift motion, the dagger sliced across the velociraptor's neck. He directly killed the velociraptor, sending it crashing to the ground. Lin Yue refrained from using his Type 95 assault rifle, as that would easily attract the Tyrannosaurus. He also did not use the tranquilizer gun, as the tranquilizers were limited. The number of velociraptors was overwhelming. Another velociraptor sprang up. Lin Yue dodged to the side, once more thrusting his knife into the velociraptor's neck. Blair's nephew watched this scene with delight on his face. "Awesome. That's amazing. Are you Blair's nephews?" Yes. There are just too many of these veloc. What should we do?" "I will count to 3. You quickly come down and run in the direction behind me." "Got it." "Understood, sir." Lin Yue swung his dagger in front of him, forcing back the numerous velociraptors. These velociraptors were densely packed, surrounding the area. There was no way to deal with them with just a knife. Lin Yue took down his Type 95 assault rifle from his back. With a click, he pulled the bolt, chambering around. 1, 2, 3. Lin Yue opened fire. Tat, tat, tat. The concentrated fire from the Type 95 assault rifle instantly killed 7 or 8 velociraptors. The remaining velociraptors began to retreat. However, at that moment the sound of gunfire echoed. From about a kilometer away, a tremendous roar of the ferocious Tyrannosaurus suddenly echoed through the air. Lin Yue lay his 95 type automatic rifle against his hand and swiftly turned to follow his two nephews as they fled forward in a frenzy. The three had barely charged forward for 300 meters. Behind them, numerous large trees were being knocked down. The ferocious Tyrannosaurus Rex burst out from the dense forest drawn by Lin Yue's sense seeking vengeance. The ferocious Tyrannosaurus let out a thunderous roar directed at Lin Yue. Hundreds of beautiful velociraptors in the forest were frightened into a frenzy. Lin Yue turned around, fleeing backward while flinging his hand. He aimed the tranquilizer gun. With a whoosh, a tranquilizer dart flew out. The Tyrannosaurus Rex tilted its body to the right as it turned its eyes. The tranquilizer dart brushed past its back. Although the two children were not fast, they were remarkably agile. Especially within the dense forest, they darted back and forth. Lin Yue directly raised the 95 type automatic rifle to aim. Ta-ta-ta-ta. Bullets flew backward, continuously shooting at the ferocious Tyrannosaurus Rex. At that moment, a sound of an engine echoed from the forest path on the right. Lin Yue glanced over and saw Owen and Blair driving a Hummer racing out of the woods. "Sir, over here. The car." The two boys shouted at Lin Yue, desperately running towards the Hummer. While running towards the Hummer, Lin Yue fired his gun. Ta-ta-ta-ta. Bullets flew out incessantly. After 4 years in the military, Lin Yue was very familiar with this 95 type automatic rifle. Each shot felt incredibly satisfying. Although these bullets inflicted negligible harm to the ferocious Tyrannosaurus Rex, they could still limit its speed. As soon as the magazine was empty, the ferocious Tyrannosaurus Rex charged out of the forest. Lin Yue quickly jumped up and landed on top of the Hummer. "Let's go." Owen slammed on the gas pedal, speeding the Hummer out of the woods. This stretch of road was slightly better, and as the Hummer raced, it gradually distanced itself from the ferocious Tyrannosaurus Rex by 50 meters, 100 meters, 200 meters. "Owen, didn't you say you were going to bring the velociraptors? Where are they?" Lin Yue remembered that the velociraptors could also hinder the ferocious Tyrannosaurus Rex. "Lin Yue, don't even mention the velociraptors. They are completely useless and have instead been turned by the ferocious Tyrannosaurus Rex," Owen shouted at Blair while driving. "You used the genes of the velociraptors on the ferocious Tyrannosaurus Rex. Once they communicated, all the training I had done was instantly reversed." Owen slammed the steering wheel in frustration. Blair lowered his head, not daring to say a word. Owen continued to complain, his face turning green with anger. "This is truly outrageous, disregarding the safety of the people on the island. This ferocious Tyrannosaurus Rex is now impossible to deal with. Who knows how bad it will get." Lin Yue, sitting on top of the Hummer, took out the tranquilizer gun to reload with more darts. The vehicle had exited the forest and was now on the grass, surrounded by various dinosaur corpses. The movement of the Hummer was completely restricted. Owen was driving slower and slower. Meanwhile, the ferocious Tyrannosaurus Rex was getting closer. 100 meters, 80 meters, 50 meters. Once within range of the tranquilizer gun, Lin Yue aimed instantly. With a whoosh, a tranquilizer dart shot out. Just as the ferocious Tyrannosaurus Rex attempted to dodge, Lin Yue shot another dart. This one struck directly into its neck. The ferocious Tyrannosaurus Rex let out a roar, chasing even faster. Owen drove the off-road vehicle over a triceratops, causing the vehicle to bounce wildly. Lin Yue's body tilted to the side, almost falling off. He grasped the overhead bar of the off-road vehicle with his right hand and pulled himself back onto the roof. The ferocious Tyrannosaurus Rex was only 30 meters away. In dire straits, Lin Yue aimed again, and the tranquilizer dart hit its abdomen. "Blair, how effective is your tranquilizer? I've already hit the ferocious Tyrannosaurus Rex several times. Why isn't there any reaction?" The genes within the ferocious Tyrannosaurus Rex are extremely powerful. Its blood flow and metabolism are particularly fast. To bring it down completely, at least 10 darts are needed. Plunk. The vehicle jolted again. As Lin Yue's body flipped, he used his arm to push himself up and stood on top of the vehicle. He aimed the tranquilizer gun again and shot, hitting the ferocious Tyrannosaurus Rex's right front thigh. Blair and his two nephews were almost stunned by Lin Yue's skill. "Wow, so cool. Lin Yue, you're even better than a special forces soldier. To shoot one-handed and still aim so accurately is incredible. This skill is indeed impressive. It's my first time seeing a special forces soldier from the Heavenly Dynasty." Lin Yue had nearly exhausted all the tranquilizers he carried. He was certain that nearly 10 tranquilizer darts were embedded in the ferocious Tyrannosaurus Rex. At this moment, it was running while shaking its head, seemingly making a final struggle. It suddenly stopped, opened its massive mouth, and let out a furious roar at the Hummer. Roar. This sound was terrifying. Pterosaurs in the distant forest were frightened and scattered into the sky. Creak. Owen brought the vehicle to. "What's going on?" Blair shouted. "Owen, if we don't escape now, it will be too late. Look ahead, there's a barbed wire fence. This barbed wire is exceptionally sturdy. Our vehicle can't break through, we can only turn around." Owen shouted helplessly. "In such a narrow space, turning around is impossible. And once we do, the ferocious Tyrannosaurus Rex will tear the vehicle to shreds." Oh! The terrifying roar of the ferocious Tyrannosaurus Rex rose again. The tranquilizer was beginning to take effect, and it was making one last desperate charge towards Lin Yue and the others. It seemed ready to trample the vehicle into pieces. Blair and his two nephews turned around, peering through the back window at the charging ferocious Tyrannosaurus Rex. They were terrified to the extreme. What to do? What to do? Going forward won't work and retreating isn't an option. We're done for. At that moment Lin Yue grasped the overhead bar of the vehicle and performed a somersault to the door. He flung the "Get out of the way, you'll drive." Lin Yue, what did you say? I said get out of the way. There's no time. Hurry. As Lin Yue spoke, he forcefully pulled Owen out. Lin Yue jumped into the driver's seat, quickly flooring the accelerator and charging straight towards the massive barbed wire wall. Owen in a panic lunged forward, grabbing onto the rear of the vehicle and lying on the roof. Lin Yue, Owen shouted, the barbed wire ahead can't be broken. If the vehicle hits it, the fuel tank will catch fire and explode. Lin Yue, slow down. If you don't, we'll be killed. Blair anxiously watched as Lin Yue madly pressed the accelerator, ignoring everyone's pleas. She also glanced back at the rampaging Tyrannosaurus Rex pursuing them, her heart filled with fear. What to do? What to do? Lin Yue. Stop. We're about to crash. Lin Yue pressed the accelerator to the floor, skillfully maneuvering the steering wheel undeterred by the dinosaur corpses on the ground. Blair's two nephews pressed against the back seat, their eyes wide open as they watched Lin Yue. Their faces were filled with disbelief. Wow, so cool, Lin Yue. Are you the world's most amazing secret agent? This maneuver, my goodness. Lin Yue. Blair shouted from the car. Aren't you going to stop before we crash? Shut up. Lin Yue suddenly snapped, leaving Blair momentarily stunned. Roar. Bang bang. The rampaging Tyrannosaurus Rex was charging up from behind at an incredible speed. Its vision, like most dinosaurs, was particularly sensitive to moving objects. However, it completely ignored the stationary barbed wire wall. Yet this barbed wire wall was originally designed to prevent large tyrannosaurs, tightly woven inside and out, incredibly sturdy. As the rampaging Tyrannosaurus Rex charged forward, the effects of the tranquilizer intensified, causing it to shake its head while running. At this moment, the Hummer reached a speed of 190 km/h, just 30 meters away from the barbed wire wall. As everyone thought Lin Yue's vehicle was about to crash into the wire, leading to destruction, Lin Yue instantly turned the steering wheel hard to the left. At the same time, he hit the brakes and quickly pulled the hand. Screech. The vehicle began to skid violently on the grass. The Hummer's center of gravity shifted forward, causing the rear tires to lift and spin out from the sudden braking. Screech. Drifting. Spinning around, Lin Yue released the brake and pressed the accelerator down again. Meanwhile, he turned the steering wheel hard to the right. The powerful Hummer at first gear unleashed unparalleled strength. The roar of the massive engine sent Lin Yue's blood boiling. Vroom. The Hummer sped off in the opposite direction. However, the rampaging Tyrannosaurus Rex, chasing closely behind, had no time to brake. As the Hummer sped past its right side, the rampaging Tyrannosaurus Rex crashed heavily into the massive barbed wire wall. This wall was originally designed to contain the Tyrannosaurus. Even at such high speed, the rampaging Tyrannosaurus Rex could not break through the wire. It collided with the wall and rebounded, falling back 3 or 4 meters onto the ground. At that moment, the effects of the tranquilizer finally took full effect on the rampaging Tyrannosaurus Rex. It lay on the ground with only a faint heartbeat in its chest, while its limbs and head remained completely still. Roar. A faint roar. Blair in the passenger seat raised her arms above her head, excitedly shouting, while her two nephews clapped and cheered from the back. That was just so cool. So awesome. Brother Lin Yue, you are truly amazing. In that moment of being chased by the rampaging Tyrannosaurus, you actually managed to pull off a drift and turn around. Wow. I'm definitely going to brag about this when I get back. I met a legendary driver. Brother Lin Yue, you're incredible. You're incredible. Screech. With a sudden stop, Lin Yue brought the vehicle to a halt. The abrupt braking caused Owen on the roof to be flung off the front of the car. He rolled on the grass for 2 circles, propping himself up with both hands, and started to vomit repeatedly. I said, Lin Yue, you are really too crazy. I, Owen, am totally impressed. I am impressed. Ugh. Lin Yue opened the car door and stepped out. Blair and Owen were anxious. Lin Yue, what are you doing? The rampaging Tyrannosaurus Rex is just temporarily stunned from the tranquilizer. It will recover soon. It's too dangerous. Let's hurry and leave. Lin Yue, hurry. Brother, let's get out of here. What are you going to do with the rampaging Tyrannosaurus? It's too dangerous. Lin Yue retrieved 2 full boxes of 60 tranquilizers from the passenger seat. He also took a massive steel wrench from the tool bag at the front of the Hummer and ran straight towards the rampaging Tyrannosaurus Rex 100 meters away. Blair's face turned pale as she shouted loudly, "It's too dangerous, Lin Yue. I really don't want you to go. What are you planning to do? To pull teeth?" Pull teeth. Blair was momentarily dumbfounded. Owen's head was filled with countless question marks. At a time like this, so dangerous, he wants to pull teeth. That's just too cool. Blair's eldest nephew sighed as he watched Lin Yue's back. I've never seen such a cool person from the Tianqiao, though he's my idol. He's my idol too. In such a dangerous situation, with the rampaging Tyrannosaurus being so terrifying he's actually going to pull its teeth. My goodness, I can't imagine. Blair watched Lin Yue walking away into the distance. Her heart seemed to be in her throat. Suddenly, Blair noticed the rear leg of the rampaging Tyrannosaurus Rex twitch slightly. Her heart skipped a beat. Lin Yue, that rampaging Tyrannosaurus is moving. Hurry. Hurry and go. Blair urgently shouted. Run, the tranquilizer in the rampaging Tyrannosaurus body is about to wear off. However, at this moment Lin Yue had already made up his mind. This was his only chance. If he missed it, this mission could very likely fail. The reversal of his life would also come to a halt. At the moment the rampaging Tyrannosaurus leg twitched slightly. Lin Yue suddenly accelerated his steps. Rather than retreating, he charged forward rapidly. Blair. Owen. As Lin Yue approached, he pulled out 4 tranquilizers to hold in his hand. As soon as he reached the side of the rampaging Tyrannosaurus Rex, he leaped onto its back. Roar! The rampaging Tyrannosaurus Rex moved its head slightly. Blair was dumbfounded. Lin Yue ran up its front leg. This creature was enormous. Its grayish-white skin was stained with blood. Lin Yue quickly spotted its beating heart, and without hesitation plunged the 4 tranquilizers directly. The tranquilizers acted like syringes which could only be fired from a distance at the rampaging Tyrannosaurus' rough skin. Now that he finally had the chance, he had to directly pierce into the heart. The rampaging Tyrannosaurus Rex slightly raised its eyelids. It angrily kicked the ground with its right hind leg. Lin Yue nearly fell off its back. He gave the rampaging Tyrannosaurus Rex no chance to recover. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Lin Yue pulled out all 60 tranquilizers. One by one he rapidly jabbed them into the heart of the rampaging Tyrannosaurus Rex. Roar! Oh! The rampaging Tyrannosaurus Rex let out a mournful cry. Lin Yue was well aware of one thing. The information he had studied about tranquilizers indicated that high doses could lead to cardiac and respiratory failure in dinosaurs. Now he had injected 30 doses directly into its heart. Coupled with the previous injections, he was confident that this ferocious Tyrannosaurus Rex would be subdued. By the time he reached the 35th injection, the ferocious Tyrannosaurus Rex's eyelids had completely closed. Lin Yue did not stop. This man-made, genetically synthesized Tyrannosaurus Rex had already transcended the rules of the biological sphere. Swish swish swish. Lin Yue continued to inject one after another. When he had completed all 60 injections into its heart, the ferocious Tyrannosaurus Rex lay on the ground utterly motionless. Owen and Blair were stunned. My God, this is brutal. He injected 60 doses. You should know that 1 dose of tranquilizer can keep a person unconscious for 3 days and nights. Owen was very grateful that he had not offended Lin Yue. Blair was equally shocked, a storm raging in his mind. It seemed as if both of them suddenly came to the same real. Owen opened the trunk of the Hummer and took out some more tranquilizers, rushing towards Lin Yue. When Owen and Blair reached Lin Yue's side, they saw Lin Yue injecting the tranquilizer into the ferocious Tyrannosaurus Rex's neck. The heart of the beast had completely perished and it had entirely ceased its beating. At that moment Lin Yue stood up holding a massive steel wrench and stepping on the head of the ferocious Tyrannosaurus Rex. He gripped the wrench with both hands and swung it down with force. With a loud smack. Its teeth were incredibly solid. Bang bang bang. After striking 10 times with the wrench, he finally loosened one of its teeth, just slightly. Lin Yue swung the wrench again. Bang bang bang. The wrench struck the teeth of the ferocious Tyrannosaurus Rex. Finally, with a loud clank. Half of a large incisor of the ferocious Tyrannosaurus Rex fell to the ground. Lin Yue jumped down from the head of the creature and held the tooth in both hands. Owen, Blair, and the 2 nephews looked at Lin Yue each with an expression of disbelief. Lin Yue, are you really just here? Yes, I came here to collect teeth. By the way, to kill it too. Blair. Lin Yue finished speaking and turned to leave while Blair hurriedly asked, where are you going, Lin Yue? I have to leave, though I have very important things to do. Blair's 2 nephews excitedly ran. Lin Yue, are you really leaving? We still want to learn racing from you. Lin Yue, why not come to my house as a guest? They'll treat you. Lin Yue, can I visit you in the Heavenly Dynasty? You're just so cool. Goodbye, you 2 little guys. Lin Yue smiled faintly at Blair and Owen before leaving. Blair wiped her hands on her white uniform skirt and quickly ran towards Lin Yue. She rushed in front of Lin Yue and said nervously, thank you, Lin Yue. If it weren't for you, the people on this island would have been doomed. Thank you has already been said, so let's not be polite. Then let me give you a hug. Blair suddenly extended her arms and hugged Lin Yue. Goodbye, Lin Yue, you are truly the most amazing man I've ever seen. You people from the Heavenly Dynasty are truly remarkable. Goodbye, I'll take this Hummer. Oh, anyway, the ferocious Tyrannosaurus Rex is dead, so you are safe now. As Lin Yue entered the Hummer, his hand rested on the tooth of the ferocious Tyrannosaurus Rex, and in his mind, he initiated the collection once again. With a swish, the tooth of the ferocious Tyrannosaurus Rex quickly disappeared. The collection of the ferocity feel of the Tyrannosaurus Rex's tooth is complete. Task completed 100. The host can return at any time If not returned in time, there will be a forced return after 24 hours. Boom. The engine of the Hummer roared to life. Lin Yue pressed the accelerator and rushed forward with a roar. After driving into the woods, he traveled a full 7 or 8 kilometers deeper. Lin Yue got out of the vehicle and ran to a deserted area deep in the woods. He silently recited system. With a swish, Lin Yue's figure suddenly disappeared within this Jurassic Park, vanishing without a trace. Lin Yue came back to his senses and opened his eyes. He was lying on the bed in his room, and everything in front of him felt extremely familiar. In the less than 10 square meters of the room lay all of Lin Yue's personal belongings. On the table by the door were several resumes he had printed when applying for jobs. Seeing this familiar environment, Lin Yue finally let out a long sigh of relief. He could finally lie quietly on the bed for a while. Although the previous journey in the Jurassic world was thrilling and exhilarating, it also constantly had his head on the line with the possibility of death at any moment. But fortunately the task was finally completed. Ding, the host has completed the collection of the ferocious Tyrannosaurus Rex tooth, and its ferocity feel in the Jurassic world. The client is very satisfied. Task evaluation, 5 stars, perfect. Ding, congratulations to the host for receiving the client reward ferocious Tyrannosaurus Rex sense of smell, LV1. Lin Yue. A black crow flew over his head. Caw-caw. The ferocious Tyrannosaurus Rex sense of smell, as the name suggests, the host will gain extremely sensitive olfactory abilities, current level 1, capable of distinguishing scents that ordinary people cannot capture, can actively control. Lin Yue thought for a while, and couldn't understand why the reward for this crossing was the ferocious Tyrannosaurus Rex sense of smell. Sense of smell. What do I need such a sensitive sense of smell for? But then he thought it seemed that there weren't many other suitable rewards in the Jurassic world. After all, they couldn't reward him with a big tooth from a ferocious Tyrannosaurus Rex, right? This task of collecting feelings from movie crossing has been completed. Please be patient for the next task release. Lin Yue lay on the bed, just calming his mind. He suddenly felt something different in the smell he sensed in his nostrils. It turned out that most of the smells he perceived in his room were from old furniture, at most mixed with the fragrance of suburban soil. However, at this moment it was spring. The various floral fragrances drifting in from outside the window were particularly clear to Lin Yue. Even when mixed together, he could distinguish them. The faint fragrance of orchids, Lin Yue recognized it as the orchids on the balcony of his neighbor Lu Ba's house. The subtle scent of magnolias, Lin Yue identified it as coming from the magnolia tree at his doorstep. This ability was truly unheard of. What kind of benefits would it bring him? The next day, early in the morning, Lin Yue got up from bed at 6 o'clock and tidied everything up. Today marks the first official day of work. He greeted his parents and then ran towards his good friend Wang Sanpeio's house. His Dodge Charger had been parked at Wang Sanpeio's place. In the current situation, his formal job was just beginning, and Lin Yue could not explain the origins of the Dodge Charger to his parents. Moreover, since his father Lin Feng had been disabled in a racing competition, he was adamantly opposed to Lin Yue having any involvement with racing. Lin Yue's home was just 3 kilometers away from Wang Sanpeio's house. He was perfectly positioned to sprint down this country road for a quick 3 kilometers. During his time in the army, he could complete the 3 kilometers in just 10.5 minutes. Now he could finish the sprint in just 9 minutes. As soon as Lin Yue arrived at Wang Sanpeio's doorstep, he saw him standing shirtless, wearing colorful shorts, and Wang Sanpeo was in the yard brushing his teeth with a toothbrush in his mouth. Sanpeo, I'm here to drive. Upon seeing Lin Yue, Wang Sanpeio's face lit up with joy. He took a sip of water from his cup to rinse his mouth, then swirled the toothbrush in the cup. Lin Yue, have you eaten? I have some pancakes I bought yesterday. I've already eaten. Isn't the scallion pancake a bit greasy for breakfast? How did you know I bought scallion pancakes yesterday? The smell of scallions is wafting into the yard. Can't you smell it? Are you sure? Lin Yue, I really can't. While walking towards his car, Lin Yue called out, Sanpeo, take it easy while moving bricks during the day, and take care of my health. What do you mean? The smell on your hands, can't you smell it? The smell on my hands. The chubby guy sniffed his left hand, and then his right. There's no smell, Lin Yue, what are you talking about? Lin Yue got into the car and started the engine. He turned the vehicle around in the yard and drove towards the gate. The chubby guy ran a couple of steps behind and asked through the window, Lin Yue, are you trying to trick me with lies again? Really? Wash your right hand properly. Otherwise I don't know how you can eat that scallion pancake. Listen to your brother. This will harm your kidneys and health. Take care of yourself. If it gets too tough, let's find a girlfriend soon. Lin Yue teased as he pressed down on the accelerator. The vehicle sped away. The chubby guy, still sniffing his hand, shouted loudly at Lin Yue, I don't have a girlfriend right now, and you don't have one either. What's wrong with my right hand? I'm self-sufficient and well provided for. Lin Yue, what's wrong with your nose? I've already washed my hands, and my scallion pancake is still inside. How did you smell it? Lin Yue, this is your workstation, said Director Wang, who was around 50 years old, and he held a teacup in one hand and pointed at a milky white table in front of him. Zila Zila. Director Wang took a sip of tea and covered the cup with its lid, twisting it twice. This computer is mainly used for filling out the duty roster during shifts and for settling accounts with other departments of the TV station each month. Okay, got it, Lin Yue replied politely. Today your task is to answer the phone here. Arrange the dispatch of various vehicles. You don't have any vehicles assigned today. Oh, okay. Also, since it's your first day, let me give you a brief introduction. Our logistics department has over 300 various shooting vehicles, electronic broadcasting vehicles, and support vans. Although we call it a small vehicle team, there are about 100 drivers in total. Among these 100 drivers, most are contract workers with fewer than 10 on permanent contracts. I heard that the 5 interns you brought in seem to have been given one of those permanent spots. Who gets what will be determined after your month-long internship. I will also give you a fair evaluation. Thank you, Director Wang. By the way, Director Wang from the logistics department opened a drawer beside him and took out an activity plan, placing it next to Lin Yue. Take a good look at this. The second Youth Cup racing competition is scheduled for the 6th of this month, right after our sports channel, broadcasting satellite channel, news channel, and new media channel will all participate in the film. We will dispatch a total of 5 vehicles. Recently, there have been too many filming tasks at the station and many drivers have been sent out of town. Therefore, it has been decided that all 5 of you interns will go. This also serves as an assessment for you after joining the station. As long as you complete the support tasks for your respective channels, the one with the best evaluation may just land that permanent spot. Okay, got it. Thank you. Make sure to look carefully. The vehicle support for Qinglong Bay is quite challenging. The beautiful anchors from the station will also be going. Additionally, I want to remind you that Qinglongshan Racing Bend has a separate access for support vehicles. There are 18 bends in the road. If you find it too difficult, you can apply to have someone else take over. After finishing, Director Wang placed some duty notes and lists in front of Lin Yue. He took his teacup, which had turned dark from the tea, and entered the office. Lin Yue carefully read the notice about the Youth Cup racing event. According to the contents of this notice, although the event is held in Jiangnan province, several neighboring provinces like Huiyin and Modu will send professional racers to participate. Judging by the contents at the back of the activity plan, this is essentially a promotional event following the construction of the Qinglongshan Racing Bend, with the entire Jiangnan provincial TV station participating in the live broadcast. Zhou Chunya. Lin Yue flipped through the plan and immediately saw her name. On the last page of the Youth Cup racing event plan, there is a guarantee plan. Among them is the section for driver guarantees. Ma Yuanbua and Yue intern guarantee for the satellite channel. Lu Yuan and Zhu Hongyu intern guarantee for the sports channel. Xia Huanyu and Li Chang intern guarantee for the new media channel. Zhou Dafeng and Lu Yu intern guarantee for the news channel. Lin Yue in turn is still waiting for the old driver to be confirmed, or it is very likely that there will be no old driver, so Lin Yue must be prepared to be the main support guaranteeing the broadcast channel. The broadcast channel. Lin Yue is not familiar with it at all, and doesn't know who he will encounter shortly. All the famous hosts from various channels will attend this event. Could there be big shots, or beautiful women in the broadcast as well? Lin Yue looked at this place. He turned around and checked the driver information sheet posted on the wall, going through it one by one. The veteran driver for the satellite channel Ma Yuanbua has 20 years of driving experience. The veteran driver for the sports channel Lu Yuan has 15 years of experience. The veteran driver for the new media channel Xia Huanyu has 13 years of experience. The veteran driver for the new media channel Zhou Dafeng has 17 years of experience. And yet here he is with the old driver still unconfirmed. Lin Yue vaguely feels that there are hidden rules at play here. On the surface, everything seems reasonable given the heavy support tasks. But in reality, the other 4 interns are merely coasting through this support task. They likely have connections. Lin Yue set aside the event plan. Such workplace rules exist everywhere. People in the workplace must remember that what they see is always just the surface, only what the leaders want them to see, while many underlying matters remain unknown to them. Perhaps the other 4 interns each have their own backgrounds. Knock knock. A series of knocks came from outside, and Lin Yue politely called out, "Come in." A girl dressed in a hip-hop style walked in wearing oversized earrings the size of eggs. As she chewed her gum, the earrings danced on her ears. "Hello, may I ask what you need? Who are you? I don't think I've seen you before, handsome guy." "I'm new here." "I thought so. I've seen quite a few handsome newcomers in the past 2 years, but I've never seen one with such sharp features." "Is Director Wang around?" "I'm looking for Director Wang." Lin Yue stood up and called out toward the duty room. "Someone's looking for you." With a creak, Director Wang came out holding a large teacup. "I guessed it was you, Zhao Meizi. I already told you when you called that our small car team is shorthanded right now, so we can only send you an intern driver. This is clearly intentional. Director Wang, there's an administrative meeting happening soon. I will make sure our director reflects on how your small car team is picking favorites and staffing." "How could that be? Zhao Meizi, you need to be responsible for what you say. I admit that our Happy Mahua program in broadcasting is indeed facing a severe drop in viewership. But my sister was immensely popular 2 years ago. For this Youth Cup racing event, you actually assigned our team just one intern named Lin Yue. Others all have veteran drivers with over 15 years of experience, and we're left with just an intern. Are you trying to sabotage our live broadcast?" Just as Director Wang was about to respond, his phone rang. He took it out, glanced at it, and his expression froze. He walked into the back room and shut the door with a bang. Frustrated Zhao Meizi turned to Lin Yue and asked, "Hey, do you know that intern named Lin Yue? Is his driving skill really poor?" "Why do you say that?" "It's obvious. Our broadcasting is currently struggling, especially our Happy Mahua program, which isn't valued by the higher-ups, so they assigned us the worst driver." "I think your statement is unfair." "What?" Zhao Meizi looked puzzled. "What do you mean?" "Oh, by the way, I have an app." "Lin Yue." Zhao Meizi. "I'm really sorry, handsome guy. I didn't know Lin Yue was you. Let's forget it. If your driving skills are a bit lacking, then so be it. My sister and I will just accompany you, this handsome guy, on a little trip." "You're not changing drivers then?" "Not changing. It's rare to meet a handsome guy like you who combines youth and masculinity." Zhao Meizi folded the vehicle application she brought and put it in her pocket. "By the way, Lin Yue, I'll remind you that the Qinglong Mountain track has a total of 18 turns. The racing track is 12 meters wide, but only 8 meters are two-lane racing roads. The adjacent 4-meter wide path is for various support personnel and vehicles. I heard that they don't let anyone up there without at least 10 years of driving experience. Just drive slowly, safety comes first. Just follow behind." "Sigh. That's it for now." As Zhao Meizi finished speaking, she seemed a bit sore in her shoulders, twisting her neck left and right. "Did you sleep awkwardly? Did you apply a medicated patch?" Lin Yue asked casually. Zhao Meizi frowned. "I didn't apply a medicated patch." "Why do you ask?" "Oh, then I must have misjudged. I smell a mix of encounter perfume and herbal scent on you, which typically wouldn't be found in perfume. I thought you used a medicated patch." "Misjudgment." Zhao Meizi paused upon hearing Lin Yue's words. She had stopped chewing gum. Zhao Meizi seemed to want to say something, but held back. She directly opened the duty room door and left cheerfully. Lin Yue continued to validate his sensitive sense of smell, identifying many scents. Although he could recognize, due to limited exposure to various items, when Lin Yue smelled the herbal scent earlier, he immediately associated it. With Zhao Meizi constantly twisting her neck, he thought she had applied a medicated patch. Unexpectedly, it was a misjudgment. Lin Yue sat down and resumed his work. Suddenly a news alert popped up in the lower right corner of the computer. The scent of herbs on a girl may not necessarily mean she has taken traditional Chinese medicine. What the heck? Seeing this news, Lin Yue felt a wave of surprise. This search engine company has perfected the art of precision information matching with artificial intelligence. Just after he finished talking to Zhao Meizi, this news popped up on the computer. In fact, Lin Yue had experienced such situations numerous times. Mobile browsers, news apps, shopping platforms, and various other apps can pick up the information from your conversations without you realizing it and push very valuable and useful content to you. Lin Yue clicked on the earlier news alert and opened it. If a girl smells of herbs, she may not necessarily be taking traditional Chinese medicine, as she could also be using feminine hygiene products. Most of these products emit a faint herbal fragrance. Lin Yue. He suddenly recalled Zhao Meizi's expression from earlier. How incredibly awkward. A black crow seemed to fly over his head again. Caw. The first working week consists of 5 days. Lin Yue worked for 4 days. On the 5th day, he went to pick up the production team returning from another province at the station within Jiangnan province. He also became familiar with the basic regulations and systems regarding vehicle dispatch. During these days, after finishing work at 5:30, every day Lin Yue would come to the television station's employee gym on the 8th floor of Impression Square, diligently training for 2 hours. During his time in the military, he underwent intense physical training every day. In his 3rd year in the army, shortly after being promoted to a non-commissioned officer, he participated in a hunter training program that lasted a full year and a half. During this period, Lin Yue's physical qualities could be described as outstanding in all aspects. He was well aware of this in his heart. In an ordinary movie, his skills and physical abilities would allow him to move freely, and an average person would certainly not be his opponent. However, if he were to enter the realm of top action films, that would still not be enough, especially in a world where ruthless criminals reign. Lin Yue's current physical abilities and skills still required intense training. Today was April 30th. Starting tomorrow, there would be a 5-day holiday for May Day, and the first day after 5 days would be the Youth Cup car racing competition. After work, Lin Yue went again to the 8th floor of Impression Square, next to the television station. He trained intensely for 2 full hours without hardly any rest. As soon as Lin Yue entered the shower room of the gym, standing under the shower head, a voice from the system suddenly echoed in his mind. Ding, the host has received a new cross-dimensional order task. Enter the Titanic to experience a love at first sight. Additional task: determine the true cause of the Titanic's sinking as much as possible and prevent this century's disaster. The additional task can be completed optionally or not. If completed, there will be additional rewards. If not completed, there will be no penalties. Task difficulty: especially difficult. The crossing to the Titanic will begin in 5 days. Please prepare for the crossing. Lin Yue checked the time on his phone. It was Friday at 8 o'clock in the evening. This meant that at this time 5 days later the crossing would begin. The time frame was indeed too tight. Moreover, there were many things that needed to be prepared. While driving, Lin Yue analyzed these two tasks specifically. Firstly, the main task was definitely the first one. The requirement was to have a love at first sight with the female lead Rose. Although the film Titanic's main theme is love, it is deeply moving. However, Lin Yue knew that from the Titanic's departure to its sinking there were only about 5 days. In these 5 days, making the extraordinary Rose fall in love with him was indeed a very challenging task. In the original film, Rose fell in love with Jack because of his empathetic care. This was something Lin Yue could achieve. Jack was handsome enough to make women's hearts flutter, and Lin Yue's looks were also adequate. Moreover, the most crucial point was that Jack had outstanding drawing skills. Especially the nude portrait he drew of Rose, which became a classic in the hearts of countless film fans, also deeply attracted Rose with Jack's talent. So needless to say, knowing how to draw was essential, particularly drawing nudes. As for the necessary skill of swimming in the Titanic, Lin Yue was quite proficient. During his time in the military, he underwent sea training at Dongda Sea for nearly 2 months every year and often engaged in armed swimming. The only difference with the Titanic was that the water in the icebergs would definitely be extraordinarily cold. But there was no way around it now. He could only grit his teeth and go for it. Moreover, he had to utilize his spare time to watch the Titanic movie several more times. But there were only 5 days left. Learning to draw within these 5 days was indeed an extremely difficult task. Lin Yue quickly opened his phone and searched nearby art training institutions. He selected 3 painting training institutions with good reputations and decided to rush to learn tomorrow. Although the time was short, effort was certainly better than doing nothing. On the next morning, Lin Yue found the first one: Lebo calligraphy and painting. The front desk of Lebo calligraphy and painting was a girl about 20 years old with a round face and slightly tanned skin. Upon seeing Lin Yue enter, she immediately stood up to greet him. "Hello, handsome, are you signing up for yourself or for a child? Considering how young you look, it should be for yourself, right? Is there a fast track for sketching? We have a half-year fast track and a 1-month fast track. Well, of course, if you're looking for the fastest, we also have a 15-day fast track. 15 days won't work, that's still too long. Is there a 5-day fast track? What? 5 days? Learning to sketch in 5 days? Young man, is your time really that tight? My time is indeed very tight. Is there? If I focus on learning a specific item and sketching, wouldn't that shorten the time?" The girl with the round face frowned and thought for a moment. "That should be possible. What kind of item are you looking to sketch? Fruits, flowers, or static human figures, or houses and trees? But for houses and trees, 5 days might be quite difficult. What about nudes?" "What? I said nudes." "Nudes? Young man, are you serious?" "I am serious. For instance, female nudes. Is there a fast track for drawing this in 5 days?" The girl with the round face looked at Lin Yue in surprise. "I need to consult our owner about this. I can't make that decision myself." After a while, a woman around 35 years old arrived wearing a long spaghetti strap top. She had a small patch of freckles on her right cheek. She walked to the front desk with a very serious demeanor. "You want to learn to sketch female nudes?" "Yes." "In 5 days?" "Yes." 1,000 yuan, 200 per day, that's already a very fair price. Can't we negotiate the price?" Lin Yue asked. "Little handsome guy, you might find it difficult to find a shop that teaches the skill of drawing nude female figures. Besides, we have real models for you to reference." "Real models? Are you sure?" "Absolutely. Little handsome guy, just follow me up." When Lin Yue saw the models, they were completely different from what he imagined. In the center of the studio, there were 3 sculptures of women. Some were standing, some lying down, and others sitting. Each sculpture was exquisitely lifelike. The female shopkeeper smiled meaningfully. "Just based on the facial expressions of these 3 sculptures, we still can't fully capture the essence of a woman's grace. You can refer to the beautiful lady in this poster." Lin Yue glanced to the left, following the arm of the drawing teacher. A vertical portrait of Zhou Chunai was hanging directly on the wall. "I'm learning nude sketching, and you're showing me this picture." "Little brother, this is the most renowned female host from the Jiangnan province TV station. It's already impressive that I have her portrait photo. Do you expect me to invite her to be your nude model? The price would probably exceed 1 million. An excellent artist can imagine what every part of a beautiful woman's body looks like just by observing her face and figure. This way you can conceive the painting based on your imagination." "Lin Yue, that makes perfect sense. I have no rebuttal." "Good little handsome guy. You are sure you want to start learning today, right? Can we settle the payment later? I will pay after starting my lessons today." Lin Yue currently had no money as the 2 rewards had yet to be converted into cash. He borrowed 500 yuan from San Pao and another 500 yuan from his mother. Lin Yue was determined to seize every opportunity and become the strongest step by step. Lin Yue, when sketching human figures, especially female figures, we will form a silhouette in our minds to conceive the approximate body shape. The female shopkeeper from Lebo Painting gave Lin Yue a private lesson. Of course, if there is a young lady in front of you willing to pose nude, you can just paint directly, without forming that body shape and outline in your mind. From the shoulders to the ribs, pay attention to the beauty of the lines and the shaped curve of the female body from the side, particularly at the hip area. Lin Yue, the most difficult part to draw is the chest area. You must understand that this is the essence of a woman. Many women are completely different. You must observe carefully. After all this, you should start by sketching based on these two sculptures here. 5 days later, Lin Yue walked out of the studio holding the last painting he had completed. Handsome guy, to be honest, you are truly exceptional. In just 5 days, he had grasped the essence of nude sketching. If you enroll in a 15-day intensive course, you could learn the charm of a master. Of course, I am only referring to this particular genre of painting women in the nude. Thank you, but I don't have time. Lin Yue smiled. You previously said that as long as you see the face and the outlines of the body, you can imagine every part and sketch it as a nude drawing. Yes, I did say that. It requires a long time of practice. It's impossible for an average person. Lin Yue handed the rolled-up drawing in his arms to the shopkeeper. During these few days of your lessons, I observed you and drew a picture as a graduation assignment. Goodbye. With a creak, Lin Yue pushed open the red door and turned to leave. The middle-aged shopkeeper, around 30 years old, opened the drawing she received and was astonished to find it was a sketch of her while teaching Lin Yue. The key point was that this sketch was unusual in that she was completely unclothed. Perfect. This is amazing, said the girl at the front desk as she leaned over to the boss. It seems a bit small in some places. What do you mean by small? That part is a bit small. The shopkeeper. Boss, the other areas are indeed quite lifelike. You even captured the mole on her neck. What a strange little brother. Strange things happen every year, but this year is particularly odd. With such a handsome boy, wouldn't it be easy to find a girlfriend? Why pursue such strange performance art? Lin Yue never took a gamble without confidence. As long as he had the time and energy, he must prepare as best as he can to ensure he can complete the task perfectly when he enters the film world, and thus earn rewards. On the last afternoon of the May Day holiday, Lin Yue carefully watched the movie Titanic. This movie is quite long, running for 3 hours and 14 minutes. Lin Yue had no time to watch it a second time. He merely reviewed it again, and he flipped through related materials. He researched related materials about the Titanic to ensure he could complete the additional task of investigating the true reason behind the sinking when he entered this world. The Titanic was released in 1997 and premiered in mainland China in 1998. It is renowned worldwide for the tragic sinking of the Titanic and the touching love story between the poor artist Jack and the noble beauty Rose. The Titanic was a massive ship measuring 269 meters in length and 53 meters in height, with a maximum carrying capacity of 4600 tons. It set sail from Southampton, England to New York City, but on the 5th night at sea the Titanic collided with an iceberg and sank completely. Out of the 2208 crew and passengers on board, only 705 survived. Over 1,000 people, including the male lead Jack, perished in the sea. In the original film, the primary reasons for the accident were mainly two. One was that two observers had their binoculars locked in a cabinet and did not spot the iceberg in time. The second was that the radio operators were not on duty 24 hours a day, leading to delayed distress signals. The third was that the Titanic's first officer, Murdoch, made a wrong command, ordering a hard left turn when colliding with the iceberg, causing the ship's vulnerable side to strike the iceberg, leading to a breach and flooding. These main reasons led to the tragic ending of the Titanic. Lin Yue thought it seems there are other reasons behind the sinking. Otherwise the system wouldn't have issued this task. After he enters, he must quickly investigate the true cause of the sinking. This task is not simple. Lin Yue took a long breath. Not to mention making the female lead Rose fall in love with him in such a short time. Finding out the specific reason for the sinking is also an extremely difficult task. No wonder this task is rated as extremely difficult. Ding, the time for the film crossover Titanic is up. Is the host ready? Lin Yue sat at his desk in his room, pulling down the slightly faded curtains. Alright, I'm ready. Let's go. In the next moment, Lin Yue's figure suddenly vanished without a trace from the small room in the outskirts. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself standing on the upper deck of the lifeboats of the Titanic, surrounded by numerous lifeboats on either side. The Titanic was over 10 meters deep in the water, nearly 40 meters above sea level. Lin Yue stood at the highest point, gazing down at the ocean, as if looking down from the 10th floor. A gentle sea breeze laced with saltiness blew towards him, refreshing and invigorating. It was at this moment that information about this world surfaced in his mind. In this world, Lin Yue is the son of Captain Smith's friend from the Celestial Empire. His boarding this ship was specifically due to an invitation from Captain Smith. Lin Yue's accommodation on the ship was located beside the captain's lounge on the lifeboat deck. The luxurious first-class cabin from the original film was situated one level below this lifeboat deck. Lin Yue was dressed in a white bow-tie shirt with a black tailcoat suit. He knew this was the standard attire for all successful gentlemen on the ship. He patted his pockets, realizing that all his items like phones had vanished. Instead, he found a mechanical watch on his left wrist. The watch displayed the time 1140 a.m. on April 10, 1912. Lin Yue clearly remembered that the Titanic was set to depart at noon, and Jack boarded the ship at 1155. With a rational and decisive mindset, Lin Yue resolved at once to ensure that his mission could be completed as smoothly as possible. If he could prevent Jack from boarding the Titanic, it would eliminate a lot of unnecessary trouble. It would also save this handsome young man from losing his life aboard the ship. With this thought, he quickly ran along the upper lifeboat deck towards the side facing the shore. At this time, the departure hour was approaching. Therefore, the long ladders for boarding the lifeboat deck, first-class deck, and second-class deck had already been retracted. Only the entrance to the third-class cabin still had a long wooden bridge set up. It was already 1152. Lin Yue hurried down the stairs at the side of the cabin. He passed several soldiers guarding the ship. "Hey, Mr. Lin, the captain has instructed us to ensure your safety, so you should avoid running around." "I have something to do downstairs," Lin Yue replied while running. "Mr. Lin, it's almost noon. The Titanic is set to depart at the same time lunch begins, so please join us in the first-class dining room." "Okay, thank you." As Lin Yue continued running down, some guards nearby reminded him of various matters on the ship. Clearly, Captain Smith, who brought him aboard, held great authority on this ship. Lin Yue arrived at the entrance to the lowest level of the third-class cabin. It was 1155. He glanced outside and saw that no one was coming across the long bridge to board the ship anymore. Could it be that I miscalculated? Could Jack have already boarded? Jack was a handsome and kind young man, but if he were to be on the same ship as Lin Yue, it might lead to significant romantic tensions. It would also add many complications and burdens to Lin Yue's serious investigation. 1157. 1158. It wasn't until 1159 that the Titanic's massive horn began to sound. Suddenly, from the other side of the long bridge at the dock, Jack, with his striking blonde hair and handsome face, rushed over with, Wait, we haven't boarded yet, wait, let us get on." Lin Yue glanced at the time, 115. Close the door, he shouted to the two guards in naval uniforms nearby. "Mr. Lin, there are still two of them, they are coming over. The time is up. As soldiers on the ship, you should have a strict sense of time. Otherwise, I will report this matter to my—" "Understood, Mr. Lin. We will close the hatch immediately. You needn't trouble Captain Smith about this." The two guards began to close the last hatch of the Titanic. Boom. The hatch closed. A large iron bolt locked the door securely. Lin Yue looked through the window and saw Jack and his friends standing on the boarding bridge at the dock. They looked dejected, pounding on the railing of the bridge. The huge horn on the ship sounded again. The Titanic began to leave the dock, preparing for its voyage. Lin Yue stepped out onto the deck outside the third-class cabin. The first smokestack released white steam, and 25 out of the 29 boilers had begun to fire up in sequence. The Titanic slowly departed from the dock under the pull of the tugboat. Its two outer propellers began to stir the waters of the port of Pudong. As the Titanic sailed away from the harbor, the nearby Philadelphia St. Louis Ocean and New York liners all sounded their horns in salute. To show respect for this monumental ship, the first-class, second-class, and third-class passengers, along with numerous guards and service staff, leaned over the ship's railing, waving goodbye to the send-off personnel on the shore. During this time, many men favored wearing suits. Women preferred a tailored long suit dress, or a lace long dress, accentuating their graceful figures and exuding an air of elegance. They leaned over the ship's edge, removing their hats and vigorously waving them in their hands. At this moment, none of the over 2,000 individuals could have imagined the immense disaster that awaited them 5 days later. Lin Yue's first step of the plan had been completed. He successfully blocked Jack from boarding the ship, preventing his entrance. Lin Yue then contemplated the next steps. If he were to inform his Uncle Smith now about the impending icebergs, urging him to navigate with caution, not only would he not believe it, but more importantly, the truth behind the shipwreck incident he intended to investigate could potentially alert the snake in the grass. Vaguely, Lin Yue felt that this century's shipwreck case must hold significant hidden truths. He decided to remain still for the time being. The shipwreck would occur on the evening of April 15th, 5 days later. According to the statistics at that time, it would take approximately 4 hours for the closest ships to reach the accident site from the Titanic. Within 200 nautical miles of the Titanic, several cruise ships were roaming. Lin Yue thought that at worst he could summon rescue ships in advance. As long as he operated appropriately, he still had confidence in preventing this century's disaster. What he needed to do now was to gain a general understanding of the cabin and observe the developments. Fortunately, Lin Yue was brought on board by Captain Smith, so many soldiers did not interfere with his actions. Lin Yue ascended from the third-class cabin to the second-class cabin, then from the second-class deck to the first-class deck, eventually arriving at the uppermost lifeboat deck. This was the command center of the entire ship. "Mr. Lin," a courteous soldier approached from the corridor of the cabin. "The captain requests you to join him for lunch. It's time for the meal." "All right, understood. Thank you. By the way, could you inform me where our radio room is located?" "The radio room is at the rear of this lifeboat deck." "Got it, thank you." "You're welcome, Mr. Lin." As Lin Yue walked from the top lifeboat deck towards the first-class restaurant, he pondered. Since he now knew the location of the radio room, he would send a distress signal from there in advance. Whether the Titanic would encounter trouble or not, he had to ensure that rescue ships arrived as early as possible. In 1912, a radio communication had just been invented, and only large ships were qualified to use it. Before this, all ships on long voyages could only leave their fate to chance. This was not an empty phrase. At that time, there was no way for people on land to know any news from the ships while they were at sea. Only with the invention of the radio did the communication of news from ocean-going vessels become possible. Lin Yue arrived at the first-class restaurant. The decor here was opulent, more luxurious than many hotels Lin Yue had seen on Blue Star. The first-class lunch featured a barbecue buffet, flounder fillets, chicken, leek soup, Maryland chicken, grilled lamb skewers, mashed potatoes, apple cake, grilled beef, and more. It could be said to be extravagantly luxurious. Lin Yue simply took a few items and carried his plate to a table at the top of the first-class area. His uncle, Captain Smith, was elegantly seated in his uniform enjoying his meal. Lin Yue, are you getting used to it? How does it feel? It's wonderful. Uncle Smith, thank you for giving me the opportunity to board this ship of the century. Don't mention it. When I served in the Navy, your father saved my life. You can enjoy yourself freely on this ship. If you need anything, just find the first officer or the second officer or any of the soldiers nearby. Understood, Uncle Smith. After eating a few bites, Lin Yue couldn't help but remind him. Uncle Smith, on the Titanic's journey to America, it will pass through the depths of the North Atlantic, where according to previous sailors' magazines, there should be many icebergs. It seems you've been diligent with your studies these past few years. Yes, however, we have already calculated the optimal route. These icebergs are not significant and pose no threat to a moving castle like the Titanic. Lin Yue refrained from saying more. Although he was very clear in his heart, persistently advising and warning would only make him seem alarmist. At that moment, Lin Yue's peripheral vision suddenly caught sight of Carl in the center of the first-class restaurant, dressed in a black suit and gray suspenders. Carl was the son of the steel tycoon from the movie and also Ruth's fiancé. He approached with the demeanor of a wealthy gentleman. Following closely behind him was a woman in a white long suit dress, the very protagonist of the Titanic, Ruth. Ruth's first impression was that she was even more beautiful than in the movie. With her graceful figure, alluring curves, and skin as white, she exuded a captivating scent of youthful sensuality. Ruth wore a velvet wrap with a lace corset underneath, and the floral embroidered gloves added a touch of elegance. It's no wonder that the young Jack fell in love with her at first sight. When Lin Yue saw her, he was equally amazed. At that moment, Captain Smith had just finished his meal. He wiped his mouth with a triangular napkin and smiled at Lin Yue. You keep eating, young man, have more. I have matters to attend to. All right. Lin Yue knew that time was short and the task he had to complete was extremely complex. It was better to take the initiative than to wait for an opportunity. He stood up holding a glass of red wine as he walked toward the table where Ruth and her mother were seated. Ruth and her mother were once nobles, but after her father's death they were left with a large amount of debt, causing their noble status to completely decline. Carl was the son of a steel tycoon and his family had abundant financial resources. In such a situation, Ruth's mother needed to rely on the money from the Carl family. The Carl family also needed Ruth's noble identity to give their wealth a touch of sophistication. Thus, Ruth's mother and Carl's mother quickly reached an agreement. They decided to arrange the marriage between Ruth and Carl. At this moment, Ruth sat at the table looking dejected. She felt like a canary trapped in a cage, her heart weighed down with gloom. She placed a herbal cigarette between her lips, a type of smoke specifically for ladies, containing flower petals and having an extremely light and fragrant aroma. Just as she took a puff, Carl's mother reprimanded her directly. Ruth, you know you can't smoke here, and I really dislike you smoking. Ruth remained silent, still holding the cigarette, silently asserting her resistance. At that moment, her fiancé Carl reached over and snatched the cigarette from her hand. He extinguished it on the table. Mother said you can't smoke, so you must obey. Smoking is not something a proper woman should do. Just look at you, you are completely unfitting of your status. This caused a flicker of anger to appear on Ruth's face. She didn't know how to retort, and for a moment her heart felt desolate. At that very moment, Lin Yue approached. Smoking isn't as disgraceful as you think, and besides the herbal cigarette this lady just smoked doesn't have any harmful tar. It's merely a popular type of smoke filled with herbal petals that everyone enjoys nowadays. Ruth turned her head, looking at Lin Yue with gratitude in her eyes. Hello, my name is Lin Yue. Hello, Ruth. Carl, as if declaring his territory, quickly stood up. His face revealed the overwhelming confidence of a nouveau riche. Who are you? How could a person from the Celestial Empire possibly be in this first-class cabin? Lin Yue had initially tried to be gentlemanly. However, upon hearing Carl's arrogant words, he immediately felt anger rise within him. He stepped forward with a hint of cold indifference on his face. Carl, if we weren't in this crowded restaurant, I might teach you some manners for what you just said. Whether you are in this first-class cabin or whether I am from the Celestial Empire is irrelevant. Carl's expression was furious, his eyes glaring at Lin Yue. Lin Yue is right. Being in this first-class cabin has nothing to do with whether he is from the Celestial Empire. Please conceal your vulgar nouveau riche nature. Carl, his mother, and Ruth's mother all wore angry expressions upon hearing this. Just as they turned back, they saw Major Smith dressed in a naval uniform. Lin Yue, like her father, is an exceptionally outstanding person from the Celestial Empire. If you continue to display your crude nature, I may ask you and your mother to leave this ship at the next port of call. Carl looked angrily at Captain Smith. He gulped the words he wanted to say deep down. Carl's mother was a typical. Upon seeing Captain Smith, her face instantly broke into a smile. My son was just joking with him, it's nothing, esteemed Captain Smith. I have been to the Celestial Empire. It is an exceptionally wonderful place. Don't have such a narrow view. Once the Celestial Empire's lion awakens, the whole world will tremble. Captain Smith walked up the stairs from the restaurant to the captain's rest area. Carl's mother hurriedly urged, quickly reconcile with Lin Yue and shake hands. Carl felt he had lost face in front of his fiancée Ruth. He bit his lip to suppress his inner anger and extended his right hand. Hello, I am Carl. To his surprise, Lin Yue ignored him completely and turned to Ruth with a faint smile. I know a place on this ship where there are many types of beautifully scented herbal cigarettes. Oh, would you like to try some? Really? That sounds wonderful. Ruth appeared very excited. Ruth's mother interjected, we're still dining. Mother, I've had enough, you'll be back soon. Ruth seemed to have found an outlet for her inner frustration. Seeing the gloomy expressions on Carl and his mother's faces made her feel quite delighted. Miss Ruth, this way please. Lin Yue politely led the way. As he took Ruth through the long corridor of the first, Carl slammed his fist on the table in anger. Carl's mother picked up her napkin to wipe her mouth and said to Ruth, Madam, we agreed before that I would pay off your husband's debt in the casino of Austin if you married your daughter Ruth to my son. However, just look at Ruth's current behavior, but really disappoints me. Ruth's mother hurriedly replied, I will persuade her right away, don't worry. Ruth followed Lin Yue, her face full of excitement. Lin Yue, you're the first person I've met who dared to embarrass Carl in person. You were really cool just now. What do you mean by cool? Is it because I am handsome, or because I have such an impressive captain uncle? No, I mean you not only dared to say in front of Carl that you would teach him a lesson, but you also dared to take his fiancée away right in front of him. Lin Yue smiled, looking at this alluring and charming woman. Since he is your fiancé and I embarrassed him while taking you away, why are you still so happy? Alas. Ruth suddenly became gloomy. My family is a fallen noble, you may have heard. My mother is forcing me to marry Carl to pay off my father's debts. He has no cultural depth whatsoever and is filled with the scent of money and vulgarity. Ruth spoke nonstop. I just think he is too selfish. Oh, everything he wants to do is right, while everything I want. When I smoke a herbal cigarette, he disapproves, but he himself carries around a shabby metal box like a treasure reeking of copper and money. And his mother exudes a sense of superiority from her wealth. I truly don't wish to be around them for even a minute. That suffocating feeling can choke me in seconds. So Lin Yue, can you understand the relief I felt when you stood up for me just now? It was simply wonderful. If you don't like it, don't marry him. Tell your mother to become self-reliant and repay your father's debts. Oh, why sacrifice your lifelong happiness? You're right, that's what I think too, but my mother. Alas. Lin Yue led Ruth to the corridor inside the lifeboat deck. Alright, let's not think about those unhappy things for now. We've arrived. Lin Yue, where is this? This is a secret lounge of my Uncle Smith. A secret lounge. Ruth's eyes widened as she whispered, covering her mouth. Are you still daring to go there? Lin Yue looked around, it was empty. He leaned close to Ruth and whispered, this is Uncle's good friend Mrs. Lauren. Oh. Ruth found it somewhat unbelievable and chuckled, Captain Smith is quite the flirt. My uncle is exceptionally good, such things are common in high society these days. Lin Yue, what are we doing here? I know Mrs. Lauren am here to get the best and most diverse herbal cigarettes on the entire ship. Knock knock. Lin Yue knocked on the door. After 2 seconds the door opened with a click. The elegant Mrs. Lauren appeared at the door wearing a lace-trimmed slip and a gold hairpin. Lin Yue, what can I do for you? Mrs. Lauren, I would like to get some herbal cigarettes for ladies. Oh, I heard from others that you have the most complete selection here. Mrs. Lauren smiled. Come in. I haven't heard your uncle mention that you have a girlfriend. Oh, what's her name? Mrs. Lauren, we just met. Her name is Ruth. Miss Ruth, it's a pleasure to meet you. The drawers over there contain very suitable herbal cigarettes for ladies, some rolled with rose petals, some with lily petals, and some with tulip petals. There are also cigarettes with lemon or perfume scents. Take one of each to enjoy. Thank you, Mrs. Lauren. The type of cigarette Lin Yue was familiar with was quite popular in this era. It did not contain any real tobacco leaves, but rather dried flower petals. Although it had no taste, it was very fashionable among ladies in the last century. Just as Ruth was taking 2 boxes of herbal cigarettes, suddenly, Lin Yue caught a glimpse of a document in the corner of the drawer. Atlantic Insurance Company insurance fee, 300. The date was just 5 days before the Titanic's departure. Lin Yue's heart skipped a beat. Lin Yue stared at the reimbursement slip in astonishment. What an uncanny coincidence. Buying insurance was not strange in itself, yet at that moment the whole world believed that even the gods could not make the Titanic sink. Why would Luo Lin Foreign spend 300 to purchase an insurance policy? Lin Yue's face betrayed no emotion as he asked the question casually. Luo Lin Foreign, where in Meigui do you live? Perhaps I could visit when I have time. Where could I possibly live? I have no fixed home. I always follow your uncle wherever he goes, there I go. Besides, houses across the Daxiang are so dear, who could afford one? Lin Yue smiled, thanked Lucy once more, and stepped out of the room. The image of that insurance policy kept surfacing in his mind. By Luo Lin Tete's own account, she should not have possessed much money. Yet if she truly had no funds, how could she spend 300 on a policy? It seemed a grand joke, unless she knew the policy would be converted into a cash payout. If so, purchasing the policy would make sense. Lin Yue suddenly remembered the files he had read on the Taitanakiho on the night the ship struck the iceberg. Captain Shermi C. had been drunkenly ensconced in his lover's cabin. Thus, when he issued orders, his commands were unclear and his mind fogged, causing a sequence of command errors. Could it be? Was this truly a conspiracy? At last, a sliver of a clue. Lin Yue resolved to remain outwardly calm, careful not to arouse suspicion. Lin Yue, what are you thinking? I was wondering, why is Miss Lucy so exquisitely beautiful? Lucy lit a cigarette, rolled from a rose petal, and drew a delicate breath. A breath of rose-scented smoke drifted from her lips. Her peculiar crown perfume, notes of mint and rose, gave off a warm, mildly spicy perfume. She looked at Lin Yue with a melancholic gaze, then glanced toward the sinking sun over the deck. What use is always a bird kept in somebody else's cage? When others are pleased, they smile upon you. When displeased, they and yet despite such treatment, you must still smile obsequiously at them. Otherwise, even your next meal might be imperiled. Don't paint things in such absolutes, Lucy. Lin Yue stood at the edge of the deck, leaning on the railing as she did. This last rose petal smoke is the last one. Lin Yue, let me have 2 more. I came out with you just to vent a little. I felt so stifled in that room. There are many ways to let off steam. Though this herbal smoke may not harm the body, it will affect your beauty when you smoke. Lucy paused, taken aback, looking at Lin Yue, and unsure what to say. Then she pinched the ember between her fingers and flicked the remainder out toward the sea. If you're unhappy, shouted out Lucy, learn from me. Ah. Lin Yue climbed onto the railing and let out a powerful shout to the ocean. Excitement illuminated Lucy's face. May I shout? Of course. Oh, oh. Lin Yue cried again loudly, and Lucy immediately followed with an equally loud cry. Oh. Lin Yue, if we shout here, will we draw the guards? No. You needn't worry. Ooh, I know all the guards on. Are you feeling better, Lucy? Much better. Lin Yue, look. Lucy's face was alight with excitement. Look. She pointed toward the deep blue sea. So many dolphins are swimming alongside the Taitanakiho. Wow, they're incredible, so fast. Lin Yue followed Lucy's gaze. The enormous Taitanakiho sped toward the distant sunset. At its flanks, the great turbines churned, carving out rolling wakes. Dense schools of dolphins, nearly 100, kept pace along both sides of the hull. They breached and dove in rapid succession, racing with astonishing speed. Not only Lucy, who stared entranced, but Lin Yue as well felt a keen delight swell within him. Nature is truly wondrous. Lin Yue, I used to read in the papers that dolphins and sharks followed great ships because the propeller's wake stunned them, and then their bodies were carried forward by the waves. But clearly that is not the case. Look how happily the dolphins leap. It hardly looks like they are stunned. That I can. When a ship sails, pressure rings form around the hull, generating pressure waves and currents. Riding those pressure waves greatly reduces a dolphin's energy expenditure, so they delight in frolicking in a ship's wake. Lin Yue, how do you know so much? I served in the military before. We sailed with ships and encountered this so I read up on it myself. Lin Yue, you're remarkable. So young and yet so worldly. Gradually the sun slid down the western sky. It sank below the horizon. Lin Yue, coming up on deck with you has made me happy. Thank you for the herbal smoke you gave me. I should probably go back now. If I don't, my mother in that room will be like a woman on pins. All right then, go. Lin Yue offered a faint smile. Lucy walked a few steps, then turned once more with an enchanting smile. Lin Yue, meeting you has been a delight. The feeling is mutual. May I come see you again tomorrow? Of course. I live in the lifeboat deck cabin in the room next to Captain Shermi C. Goodbye. Lucy waved at Lin Yue. She smoothed the tailored white suit dress with both hands. She hurried down the stair on the starboard side of the uppermost deck toward the first-class quarters below. Watching Ruth's figure gradually disappear into the distance, Lin Yue felt an indescribable sensation within. In a sense, someone like Ruth, possessing an aristocratic elegance, carried none of the pretentious airs typically associated with nobility. With such a carefree and pure disposition, it is truly difficult for any man not to be captivated by her. Moreover, she is strikingly beautiful and incredibly alluring. Lin Yue had indeed never been in a romantic relationship. In the Blue Star era, the time when love alone could bring happiness even in the simplest of circumstances had long passed. Lin Yue was neither a second-generation wealthy heir nor a third-generation rich kid. He could only strive to become a first-generation financial tycoon, thereby altering the course of his fate. Taking advantage of the time Ruth was leaving, Lin Yue once again entered the ship's cabin from the deck. He made his way to the radio transmission room on the lowest deck of the lifeboat area. It was currently 6 p.m. on April 10th. Knock knock. Lin Yue tapped on the door of the radio transmission room. Inside, a radio operator, his hat askew and bleary-eyed, opened the door. Who are you? I am Lin Yue. The captain asked me to check if our radio is functioning properly. It's functioning. I know you. You're the Lin Yue who came aboard with Captain Smith. How many people are on duty in there? 2. I work during the day, and he works at night. I will be off soon. What are all these papers here? Mr. Lin, these papers contain messages that the passengers on the ship need to send. Some are to inform their families that they are safe, others are for conveying information to companies, and some are for stock trading. These requests from the passengers are indeed very important. However, Captain Smith instructed that all communications with nearby cruise ships and maritime authorities must take precedence. Are these passengers' letters really that profitable? Did the captain genuinely say that? With the captain's instruction, do you think I have any reason to come here and deceive you? Of course not. Mr. Lin, I will comply with your and the captain's request. We will change the priority and focus on communications with surrounding vessels and maritime authorities first. Good. Thank you for your hard work. Lin Yue left the radio transmission room. The reason he had given the operator that in the original film 2 radio operators repeatedly prioritized private letters over urgent communication. They completely ignored the warnings about icebergs in the nearby waters, not even glancing at them. Moreover, they were focused on sending messages for money. They even failed to report the sighting of icebergs to Captain Smith in a timely manner. This was another crucial reason contributing to the sinking of the Titanic. After exiting the radio room, Lin Yue specifically went to the lookout tower observation room. He remembered that in the original film, a deputy who held the key to the safe changed plans shortly before boarding and did not come aboard the Titanic. This resulted in the cabinet containing the binoculars being locked shut. Consequently, the 2 lookouts failed to spot the iceberg in a timely manner. Lin Yue did not overlook any detail, nor did he ignore any oversight. As soon as he entered the room, he seized the opportunity when no one was around to use a metal wrench to pry open the lock on the cabinet. Lin Yue retrieved the binoculars and placed them on the lookout platform. Now surely these 2 lookouts could observe using the binoculars in advance. Lin Yue returned to his resting room. His quarters were adjacent to the captain's quarters, consisting of a small living room and bedroom, totaling less than 20 square meters. After washing up, he lay down on the bed, falling into a deep sleep until dawn. It was the morning of April. Lin Yue went to the first-class dining hall for a meal, where he saw Ruth's mother and Carl's mother sitting in the southeast corner of the dining hall chatting animatedly while eating. However, Ruth and Carl had yet to show up. This era placed great importance on respecting elders. With both mothers dining here, Ruth and Carl surely wouldn't miss it without a particular reason. Lin Yue hurriedly ate a few bites and went to the first-class lounge, but did not find Ruth. There was no sign of her. He stood on the deck, closed his eyes, and took a deep breath. He used his nose to sense the scents in the air, hoping to catch a whiff of Ruth's perfume to track her down. The keen sense of smell he received as a reward allowed Lin Yue to detect subtle scents. The gentle sea breeze carried the salty and fishy scent of the ocean. There were also the aromas of various fried foods, toasted bread and butter from first-class, second-class, and third-class areas, along with the perfume of some wealthy ladies. However, none of these scents matched the unique crown perfume worn by Ruth. When he was with her yesterday, Lin Yue had already noticed that her perfume had a distinct aroma. It was a famous crown perfume from this period, a relatively rare line, containing mint, honeysuckle, and rose, leaning towards warm and spicy notes, creating an enchanting and alluring fragrance. Lin Yue did not catch that scent on the first-class deck. He then walked through the left corridor of the deck until he reached the edge of the ship on the other side. Just a few steps past, that familiar scent of Ruth's perfume wafted into Lin Yue's nostrils. Ever since receiving the reward, Lin Yue had become extraordinarily sensitive to scents, especially those he had previously. Following the scent, he walked over 200 meters and arrived at the stern of the first-class deck. Before he could turn the corner, he overheard Ruth and Carl's conversation. "Ruth, why are you so upset this early in the morning? My mother merely chatted with you yesterday. There was no need for you to react so strongly. Was that a chat? Can't you see that I'm unhappy? Why should I force a smile in front of you? Why must I stand just because your mother says so? Am I a toy? Am I a puppet? Luce, you must not speak to your mother like that. You must listen to everything she says. Who gave you such power?" Luce exclaimed wearily. "You don't respect me at all. My mother's agreement to this marriage is a mistake. If you break off the engagement, your father's debts will crush both you and your mother. Your mother will fall from her noble status to become a servant for others. I'll give you money. You marry me, listen to me, and heed my mother's demands. It's only right. Stop talking. Everything will be resolved when I'm gone. I no longer want to live in such a muddled state. Wait. Luce, if you hand over the heart of the ocean to me, I only gave it to you because I like you, but I never meant for you to hide it in the sea. That's just absurd." Luce sneered. "Even before I die, you're thinking of the heart of the ocean." Luce felt immense sadness in her heart. She yanked the blue heart of the ocean from her neck and threw it towards Carl. Then she turned around, her face twisted in fear and pain. She was just about to jump into the sea from the ship's railing with a smile. Suddenly Lin Yue ran out from the ship's cabin. He hurriedly rushed to the edge of the railing, grabbing Lucy's arm and pulling her back with all his might. Lin Yue's right arm instinctively wrapped around Lucy's waist, bringing her back from the edge. Lucy was genuinely frightened, her lips slightly bluish, her teeth chattering slightly. Lucy, didn't I tell you yesterday to take things lightly? Why would you do something like this? Lin Yue, I don't know what to do. Living is too exhausting. Seeing this scene, Carl's heart ignited with endless rage again. He pointed at Lin Yue and shouted, Lin Yue, understand this, Lucy is my fiancée, and you're holding her right now. Let her go. Lin Yue, still holding Lucy, walked over to a soft coffee chair by the deck. Would you like to have some coffee first? Later he'll take you to a place. Where are you taking her? Carl shouted angrily from the side, she is my fiancée. As he spoke, he aggressively I warned you yesterday to stay away from my fiancée, yet you dare to hold her in your arms. Carl took 2 steps forward, his fist aimed at Lin Yue. Seeing this scene, Lucy was taken aback. She had never witnessed such a scenario. Lin Yue quickly dodged. Carl, unexpectedly, just as his right fist came forward. Lin Yue caught it with one hand. I've been waiting for you to make the first move. Since you provoked me first, don't blame me for being ruthless. With a loud smack, Lin Yue kicked Carl fiercely in the abdomen. Carl fell to the deck, clutching his stomach. Lin Yue stepped forward, grabbed his hair, and slapped him hard. Smack. You truly are scum. Oh, just now Lucy was pushed to the brink of jumping off this ship, and instead of trying to save her, you're thinking about the heart of the ocean. With another loud smack, Lin Yue slapped Carl again. You dare hit me. I can take on dinosaurs, what are you even worth? Slap, slap, slap. Carl's face turned into a swollen mess, and he fainted. After the beating, Lin Yue relaxed his grip. He stood up, adjusting his white shirt and black suit. Lin Yue shouted to the 2 soldiers patrolling the deck. You all saw that scene just now. We did, Mr. Lin. Carl was the one who caused trouble. I acted in self-defense. Yes, Mr. Lin. We will report this matter to the captain. Drag him away. Seeing him will ruin my mood for coffee. Understood. When Lin Yue turned around, he saw Lucy's astonished gaze staring blankly at him. Her eyes were filled with disbelief and a strange admiration. Lin Yue, you are so cool. The Carl family is quite powerful. Are you really not afraid at all? What's there to be afraid of? We are all just living this life for the first time. Why should we indulge him? Moreover, this is the only life we have, so why should we suffer his bullying? Lucy bit her lip and said, you're right, I shouldn't waste my life on them. Have you figured it out? I have figured it out. Then come with me. A smile appeared on Lucy's face as she stood up from her seat. Where to? You'll know when you get there, hurry. Lucy's fair arm was pulled by Lin Yue while her other hand lifted her white dress to avoid tripping over its hem while running. Lucy, hurry up. Lin Yue, I'm in a great mood. Then smile more, you look the prettiest when you smile. Lin Yue, did you just say you fought dinosaurs? False, I've fought fake dinosaurs. Huh. Lin Yue, you're so interesting. Lin Yue ran from the first-class deck to the second-class deck. Lucy, look at the people living in this second-class cabin. Their status isn't as noble as those in first class. However, their lives are colorful. Look at all the unfamiliar strangers in this cabin sitting together, drinking coffee, chatting, dancing, and singing. Lin Yue pulled Lucy all the way to the third-class cabin. Lin Yue, I've never been to this third-class cabin before. My mother wouldn't allow me to come here. In their eyes, the class divisions among people are too obvious, but is that really the case? We are all human beings, it's just that we come from different backgrounds. Don't you think this third-class cabin is exceptionally lively? Lucy looked around. She saw passengers in groups of 2 or 3 gathered together. Some were playing cards, others were boasting. There were also some people sitting together drinking beer, one cup after another. What a lively scene. Let's go, let's drink beer. Can I drink it? Why can't you drink it? Lucy, cheers. Cheers. Lucy raised a large beer mug and took a hearty sip. The refreshing beer made her cough lightly. Lucy patted her snowy white chest, her face filled with excitement. It's my first time drinking beer. My mother never let me drink before. They only care about red wine, which has no flavor. Beer has the most human warmth. The upper class has their way of living, and the lower class has theirs. But look at them, isn't their life different yet so happy? Come, cheers, Lucy. Cheers, Lin Yue. Lin Yue, thank you. Don't keep saying that you should. Moi? Lucy boldly leaned over and kissed Lin Yue on the cheek. Is this okay now? After finishing her beer, Lucy's face was slightly flushed, and she was quite excited. Lin Yue felt a bit dazed. This Western girl was indeed a bit bold. Lucy, you must never have thoughts of taking your own life again. If you do, I won't be able to sleep. Huh. How does that relate to your sleep? Of course it's related. I finally managed to get a good night's sleep last night, and the moment I woke up this morning, I found you clutching the railing wanting to jump into the sea. If your thoughts don't disperse, how will I sleep at night? I might as well just sit by the railing all night and keep watch. Lucy chuckled. She raised her hand adorned with a white glove to cover her mouth. Lin Yue, you really are interesting. By the way, what do you like to do the most? Drawing. Drawing. Really? I also like to collect paintings, but I can't draw. What do you excel at painting? Lin Yue took a large sip of his drink, smiled, and said, I excel at painting women. Really? Then draw one for me. Lucy placed her drink down, sitting up straight. I excel at painting unclothed ones. Lucy. Ruth smiled, as in this era nude paintings and sculptures were quite normal. I never would have guessed Lin Yue you truly have. By the way, how did you find me this morning? I was at the back side of the deck, and I didn't expect you to find me too. By the scent. Yes. I can smell the fragrance on you. Ruth looked at Lin Yue in disbelief. How is that possible? I haven't used perfume for several days. How could you smell it? Let me guess, and if I'm right you have to reward me. Lin Yue blinked and smiled. You tell me, hurry up. Ruth looked at him expectantly. You've been using a classic perfume from the Crown brand produced in 1987, but within this line, there are several series. You didn't choose the common scents like lily or champagne. Instead you opted for a fragrance composed of rosemary, mint, and orange blossom, which is slightly warm and a bit spicy. Ruth's eyes widened in shock. Ruth, I only found you using this perfume on this ship, and if I'm not mistaken you've only been to a few places: the bridge on the second deck, the restaurant cafe, and cinema on the third deck. Of course there's also the top deck, where I took you once. All these places have the scent of your perfume. Ruth was her already large and bright eyes looked at Lin Yue in disbelief, filled with admiration. This is simply incredible. Lin Yue, is your nose really that extraordinary? Ruth leaned closer to Lin Yue saying, let me see your nose. Do you have more nostrils than usual? As Ruth spoke her smile was enchanting. Leaning in, her soft rosy lips glistened, and a natural fragrance mingled with her perfume wafting into Lin Yue's nose. Suddenly Ruth leaned forward and gently kissed Lin Yue. You guessed right earlier, this is your reward. Not enough. Lin Yue instantly wrapped his arms around Ruth. A primal rush of dopamine surged as the two embraced tightly. Moisture, passion, warmth, and softness intertwined. After a long while, Lin Yue, you are truly handsome, radiating a masculine aura. Where are you from? In the Celestial Empire. The capital of the Celestial Empire. Actually, I've always been particularly fond of your Celestial Empire. Your historical and cultural depth is the most profound and worth celebrating, unlike other countries with short histories that rely solely on imitation. Moreover, they create inhumane ranking rules to elevate their own elegance. Lin Yue, I want another drink. You can't drink anymore. If you do, you'll get drunk. No way, I'm just so happy. I haven't been this happy in a long time. I want to drink again. Ruth brought another large glass of beer. Gulp, gulp. She took a big sip. I really haven't felt this free in a long time. I've been constrained for so long. Ruth's face was filled with excitement. A slight blush crept onto her flawless cheeks due to the beer. She looked extremely adorable, this woman who had been constrained by numerous rules and regulations for too long. This sudden indulgence added an air of carefree nature to her. Sure enough, not long after drinking 6 beers, Ruth was completely drunk. Lin Yue had initially planned to take her back to her first-class cabin. However, he thought of Carl's and his mother's faces combined with Ruth's mother's current attitude. Given that Ruth had already had some drinks, if there were any misunderstandings, she might do something foolish. Lin Yue held Ruth in his arms and made his way up the stairs to the Titanic's highest lifeboat deck. He walked along the long corridor for over 50 meters and pushed open the door to his room. He laid Ruth on his resting bed. Just as Lin Yue settled her in, a knock sounded at the door. Lin Yue got up to open the door. Lin Yue, Uncle Smith. You kid are quite something. I just heard from the soldiers that you brought a beauty to your room. Many say she's the most beautiful woman on the Titanic. Is that true? Uncle, she got drunk, and I brought her to my room to rest. Drunk? Isn't that even more romantic for you? Captain Smith chuckled and patted Lin Yue on the shoulder. You're truly much better than your father. He was so shy back in the day. Good job. Oh, by the way, Captain Smith rummaged in his pocket and pulled out a brown bottle. This is a special oil I brought back from India. It can help you. Just keep it up. Lin Yue certainly knew what Smith had handed him. Such Indian products had become immensely popular worldwide. Uncle Smith, there's something I still want to say. Go ahead, what is it, Lin Yue? I feel like our ship is going too fast. Shouldn't we slow down? After all, there are many icebergs in this part of the Atlantic. If we collide, the consequences would be unimaginable. That's not your concern. With me here along with the first and second mates and a bunch of observers and operators, such a thing is absolutely impossible. Don't worry. Before Lin Yue could speak again, Captain Smith walked out alone, closing the door with a click. Lin Yue held the brown bottle and glanced at it, seeing the 4 characters on it. Spring heart stirred. What a feeling this name evokes. Lin Yue had just raised his head. He saw Ruth turning over on the bed. The lace bra beneath her white formal gown seemed unable to contain her. A large expanse of white was directly facing Lin Yue. His heart skipped a beat. Having never been in a romantic relationship, his heartbeat quickened uncontrollably. Lin Yue took a deep breath. He got up and opened the door to the outside. Standing on the deck corridor at the door, he let the sea breeze blow over him. He needed to calm himself down. Normal people experience emotions. Lin Yue was no exception. He was not a sage, and the scene just now would elicit the same reaction from any normal man. Moreover, during the past 2 days of interaction, Lin Yue had already developed feelings for the stunning beauty Ruth. It was now the evening of April 11th. The time until the collision with the iceberg on the night of April 14th was drawing near. However, before the incident occurred, there were many clues that Lin Yue could not touch. Furthermore, he could not send out a distress signal via radio in advance. Based on the information at hand, The nearby cruise ships were all about 100 nautical miles away from them. If a distress signal were sent, they would surely arrive within 4 hours at the latest. He couldn't issue a warning this early. If he sent out an alarm on April 11th, it would lead to accusations of false alarm. On April 12th, until the morning, Ruth gradually woke up from the bed. This deep sleep was due to the alcohol she had consumed, and she had slept very soundly. After getting up, she looked around and found the room to be very unfamiliar. Ruth quickly checked her attire. The fitted white uniform gown, the light yellow lace bra, and the silk stockings she wore under the gown were all properly dressed. She immediately realized that this place was likely Lin Yue's resting quarters on the ship. Just as she was thinking this, she heard a click from the door outside. Lin Yue opened the door and walked in. Today he had changed out of his suit and was now wearing a white shirt and black dress pants, looking sharp and capable. "You're awake." "Yes, how long did I sleep?" "It's already the second day, and the sun is high." "I've already informed your mother. I was sharing a suite with my mother a few days ago while Carl and the others were next door. I couldn't sleep at all." At this point, Ruth seemed to remember something and hurriedly asked, "Lin Yue, where did you sleep last night?" "I lay on the sofa all night. The sofa here is quite comfortable." "Lin Yue, what are you holding?" "A map. This is the design blueprint of the Titanic. I got it from the designer and wanted to take a closer look." Ruth looked at Lin Yue with great surprise. "You seem to be interested in everything and excel at everything." Lin Yue rolled up the Titanic design blueprint. He needed to systematically inspect the ship. A disaster was approaching, and he was still in the dark about many things. It must be done quickly, otherwise the mission could fail. He walked towards the outside of the room with Ruth following behind, smiling as she whispered, "Are you really good at drawing naked women?" "What do you think?" "Of course I prefer drawing naked women. There's nothing interesting about drawing men." Ruth paused for a moment, her face revealing a meaningful smile. "Lin Yue, I didn't expect you to be this kind of person. You're teasing me, aren't you?" "Lin Yue, wait a moment, where are you going?" "I'm going to check the bottom of the ship." "I want to go too." "Aren't you afraid your mother—" "Not at all. Oh, I enjoy playing with you now." "Then come along. With such a beautiful woman following me, my work won't be tiring." "Lin Yue, we've already gone down several flights of stairs. What level are we on now?" "This Titanic is simply too large. I'm getting dizzy." Actually, according to this design blueprint, the entire Titanic is divided into 9 levels. The lifeboats from top to bottom are on the lifeboat deck: first class cabin deck, second class cabin deck, third class cabin deck, deck D deck, E deck, F deck, G, and deck H. We are currently on deck G, which is primarily for the boiler and power system, the place that provides power for the You really know a lot. Ruth looked at Lin Yue, who seemed mysterious in every way. The two looked around. They saw dozens of furnaces of various sizes in the entire cabin. Several hundred workers were busy loading coal here. This area was close to the second to last level of the Titanic. In the movie, this level had long been submerged during the incident. Most of the workers here perished in the sea. These workers were poor people who hurriedly worked for a living, doing the hardest and most grueling jobs, yet they remained at their posts when disaster struck. If it weren't for their constant efforts to shovel water and drain it out, the Titanic would have sunk much earlier. Lin Yue took Ruth for a round on this level. They found nothing problematic. Lin Yue led Ruth down the stairs again to the last level, deck H. This deck had half its area for the furnace boiler. The other half was used as a storage room. These storage rooms were filled with many expensive vehicles shipped across the ocean. There was a crucial place on this level, which was the waterproof door at the bottom of the entire Titanic. If the bottom level flooded, this waterproof door would ensure that the water below would not rise. In the original film, the waterproof door was left open because an employee came to retrieve something, leading to the ship's bottom colliding with an iceberg and allowing a torrent of seawater to surge in. Lin Yue searched meticulously around this level. Finally, he spotted the 3-meter-tall waterproof door next to the left side transmission system. The door consisted of 2 iron gates tightly closed in the middle, secured with a large iron lock. "Lin Yue, I can see that you are particularly interested in the structure of this ship. Are you an engineer?" "No, I'm just looking for any flaws in this ship." "Are you from an insurance company or a disaster assessor?" "Of course not." Lin Yue chuckled. "I'm just particularly interested in these things." "You certainly have a wide array of interests and talents." "Lin Yue, I want to see you draw a picture. Will you draw something for me?" "What do you want me to draw, Lucy?" "You should draw something that showcases your best skills." Lin Yue's heart skipped a beat. A wave of inexplicable joy surged within him. He turned his head and instantly saw Lucy standing beside a deep red Renault sports car from 1912. Lucy was unbuttoning her clothes one by one. Lin Yue's heart raced. No man could hide the excitement that arose in such an imminent scene. The fitted white evening gown slipped from Lucy's smooth skin. She took off her lacy corset with both hands and held it in her hand. "Now can you draw a picture of me?" Sure," Lin Yue replied, extremely thrilled. If everyone in this world was indeed created by a divine creator, then Lucy's body was undoubtedly a masterpiece of that creator. Although Lin Yue had never had a girlfriend during his college years, he had occasionally appreciated films from the island nation with friends in his dorm. "I must say the Lucy in front of me is truly unlike any other." The term perfect could not be more aptly applied to her. Lucy opened the deep red Renault's door. She spread her clothes beneath her and lay back on the Renault's seat. Let's begin, Lin Yue. I'm looking forward to your— Lin Yue had brought the blueprints of the Titanic with him. He pulled a pencil from his pocket and found a small wooden board near. Lin Yue swiftly climbed into the car and sat opposite Lucy. Are you shy? Not at all. Lin Yue concealed his inner excitement. Lin Yue, I can see your face is a bit red. In this situation, it's impossible for me to remain calm. Lin Yue, focus on your drawing. I will reward you once it's done. Lin Yue's heart raced as he began sketching a nude. He started with the shaped contours. Lin Yue inwardly rejoiced. Thankfully, he had signed up for a 5-day sketching training course outside. It was specifically aimed at practicing this type of artwork. He never expected it would finally come in handy today. The film did not deceive him. Although Lucy was oppressed and melancholic under the protection of her fiancé Carl and mother, she was truly an exuberant woman. She possessed the openness and carefree spirit typical of Western women. When Lin Yue was to paint her, she unabashedly stripped off all her clothes. This was something Lin Yue had never encountered growing up in China. With just a few simple strokes, Lin Yue had already depicted the alluring curves. He began to focus on outlining many parts, balancing light and dark varying thickness. Although Lin Yue had only been learning to draw for a short time, after diligent study and his own talent and seriousness, he finally completed this nude sketch of Lucy in 30 minutes. When Lucy received the drawing, her excitement was evident. Lin Yue, you are truly amazing. I have never met such a mysterious man as you. Why are you so talented at everything? You know I love painting, and I really have no resistance to men who can draw. Lucy placed the artwork aside, her smile tinged with a hint of shyness. Lin Yue, am I beautiful? Lucy asked, a bit excited. Beautiful. You are the only man who makes my heart flutter. Lucy sat up only a meter away from Lin Yue. The seductive scent of her body and the fragrance of her perfume wafted around Lin Yue's nose. In that moment, Lin Yue felt as if he had lost his sanity. He unhesitatingly embraced Lucy tightly. Lin Yue, Slovakia. When Lin Yue was in Blue Star, he had watched Titanic for the first time. It was in a high school classroom. When the scene played, the teacher attempted to fast forward with a remote control. However, the remote malfunctioned, causing the multimedia television to freeze on that shot. That moment was deeply imprinted in Lin Yue's mind. At the time, Lucy's perfect body captured in that television shot made the entire class tremble. But who could have imagined that now this perfect Lucy was actually lying in his arms? In the workshop at the lowest level of the Titanic inside that red Renault, Lin Yue and Lucy, they forgot the time and everything else. Until the early hours of the 14th, Lin Yue heard a faint noise coming from the far right waterproof door. It startled him awake. Lin Yue sat up in the car. He glanced at the time and felt a sudden tension at the back of his neck. Indeed, in certain matters humans truly do not regard time as time. It was already the morning of the 14th. If calculated according to the movie's timeline, the collision with the iceberg would occur at 1140 p.m. on the night of the 14th. Lucy, wake up quickly. Lin Yue, what's wrong? I'm so tired. Lin Yue pointed to the far side of the deck. There's someone over there. Lucy, with a shy smile, hurriedly picked up her clothes to put them on. Lin Yue gently pulled open the car door. He quickly approached the waterproof door. Lin Yue moved swiftly. From a distance, he saw a figure dressed in simple servant attire. At the large iron door, the servant was knocking cautiously. He carefully struck the lock with a hammer instinctively. In that instinctive glance, he spotted Lin Yue rushing towards him. The servant nervously dropped the hammer with a clap. He bolted towards the staircase 5 meters away. As he reached the staircase, he forcefully pulled at the iron door. With a bang, the door at the staircase closed shut. Who exactly is this person? Lin Yue only caught a glimpse of. The only distinct feature of this person was an unusually large head. From a distance, the contours suggested that he had sparse hair. It appeared to be a man with a hooked nose and short hair. Lin Yue reached the edge of the waterproof door and examined it. The large lock hanging on the door was still intact. He picked up the hammer from the ground. Lin Yue silently pondered, is the sinking of the Titanic truly as investigated by future generations? Is everything really a result of mistakes and accidents? Lin Yue increasingly felt that there might be a huge conspiracy hidden within. On the car side, Lucy had already dressed and was slowly walking over. Her steps were small. Lin Yue, just now someone was hitting the lock of this safety waterproof door. Is he crazy? If this waterproof door leaks at the bottom, the water will directly surge up. Lucy didn't think much of it as she assumed someone was playing a prank. Lin Yue, I discovered something interesting. Come with me quickly. What is it? Just come, you'll know when you get here. Lucy pulled Lin Yue to the side of the deep red Renault. Look, the effort you used in the car has actually moved its position. The tires were here, but now it's shifted half a meter to the right. Lucy chuckled mischievously. Lin Yue glanced. The cars of this era were not very large, so it was reasonable for it to move half a meter under such vigorous shaking. That's only because you are too charming, making it hard for people to resist, Lucy. Suddenly Lin Yue's eyes swept over the ground revealed by the car's movement. It seemed distinctly different from the surrounding deck. The color of this deck wasn't as vibrant as the upper levels, but it was still painted white. However, the section of the deck just exposed beneath the car was unexpectedly yellow wood. This yellow wood must have been pressed under the tire previously, so it wasn't painted white. Lin Yue squatted down to take a closer look. He saw two characters on the yellow deck owling. Owling? What owl? A storm surged in Lin Yue's mind. Lin Yue was constantly searching within his mind. What exactly is Olympic? Just as he finished pondering, Ruth suddenly said, Lin Yue, I remember a ship named the Olympic. Initially, the White Star Line built two ships. One was the Titanic, and the other was the Olympic. These two vessels were known as sister ships. This was due to their striking similarity. On September 11, 1911, during one of Olympic's maiden voyages, it collided with another naval vessel and sustained severe damage. Due to the exorbitant repair costs, Olympic publicly declared that it would abandon further repairs. But why was there a handwritten note reading Olympic on this unpainted piece of wood beneath the car's tire? Lin Yue, what are you thinking about? Ruth, time is of the essence. Follow me. I suspect this might be a conspiracy. Conspiracy? What conspiracy? There's no time to explain. Just follow me. I need to find evidence quick. As Lin Yue ran up the side ladder, a storm of thoughts erupted in his mind. Why did the Titanic have an unpainted deck that bore the Olympics emblem? Lin Yue had previously harbored doubts when researching relevant materials. In the future, when the Titanic's sunken artifacts, utensils, and furniture were salvaged, not a single one bore the Titanic's insignia. Doesn't that seem strange? An independent, epic-making giant cruise ship should have its own branding on its items. Isn't that perfectly normal? Unless this ship is truly the Olympic, the Titanic's sister ship. Lin Yue doubted this because he had conducted an in-depth study of the era's background. At that time, both shipbuilding companies, the White Star Line, were on the brink of bankruptcy. The company was facing a capital crisis, and if they orchestrated an accident during the maiden voyage of the already damaged Olympic, the insurance payout could revive the company. As Lin Yue contemplated this, a chill ran down his spine. Perhaps this was indeed a possibility. What wouldn't capitalists do? In their eyes, the lives of over 2,000 people meant nothing. Lin Yue searched carefully with Ruth. Ruth, help me check if any of this equipment has markings, like the Olympic we saw on the floor earlier. Lin Yue firmly believed that all cover-up traces could not achieve 100 concealment. If the upper layers were indeed covered, they would likely have been meticulous. However, the workers below were merely brute laborers. No one would pay attention to such details. Thus, Lin Yue and Ruth diligently searched this level. Lin Yue, look. There's an Olympic emblem on this water pipe. Lin Yue glanced, and indeed it was so. He also spotted these markings on a boiler raft in the corner. Ruth, did you bring cigarettes? Yes, I have some in my pocket. Do you want to smoke? It seems those cigarettes aren't. He'll use them. Hurry and hand them over. Lin Yue took the pack of cigarettes Ruth handed him and walked over to a group of workers near the boiler. Here. You all must be tired. I'll have a smoke. Although these are ladies' cigarettes, the occasional puff has its own. Here, brother, have one. Come take one. Sir, you and your wife are quite the pair. It's rare to see nobles like you willing to visit our filthy place. Lin Yue chuckled. I have a question. Have any of these boiler pipes or equipment been replaced? Replaced? How could that be? Sir, all these items on the Titanic are brand new. There's absolutely no way they could have been replaced. What about this boiler valve? Is it possible to replace it individually? Impossible, replied a grizzled worker in his 50s, waving his hand dismissively at Lin Yue. The boiler valve is integrated with the entire boiler model. If the valve were to be replaced, the entire boiler would need to be changed, so it's absolutely impossible to replace just the boiler room. Oh, so that's how it is. In that moment, Lin Yue was completely convinced. This ship is indeed the. Even though it had undergone various paint jobs and attempts to erase traces, the remaining details were not 100 concealed, according to what the engineers just said. The impossibility of replacing individual components was confirmed. This was indeed the original Olympic. Suddenly, Lin Yue recalled. When he crossed into this world, he had researched multiple aspects of the Titanic. According to the facts, after the Titanic disaster, a rescue ship, the Californian, arrived. Interestingly, records indicate that this ship was about 100 nautical miles away from the Titanic during the incident. Most intriguingly, the data showed that the Californian had 3,000 woolen sweaters and blankets on board, but not a single passenger. To some extent, this corroborated that the Titanic's sinking was premeditated. It allowed the Titanic to gain compensation from the insurance company. Moreover, the Californian was arranged to arrive for rescue at the first opportunity, ensuring that the White Star Line would not suffer heavy losses for the drowned. Ironically, the helmsman of the Californian miscalculated the position and area, failing to reach the embarkation point in time. This led to the tragic drowning of 1523 innocent passengers and crew members aboard the Titanic. Faced with this sudden new clue, Lin Yue felt invigorated. A sense of joy and excitement surged within him as he was on the brink of uncovering the truth behind the Titanic's sinking. Just as Lin Yue thought about this, he suddenly realized that Ruth had been silent for several minutes beside him. He saw that there was no trace of Ruth anywhere in the boiler room. Where's Ruth? Hey buddy, have you seen where my girlfriend who came with me went? Oh, you mean that beautiful lady? She was just over there by the stairs, and a man in his 40s was waving at her. Did you see where they went? It seems they went down the stairs. The area below is where they keep the locomotives. Lin Yu's heart raced as he hurried towards the staircase. Who could that man in his 40s be? Which man in his 40s did Ruth know on this ship? He quickly ran down the stairs he had just ascended. Upon arriving below, he found the locomotive room where he and Ruth had spent the last 2 days with the outer door wide open. Just moments ago, Lin Yue and Ruth had closed that door when they ascended the stairs. He approached the entrance and carefully scanned the numerous cars in the locomotive room. He immediately spotted Ruth leaning against the seat of the deep red Renault they had once occupied, seemingly asleep. Ruth! Lin Yue rushed towards the car. Ruth! He shouted loudly. Ruth seemed to awaken slightly, her head beginning to move as she reached up to touch her forehead. It seemed Ruth was alright. Lin Yue had just run 10 meters when suddenly a thought struck him. Why would someone leave the door open? Could it be? Lin Yue instantly thought it was likely someone wanted to trap them in this locomotive room. Lin Yue rushed back, took a few steps, and stood by the door. Sure enough, 3 seconds later the large iron door of the locomotive room suddenly moved. He heard the creaking sound as the 2 large iron doors were being pushed closed. Lin Yue swiftly stepped forward, kicking the large iron door. The large iron door shook violently, sending the man behind it, who was pushing the door, staggering backward. Lin Yue jumped out, grabbing the arm of the man in a suit and round hat. As the man attempted to escape up the stairs, Lin Yue threw him back. The man in the hat fell backward down the stairs. With a loud thud, the man in his 40s crashed to the bottom of the stairs. Lin Yue immediately recognized him. A hooked nose. A somewhat large head. It was the same person who had smashed the waterproof door lock earlier. At that moment, Ruth, who had just awakened in the Renault car from afar, walked over upon hearing the commotion. Ruth, I'm fine. Ruth immediately recognized it was Carl's servant Joey. Joey, what exactly are you doing? Why did you trick me into coming down here and then knock me out? Joey in his 40s had a forehead covered in wrinkles. He gritted his teeth, closed his eyes, and remained silent. Lin Yue directly raised his right foot. With a loud crack, he stomped down on Joey's chest. Aunt! Joey screamed in pain. Are you going to talk or not? Who sent you here? Is it Carl? Joey pushed with his left hand while his right hand swung a punch. Lin Yue grabbed his wrist and twisted it behind his back. Crack! The sound of breaking bones echoed. Ruth was stunned by Lin Yue's skill. I'll tell you, it was my master Carl. Carl? Ruth asked in surprise and anger. What does he want? Does he intend to trap me here in the machine room and leave me to die? Ruth remained oblivious to everything happening. However, Lin Yue had already pieced it together. Carl was likely involved in the Titanic sinking incident. In the movie, Carl and his servant indeed survived, which is quite suspicious. Lin Yue exerted pressure with his foot, making the bones in Joey's chest crackle. If you don't tell the truth, I will really ruin you, shatter every bone in your body, and lock you in this machine room. No. I'll tell you, mister. Lin, it was my master Carl who sent me. He discovered that you seemed to be investigating something on the ship. He ordered me to find a way to trap you, saying that trapping you for a day and a night would be enough. Lin Yue sneered coldly in his heart. Damn, a day and a night. The Titanic is about to meet its doom. Carl is truly seeking death. It seems the cause is entirely related to him. Joey, answer my questions honestly. If you hide anything, I'll knock all your teeth out. First question, has Carl bought any insurance in the past month or two? He has. He bought Atlantic Insurance. Master Carl bought 1 million for the Ocean Star. 1 million. Ruth exclaimed in surprise. The Heart of the Ocean was only worth £800 when purchased. Is the insurance really worth £1 million? And also, Lin Yue continued to apply pressure on Joey. Also, he bought life insurance for his mother, and my insurance was bought by my master. Upon hearing this, Lin Yue understood. Joey was also kept in the dark. Carl had bought insurance for both Joey and his mother along with the Heart of the Ocean. This means that Carl was also one of those privy to the Titanic sinking incident. Carl's father was a steel tycoon and a major supplier of steel for both the Titanic and its sister ship, the Olympic. It is evident that their interests are too closely tied to this ship. So that's it. Lin Yue crouched down and landed a punch directly on Joey's skull. Joey immediately fell unconscious. Lin Yue stood up, grabbed the oblivious Ruth, and hurriedly ran towards the upper stairs. Hurry, Ruth, there's no time. What's going on, Lin Yue? I feel like I was just hearing things in a fog. Ruth, I can only tell you that the Titanic is about to sink. We must hurry. What? Lin Yue, what are you saying? There's no time to explain. Just follow me quickly, we need to act fast. This is a colossal conspiracy. Since Ruth met Lin Yue, she had always seen him as calm and collected, unruffled by any situation. Yet she never expected that Lin Yue could also appear so tense and serious. Out of love for Lin Yue, Ruth chose to trust him unconditionally. She quickly followed behind Lin Yue. The two of them ran all the way to the third-class deck, and then rushed from the third-class deck to the second-class deck. Upon reaching the first-class deck, Lin Yue pulled Ruth toward Carl's quarters. To their surprise, Carl was already gone. Moreover, Ruth's mother said that Carl hadn't eaten dinner and didn't know where he went. At this moment, it was 7 p.m. on April 14th. According to the original sinking time, the ship would start hitting the iceberg at 1140 p.m. Initially Lin Yue couldn't find any clues, and he didn't expect that when he finally found a lead. Time suddenly became too tight. Lin Yue, where are we going now? To find Uncle Smith, time is of the... The two ran to the command room on the Titanic's top deck. Usually Captain Smith, who always stayed in the command room, was unusually absent today. The slightly overweight First Officer Murdoch of the Titanic was wearing a naval uniform and was chatting with the young Second Officer Charles. They noticed Lin Yue's anxious expression. Mr. Lin, what do you need from the captain? It's nothing urgent, I just came to inform him that a telegram arrived at home. Oh, I see. The serious Second Officer Charles had just raised his hand to point to the right side of the cabin when Murdoch, the slightly overweight First Officer, pulled his arm down and smiled at Lin Yue. The captain must have something important to attend to, so we shouldn't disturb him for now. Besides, we really don't know where Lin Yue glanced lightly. In the original film, the First Officer was the one who ordered a hard left turn just before the ship hit the iceberg leading to the Titanic's vulnerable right side, crashing into the glacier. This resulted in a massive breach on the right side of the hull, allowing seawater to flood in instantly. The Second Officer Charles, on the other hand, was portrayed as an upright man in the original film. Lin Yue said nothing more, merely nodded, and quickly led Ruth away. Lin Yue, clearly the situation is tense. Did you not just say that things are quite serious? Why then do you tell them that there is nothing urgent? Ruth, right now we don't know who among them is the one scheming. Therefore we cannot trust them easily. The only person we can trust is Captain Smith. I remember my father once told me that Captain Smith is a very upright person, though he has a slight penchant for flirtation. Where should we look for him now? It must be in the room of his mistress, Madame Lauren. Let's go. Knock knock. Lin Yue knocked on Madame Lauren's door. 3 seconds later there was still no response. Knock knock. Lin Yue knocked again. With a click, Madame Lauren emerged wearing a nightgown and looking quite displeased. What is it? Lin Yue, how can you be so inconsiderate? Interrupting us at this time is terribly rude. I need to see Uncle Smith about something important. Smith has been drinking. He is in a good mood today and had a bit too much. He is currently resting in bed. Indeed, history repeated itself, as in the movie Captain Smith had also drunk with his mistress that night. This led to him being in a daze while dealing with subsequent issues. Lin Yue glanced into the lavishly decorated room. Strangely, Madame Lauren had opened several boxes and was packing many clothes inside. Moreover, she had also bought insurance policies earlier. This undoubtedly indicated that Madame Lauren was one of the conspirators. Lin Yue pushed past Madame Lauren and entered the room. Lin Yue, how can you be so inconsiderate? What are you trying to do? Madame Lauren pulled at Lin Yue's clothes from behind her face, showing great anger. Lin Yue suddenly turned around, his expression cold as he glared at Madame Lauren and said fiercely, "Do not think I don't know what you are up to. Let me ask you, we are still 3 days away from our destination in America. Why have you packed all your luggage?" It's none of your business." Madame Lauren seemed a bit nervous. "I will settle accounts with you later." Lin Yue rushed to the edge of the bed. "Uncle Smith, wake up. Wake up quickly." It was of no use. Lin Yue grabbed a cup of water from the table and splashed it directly on Smith's face. Smith, who had been lying on the bed in a drunken stupor, was startled awake by the cold water. "Lin Yue, what are you doing?" "Uncle, something major has happened. I need your authorization, or they simply won't listen to my orders." "What has happened?" Madame Lauren's expression turned tense as she took 2 steps back toward the door. Ruth stood at the doorway and promptly closed the door to the room. She stood at the door, blocking the doorknob tightly. Lin Yue cast an appreciative glance at Ruth. "The situation is extremely urgent, so I will be brief. Have you not noticed that on the entire Titanic, besides the flag at the top that has the name Titanic, none of the dishes, bowls, cabinets, or tables bear any markings of the Titanic? Don't you find that strange?" I had asked about this before, and their response was that these items were brought on temporarily, so they didn't have time to paint the name on them. Don't you find that ridiculous? This Titanic has been under construction for so long, and is the largest ship in the world, yet even the small cruise ships sailing nearby have branded supplies. How can it be that there is nothing on our large cruise ship? Lin Yue, what do you mean? Captain Smith finally sat. He sensed that there was indeed something suspicious about this. "I was just below deck with Ruth, and we found that the boiler valves, fireplace, and engine room of this ship had unpainted areas bearing the Olympics markings." "What?" Upon hearing this, Captain Smith immediately became alert. It was as if he suddenly woke up from his previous drunken state. "Are you saying this ship was originally the Olympic?" "Yes, uncle. The Olympic had sustained significant damage. Due to the enormous repair costs, it nearly bankrupted the White Star Line. They only performed simple repairs. This time they used the sister ship, the Olympic, to directly replace the Titanic." "But what is their purpose in doing this?" Smith countered. "What benefit do they gain from this?" "At present it seems there is no benefit, Uncle Smith. If this ship that was originally the Olympic were to sink to the bottom of the sea, who would be the biggest beneficiary of the enormous insurance?" Captain Smith was startled and stood up from the bed. He began pacing in the room. 5 seconds later he suddenly turned around and said to Lin Yue, "I had said that the president of White Star Line, Morgan, had originally booked to travel with us on the Titanic to America, but he canceled the plan just 3 days before the ship's departure. I found it particularly strange. If what you say is true, then it makes sense. But we still lack direct evidence. Getting direct evidence is... Lin Yue quickly walked over and grabbed Madame Lauren. What are you doing? Captain Smith looked displeased as he saw his mistress being seized by Lin Yue. Lin Yue pulled Madame Lauren closer. Speak the truth, and we can ensure that you will not spend the latter half of your life in prison. Hurry up and speak. What? What should I say? Tell us why you are packing your things. And also discuss your enormous insurance policy. Madame Lauren, flustered, quickly began to respond. I was only following their orders. I don't know. What were you ordered to do? Be clear, Captain Smith shouted. They told me that when I boarded the ship someone approached me and bought a 3,000 yuan insurance policy for me. Then after I boarded I had to ensure that you would be drunk tonight. Madame Lauren didn't even dare to look at Captain Smith, trembling. I also vaguely guessed that something might happen on the ship tonight, so I packed my things in advance. They also mentioned that there were several nearby cruise ships that would definitely come to rescue us. Upon hearing this, Captain Smith took a deep breath. He realized the immense conspiracy involved here, and he had no idea how many potential conspirators were aboard the ship. Smith, please spare me. Lady Luo Lin pleaded. Spare you? My word doesn't count right now. What I need to do is tie you securely in this room. Captain Smith pulled a piece of clothing from the side, preparing to bind Lady Luo Lin, when Lin Yue suddenly punched her in the back of the head. She immediately fainted. Isn't this faster? If she leaks the information, it would be very troublesome. We don't have time to waste. Hurry. Captain Smith nodded. He hadn't expected Lin Yue to be so decisive in a critical situation. Ruth's face was tense after their earlier conversation. Ruth had already understood the truth of the situation. The only feeling she had was disappointment that her fiancé Carl was so utterly shameless. At the beginning, when they boarded the ship, Carl had bought insurance for her and her mother. This meant that if they met with disaster at sea and perished, Carl, as her fiancé, would receive a hefty compensation. How could there be such a person? Ruth felt extremely disappointed. Ruth saw Lin Yue and Captain Smith walking toward the door. She quickly opened it and followed Lin Yue. The most important thing right now is to transmit the radio signal immediately. In any case, they needed to notify all nearby rescue ships to come quickly. Even if something did happen to the ship, it would ensure the safety of everyone on board. Captain Smith shared Lin Yue's thoughts. They headed toward the radio transmission room at the end of the corridor. Bang, bang, bang. Captain Smith knocked on the door 3 times. Open the door. No one answered from inside. Open the door. Can you hear me? Bang, bang, bang. Captain Smith knocked on the door again. He pushed hard and found the door locked tight. Lin Yue stepped back a few paces down the corridor. Lin Yue leaped up and kicked out. With a bang, the locked door was kicked open by Lin Yue. Captain Smith turned in surprise to look at Lin Yue. Have you ever served in the military? I told you I have served. The soldiers of the Celestial Empire are truly remarkable. Captain Smith took a breath and hurried inside. Ruth, following Lin Yue, tugged at his sleeve and gave him a thumbs up. In the radio transmission room, when Lin Yue had been there before, 2 operators had been taking turns on duty. But now the 2 radio operators had inexplicably vanished. In the original film, these 2 young radio operators had remained steadfast at their posts until the waters flooded the radio station, leading to their demise in the sea. Their only mistake was that they had been focused on sending personal messages for the guests, neglecting the warning signals. As a result, when other nearby cruise ships sent multiple ice warnings, they didn't take it seriously. Unexpectedly, due to Lin Yue's investigation, the conspirators on the ship were startled. They might have acted against the radio operators beforehand. Captain Smith sent people to search the entire area, but found no trace of the 2. Captain Smith wore a helpless and anxious expression. What are we going to do now? These were the only 2 operators on the ship who understood radio transmission specifically assigned by the Marconi Radio Company. Without them, we cannot send out a distress signal. Captain Smith, Ruth said from the side. Can't we hurry up and investigate to uncover this conspiracy? Perhaps we can stop it. Miss Ruth, you have a point. However, due to the uncertainty of the conspirators, we cannot ascertain what methods they have employed. In unpredictable danger, it is crucial to send out a radio signal to summon rescue ships. That is the most important thing. Captain Smith's choice under the current circumstances was indeed the wisest. Lin Yue walked over and focused on the radio station. The Titanic was equipped with the most advanced Marconi radio of its time. However, this radio had only been invented about 10 years prior and was only used on ships. Ordinary civilians had rarely seen it, let alone operated it. But Lin Yue was different, although the operation manual and symbols at that time differed from those in later years. The International Distress Signal SOS had already been recognized in 1912. Moreover, the Morse code for this signal had remained unchanged to this day. 3 short, 3 long, then 3 short. Lin Yue picked up the operation manual and carefully flipped through it. Fortunately, the highly complex radio transmitter was undamaged. After looking at it for a while, he understood the method for sending simple commands with the transmitter. Lin Yue picked up the headset and began setting the transmission mode. At this moment, Captain Smith and Ruth, standing behind him, were both dumbfounded, especially Ruth. Her face was a mix of disbelief, excitement, and admiration. She felt that Lin Yue before her was truly like a divine being capable of anything. Lin Yue sent out several radio Morse codes. After a while he received replies from several nearby ships. Lin Yue translated the codes he received by referencing the operation manual beside him. The general meaning was message received, please inform us of your exact location. Lin Yue quickly stood up. Behind him Captain Smith's face was filled with excitement. How is it? Is it connected? It is connected, Uncle Smith. Stop the ship immediately. Then quickly tell me the current latitude and longitude coordinates. We must send our location to them right now. Okay, I understand. You stay here. I will stop the ship immediately. Captain Smith grabbed his captain's hat and ran outside the cabin with a serious expression. As a veteran who had served many years in the Navy, Captain Smith was very clear in his heart. If there was any suspicion of danger, he could not take risks. Moreover, it was already completely confirmed that this was indeed a conspiracy. In such a situation, the ship must be stopped immediately. As for what happens next, it would be left to fate. Lin Yue sat in the radio transmitter chair, letting out a long sigh of relief. It was now 9 o'clock at night. Several rescue ships, knowing the general direction of the Titanic, were already headed. If we report the precise coordinates to them, the rescue operation is sure to succeed. As long as any of those ships arrive, they can rescue all over 2,000 tourists on the Titanic. Lin Yue, are you tired? Why not take a break? Not tired. Lin Yue reached out and pulled Rose's hand over, letting her sit in his arms. I really wish I could enjoy a peaceful trip and have a wonderful life. But the tree desires calm, yet the wind does not cease. Lin Yue, we still have so much time ahead of us. Anyway, I've already latched onto you. I can't bear to let go of such a good man. You little tease I can't bear to part. Lin Yue smiled, his right hand gliding over her fair face, full of collagen, breathing in the intoxicating scent that mixed with her perfume. Lin Yue kissed her again. So refreshing. So sweet. 5 minutes later, Lin Yue hurriedly picked up the operation manual, pondering how to send the coordinates. Captain Smith sent the coordinates of the ship at this time, 4143 N, 4956 W. This method of recording coordinates had been implemented long ago. As for how they measured the specific coordinates at this moment, Lin Yue couldn't care less. Using the method he had just figured out to send coordinates. He quickly sent the coordinates along with the SOS distress signal to surrounding ships. He sent it several times. Only when other ships replied that they had received it did he stop. Lin Yue, you are truly incredible. I can't even understand this thing. How can you learn it just by flipping through such a manual? They'll teach you later. It's actually not difficult. Things are urgent, come with me. Lin Yue pulled Rose just as they exited the radio transmission room. A loud buzzing sound came from outside. With the sound, the ship experienced a slight tremor. Lin Yue knew this meant the ship's power was weakening. This indicated that Captain Smith had already given the order to stop the ship immediately. Once the ship's power was completely diminished, the Titanic finally came to a slow stop. At this point, stopping the ship was only relative, because there was still a certain flow rate on the sea surface. In the Atlantic Ocean, with a depth of at least 5,000 meters, dropping anchor was of no use at all. Moreover, the ship relied primarily on the steam engine's power system. It did not have the advanced ship stabilization systems of the future, and it was impossible to come to a complete stop. Lin Yue and Rose made their way to the top deck of the Titanic. The first thing he said upon seeing Smith was to urge Captain Smith to quickly arrange for guard soldiers to guard the radio transmission room tightly. This place was extremely critical. If someone inside sent out chaotic messages, it could very likely delay the rescue process. At this time, many tourists came to the decks of various cabins. Some began to complain loudly. We don't want to stop the ship here. We have important matters to attend to in America. Why are we stopping here? Is it because there is not enough coal to burn? What exactly is going on? Set sail? What happened? It's so cold here. It was now 10 o'clock at night with the sky full of stars. The sea surface was calm. After complaining for a while on the deck, the tourists found that no one on the ship came out to answer their questions about the stop. Gradually, they enjoyed the night view for a while, then returned to their rooms to rest. Lin Yue and Rose sat on the topmost lifeboat deck, each holding a cup of coffee. Are you cold? Not cold. Lin Yue took off his black suit jacket and wrapped it around Rose. It's already full of glaciers here, and the sea breeze is full of cold air. It must be cold. Lin Yue sat beside Rose, extending his right hand to hold her tightly in his embrace, while Rose rested her head on Lin Yue's shoulder. Do you like me, Lin Yue? I do. What about you? I like you very much. You are like my savior suddenly barging into my heart. Like a perfect and flawless deity. Rose leaned on Lin Yue's shoulder, her face filled with tenderness. I just hope that nothing will happen tonight. I truly wish for a happier life in the future. Nothing will happen. Lin Yue held Rose tighter with his right hand, his face pressed closely against her cheek. Trust me. We will surely get through tonight safely. I have done everything I can to prevent any issues. Next, we can only adapt to the situation. Lin Yue, I love you. I love you too, Rose. Just a few days ago, my life was filled with darkness. I didn't even know the meaning of living. Until I met you, it was as if I suddenly grew wings. I felt the buoyancy in the air lifting me high, allowing me to spread my wings and enjoy the beauty of the sky. Do you want to experience that feeling? I have a way. Lin Yue pulled Lucy to her feet. Follow me. Where are we going, Lin Yue? I'm taking you flying. But Lin Yue, aren't we supposed to wait for the rescue ship here? How do we fly? Lin Yue led Lucy to the edge of the upper deck. There were two long and thick iron chains that reached up to the top of the chimney. Lin Yue positioned Lucy in front of him, standing at the very edge of the deck. He stood behind her, tightly holding both of her hands. Are you scared? No, I'm not scared as long as you're here with me. Now stretch out your arms, just like wings. Lin Yue supported Lucy's arms as they slowly spread open. His arms perfectly secured the two iron chains to ensure safety. Lucy stood at the bow of the ship, her arms fully extended. Her black evening gown fluttered gracefully in the gentle sea breeze. She gently closed her eyes, savoring the feeling of soaring through the wind. At that moment it felt as if she truly had grown a pair of wings, her arms spread wide in the caress of the wind. Lin Yue, I'm flying. Lin Yue, I'm really flying. Wow, this feels amazing, I've really taken off. At that moment standing behind Lucy was Lin Yue. He breathed in the alluring fragrance of Lucy, enjoying the comfortable evening breeze. Lin Yue thought, if only it weren't after 10 o'clock on the night of April 14th. The melody from the movie Titanic, My Heart Will Go On, slowly echoed in Lin Yue's heart. My heart will go on every night in my dreams. I see you, I feel you, that is how I know you, go on far across the distance and spaces between us. Lucy stood atop the ship, feeling as if she were flying in a dreamlike trance. 20 minutes later, she turned around. The initial excitement was replaced by tears streaming down her face. Lucy threw herself into Lin Yue's embrace. Lin Yue, thank you for saving me, thank you for your love. As the clock struck 11, the time was drawing near. Lin Yue took Lucy back to the lifeboat deck. It was at this moment that suddenly the entire ship shook on the water's surface. Following that, a series of mechanical clanking sounds echoed. Lin Yue recognized that sound. It was the ship preparing to start. His heart tightened. He saw the second officer, Charles, next to the Titanic and asked, what's happening? Isn't the ship stopped? I don't know, Lin Yue. Lin Yue quickly ran toward the ship's command center. As they arrived at the command center, he immediately spotted Captain Smith, who had already been attacked. He lay slumped in a chair unconscious, while the two helmsmen beside him were also unconscious on the floor. The Titanic's switch had been activated and the orders to start the ship had reached the engine room below. Lin Yue pulled the two unconscious operators. Wake up, hurry up. Lin Yue splashed a cup of water directly on their faces. The operator opened his eyes. What happened? Speak quickly. The chief officer, Murdoch, attacked us. He was the one who activated the switch and sent the orders. Stop the ship. Quickly, Lin Yue shouted. The operator scrambled to his feet and hurried to initiate the stop command. Fortunately, Lin Yue had noticed early. The ship had only moved forward about 200 meters. The awakened operator managed to stop the ship. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. The collision with the iceberg would repeat itself. Lin Yue searched carefully around the lifeboat deck, but did not see the chief officer Murdoch anywhere. Lin Yue, why did he want to start the ship? Lucy followed closely behind Lin Yue. There is an iceberg ahead. His intention is to make the ship collide. Lucy gasped, exclaiming, what kind of person is this? We disrupted their plans. They can't sit still now. Unexpected events may occur next. Now it was 1130 p.m. Only 10 minutes remained until the historical iceberg collision. Lin Yue's gaze was stern as he looked at the massive ship surrounding him. Captain Smith had regained consciousness under treatment. That Murdoch is truly a madman. Where did he go? Send someone to find him for me. Yes, Captain. We have already dispatched a search team and are searching with all our might. As the time approached 1140 p.m., the fateful moment when the Titanic collided with the iceberg in history, Lin Yue no longer wanted to go to the lower deck to search for Carl and Murdoch. As the unknown difficulties were about to occur, all he could do was stand in the most advantageous and safest position. 1133 p.m., 1138 p.m., 1140 p.m. Lin Yue held Lucy's hand tightly, quietly observing all the movements around them. At that moment, a sudden bang echoed and the ship began to shake. Crack. The sound was particularly clear. It was the sound coming from beneath the Titanic. Having spent time in the military, Lin Yue's first instinct was that this sound resembled an explosion. But the height of the ship was indeed too great. The distance from the hull to the bottom was too far, making the sound hard to distinguish. Smith, Charles, and many crew members felt the ship tremble. They rushed out anxiously. Captain Smith shouted, quick, go to the bottom of the ship and see what happened. Hurry. Bang. The ship shook again. Immediately after, Lin Yue sensed the ship tilting slightly to the right. His intuition told him water was flooding into the lower compartment. What on earth was happening? Could it really be an explosion? They had clearly prevented the Titanic from colliding with the iceberg. Yet water was still entering the lower compartment. Was this person truly desperate? How ruthless. A capitalistic beast consuming human lives. Lin Yue held Lucy's hand, carefully feeling the tremor of the ship. With a crack, the ship began to sway. It was confirmed. The lower compartment was indeed taking on water. Lin Yue quickly shouted to Captain Smith, get everyone to the upper deck immediately. Mr. Lin, Second Officer Charles asked doubtfully. The situation hasn't been clarified yet. If we evacuate all the passengers now, we will be sued into bankruptcy. Do you think a complaint is more important or the lives of over 2,000 people? Lin Yue shouted. Listen to Lin. Captain Smith issued the order directly. All hands, all second-class and first-class passengers, get them to the top deck immediately. Why only the second and first class? Charles, what about the third-class passengers, the workers in the boiler room and the operators in the lower engine room? Are they not human? Lin Yue's expression turned grim. Lin Yue, the deck is so small, the first-class nobles will complain. You truly shame me, Charles. In the face of disaster whose life isn't valuable, where is the distinction between rich and poor? Lin Yue looked at Captain Smith with unwavering eyes. Listen to Lin Yue. Captain Smith had never seen such a terrifying look in Lin Yue's eyes. Quickly, what are you all standing around for? Workers from the lower compartment to the first class, get everyone to the upper deck now. The soldiers were frightened by Lin Yue and hurried to comply. It was 11:55 p.m. The 5 soldiers investigating the situation below rushed back in a panic. What's the situation? Speak quickly. Report to the captain. The 5 compartments on the right side of the lower hold have all ruptured, and a large amount of seawater has flooded in. The water level at boiler number 6 has already reached 8 feet. Captain Smith's heart sank. What on earth is happening? Did you ascertain the cause? It's highly likely to be explosives. When we went to the lower hold, we smelled a strong odor of gunpowder. When Captain Smith heard this, he felt dizzy and staggered back 2 steps, almost collapsing. 2 soldiers quickly stepped forward to support him. I never imagined such a thing could happen. Lin Yue also didn't foresee it. In the original film, the main reason was due to the command of the chief officer to hard to port, leading the ship's starboard to collide with the iceberg, creating a massive breach. However, many scholars in later years analyzed that the steel on the outside of the hull was quite hard. If the ship had collided with the iceberg at the slow speed of that time, it would not have resulted in such a significant breach. It now appeared that the explosives had been planted long before. Despite all his calculations, Lin Yue had not detected this step. Wasn't all luggage checked before boarding? Was there anything missed? No. Second Officer Charles realized the gravity of the situation, sweating profusely. Captain Lin Yue, I assure you I checked the luggage extremely thoroughly. There should definitely not be any issues. Moreover, the ship was also inspected for safety by the harbor police. Who? Who could it be? Captain Smith suddenly realized Morgan, the president of the White Star Line. It's him. Although he hasn't come personally, a car has been sent aboard. At the time, due to face, this car wasn't inspected. Now I see. Lin Yue sighed deeply. The plan was flawless. If the collision with the iceberg in the movie does not damage the hull, then it must be that the ship's impact with the iceberg concealed the fact and sound of the explosive's destruction in the lower levels. Additionally, with so many people dead later on, this incident became even less detectable. At midnight, the lower chamber was already flooded with a large amount of seawater. The Titanic's cabin showed a slight tilt. Almost all the passengers had rushed to the deck. Ruth's mother was also in a panic. She ran to the top deck in a state of fear. With a terrified expression, she rushed over to grab Ruth's hand. Lin Yue scanned the crowd, but did not see Chief Officer Murdoch or Carl. Lin Yue's mind began to race. If analyzed according to the previous situation, Murdoch and Carl must have already realized that their scheme was exposed. So at this moment, what they needed to do most was completely sink this ship and then escape on the lifeboats. If everyone on this ship could be safely rescued, then Carl and Murdoch's conspiracy would be exposed, leading them to prison, bankruptcy, and disgrace. Lin Yue's heart skipped a beat. He immediately remembered something. Ruth, stay here with your mother. He'll be back soon. Lin Yue, I don't want to leave you. I'll be right here on the deck, not going far. I'll be back soon. Lin Yue knew that under the current circumstances, whether Carl or Murdoch blew up the ship, causing seawater to start flooding in. But even in such a situation, the Titanic's powerful buoyancy could support the ship for at least 3 more hours. Lin Yue had already sent out a distress signal 2 hours ago. The rescue ships should be arriving soon. And for Carl and the instigators, what they wished most now was for the rescue ships not to come, letting this entire conspiracy sink to the bottom. Therefore, the most likely place for them to tamper with was the radio. Lin Yue quickly ran towards the radio room at the end of the top corridor. Captain Smith had just arranged for guards to lower all the lifeboats from both sides of the ship. He saw Lin Yue running inside with a furrowed brow. Captain Smith hurriedly followed behind. At the same time, Ruth, feeling uneasy about Lin Yue, came up from behind. At this moment, Ruth had only one thought in her mind. In the final moments before the ship sank, she did not want to be apart from Lin Yue for even a minute. Even if she were to die at sea, love had already saved her soul, pulling her out of this cage of death. Lin Yue rushed to the outside of the radio room. He saw 4 soldiers still standing at the door, as if nothing had happened. Lin Yue quickly ran over and asked, has anyone been to the radio room? Yes. Who? Who came? The chief officer. He's inside. How could you let him in? Lin Yue kicked the door open and rushed in. He saw Chief Officer Murdoch tearing apart the entire radio line. Murdoch was standing on a stool at the edge of the room, holding the wires with a mad smile on his face. Captain Smith rushed in behind him. Seeing this scene, several guard soldiers were also frightened. They quickly explained the chief officer just came in 3 minutes ago. He said he was here to send a message for someone, and we didn't know he would destroy the radio. He just arrived 3 minutes ago. Lin Yue knew that for such a complex radio, 3 minutes was absolutely not enough to send a single message. Chief Officer Murdoch entered the radio room to destroy the radio, but not to send a message to delay the rescue ships. What was his true intention? Murdoch, you're insane. Captain Smith was extremely angry. Ha ha ha. Today in the admired position of the Titanic you commit such a mad crime. What are you doing this for? What crime have I committed? The radio's line is broken. I just pulled the wires out. I didn't send any messages. Oh, what crime have I committed? In such an urgent situation, Lin, you didn't want to waste any time. He took a few steps forward and kicked Chief Officer Murdoch directly in the chest. Murdoch stumbled back a few steps and fell to the ground inside. His head hit the edge of the wooden bed and blood immediately started flowing from his head. You dare hit me. Lin Yue. I'm hitting you. Smack. Smack. Lin Yue slapped Murdoch's face 3 times in quick succession. Earlier in the captain's cabin, you had already attacked someone. Now you're acting innocent. You beast. Tell me, what exactly did you do on the radio? Did you send a message? I didn't send any message. Lin Yue, I know you sent out a distress signal. I really didn't expect you to understand this radio. Who are you? You can understand such a complex point. Since you have already sent a distress signal, and I didn't send any message, what are you worried about? When the ship comes, everyone will be rescued, right? Chief Officer Murdoch still wore a meaningful smile, as if everything was still under their control. Enraged, Lin Yue directly grabbed his collar. A slap resounded as it struck his face once more. Will you speak? Another resounding slap landed on his cheek. What on earth is going on? Will you speak? Lin Yue's fist pounded mercilessly against Mordecai's eyes, landing several blows. Blood began to seep from his right eye. Yet Mordecai remained tight-lipped. Do you think I would tell you? I came here with the resolve to die from the beginning. Ruth squeezed in beside Captain Smith and said to Lin Yue. Lin Yue, just now the second mate Charles mentioned that Mordecai seemed to have purchased insurance before boarding, and he has already discovered he is terminally ill. As soon as Ruth finished speaking, Lin Yue's mind was once again engulfed in layers of mystery. Furious, he grabbed Mordecai's head and slammed it against the edge of the bed. You selfish beast. Blood gushed from Mordecai's head, and he fainted by the bedside. It seems he won't tell us anything, since he has a terminal illness and bought insurance. He no longer fears death. The only certainty is that the conspiracy to sink this ship remains unsolved. His indifference to death only suggests that disaster is imminent. Captain Smith's face turned tense, and he asked in confusion. But just now, after Mordecai entered the radio room, he didn't send out a message to stop the rescue ships from arriving. So why did he directly destroy this monic radio? What was his reason? But the message has already been sent. Is Mordecai foolish? Lin Yue began to reflect once more. He had done everything possible. Why does it still feel so wrong? Why did Mordecai destroy the radio? Where did Carl disappear to? Suddenly, Lin Yue recalled something Ruth had said. He turned to grasp Ruth's arm and asked, I remember you told me before that Carl often played with an antique-like box, didn't you? Yes, a box about 3 feet wide made of copper. He never let anyone touch it. He often fiddled with it alone in his room, and I never knew what he was doing. So that's how it is. Lin Yue slapped the table. I've got it. Lin Yue dashed out from the doorway and rushed. At that moment, Captain Smith, second mate Charles, and Ruth, all standing in the room, were utterly baffled, their eyes filled with incredulity. Captain Smith, what on earth is going on? What does Lin Yue know? Don't ask me, my head is a mess right now. I know we are being plotted against, but I have no idea what lies behind all this. What a brilliant mind, Lin Yue, understanding everything, always one step ahead. Ruth sighed. Captain. A guard rushed in to report. The entire bottom deck of the ship has already been flooded. Should we activate the emergency plan to lower the lifeboats and evacuate personnel? Lower all 16 lifeboats and prepare to launch them. Understood. The second mate and soldiers took their orders and left. Captain Smith took a deep breath, silently lamenting. Lin Yue, although I still don't know what you are doing, I believe you will definitely save everyone. Ruth chased after Lin Yue, her white fitted dress accentuating her graceful figure, making her exceptionally. She followed closely behind. Lin Yue was running at incredible speed. He leaped quickly from the stairs of the lifeboat deck to the first-class cabin deck. He dashed to the room where Carl had stayed and kicked the door open. The room was empty. Ruth followed him in. Is the box you mentioned here, Ruth? It's on the table in Carl's room. Ruth pointed to the corner of Carl's room where a sofa was placed. This table has always been here, and that copper box has always been here. No one has ever entered his room, and we have never touched it. Why is it missing now? Did Carl take it? Could Carl be someone who lacks money? That copper box is so heavy, how could he take it away? He couldn't have taken the copper box because of money. The only possibility is that there is a radio transmitter inside that box. Lin Yue felt an overwhelming tension. If Carl sends out misleading messages, the rescue ships won't come. All their efforts would be in vain. He searched every corner of the sofa, but found no trace of the box. Lin Yue rushed out of the room once more. He began to quickly search each room on the first-class cabin deck. He firmly believed that Carl was a coward and would never run below where the lower hold was flooding. This plot was merely to collaborate with the White Star Shipping Company to make a large sum of money. To save his family's steel company from bankruptcy, and the money he sought was only for enjoyment, not for sacrificing his life. He was confident he could escape using the lifeboats. In the original film he indeed used his wits to survive. Lin Yue had searched over 90 of the rooms on the first-class cabin deck in no time. The previous few rooms were also completed by Ruth. Just as Lin Yue was about to descend to the lower second-class cabin, he suddenly noticed a very small storage room hidden behind 2 large iron pillars in the first-class corridor. If one did not observe carefully, it would indeed be hard to find. Lin Yue no longer hesitated and rushed over quickly. He pushed the door to the room, which was tightly shut. Lin Yue took 2 steps back. With one leap, he kicked the iron door with a loud thud. The lock, already weak, gave way under Lin Yue's force. As soon as the door opened, the sound of Carl being knocked down echoed from within. "Ah, who the hell is it? You've hidden yourself well, Carl." Lin Yue charged in, grabbing Carl by the hair and delivering a punch to his forehead. Carl clenched his fists, ready to retaliate against Lin Yue. In an instant, Lin Yue's right knee shot up and struck Carl's chin. Carl's jaw dislocated, causing him excruciating pain. Why are you hitting me? Are you insane?" Lin Yue then noticed a Marconi radio placed on the table in front of Carl. He snatched the message paper that Carl had sent. He saw that the translated message read, "This is a backup station for the Titanic. The ship is safe, rescue cancelled." Lin Yue grabbed Carl's hair and slammed his forehead against the iron door. Blood streamed from Carl's temple. Stop it. Bang bang. Lin Yue delivered 2 more punches. "You insane beast, at a time like this. All the rescue ships are on their way, yet you issue such orders. Ruth, help me make him stop hitting me." "Stop hitting him. I don't know you. You heartless beast." Ruth looked at Carl with eyes full of hatred and disdain. Lin Yue once again grabbed Carl by the hair and violently slammed his head against the warehouse wall, knocking him unconscious, blood pouring from his head. Lin Yue sat in front of the radio, quickly manipulating it to send out distress signals. He sent multiple SOS signals and attempted to explain the situation through the messages. Finally, after 15 minutes, 3 ships responded. They stated they had turned around and were on their way back. Captain Smith entered the room, leading a group of soldiers. They were overjoyed to see the telegram Lin Yue had received. "Wonderful, Lin Yue. You're truly remarkable." Ruth's tears flowed with excitement. "I don't know what words can express my feelings at this moment. Lin Yue is truly amazing. I've been following his actions over the past few days, and he has uncovered all the conspiracies. Without him, who knows how dire the situation would have been." Lin Yue stood up, wiped away Ruth's tears, and embraced her, taking a deep breath of her golden hair. Looking at the coordinates of the rescue ships, they were already halfway here and should arrive within about an hour. "Lin Yue, you are truly a hero." "Uncle Smith, while we can basically confirm that the ships should arrive, there are too many people on the deck right now. To ensure everyone's safety, let's arrange for women and children to board the lifeboats first. The other men should wait on the ship for the rescue boats. Don't jump into the sea, the water is very cold." "Alright, I think the same. There are too many people on the deck. The ship is swaying and could easily lead to accidents. Immediately arrange for women and children to go to the lifeboats. Put away the radio and take it to the command room." As everyone hurried out of the warehouse, Lin Yue was the last to leave. He looked at Carl, who was already unconscious on the floor behind the door. Lin Yue picked up a wire nearby and securely tied Carl's neck, hands, and feet to the steel beams in the room. As he exited the warehouse, he used a wire to securely lock the door. "Since you have schemed so hard to let everyone sink with the ship, then as you wish, experience the feeling of suffocation and drowning in the sea." As Lin Yue reached the deck, everyone above was already in chaos. Although Captain Smith, along with nearly 40 soldiers, was trying to maintain order, the Titanic's lower compartments had already been flooded with seawater. The entire cabin tilted at a 30-degree angle. 2,221 passengers were crowded above, shouting loudly. "Wasn't it said that this ship is unsinkable even by God? Why are we facing such a problem now? Didn't you hear the explosion earlier? What should we do? Are we going to die in the cold sea after spending so much money on this luxurious trip? It's over. Everyone quiet. Quiet." Captain Smith stood at the command post with a megaphone. "Here I must announce to everyone that this voyage of the Titanic is a grand conspiracy." Many below were stunned by the captain's words. "Time is of the essence. Oh, just now my nephew Lin Yue has contacted the nearby rescue ships via the radio, and they will arrive here within half an hour. According to previous calculations by the engineers, we have 2 hours left before the ship sinks. So everyone is. However, there are too many people on the upper deck. After discussing with Lin Yue, we believe that for safety's sake, we should let some people board the lifeboats first." "What conspiracy? The captain is talking nonsense." Suddenly someone in a black shirt slipped out from the side. Wearing a hat, Lin Yue recognized him at a glance. It was David, the general manager of White Star Line. Captain Smith turned around, his expression changing immediately. "Grab David." Several soldiers were about to take action when David suddenly raised his right hand. In his sleeve a dark revolver was pointed at the soldiers. Two soldiers tensed up and quickly stepped back. David stepped forward and pressed his gun against the back of Captain Smith's head. In that moment, all the passengers and crew on the Titanic were thrown into chaos. Who can explain to me what is happening? Why is the general manager of White Star Line David suddenly pointing a gun at the... I don't know. It's over. We're all going to die here. Everyone shut up. David suddenly shouted. He raised the gun and fired a shot into the air. The crowd below squatted down in fear. Don't blame me. Blame the captain and his nephew Lin Yue. We only intended to commit insurance fraud, never expecting so many people to die. Now that the plan has been exposed, we have no way out. We can only perish together with everyone to ensure my family on the other side of the Atlantic enjoys immense wealth. David, you beast. Captain Smith roared. Bang! David shot Captain Smith in the abdomen. Instantly Captain Smith fell to the deck, clutching his abdomen in pain. No one is to board the lifeboats today. Lin Yue stepped out from the crowd, speaking coldly. David, you are truly insane. You capitalists disregard everything for a 10 interest. With a 50 profit you disregard human lives. This time with profits reaching several times you would want to kill so many people. Many in the crowd were still in the dark, unaware of what was happening. Lin Yue, shut up. David shouted loudly. This is all your fault. He aimed the gun directly at Lin Yue. I will kill you. I will kill you. Lin Yue charged towards the deck control room at lightning speed. He knew that the revolver David held was an old-style revolver, a Nagant M 1895. This type of gun couldn't fire automatically, after each shot the bullet had to be manually reloaded. Taking advantage of this moment, Lin Yue rushed right in front of him. David hurriedly loaded the bullet. He raised the gun and aimed at Lin Yue. Lin Yue saw his finger tightening on the trigger and predictably jumped to the right. Bang! The bullet flew out. Lin Yue perfectly dodged the bullet. David hurriedly stepped back a few steps, starting to reload the bullet again. But it was already too late. Lin Yue reached him and delivered a flying kick. Bang! The kick landed on David's chin. This kick dislocated David's jaw, causing him to stagger back, dropping the gun to the ground. Lin Yue snatched the revolver and lunged at David, using his knee to press against David's neck. David pushed himself against the ground, trying to struggle. Lin Yue raised the gun, and struck it against David's head. Bang, bang, bang. He struck 7 times in succession. Blood flowed from David's temple as he fell unconscious. Lin Yue stood up, reloaded the revolver. Click! The bullet was loaded. Whoever disobeys orders step forward. The soldiers beside began to help Captain Smith to the side, starting to bandage his wound. Captain Smith weakly called out, Lin Yue, from this moment on the ship is in your command. Lin Yue knew that time was of the essence. This was not the moment to procrastinate. Holding a megaphone in his left hand and a gun in his right, he shouted at the crowd below, everyone quiet down. Many people below continued to murmur and chatter. With a gunshot fired into the sky, Lin Yue shouted, do you want to live or not? Silence now. Instantly the noise ceased. The Titanic will sink in about an hour and a half. Our rescue ships will arrive in about an hour. However, the deck is too crowded. To be safe, all women and children will board the lifeboats first. The remaining gentlemen will wait with me for the rescue to arrive. All guards take orders. Quickly lower the lifeboats and organize the boarding for women and children. The 40 soldiers, clearly trained under Captain Smith, acted with remarkable decisiveness. Upon hearing Lin Yue's command, they swiftly began to pull the lifeboats to the bow of the ship, lowering them into the water one by one. Under the soldiers' organization, women and children gradually started boarding. Most of the gentlemen understood the correctness of this decision. However, many continued to murmur among themselves. We are a country that values human rights. Why should women and children go first? Are our lives not valuable? Didn't they say the rescue ships would arrive soon? Why are you shouting? The rescue ships will come. But what if they don't arrive? Are we supposed to die here? A nobleman with a mustache shouted in panic, I don't want to die. I must get on the ship. He crazily ran toward the boarding area, urging the surrounding gentlemen to rush for the... You cowards! We are honorable gentlemen. How can we let women seize the opportunity? If they perish, we cannot die alongside them. The despicable women ought to die. Everyone follow me. The rescue ships surely won't come, or we cannot die. Suddenly, there was some unrest in the crowd, and a large number of people began to surge forward. If chaos ensued, the consequences would be unimaginable. Lin Yue quickly moved to the front, grabbing the mustached man and throwing him backward. Lin Yue stepped on his neck, raising the gun and inserting it directly into the man's mouth, shouting, if you dare to stir up trouble again, I'll make sure you die here. The mustached nobleman turned pale with fear, unable to utter a word. Lin Yue withdrew the gun, grasped his neck, and flung him onto the rear deck. A civilized nation is not defined by some so-called gentlemanly conduct, but by its commitment to protect the weak, no matter how advanced it becomes. This is the essence of civilization in our country. In our celestial empire, men and women are equal, but more often we regard women and children as the weak. Is it not right for the strong to protect the weak? I have already stated that the radio message has been sent out. The rescue ships will arrive in an hour. Neither the captain nor I boarded the lifeboats. Are you gentlemen truly cowards? I am not a nobleman, I am not a gentleman, I am an American. I must go first. Suddenly, a raving old man burst forward. He rushed towards the lifeboats, clutching a bundle. I must survive, I am an American. I want to live. Lin Yue raised his gun, chambering a bullet. Bang! One shot. The old man's head exploded, and he lay on the deck, blood gushing from his skull. Life is not determined by status. Who gives you the confidence? Women and children come forward. All gentlemen step back. Anyone who dares to approach, I will blow his head off. I remind everyone once more, we are men. Men who stand tall and cannot be cowards in critical moments. Lin Yue, holding a gun, stood at the bow of the deck. He directed the guards to swiftly organize the evacuation of women and children. At this moment, the cold, fishy sea breeze began to blow across the surface of the sea. The Titanic swayed on the water, giving the impression that it could sink at any moment. It was then that Lin Yue understood that the gentlemanly demeanor portrayed in movies during disasters was in reality utterly unreliable. Otherwise, the list of survivors from the Titanic would have shown a considerable number of gentlemen. Although the scene was glamorized in films, the reality was far from beautiful. 7 or 8 gentlemen attempting to storm the ship were pulled aside and thrown down by other guards. Children and women, hurry. Ensure that each lifeboat reaches maximum capacity. We only have 16. Quick! At this moment, Rose stood behind Lin Yue. No matter how he urged her to board the ship quickly, she refused to leave him alone. Rose, you go first. I will jump from the water to join you later. I promise I can do it. This ship has already sunk almost halfway. Lin Yue, the rescue ships won't get lost, right? Why haven't they come yet? Rose whispered in Lin Yue's ear. They won't. Trust me. They will definitely come. Even if they don't, I have other ways. Just listen to me and get it. Lin Yue, I won't go. I want to stay with you through life and death together. Listen to me, I promise I will jump down to join you. Guards, take Rose onto the ship. Ladies, this way, please. I won't go, Lin Yue, I want to stay with you. Lin Yue signaled to 2 guards, who immediately grabbed Rose's arms and pulled her onto the lifeboat. At that moment, Rose's eyes blurred with tears. Lin Yue stood among all the men. Put down your instruments, be quiet. Now our first and second class decks are not yet submerged. Quickly find candles or torches, gather some cloth to make torches, and hurry to bring them up to this deck. Lift them high. We are marking the direction for the rescue ships. Initially, many people hesitated. Everyone feared the water inside the cabin. Gradually, people began to make torches. Others followed suit. At this moment in the face of disaster, every bit of effort made increases the chances of survival. Before long, many torches were held aloft on the Titanic's top deck. Even women and children on the lifeboats floating in the sea held up torches. During this time, the ship's navigation capability was not very strong. It was not easy to discern directions in the darkness. Creak. A loud noise came from inside the ship. The ship tilted. Many men fell to the edge of the ship, gripping the railing. Lin Yue thought to himself, thankfully nearly half the women and children had boarded, otherwise many would have likely been thrown into the water. Lin Yue held a torch, standing atop the lookout tower on the deck of the Titanic's lifeboats. He shouted to the distance, "We are here. We are here." The crowd below began to echo him. "We are here, we are here. Help! We are here." Each shout rose above the last, a chorus like waves. The sound of cracking echoed throughout the ship's interior. At this moment, the will to survive compelled everyone to raise their torches, crying out desperately towards the distant sea. Again and again. 15 minutes later, a faint light appeared at 6 o'clock relative to the Titanic. Though in the darkness and the biting cold, the light hanging from the mast was but a flicker, it illuminated the hearts of Lin Yue. Shouted with joy, "Look! The rescue ships are coming. The rescue ships are really here, they are coming." The tourists were overwhelmed with excitement. "We are saved! We are saved! Look over there, another rescue ship is arriving. We are here. Hey! We are here. Buzz, buzz." In the darkness, the rescue ship emitted a buzzing sound that pierced the night, responding with signals towards them. "We are here." The cruise ship drew nearer. 3 entire cruise ships were heading towards the Titanic. At this moment, only a quarter of the entire ship remained afloat. In this moment of desperate survival, excitement shone on everyone's faces. "All right, everyone, listen to me. The rescue ships will arrive soon. Everyone hold tight. As soon as the ship arrives, we will start boarding. Meanwhile, let me explain something. Our ship is not actually the Titanic, but its sister ship, the Olympic." "What? It's the Olympic? Wasn't the Olympic involved in a collision and later scrapped?" "I have confirmed this aboard this ship. The White Star Line was on the brink of bankruptcy, and they resorted to deception to obtain exorbitant compensation payments to revive their company. Several individuals aboard were their insiders, including the son of the steel magnate Carl, and the first mate of this ship, Murdoch, along with David, the general manager of the White Star Line. They originally planned for this ship to collide with the iceberg ahead, leading to its sinking. In such a scenario, only a third of the people standing would survive. Yet they had already devised their own escape plan. In the end, they would also receive a substantial insurance payout. After I discovered their secret along with Ruth, these people crazily sought to sink the entire ship to cover up their inhumane crimes. Lin Yue, you are truly remarkable. Captain Smith approached with the assistance of 2 soldiers, his abdomen tightly bandaged. He gave Lin Yue a thumbs up. Captain Smith looked around at the 3 cruise ships drawing near with great joy. Do you all know? Lin Yue made tremendous efforts to send out the distress signal for us. He also shattered the numerous schemes of Carl and Murdoch aboard this ship. Although their explosives hindered our call for help nonetheless. We survived. The one who gave us the chance to live is Lin Yue, this Lin Yue from the Celestial Empire. Clap, clap, clap. Thunderous applause erupted. Excitement was etched on every face. Lin Yue, I am truly sorry. At first, when we were not allowed to board, we held a lot of resentment. We had no idea you were working so hard behind the scenes. Lin Yue, you are the most impressive person from the Celestial Empire I have ever seen. You are far stronger than those from our other countries. I admire you. Lin Yue, I fully support your actions. Before the danger is averted and hope arrives, we must leave the only path to survival for women and children. After all, we are men. Right? Huh. Yes, who said we are heroic men? If we don't stand in front during the most dangerous moments, huh? Buzz, buzz, buzz. 2 cruise ships approached from the side. The soldiers began organizing everyone to climb onto the cruise ships. The Titanic was about to sink. Lin Yue stood on the deck, which was starting to flood, gazing at the sea. He wondered where Ruth's boat had drifted off to. Lin Yue, he heard a faint voice. Lin Yue turned to look towards the left front in the direction of the sound. He saw Ruth standing at the bow of a lifeboat about 200 meters from the Titanic, being tugged back and forth by a... It seemed Ruth was about to fall into the water. Lin Yue felt a surge of anger. He immediately recognized that the woman was Carl's mother. Without a second thought, Lin Yue dashed forward, stepping on the deck and leaping into the sea. Lin Yue vowed he had never swum in such cold water in his life. If not for his significantly superior physique, he might have cramped up and drowned the moment he hit the water. He finally understood why so many people had perished during that century-old disaster, even when they were floating on wooden planks. It was simply because the water here was unbearably cold. The sea was filled with ice and water, with temperatures hovering around freezing. The chill was bone deep. Once Lin Yue hit the water, he dared not stop swimming frantically towards Ruth's boat. He needed to keep his body in motion to maintain his strongest vitality. As Lin Yue swam closer, he saw Carl's mother causing a commotion on the boat. The lifeboat began to take on water from her shaking. Many women and children sitting on this boat began asking the nearby lifeboats to take them over. If the cruise ship had not arrived, such requests would have likely been refused by the other boats. But at this moment, everyone saw the cruise ship and knew the danger had passed. They moved the lifeboat next to Ruth. Ruth's mother had also jumped from the leaking lifeboat to a safe lifeboat. Carl's mother was in a frenzy, grabbing Ruth, attempting to push her off the boat. Her heart was filled with hatred. Clearly, she was well aware of all her son's previous plans. This time it was all planned. We bought millions in insurance, and once you return you can marry into the family to live a good life. How could you follow that, Lin Yue, and ruin all of this? You even caused my son's death. I will make you pay with your life. Ruth shouted angrily at Carl's mother. Do you value the lives of so many people so little? Are you willing to let so many pay with their lives just for your own gain? In this world, only the wealthy and powerful have the right to live. For the rest, it's better to be dead. As soon as Carl's mother finished speaking, she rushed over and grabbed Ruth, pushing her towards the sea. Ruth had always been kind-hearted. She did not wish to argue too much with the old woman. With a strong push from Carl's mother, her feet slipped, and she fell straight into the cold water at the bow of the ship. In that moment, Lin Yue jumped up from the water. He stretched out his hands to support Ruth's body, lifting her onto... At the same time, Lin Yue grabbed Carl's mother's leg and forcefully dragged her into the sea. As soon as she hit the bottom, she gulped in some water and screamed in terror. Her scream had just escaped her lips when Lin Yue seized her head and forced it into the icy water. The entire sea surface was pitch black. Only the 2 cruise ships about 100 meters away had their lights on. As Lin Yue dragged Carl's mother into the sea, he pressed her head down into the cold water. The other lifeboat crew members were oblivious. Carl's mother continued to struggle desperately, her hands gripping Lin Yue's clothes, trying to keep her head above water. But Lin Yue did not loosen his grip at all. Gritting his teeth, he thought to himself, I can rescue those who harbor kindness, but I must show no mercy to those with malicious intent. 30 seconds later, Carl's mother had stopped struggling. Her grip on Lin Yue's hand gradually loosened. Lin Yue kicked her aside, and Carl's mother completely sank to the bottom of the sea. The lifeboat was starting to take on water. Ruth lay on it, reaching down to grab Lin Yue. Hurry up, Lin Yue. This lifeboat can't hold 2 people anymore. You stay put and he'll push you. We're going to the cruise ship. Aren't you freezing? Lin Yue. It's fine. We'll be at the cruise ship soon. Hold on. Ruth clutched Lin Yue's icy hand. She leaned in, breathing warm air onto him, trying to share a bit of her warmth with Lin Yue. Lin Yue remained calm, as if all these difficulties were nothing in his eyes. He pushed the boat forward with all his might, feeling relieved that he had finally completed his task. This investigation into the sinking ship was incredibly challenging. The ship nearly sank with people on board. As Lin Yue propelled the lifeboat, he pedaled his legs in the water. This was to keep himself moving to avoid freezing, and also to push the boat forward toward the cruise ship. They had only moved less than 50 meters when Lin Yue saw that the massive Titanic had completely sunk beneath the men had just finished boarding the ship. It was a full hour earlier than the engineer's calculations. Lin Yue secretly rejoiced, thankful that he had separated the people earlier, so some made it onto the lifeboat. Otherwise half of them would have likely fallen into the water. In such cold weather, even staying in the water for a minute could lead to freezing or drowning. Lin Yue swam for about 10 minutes, pushing Ruth to the side of a cruise ship's long ladder. The crew above quickly reached down to help pull them up. Lin Yue and Ruth were brought into the cabin. The interior was clearly very simple, with nearly 1,000 people. Each person had only a small space. Yet even under these circumstances, everyone's spirits remained high. The cruise ship provided a large blanket for each person. Once the rescue team ensured that there were no lifeboats floating on the sea and no one else to rescue, the 3 cruise ships began their official return. Lin Yue and Ruth lay in the center of this crowd of over 1,000 people. It was like a communal dormitory where everyone whispered among themselves, creating a lively atmosphere. At first many people were talking, but gradually by around 3 o'clock in the early morning, many had started to fall into a deep sleep. Ruth lay beside Lin Yue. You got wet earlier, aren't you? Cold. I was cold in the water, but not anymore. Your body is still very cold. Ruth reached over and touched Lin Yue's wet pants. You must be freezing. Ruth's eyes turned red. Lin Yue, let me warm you up. Before Lin Yue could respond, Ruth slipped under the blanket and pulled down his soaked pants. Lin Yue was taken aback just as he wanted to speak. He found Ruth climbing under the blanket with him. He'll warm you up, then you won't be cold anymore. We can't let you freeze. Suddenly Lin Yue felt a surge of warmth envelop him. At this moment in the large cabin of the rescue ship, more than 1,000 people were either sleeping or whispering among themselves. Under the blanket, however, Lin Yue and Ruth experienced an infinite springtime. Ruth tightly covered her mouth with her right hand, afraid of making a sound. Lin Yue, enveloped in endless warmth, quickly regained his composure. In the end, he transformed passivity into initiative, leaving the most beautiful memories of his resilient ability and enduring stamina in this cabin. Before the rescue ship reached the shore, Captain Smith and a group of experts on board had thoroughly analyzed the cause and effect of the incident. They then publicly announced the investigation results regarding the sinking of the Titanic. The president of White Star Line, Morgan, and Carl's father's steel company had conspired. They bribed a group of people on board, buying tickets and insurance for them in advance. Their aim was to ensure that the entire Titanic sank completely in the Atlantic. Morgan, in order to cover his tracks, booked a ticket on the Titanic, but changed his plans to go to France 3 days before the ship's departure. On board, Carl, the first officer Murdoch, and David set explosives and designed a route for the ship to collide with the iceberg, ensuring the Titanic sank 100. The Titanic's third officer, Bell, felt guilty as he boarded the ship and took the key to the locked cabinet containing the binoculars. He himself did not board the ship. Captain Dessen of the rescue ship California was seen loitering about 100 miles from the Titanic in the Atlantic with no tourists on board, only over 2,000 blankets, which were deemed accomplices in this incident. In the end, it was revealed the sunken Titanic was not the real Titanic, but rather the sister ship Olympic, built by White Star Line. Thus, the conspiracy behind the Titanic's century disaster was thoroughly resolved. Lin Yue held a drawing board and brush, diligently sketching. The host's feelings of love at first sight with the Titanic have been fully collected. A task completion is 100. Additional task: investigate the real cause of the Titanic's sinking. Task completion is 100. The host can choose to return at any time. Will be forced to return after 12 hours. Lin Yue, are you done with your drawing? Almost done. Hurry up and come over once you're finished. I've been waiting here for you. Lin Yue's breath became increasingly unsteady. No one could resist the allure of such charm. Lin Yue, wait a moment. I need to wear the heart of the ocean you drew to truly enhance its beauty. Lucy pulled out a blue heart of the ocean diamond from her pocket and adorned her neck with it. So you still have the heart of the ocean? I thought. After returning that day, Carl gave the heart of the ocean back to my mother. You look so beautiful wearing the heart of the ocean. Lin Yue, the heart of the ocean is also known as the Star of Hope. It like you gives me the courage to live on. After Lin Yue completed the beautiful sketch of the nude, he tossed his shirt onto the sofa in the room. Soon a melodious tune filled the entire room once again. Lin Yue, I love you. Lin Yue, you are amazing. When Lin Yue opened his eyes again, a simple table appeared before him, adorned with 2 printed resumes, a white desk lamp, and a charger wrapped in black tape. He had returned to his room in the real world. A sudden emptiness filled Lin Yue's heart. The words Lucy had just said echoed in his ears. He wondered if he could ever return, or if the movie world could connect with reality. He had to find a way to go back and see Lucy, or perhaps bring her to his modern world. Why wouldn't the system answer his questions? Why be so cold? Lin Yue's rationality calmed him down. It was like suddenly winning 1 million, resenting oneself for not winning 10 million was an utterly meaningless act. Lin Yue sat in his room adjusting his emotions and began to hope again. He wondered what rewards this time would bring. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the task, receiving a 5-star rating, and collecting the feelings of love at first sight with Lucy, which moved the client greatly. Reward: a nude painting of Lucy created by the host in the movie world. X1 reward: a limited edition 1912 Vacheron Constantin, Les Historique 1912 Platinum watch. Upon seeing the watch suddenly appear on his wrist, Lin Yue realized it was the same watch he had in the movie world. Made of 18K platinum, featuring a classic barrel-shaped, curved, scratch-resistant blue crystal mirror, the off-white matte dial is highly decorative. How much is this watch worth? Its base value might not be high, but this limited edition from 1912 should hold significant collectible value. Lin Yue's first reaction was to find an opportunity to sell the watch. Whatever he could get for it, he would take. The host completed an additional task on the Titanic, uncovering the true reason behind its sinking. The host remained calm and exhibited unique insights. Reward: a virtual training ground for spy skills. Spy skills including methods of assassination, thought processes, reaction speed, analytical skills, calculation abilities, decision-making, close combat proficiency in various modes of transportation, 16 core languages, operation of various firearms, explosives, diving, climbing. Spy skills training ground time, flow rate 1001. Each session lasts 1 hour, can be activated 10 times. Additional times can be earned through tasks. All skills trained to their peak. The training ground will close automatically. Lin Yue did not expect that this time he was rewarded with a training ground. Moreover, with so many available sessions. Although the system did not reward him with money directly, he understood very well. Mastering these skills was far more valuable than money. What does it mean to have spy skills? If these skills are continually trained and enhanced, they would enable Lin Yue to navigate any film world with sufficient strength and live life freely. Moreover, in the current real world, he could also live a more splendid life. However, all of this required sweat, perseverance. Everything else provided by the system is extraneous. Only the skills one has mastered truly belong to oneself. Lin Yue believes in himself. He absolutely can do it. He held the nude painting he drew for Lucy the night before their parting. A wave of bittersweet emotion suddenly surged within him. During those few days, all the experiences on the ship and the tender moments they shared flooded Lin Yue's heart. Perhaps in the future, once he grows, he will be able to find a way to return to these worlds. He must seize the time to become stronger. Lin Yue glanced at the time. It was 8 o'clock in the evening. He looked outside. His parents were in the room watching television. Lin Yue thought that he couldn't waste today, so he decided to enter the training ground for an hour. He directly attempted to open the spy skills training ground. Welcome to the top interstellar spy training ground. Great trainer, you have great courage. This training ground has a time flow rate of 1001, with the trainer setting the real-time duration to 1 hour. The training ground lasts for 100 hours. Now the official training begins. Spy thinking training within 3 minutes in a sealed space. You must find the clue exit or the task fails. Spy assassination training level 1, location bedroom assassination, target 1 person, either you kill him or he kills you. If the host dies, the assassination training ground will permanently close starting. An hour of real time quickly passed. However, Lin Yue had been in the training ground for a full 100 hours. His body had pushed all its skills to the limit. Lin Yue gasped for breath as he casually looked around the room. A flurry of strange thoughts immediately surfaced in his mind. He saw a star poster stuck on the wall by his mother, and his first reaction in his mind was height 168 centimeters, a weight about 50 kilograms, bust approximately 84 centimeters, a waist around 61 centimeters, hip circumference about 90 centimeters. The right cheek is slightly larger, usually sleeping on the left side, chewing with the right teeth. What the heck? Lin Yue hadn't noticed anything different in the virtual world. Upon returning to the real world, he found many thoughts and perceptions inexplicably peculiar. The desk lamp on the table made him think if he threw the pen in his hand, it would hit 1/3 to the right of an empty chip box at the edge of the table. The chip box would topple forward and hit a small cup of water on the chair. The cup would tremble, causing the water's surface to sway, and droplets would spill out. It would fall onto the extension cord on the ground, and the lamp he first saw would directly extinguish. When this chain of thoughts appeared in Lin Yue's mind, it truly startled him. He skeptically threw the pen in his hand towards the position he had just calculated in his mind, precisely 1/3 to the right of the empty chip box. The result was the pen in his hand accurately struck the chip box. Subsequently, everything that transpired followed his mental calculations without any deviation. As the cup overflowed, spilling onto the extension cord, sparks ignited instantly. The lamp went out in an instant. Of course, the lights in their entire household went dark at once. Lin Yue was taken aback. Could it be that the skills training of the agent was taking effect? What's going on? Lin Yue's mother came out of the room, wearing slippers making a drip-drip sound. Why is the light out? The TV was playing something exciting. How could it go out? There's road construction in the suburbs lately. The power might have been cut off. Lin Yu's father responded. Lin Yue came to his senses and quickly unplugged the power strip from the socket. He opened the door to the room. It must have tripped. I accidentally spilled water on the socket earlier. Lin Yue ran out to the yard and opened the electric. Sure enough, it had tripped. He reset the breaker and the power in the house was restored. Yue, I made some pancakes today. If you're hungry, go eat some yourself. I'm not hungry, Mom. I need to step out for a bit. I have something to do. Yue, why have you been so mysterious lately? What are you? I work at the TV station. It's quite busy since I just started. Lin Yu's father wheeled himself out of the room. Yue, I saw on TV that the Qinglong Mountain is about to hold the Youth Cup racing event, which will be exclusively broadcast by Jiangnan Province TV. Do you know about this? I know, Dad. I'll be there to ensure the broadcast tomorrow. Good, then be careful. I ran that mountain road once before. It is still quite challenging, but you'll be in the support vehicles, so you should be in a safe lane. Just be cautious. Okay, Dad, don't worry. Lin Yue particularly wanted to drink. The scenes from Titanic resurfaced. The deeply memorable romance made him feel an endless nostalgia. He desperately needed a drink. Only that slightly tipsy sensation could calm his heart. Lin Yue drove to the most famous bar street in the city, Midnight Forest Bar Tribe. He had actually been here many times before, but he rarely spent much money or spent very little. Because the drinks inside were simply too expensive. As for the notion that bars are not a place for decent young people, that is a biased mindset. Every phenomenon has its value and reason for existence. Moreover, Lin Yue really liked the cocktails crafted in bars, and he was quite knowledgeable about these varieties. Lin Yue checked, and found he had 300 left in his phone balance, enough for 2 drinks. Also, if he sold his 1912 Vacheron Constantin watch, he could give the money to his mother and start treatment for his father as soon as possible. Just then Lin Yu's phone beeped. He took out his phone and saw that the internship salary from last month had been deposited. A good company pays last month's salary at the beginning of the month. Those that pay at the end are playing tricks. He worked only a week last month and received 800 yuan as an internship salary. Not bad. Lin Yue thought this is many times better than when he drove a taxi without knowing how much he made. A stable job is great. He originally thought he wouldn't dare to drink much tonight, but unexpectedly 800 yuan arrived immediately. Many people often think that once they have money or opportunities, they shouldn't go to work. Lin Yue disagrees. Working not only earns you money but also expands your entire social network and life connections. Otherwise, even if you have money and ability, if no one knows about it, it's like wearing fine clothes in the dark of night. That sense of satisfaction is far from enough. Those who have been employed and then unemployed will deeply understand this. Lin Yue chose a relatively elegant lounge bar. Although it didn't have the very lively midnight dance scene, the light music atmosphere still attracted quite a few patrons, creating a particularly charming ambience. During the time Lin Yue walked in through the bar's entrance, the information that flooded back into his mind: this bar has a door at the front and back, with the back door leading to the commercial street, convenient for escape and hiding. There were 68 people in the bar, 42 men and 26 women. There were 5 security guards and 1 bartender. The bartender, a left-hand man, favored a green-clad woman with an exposed back. He glanced at her 3 times while mixing a drink. Lin Yue did not deliberately observe, but merely looked, and this information seemed to naturally surge into his mind. This left Lin Yue deeply shocked. It seems that after going to the Titanic, the skills training he received as an agent was truly incredible. He had only trained inside for an hour. If he often trains in the future, wouldn't he be able to dominate in any movie, TV show, or the real world? Lin Yue found a place to sit down. The bartender, wearing a white suit, was elegantly mixing various cocktails with a cocktail shaker on the bar. His movements seemed extremely practiced. Occasionally patrons nearby would cheer for the drinks he made. Lin Yue was just about to order a drink when he suddenly saw the soft pink lights on the ceiling of the bar illuminate all at once. Immediately afterward, the young bar owner walked up to the stage in front of the bar. Welcome everyone to Starry Night Bar. Tonight we're hosting our monthly wine tasting competition, and we sincerely welcome your presence. The moment the owner finished, welcoming applause erupted throughout the bar. Several people whistled, starting to celebrate the arrival of the wine tasting competition. We still follow the old rules. If you win the competition, you can enjoy a month of free drinks here at Starry Night Bar, anytime and anywhere. Claps. Applause resounded once again. Oh wow, that's amazing. Lin Yue was at Starry Night Bar for the first time, so he had never seen such a wine tasting competition. It appeared that this wine tasting contest had been held many times before. Now please come to the stage if you are willing to participate in the wine tasting competition tonight. Shine and show yourself. Those who don't want to go on stage, handsome men and beautiful women, can also participate. A couple sitting at the front table stood up excitedly and ran up. 2 middle-aged men in the corner of the bar also followed suit. Next, 4 very fashionable women, amidst the cheers of their friends, also ran up. The young bar owner scanned each table below. After a long while, he regretfully said, "It shouldn't be like this. Where's our wine master Mujia? Why hasn't she come over? Yeah, we're also very curious, where's Mujia? She's the most charming beauty in our Starry Night Bar." As he spoke, a woman walked in through the door wearing a charming smile on her face. "I can't miss this monthly wine tasting competition where I can win free drinks. Lin Yue raised his wine glass and took a sip before turning his head to look at the woman known as Mu Jia. Her black seaweed-like curls cascaded down her chest adorned in an off-shoulder short top, with shorts paired with black stockings. Her fair skin, perfectly shaped long legs, and a beautifully rounded backside all struck the visual senses with the most alluring pose. She was a woman exuding charm from her very bones, seemingly capable of stirring men's nerves at any moment. Lin Yue shifted his gaze back, sitting in the corner of the bar, savoring the intoxication brought by the alcohol in the darkness. Mu Jia approached the bar counter, and the bartender naturally handed her a glass of prepared blue cocktail. Mu Qingling, why are you late today? The bartender asked with a smile while busy shaking drinks. Mu Qingling took a sip of the cocktail and replied, Is this a new flavor? It tastes a bit like a scorching summer, as if a bit of jam has been added. This is a new product with a bit more gin called Dreamy Summer. I had something come up today that delayed me a bit. But it doesn't matter, my arrival is just right. Mu Qingling smiled enchantingly. What are the rules for tonight's tasting competition? The bar owner stepped forward with a microphone and said, Everyone. Lin Yue turned his head with great interest to listen. This time our tasting is quite challenging. The theme for tonight's tasting is reading faces. In a while the bartender will prepare 5 cocktails and place them on this table. Everyone can observe them freely, but they cannot taste them. The one who can accurately name each cocktail will be the victor of the evening. As soon as the boss finished speaking, murmurs began to circulate. Why is this time so difficult? Usually we just take a sip to figure out what the drink is, but now we have to read faces. This is too high a difficulty. What are you worried about? Maybe when the drinks are served we can recognize them by their colors. Cocktails are just 18 classic styles, not that hard. There's no cocktail I haven't tried. Even if I can't taste them, I can still discern them by observation, as every drink has a different color. Lin Yue watched the bartender's station with great interest. The bartender had already turned his back, focusing intently on mixing drinks. The other spectators below could hardly see any of his movements. This is really quite interesting, Lin Yue. Whether participants or onlookers, everyone gathered around a large round table at the front showing extraordinary interest in tonight's tasting competition. Before long the bartender brought out a white circular tray. At that moment, everyone was truly dumbfounded. On the tray were 4 round high-stem glasses. Each glass contained a perfectly mixed deep red cocktail. What was most perplexing was that the colors of these cocktails were almost identical. The bottom of the glasses displayed a deep crimson hue. As it rose, the red became slightly lighter, but it still retained an exceptionally vivid red color. People began to murmur, and each contestant revealed a troubled expression. This is bad. Oh, I thought cocktails would be blue, gold, yellow, white, or red. I could guess 1 or 2 even by chance. But now he's serving 5 identical glasses, all deep red. How can we distinguish them? Even the renowned Mu Jia stood there frowning, let alone us. Boss, you're clearly putting everyone in a bind tonight. In this situation, how could anyone possibly distinguish them? The bar owner stood before everyone with a smile. How could I make things difficult for everyone? I'm merely using this opportunity to wrap up our entire May Day holiday with a perfect ending. Seeing that everyone had objections, the young owner thought for a moment. Alright, tonight's competition is a bit tough. If anyone can guess all 5 cocktail names correctly, I'll reward them with 300 yuan on the spot. Hearing about the money, Lin Yue immediately perked up. In this situation, he wouldn't miss any opportunity to make a Lin Yue also walked over from his seat. You're really willing to spend big, Mu Qingling said, looking at the owner, her crimson lips curling slightly. While she spoke, her captivating eyes were fixed intently on the 5 red glasses. Mu Jia, you are the star of our bar tonight. As long as you can guess this correctly, you won't only get a reward of 300 yuan, but you can drink free at the bar for an entire month. With such a high difficulty and such an appealing reward, it's hard not to be tempted. Mu Qingling crouched down in front of the table. Her eyes focused closely on the 5 glasses as the previous contestants retreated into the crowd. At this moment, if someone casually spoke a guess, it wouldn't matter if they were right. But if they guessed wrong, it would be utterly... Mu Qingling scanned the full circle for about 2 minutes. She pointed to the first deep red cocktail and said to the bartender, This is the cocktail Metropolitan. According to norms, Metropolitan should present a pink hue. This glass, seen through the light, appeared slightly lighter than the other 4 glasses. Is it Metropolitan? The bartender smiled faintly and replied, Although I acknowledge that you have a unique insight into drinking and tasting, your observation today is indeed incorrect. While Metropolitan usually appears pink, if I add more cherries it can also present a bright red color. Hence this glass is not Metropolitan. A hint of anxiety appeared on Mu Qingling's face. Each glass could only be guessed once, and if she was wrong she had to switch to another. She bit her alluring lips, placing her hands on her waist. Under the light, her black stockings and fair long legs exuded femininity. Then what about this glass? Mu Qingling pointed to the second glass. This one seems to be even more vibrant red. Is it Bloody Mary? The bartender smiled and shook his head slightly. Mu Qingling, feeling a bit displeased, muttered softly, This is too difficult. If I could take a sip of each of the 5 drinks I could immediately tell you the names of each. You insist on having us observe from the side. And you, this perverse bartender, have made each color completely identical. In this situation, only a god could discern these drinks. Mu Jie, can't you see this? The bar owner, not wanting to lose this 300 yuan, had to set the standard to a divine level of difficulty, so no one would win. Otherwise, allowing someone to drink for a month at his place would surely lead to his losses. Haha. The crowd began to laugh heartily. At that moment, Lin Yue suddenly squeezed into the crowd. His voice was not loud, but everyone could hear him clearly. They'll give it a try. The crowd immediately fell silent. Lin Yue asked the boss, before the test, I want to confirm if I can identify the 5 types of liquor. Do I immediately get 30,000 yuan? If you're offering some kind of coupon or discount, then that's meaningless. Of course, the young male boss nodded seriously at Lin Yue's unfamiliar face. As long as you can accurately guess the names of these 5 cocktails, I will keep my word. But you only have 1 chance for each drink. Exactly. Handsome, he definitely won't go back on his word. Oh, all of us here can vouch for that. This guy is so handsome, how did I not notice him sitting there earlier? Mu Qingling turned her head and looked at Lin Yue with her autumn water-like eyes. Handsome, are you sure? Do you really know a lot about alcohol? Just average. Then why are you taking up the challenge? Ever since the birth of cocktails, I have tasted almost all types mixed by various liquor categories. In this situation, I can't merely rely on observation to determine the categories of these 5 drinks. Do you really think you can? More and more people gathered in the bar. Seeing the beer competition at the table getting livelier, patrons from other bars also squeezed in to join. The boss kindly reminded Lin Yue, you can't spend more than half an hour observing. As long as you can tell me the names of these 5 drinks within that time, I'll consider you successful. Half an hour? Lin Yue asked casually. Yes. It can't be extended. I know that time is indeed very short, but getting a month of free drinks and a 30,000 yuan prize is not that easy. I'm saying this time is a bit too long for me. Wah. What? Too long? The boss looked at Lin Yue in confusion. Many customers nearby widened their eyes, thinking Lin Yue was being a bit unrealistic. Lin Yue took a few steps forward to the table. With his keen sense of smell, he carefully inhaled above the 5 drinks. He closed his eyes, differentiating all the aromas. After 5 seconds, he opened his eyes. I have already identified them. Are you sure? It's barely been 10 seconds. The boss asked in surprise, which one did you identify? All 5 completely. Just as Mu Qingling was about to drink a cup she had brought over, she stopped upon hearing Lin's words. How could this be possible? Lin Yue turned to the bartender and the bar owner and began to speak. The second cup is a Manhattan. The 3rd cup is a zombie. The 4th cup is a Singapore sling, and the 5th cup is a metropolitan. At first, no one believed Lin Yue when he claimed he had guessed them all. Even the boss and the bartender were skeptical. But the moment Lin Yue named all 5 cocktails, everyone could see from the expressions of the boss and bartender Lin Yue was correct. Mu Qingling looked at Lin Yue in disbelief, then glanced at the familiar bartender who nodded. I can announce that everything he said is completely correct. Now tell us your reasoning, handsome guy. The bartender politely smiled at Lin Yue, saying, after all, if you don't provide a reason, we might think you guessed it. But if you provide a reason, we might be more convinced. However, even without your reasoning, you've already guessed correctly. You earned the prize and a month of free drinks. Can you tell me? Handsome, Mu Qingling asked sincerely, how did you distinguish them? By smell? Lin Yue replied nonchalantly, as if stating that 1 + 1 = 2. By smell? With all these drinks placed so close together, many flavors are mixed. How can you judge them by smell? Lin Yue pointed at the 1st cup and said calmly, this Bloody Mary has a blend of lemon, vodka, tomato juice, etc., wafting above the cup along with a hint of pepper spiciness. This Bloody Mary is simply too easy to identify. This 2nd cup, the Manhattan, is a mix of whiskey, vermouth, and bitters. Its alcohol content is slightly higher, and its aroma can awaken you immediately, making it very easy to differentiate. And this 3rd cup, the zombie. This cup is made with rum, pineapple juice, lemon juice, etc. The aroma of pineapple juice is quite strong at the rim, and there's a subtle hint of grapefruit juice. Our bartender indeed created a zombie cocktail with a bittersweet taste of heartbreak. This 4th cup, while its color looks similar to others, clearly has a much lighter alcohol flavor. It smells refreshing, likely a gin mixed with sweet vermouth, plus a few drops of cherry syrup, giving it a unique taste of refreshment with a hint of sweetness. And finally, this Metropolitan, which is made with vodka and a fruity liqueur. What's special about this Metropolitan is that the bartender specifically added strawberry and lime juice, which gives it a unique flavor completely different from the others. Therefore, identifying these 5 drinks was no challenge at all. After Lin Yue finished speaking, the people beside him were almost stunned. The owner and bartender of the Starry Night Bar stared intently at Lin Yue. 1 minute later, Mu Qingling raised her long fair hands and began to clap. Soon after, others followed suit and joined in the applause. Absolutely amazing. Mu Qingling stepped forward and extended her hand. Hello, I am Mu Qingling. Although everyone is usually familiar with the basic knowledge of bartending, when drinking, your ability to discern flavors so clearly and accurately is truly remarkable. I have never heard of such a thing before. Don't mention it, Mu Qingling. I've been a bartender in this bar for nearly 50. To this day I still cannot distinguish various cocktails by smell alone. I can only rely on my taste buds. I never expected Lin Yue to be this impressive. Hello Lin Yue. It's a pleasure to meet you. I am the bartender Huang Hao of this bar. You can come anytime, and I will prepare the best drink for you. Thank you. The owner took out his phone. Lin Yue, I am the owner Wang Daji of this establishment. Please open your payment code. I will give you the 30,000 yuan prize. To be honest, I didn't prepare it because I never expected anyone to fully distinguish the drinks tonight. You have truly opened my eyes. Alright, the money has been transferred to you. I will add you as a friend on WeChat. Oh, please accept my request. It's an honor to know you. Thank you. Lin Yue, both Huang Hao and I recognize your face. For the next month you can come to our bar anytime for free drinks. Thank you. The bartender also stepped forward, shaking Lin Yue's hand with admiration. Since you've guessed all 5 cocktails, all 5 that I carefully crafted tonight belong to you. Enjoy. Lin Yue picked up the 3rd cocktail, the zombie. 1 drink is enough for me. He walked over to the corner where he had been sitting. 30 seconds later, Mu Qingling sat down at Lin Yue's table with a Bloody Mary. Have you broken up? Mu Qingling asked. Why do you ask? Didn't you just say that the zombie cocktail seems to be prepared for someone who has experienced a breakup, and you happen to have that drink? What I said earlier was just off the cuff. But I am surprised that you chose the Bloody Mary. Your taste is really unique. Little handsome Lin Yue, you have truly surprised me tonight. I think if you were to work as a bartender in a bar, with your skills along with your looks and physique, you would surely attract a full house. I would definitely come every day to... Thank you, but I prefer jobs that don't require staying up late. Huh. Mu Qingling laughed heartily. What an interesting young man. Let's toast. Cheers. Lin Yue, are you coming tomorrow? They'll treat you to a drink. As you just heard, I have a whole month of free drinks at this bar. Then I will treat you in a month. But I still want to ask you, although you seem confident, your eyes still reveal a hint of melancholy. Plus, choosing the zombie cocktail tonight, are you really heartbroken? I'm just puzzled. With someone as handsome as you, who wouldn't want to be your girlfriend? They would definitely cherish you. The woman who lost you really has no vision. Thank you for the compliment. What if I said I experienced a breakup in a dream? In a dream. You are quite interesting. Mu Qingling laughed. Cheers. Cheers. After chatting for a while, a middle-aged woman around 40 years old and dressed in a red long dress suddenly approached. She held a blue summer cocktail in her hand. Are you Miss Mu? What is it? I don't seem to know you. As long as I know you, I am from the bar next door. We would like to discuss a collaboration with you for a residency. Miss Mu, with your great conditions and beautiful voice, rest assured the payment will be generous. Mu Qingling took a sip of her drink and thought for a moment. She stood up and smiled charmingly at Lin Yue. Lin Yue, please excuse me for a moment. Mu Qingling followed the middle-aged woman in the red dress to another corner of the bar. Lin Yue shifted his gaze back. He transferred the 30,000 yuan that the bar owner had just sent to his mother. He also sent a message to his mother on WeChat telling her that he had won a prize from a game activity. He asked her to contact his father as soon as possible for pre-surgery treatment. He reassured her that she need not worry about the subsequent costs. In fact, Lin Yue's alcohol tolerance was quite... However, he enjoyed the feeling of being half drunk and half awake. Gradually, as Lin Yue returned from the military, his physical fitness improved. His alcohol tolerance was no longer comparable. The zombie cocktail in Lin Yue's hand was a deep red color, initially tasting sour and bitter. But once the drink was down, a lingering taste in his mouth was a sweet and rich flavor. This feeling mirrored Lin Yue's current mood. About half an hour later, the bartender Huang Hao and the young owner Wang Daji stood at the bar, their expressions they were constantly arguing and discussing something. Lin Yue glanced over. Huang Hao seemed to have grabbed onto a lie. He hurriedly ran over to Lin Yue with Wang Daji. Lin Yue, we need your help. Mu Qingling is missing. Lin Yue's expression remained calm. He put down his drink and asked lightly, what do you mean missing? Lin Yue, I know we just met, asking for your help is a bit sudden. Under normal circumstances, Mu Qingling would stay in our bar until late at night. But today it's only a little past 10 and she is gone. Her phone is off, but it's too unusual. Continue. The middle-aged woman in the red dress, I've seen her a few times in the bar. I heard from friends that this woman often associates with some unsavory people to engage in activities that prey on intoxicated women. She was just talking to Mu Qingling at that corner of the bar. I saw them 3 minutes ago, but when I went to the bar to fetch drinks, the table was already empty. If you think something is wrong, you can report it to the police. Lin Yue set down his drink and said softly, the problem is we don't dare to report a false alarm. We have no evidence. Both the owner and I suspect something may have happened to her. Lin Yue lifted his gaze toward Wang Daji and Huang Hao, who stood before him with solemn expressions. Lin Yue, we watched you analyze the problem just now. Your reasoning was exceptionally precise. We're already completely lost. Please help us right away. Huang Hao's intuition whispered that Lin Yue, calm, unruffled, and utterly composed, was no ordinary man. As a seasoned bartender named Xiao, he had encountered countless individuals in this bar. He knew instinctively what kind of person could accomplish what kind of feat. Lin Yue rose and strode forward several paces, instantly spotting the table tucked into the corner. where Mu Qingling sat with a middle-aged woman clad in a crimson gown. He approached the table with purposeful strides, only to find the glasses already cleared away by staff. Huang Hao and Wang Daji followed closely behind. Was the drink in the glass fully consumed? Lin Yue asked. A passing server replied without hesitation, yes, it was completely finished. I'm certain Miss Mu emptied her glass. At first Lin Yue sensed nothing amiss. But the moment those words struck his ears, alarm flared within him. Moments earlier Mu Qingling had sat at his table cradling a fiery Bloody Mary, its sharp pungent aroma unmistakable. She sipped it only in delicate measured mouthfuls, a habit so consistent that such a glass could easily sustain her through 2 full hours in the bar. How then could it possibly be gone so swiftly? The instant the thought crystallized, Lin Yue knelt and retrieved the trash bin beneath the table. There, nestled among citrus peels, nutshells, and other debris, lay splashes of vivid red cocktail liquid. He leaned in and inhaled once, immediately identifying it the very same Bloody Mary. Most fast-dissolving sedatives are colorless and odorless, bearing at most a faint tang of acidity. Huang Hao, has Miss Mu ever wasted alcohol before? Never. Mu Qingling adores drinking, and given her modest background, she rarely, if ever, lets liquor go to waste. I've never seen her do it. Even when called away unexpectedly, she'd leave half her drink on my bar counter and return later to finish it. That settled it. Something had indeed happened to Mu Qingling. Lin Yue's mind sharpened. The only plausible reason for pouring an unfinished drink into the bin was one chilling certainty: the drink had been drugged. Lin Yue, what did you find? Huang Hao pressed urgently. Lin Yue snatched a black coat from his seat and moved swiftly toward the rear exit, saying over his shoulder, Huang Hao, call the police. Oh, do you have evidence already? Is it truly serious? Could this be a false alarm? No more questions. Leave that trash bin untouched. Preserve its contents as evidence for the officers. Wang Daji, check surveillance footage from neighboring bars. If you locate anything, contact me immediately. By the time the words left his lips, Lin Yue had already vanished through the bar's back door. Wang Daji and Huang Hao trailed behind, bewildered and tense. Once outside, Lin Yue turned sharply left, away from the bar's entrance. The bar's right side opened onto a chaotic alley, yet many storefronts there bore visible security cameras. If the crimson-gowned woman engaged in such acts regularly, she would certainly know better than to choose that route. Directly ahead lay a vast, brightly lit plaza. If Mu Qingling truly felt dizzy, leaning upon an unusually tall, striking woman would draw immediate attention from passers-by. Thus, exiting left was the only logical choice. Lin Yue, where are you going? Wang Daji called out from a distance. I'll pull up my bar's camera feeds right away. I'll alert you the second I spot anything. Don't bother. The cable for your front door camera is severed, and the main hall's camera isn't even plugged in. Wang Daji blinked, stunned. He craned his neck upward, squinting at the camera mounted above his own doorway. Severed? How did it get cut? Damn it, Huang Hao, when did this happen? How should I know? I heard the maintenance crew mention it weeks ago. Incredible. He's only visited my bar once, and yet he spotted a severed camera cable. Who is this man? Lin Yue sprinted down the leftward path, covering less than 100 meters before reaching a taxi stand. Yet this route carried a drawback. Crossing the nearby rotary intersection meant enduring a long, traffic-choked red light. Most patrons therefore opted to cross the street and hail cabs instead at the shaped junction across the way. Lin Yue pressed onward. His mind calculated rapidly. Bartender Huang Hao had witnessed Mu Qingling conversing with the middle-aged woman, then stepped behind the bar to pour drinks. By the time Huang Hao re-emerged, Mu Qingling had vanished. Accounting for Lin Yue's minute-long detour to inspect the table, barely 5 minutes had elapsed. Within 5 minutes, a woman in red supporting someone unsteady could traverse no more than 150 to 200 meters, roughly the width of the street. As for a burly man waiting openly outside the bar to whisk her away, that was implausible. Cases of men preying upon intoxicated women outside bars were tragically common, but any man guiding an unconscious woman would attract glances, perhaps even patrol officer scrutiny. Lin Yue judged that perpetrators skilled enough to execute such a scheme would never operate so recklessly. He dashed across the fork in the road and onto the adjacent avenue. But where was Mu Qingling? Where was the crimson-gowned woman? Lin Yue scanned the intersection. Had his deduction? Impossible, unless the perpetrator was a complete novice. And would a novice dare target victims inside a bar and administer drugs? Ugh, can you not take photos? You always make me look awful. A woman's voice chimed from behind him. He turned and saw 2 close friends posing beside a landmark white dove sculpture at the crossroads. I told you, crouch lower so my legs look longer. And include the dove in the frame. It's too dark, the lighting's terrible. I've taken dozens already, and not one satisfies you. Lin Yue, excuse me, lovely ladies. Did either of you see 2 women just now? One in red, one in black. Perhaps the latter appeared slightly unsteady. No, handsome. We've been busy taking pictures and didn't notice anything else. Could you take one for us here? We'd be so grateful. Lin Yue handed his phone to the young woman before him. The 2 girls exchanged a quiet, knowing smile. struck by his striking appearance. One girl quickly snapped his photo with his device. As she reached to return it, Lin Yue smoothly stepped forward and smiled warmly at the friend who'd been photographing moments earlier. "Let me take a portrait of you both. Please stand over there." Seeing her friend still holding Lin Yue's phone, the girl handed hers over without hesitation. Assuming his gesture was pure goodwill, Lin Yue crouched low, adjusting their poses with practiced ease, while his fingers deftly scrolled through the gallery of photos they'd just taken. He'd noticed their framing earlier. Their shots captured the street behind them perfectly. That was precisely why he'd requested access to their phones. And there it was. In the sixth photo, half the body of a yellow taxi emerging in the background, its rear passenger door revealing a partial silhouette draped in crimson. Lin Yue recognized her instantly, the middle-aged woman from the bar. License plate, Jiang, A41. There was only this one photo capturing that taxi. The timestamp showed just a minute ago. Lin Yue quickly took 2 photos with the 2 girls. He stood up, returned the phone to the girl, and took back his own, saying, "Both beauties are stunning. The photos are even." As he spoke, he had already reached out to hail a taxi. Lin Yue stepped into the cab. "There's only one main road here, 3 kilometers straight ahead. You drive forward. Hurry." The 2 girls stood by the roadside, somewhat dazed, clearly not expecting Lin Yue to leave so quickly in a taxi. "Such a handsome guy, why didn't you ask for his number?" "How could I react? He left so fast." This main road stretched for 3 kilometers, and at the end, there was a red light lasting 102 seconds. As Lin Yue's taxi arrived here, he spotted the car at the front of the line, Jiang, A41 KP5. "Driver, do you see that Jiang, A41 KP5 up ahead? The yellow one, the first car on the right, follow it." "Okay, handsome." The Forest Tribe bar was not far from Lin Yue's workplace. He initially planned to have a drink there, and then get some rest in the car. But now an unexpected situation had completely disrupted his plans. With Lin Yue having consumed alcohol, he couldn't drive, avoiding the risk of encountering police checks for drunk driving. So taking a taxi was currently the best option. The taxi driver observed Lin Yue's indifferent expression and quickly accelerated the vehicle. The night in Jiangbei city of Jiangnan province was adorned with vibrant neon lights, enhancing the city's prosperity. Although there were fewer pedestrians on the street, the volume of vehicles remained unchanged. The taxi driver was doing his best to increase the speed. However, they lost sight of the yellow Jiang, A41 KP5, at a particularly congested intersection with 3 roads. Fortunately, Lin Yue was quite familiar with the shape of that yellow taxi. It belonged to the Hongxing taxi company he used to work for, although he didn't know which driver was using that license plate. "Driver, can I borrow your phone? My phone is dead." As he spoke, Lin Yue took out 100 yuan cash and his ID card from his pocket and placed them next to the driver. After hesitating for 2 seconds, the driver handed his phone to Lin Yue. Lin Yue directly dialed the dispatch office of Hongxing Taxi Company, a number he often called when he worked there. "Hello, this is the dispatch office of Hongxing Taxi Company. I got your number from the police station. I left an important document in the Jiang, A41 KP5 I was just in. May I have the driver's phone number? My phone is about to die. Could you help me check where this car is now?" "Let me check. This car is currently parked at the entrance of the Lijiang Grand Hotel, and the driver's phone number is 18,953. "Okay, I got it. Thank you." Lin Yue returned the phone to the driver and put his ID back in his pocket. "Driver, to the entrance of the Lijiang Grand Hotel. Fast. Coming right up. It's just 1 kilometer. We'll be there soon." They made 3 turns and passed 3 intersections along. They finally arrived at the Lijiang Grand Hotel. Lin Yue hurriedly collected his change and quickly exited the taxi. The Lijiang Grand Hotel is a 4-star establishment in Jiangbei City, and Lin Yue had never stayed in such a luxurious hotel before. When he arrived at the hotel entrance, the yellow taxi had already disappeared. Moreover, there was no sign of Mu Qingling or the woman in red in the hotel lobby. Lin Yue briskly walked over to the front desk. "Why did your hotel allow a guest to check in without ID? My wife didn't bring hers. How could you let her stay?" "Sir, what do you mean? We registered everyone. My wife drank too much, wearing a sleeveless top and shorts paired with black stockings. 3 minutes ago, she said she checked into your hotel. Sir, you misunderstood. 3 minutes ago. I remember now. She came with another woman, and the other woman registered the room, saying she was her sister." "Her sister? A middle-aged woman in a red long dress. I really dislike her." Yes, you're right. It's the woman in red." "What room are they in? I need to take my wife home." "They are in room 502. They just went upstairs." Lin Yue made his way to the 5th floor. As he approached room 502, he heard voices coming from inside. "I tell you, this matter carries great risk. I slipped a drug into her drink at the bar to bring her here. Don't worry. I've been watching Mu Qingling for a long time. Although I don't know what she does, she often comes to this bar. Tomorrow morning, come to pick her up. Just say you saw her drunk and brought her to rest. Be careful, if we get caught it would be troublesome. Mu Qingling is different from those girls before. She seems to have her own ideas. Don't worry, I'll take comprehensive photos and videos of her. Even if she wakes up tomorrow and realizes she'll have to swallow her anger, or I'll send all the video and photos to her family. What about the promised reward? This time I took a huge risk, at least 5,000 yuan. Also, I want 20 of the earnings from the video uploads later." "Okay, no problem. How long does this drug last? 8 hours of fun, but remember, she will be particularly fragile at this time. Don't break any bones, or that would be a problem. Lin Yue realized the truth from their conversation. What he often saw online had turned out to be real. There is always a dark side to this world. When you are unaware, everything seems beautiful. But only when you truly understand can you realize how helpless the weak are. Mu Qingling was taken away by the woman in red while drinking. She was unknowingly drugged, and then the taxi brought her here. In the hotel now, a strange man bringing a drunk woman to check-in might attract unnecessary attention. However, with the woman in red escorting Mu Qingling, it would raise no suspicions. Although Lin Yue stood at the door, he had already discerned the situation from the voices. There were 4 men in the room along with the middle-aged woman. Alright, it's all yours. You can leave now. Come back here at 6 in the morning, and then tell the woman that she drank too much and you brought her to the hotel. Also remember to give her a thorough wash in the morning to clean off any traces. Alright, don't worry. As the woman in red reached the door and opened it, her face was filled with joy. Suddenly Lin Yue appeared before her, delivering a swift kick to her abdomen. The middle-aged woman stumbled backward into the hotel. The men busy setting up various camera equipment in the room rushed over upon seeing Lin Yue. What are you doing? The closest man to Lin Yue, a heavy-set fellow in a black boy outfit with a large gold chain around his neck, rushed over anxiously, his fists clenched to strike Lin Yue. Lin Yue had mastered various combat techniques during his military service and later refined them further through elite operative training in lethal tactics. The moment he perceived a threat from those around him, his instinct was immediate strike the most vulnerable points to neutralize their capacity to attack. His body pivoted sharply, his opponent's right fist slashed through empty air. Lin Yue seized the blue-robed man's right wrist, twisted it behind his back in one fluid motion, then raised his own right leg and drove his heel hard into the man's knee with a sharp crack. The man's kneecap shattered. Agony forced him to collapse onto both knees. In the same breath, Lin Yue wrenched his arm upward. Another sickening snap echoed through the room. The man's right shoulder dislocated violently, sending him crumpling to the floor in mute, trembling surrender. Meanwhile, 3 other men snatched up chairs from the side and hurled them at Lin Yue. You're dead. Die, you bastard. With only 4 meters between them, the chairs hurtled toward Lin Yue, but he evaded all 3 with 2 effortless, lightning-precise sidesteps. His reflexes were extraordinary, far surpassing even his peak condition in the armed forces. These 3 men were physically slighter than the earlier black-clad assailant, all bluster and bravado, their faces contorted with false ferocity, their threats hollow. Men who preyed only on the weak and crumbled instantly before true resolve. With scarcely any effort, Lin Yue sent all 3 crashing to the floor, unconscious or writhing in pain. Who are you? Spare us. We'll pay anything you demand. Brother, please, mercy. Grant us our lives. His gaze cold and unyielding, Lin Yue dragged all 5 of them and flung them like sacks into the far corner of the room. Only then did he turn to the bed, and there lay Mu Qingling, fully clothed, her eyes half-flitted, her breathing labored and shallow, utterly unconscious. The depth of her drugged stupor spoke volumes. Such an act was nothing short of monstrous. Lin Yue swept his eyes across the room. A chilling clarity settled over him, the sheer suffocating weight of human depravity. Moments earlier, these 4 had positioned 2 cameras squarely on the bed. The tabletop was cluttered with bizarre, unsettling paraphernalia. Enraged, Lin Yue seized the woman in the red dress and struck her face with a stinging, contemptuous slap. Ah, brother, don't hit me. A disgrace to humanity. Kneel, all 5 of you, in that corner. 1 cry, and I'll snap your arm like dry kindling. He stood beside the bed and dialed emergency services. Brother, don't call the police. Let's talk. Name your price. I'll give you everything. The black-clad man pleaded frantically, only for Lin Yue to deliver a brutal kick straight to his face, sending him sprawling into the corner, convulsing in pain. Police arrived swiftly, dutiful and responsive as they often are. Moreover, Wang Daji and Huang Hao had already reported the incident at the Xingya bar. Lin Yue recounted every detail. A female officer examined Mu Qingling's respiration and vital signs on the bed, then turned to Lin Yue. Miss Mu has clearly been drugged, a potent neuroanesthetic designed to suppress consciousness and paralyze. We'll arrange immediate transport to a designated hospital for intravenous treatment. With no complications, she should regain full awareness within 1 to 2 hours. An ambulance is en route, accompanied by a female officer. If possible, Mr. Lin, would you notify Miss Mu's family? As for these perpetrators, we'll handle them entirely. Understood. I'll contact her family shortly. Thank you. A male officer, perhaps 30 years old, approached and shook Lin Yue's hand firmly. I'm Officer Wen Zhongwei. Thank you for your courageous intervention. These individuals are likely repeat offenders. We've received multiple similar reports recently. If my instincts are correct, they're almost certainly linked to those cases. Officer 1. I acted in the heat of the moment, but inflicted no life-threatening injuries. Should you require my cooperation, I'm at your disposal. Rest assured, we are officers of conscience. We will never let justice deter those who stand up for others. Once this case is formally escalated, you'll undoubtedly receive formal recognition. This appears tied to a major serial investigation. I'll be in touch. Thank you. After gathering additional evidence from the room and the hotel front desk officer, when returned to bid Lin Yue farewell with another firm handshake. Lin Yue, I reviewed the surveillance footage. Your combat proficiency is exceptional. Frankly, no one in our force could match you. And given your background, you served in the military. Thank you. But I have commitments elsewhere, and frankly I prefer a life less bound by structure. Understood. Oh, one more thing, Lin Yue added, turning back to Officer Wen. You'll also be collecting evidence at Xingye. Please convey to Wang Daji and bartender Huang how that I wish this matter remained discreet. Only Miss Mu Qingling should know she was rescued. She must not learn it was me. Officer Wen furrowed his brow in thought, then relaxed into a warm, appreciative smile. You truly are extraordinary. Very well, I'll instruct every officer under my command and ensure the bar staff understands too. You'll remain an anonymous hero, your kindness unsung, yet deeply honored. After the officers departed, Lin Yue waited briefly. The ambulance had not yet arrived, though a female officer stood guard at the hotel entrance. He retrieved Mu Qingling's phone from her limp hand and resolved to contact her family. In her dazed state, Mu Qingling stirred slightly on the bed, rolling from her side into a supine position. Her captivating figure reappeared before Lin Yue. Indeed, she was breathtaking, a classical delicate oval face, paired with bold modern attire, an arresting singular beauty. Lin Yue gently placed 2 fingers beneath her nose. Her breath flowed steady, and even without irregularity. He knew he needed to leave soon. The first day after the May Day holiday marked the official opening of the Qinglong Mountain Youth Cup racing tournament. There he was scheduled to oversee critical vehicle support operations. Lin Yue understood the impropriety of using another's phone, but necessity overrode protocol. Using Mu Qingling's thumbprint, he unlocked the device and opened her call history. She had erased all entries except her mother's number. He refrained from browsing further, simply tapped the sole remaining contact. The line rang 6, then 7 times, before finally being answered. A woman speaking with a somewhat awkward northern dialect answered the phone. Mumu, I called you during the day, and you hung up on me after just a few words. Calling me at this late hour, don't you know I'm asleep? Hello, Auntie. I am a friend of Mu Qingling, and Mu Qingling is currently. Why do you have Mu Yu's phone? Lin Yu's call was directly interrupted. What are you to her at this hour? Are you her boyfriend? Let me tell you, if you want to be Mu Yu's boyfriend, that's not out of the question. Lin Yue was taken aback by these words. What kind of family is this? Before he finished speaking, such a statement was thrown out. Hello, Annie, I am a friend of. She just fainted from a little incident. Fainted? What could happen to her? She rarely comes home since starting high school. Isn't she capable? What can we do to her? I ask you, young man, what exactly are you to Mumu? Are you her boyfriend? Annie, I think the focus of the problem should be on your daughter's health, not on my identity. I am just a friend helping her. Don't make yourself sound so noble. What helping friend? Mumu is beautiful, and you men surrounding her are just after her looks. That's fine, and we can agree to that. If you are willing to marry Mumu, just give us some money. Lin Yue hung up the phone immediately upon hearing this. He took a deep breath. This was truly too much to handle. He never expected that such a beautiful girl would come. Forget it, Lin, you didn't plan to find another contact to call. He deleted this call record. He placed the phone beside Mu Qingling's pillow. Then he leaned back in the chair at the table, beginning to rest his eyes. Since coming out of the Titanic, he hadn't had a good sleep. He didn't expect to encounter such an event at the bar. Before long, a female police officer entered with medical staff. They placed Mu Qingling onto an ambulance to take her to a designated hospital for intravenous treatment. Lin Yue greeted the female officer and then left. He returned to the vicinity of the bar and parked his Dodge in the underground parking lot below the television station. At that moment, a voice suddenly echoed in Lin Yu's mind. Ding, the host has received a new mission order. A customer on the planet, after watching the movie Taken, is very fond of the thrilling and exhilarating rescue feeling in the film. Mission issued: go to the world of Taken and collect the heart-pounding, exhilarating feeling. Friendly reminder: the storyline of this Taken cinematic world will have significant changes. Mission difficulty: extremely difficult, great life, danger. Please choose whether to accept this mission. 1098. Accept. The host has successfully chosen to accept this mission. The mission will start in 1 day. Please prepare in advance. Lin Yue thought to himself, time is really tight. It is now 4 a.m. on May 1st, and 1 day later will be just 24 hours after that. He still has to participate in the Qinglong Mountain car racing competition during the day. After the race, he will enter the world of Taken. Lin Yue has seen this movie. It is a crazy world filled with action gangs, bullets, blood, and a mix of drugs. One slip could cost a. Lin Yue took a deep breath. No matter what, he must strive. Lin Yue plans to enter the virtual agent skill training ground for intense training right after the Qinglong Mountain race ends. He aims to survive in the world of Taken and complete the mission. Lin Yue slept for a while in the car. At 7:30 a.m., he got up, went to the gym at his workplace, showered, freshened up, and organized his clothes. Today is also an important day for him. If he performs well in the Youth Cup car race, he can truly secure a position in the television station. From there, he can take one step at a time toward higher and more powerful positions. As soon as Lin Yue arrived at the television station lobby, Zhao Meizi from the broadcasting channel delivered some very bad news. While chewing her gum, Zhao Meizi's large earrings swung back and forth. Lin Yue, you finally made it. You and intern driver are left alone to ensure our broadcasting channel, but why is there no vehicle? Lin Yue frowned slightly and asked, no vehicle. He walked over and knocked on Director Wang's office door. Lin Yue, I know what you're going to ask. It's like this: recently after the May Day holiday, many leaders from the station went to Jiangnan province for a meeting and most of the vehicles were used for support. Also, there was an earthquake in Tianshan City and many reporters went there by car, so now our small vehicle department has no vehicles left. Director Wang, how can you do this? Zhao Meizi was evidently very angry. This is clearly targeting our broadcasting channel. We submitted the vehicle list together with the satellite new media sports and news channels, so why do they all have 2 drivers and vehicles while we have nothing? Zhao Meizi, you must not speak recklessly. Haven't I been trying to find a solution for you? Director Wang pulled out a business card from his pocket and handed it to Lin Yue, taking a sip of tea as he said, there are several car rental companies on this card, you can rent a vehicle from them. Once you return, you can report the expenses directly. The rented vehicle will be used as support for the broadcasting channel. Zhao Meizi pouted in anger. The Youth Cup car race starts at 9 a.m. It is already 8:20 a.m. now. You tell me there is no car, yet you want Lin Yue to go out to rent a car. This is simply too much. Lin Yue, Director Wang blew on his teacup, took another sip, and called out, quickly rent a car. This is a comprehensive assessment for you guys. Do your best. I have already reminded you in advance. We operate transparently, though I haven't intentionally concealed anything from you. As soon as Director Wang finished speaking, he directly went back into his office. I knew it. Zhao Meizi said, hands on her hips, looking at Lin Yue. I knew last time that they were setting you up, seeing you as a newbie intern driver, but they were deliberately setting US FM 9988 channel up as well. Let me tell you, Lin Yue, the waters here are deep. For instance, this quota for a driver may have already been predetermined, and others being recruited might just be running along. Sigh. No, I must go to the higher-ups and report them properly. After saying that, Zhao Meizi rushed out of the vehicle team duty room, running towards the lobby on the right. At that moment, a woman's voice suddenly came from a distant corner. Meizi, come back. The voice was calm though soft. It carried an irresistible momentum. Zhao Meizi, who wore large earrings and was initially a fearless woman, obediently returned upon hearing that. Lin Yue felt somewhat puzzled. Who is this person speaking? Why does their voice sound so familiar? He had just taken a few steps from the convoy towards the entrance of the Starbucks coffee shop when he spotted the woman standing in front of him. Lin Yue was instantly stunned. She was actually Mu Qingling. How could Mu Qingling be here? Moreover, she looked completely different from yesterday. Today, Mu Qingling wore a form-fitting black outfit, and her once seaweed-like black curls had been dyed a shimmering wine red under the lights. A long spiral golden earring dangled from her right ear, exuding an air of elegance. Her makeup had transformed from last night's nightclub goddess to a chic host style. Mu Qingling clearly had not yet seen Lin Yue. Her eyes remained fixed on Zhao Meizi. Meizi, you texted me saying the convoy has no vehicles. Yes, Sister Mu. There are no vehicles left. They are deliberately making things difficult for us. But even so, you can't just keep running to the leader's office. It makes our FM 9988 channel seem frivolous. Sister Mu, don't you think they're going too far? Everyone else has 2 drivers, one old and one new. They assigned us an intern driver just for the route from Qinglong Mountain to that place, and even a veteran driver with over 10 years of experience might struggle. The key is there is no vehicle. Mu Qingling's fiery red lips moved slightly as she calmly said, forget it, let's cancel the live interactive broadcast for our channel this time. Is the new driver that bad in your eyes? Lin Yue suddenly walked over from the side. Hearing that familiar voice, Mu Qingling turned her head, her eyes widening. It's you. Mu Qingling, I didn't expect to see you again so soon. Your hair dyeing speed truly impresses me. It was black last night, and now it's wine red today. Lin Yue, what are you doing here? I just dyed it this morning. Sister Mu, so you already know each other. Lin Yue is our new driver this time. What? Lin Yue is our new driver. Mu Qingling lifted her head, looking at the leadership office atop the building, a faint look of displeasure appearing on her face. This is simply too much. Mu Qingling turned to Lin Yue and said, is this internship a test for you? Are they deliberately targeting you like this? There's no such thing as deliberate targeting. There has never been absolute fairness in this world. We are all ordinary people, and it's normal for us not to have many resources. But Lin Yue, don't you think they are going too far? Using connections to suppress others. Lin Yue's expression remained calm, yet he silently vowed, one day I will make them pay back double. Time is running out. Mu Qingling placed her pink computer bag into Zhao Meizi's hands. Lin Yue, since there are no vehicles, let's hurry and rent one. I remember there's a car rental nearby. I wasn't planning to go, but since you're the driver this time, if we cancel this interactive broadcast, you might completely lose this job opportunity. Upon hearing this, Mu Qingling spoke decisively. Zhao Meizi seemed to have received an order, immediately complying. She hurriedly took out her phone and said, "I'll make the call." "Hello, is this Yulai Car Rental? Are you the Yulai Car Rental Company?" "Yes, we are from Jiangnan Province TV station, and we want to rent a vehicle for coverage." "What? What are the requirements for the vehicle?" "Wait a moment, let me ask." Zhao Meizi looked at Lin Yue. "Requirements. A rear-wheel drive, preferably with a manual transmission. And something cheap, otherwise the reimbursement process with Director Wang will be troublesome after we return." Mu Qingling extended her fair, delicate middle finger and gently rubbed her temple. Holding a cup of coffee in her left hand, she smiled at Lin Yue and said, "I never expected the world to be so small. We just met last night during the drinking competition and are now working at the same unit. I didn't expect the sister Mu mentioned by Zhao Meizi to be you. Are you feeling unwell?" "I have a bit of a headache, but it's nothing." Lin Yue pretended not to know anything, and his expression concealed it well. He didn't want Mu Qingling to know about last night's events. At least not for now. Lin Yue's entire focus was on completing tasks, personal growth, and money. "All right." Zhao Meizi, acting like a tough girl, rushed forward with Mu Qingling's computer in her arms. "The car has been arranged. Oh, let's head over. The rental company is only about 300 meters away. Once we get in the car, we can set off for Qinglong Mountain. Oh, finally we can see the race cars today." Zhao Meizi pulled out a plastic bag from her backpack and took out a meat bun. "Sister Mu, do you want to eat?" "I can't eat, thanks." "Lin Yue, would you like a meat bun?" "I had breakfast already, you go ahead and eat." As Zhao Meizi walked beside them, she began to eat the meat bun heartily. "I truly admire you all for having time to get up and eat breakfast in the morning. It's only 8:30. If you have time for breakfast, don't you have to get up at 6 or 7? Goodness, how can anyone get up that early?" Lin Yue, Zhao Meizi, and Mu Qingling arrived at Yulai Rental Company. "Boss, where's the car you said you were?" Zhao Meizi asked while chewing gum. "We are pressed for time. Where is the car parked?" "Beautiful lady, the car is parked right at the entrance." "There's no car at the entrance." "How can there be no car? This vehicle in front of you, is it?" "What? This is a Wuling Hongguang for cargo." "Yes, this Wuling Hongguang is it." "My God, are you kidding me? We are going for an interview. You're giving me a cargo Wuling Hongguang. Are you out of your mind?" "I did what you asked, beautiful. You told me to reserve it like this." "Like what I asked?" "Yes, this Wuling Hongguang Plus is indeed a rear-wheel drive vehicle, and it has a manual transmission." Zhao Meizi, "Are there any other vehicles?" "Nope. Beautiful lady, there's a high demand for rentals right now. Many people rented cars to go out for the May Day holiday, and the vehicles haven't been returned yet." "Let's go with this then." Lin Yue stepped forward. "It has a 1.5T 4-cylinder turbo engine with a manual transmission and 250 torque. It can be driven. However, handsome and beautiful, this car's ABS anti-lock brake sensor is broken. Please be careful while driving." "The ABS is broken." Lin Yue smiled, inwardly thinking, "That's just perfect. With that brake system, drifting will be impossible." Lin Yue helped Mu Qingling load some equipment into the vehicle. Although there was little gear, Lin Yue securely fastened everything with ropes. Zhao Meizi held a small laptop, which she also secured with a bag around her wrist to prevent it from sliding during. He sat in the driver's seat, and the vehicle started swiftly. Mu Qingling occupied the passenger seat, while Zhao Meizi and a pile of equipment were in the back. "I say, Mu Jia, we're in a pretty dire situation. If you ask me, we should just change the name of this FM 8899 Happy Moa to something else. It's all just tragic stories. We're too unfortunate here." "You have a point. I also want to change the name. The name Happy Moa really isn't good enough. There's nothing." Zhao Meizi suddenly paused, realizing that Mu Qingling's expression and tone seemed off. "Mu Jia, our Happy Moa program has been running for so long, just to bring a little smile and confidence to our audience, so let's not change the name." Mu Qingling remained silent, her eyes fixated on the shops racing past on either side of the street. A wave of sadness washed over her as she silently murmured, "Happy Ma, I've brought so much joy to others, but where is my happiness?" Lin Yue glanced over, recalling the events of last night, and having spoken with Mu Qingling's mother. Therefore he understood that the melancholic expression on Mu Qingling's face was likely related to her family. After arriving at the Qinglong Mountain racetrack, Lin Yue looked up at the track. When he first received this plan, he thought that building such a wide roadway on the mountain would require an enormous amount of manpower and resources. Now upon seeing it, it seemed quite reasonable. The Qinglong Mountain track wound around peaks 1, 2, and each peak was not very high, but the circumference around the mountain was quite long, and the slope was gentle. Under such terrain, constructing an 8-meter-wide racetrack and a 4-meter-wide service road was not particularly difficult. Moreover, to ensure the safety of support vehicles, every turn along the mountain road had been widened from the original 4 meters to 6. In fact, this event could hardly be considered a proper race. The approximately 60-kilometer mountain track built in Jiangnan Province was not a complete racing course. It was merely the initial segment of a rally track with subsequent sections comprising desert and hilly terrains that were not included this time. To put it plainly, Jiangnan province constructed this 60-kilometer mountain road to promote the area and attract drivers, stimulating the local economy. The competition was not a professional event. This was evident from the various vehicles present at the race location. Clearly, there were many amateur participants and enthusiasts. Lin Yue saw vehicles like a white Honda Fit, a gray Volkswagen Golf, a Mazda, a Porsche 944, a Japanese 240SX, a blue Subaru, a BMW 3 Series E36, as well as Ford and Volvo 240 models. In China, there are also requirements for vehicles participating in such events. The production volume of a single model must be at least 2500 units, and they must have safety modifications and technical upgrades with at least 2 variants. Regardless of the model, they all far surpassed the Wuling Hongguang Plus that Lin Yue was driving. In a large open area at the foot of Qinglong Mountain, there was a television broadcasting vehicle about 10 meters long. Lin Yue had been inside this broadcast vehicle during his time with the crew, where various multi-camera signal switching equipment was present. In brief, on the entire Qinglong Mountain, whether it was the static camera's drone footage or dynamic footage recorded by vehicles accompanying the support crew, it would all be transmitted here. Then it would be processed and distributed to various media platforms. Zhao Meizi and Mu Qingling had already exited the vehicle and were communicating relevant information inside the signal broadcasting vehicle. The Jiangnan Provincial TV station's new media channel, satellite channel, sports channel, news channel, and the broadcast team of Mu Qingling were all setting up various equipment. Lin Yue looked around from the window, but could not find the rumored Zhou Chunai anywhere. The previous list indicated that Zhou Chunai would participate in the satellite broadcast. Could she have been absent at the last minute? A few trainee drivers who entered with Lin Yue were hanging out with their senior drivers. When they saw Lin Yue, they wore faintly mocking smiles. Although they weren't the exaggerated villains from novels who would insult him directly, Lin Yue knew what they were laughing about. It was nothing more than 2 points. First, all 4 of them must have connections, especially the trainee Yue, who was paired with the 20-year veteran driver. Ma Yuanbo likely had the strongest ties. It seemed that one of the vice directors at the station had the surname Yu. But Lin Yue was not bothered by this at all. Whether people accept their fate or strive to change it, they must avoid blaming fate or others. The second point was that these 4 probably found it amusing that Lin Yue was driving a Wuling Hongguang van on the twisting mountain roads of Qinglong Mountain. Lin Yue had always looked down upon such ignorant thoughts. The Wuling Hongguang's engine had a maximum power of 108 kilowatts and a maximum torque of 250 Nm with a 1.5T 4-cylinder turbocharged engine. This allowed it to reach a top speed of 170 km/h, albeit slower on mountain roads. However, in terms of overall power, the vehicle was not lacking. When it came to high-speed driving, it could not compete with all the surrounding vehicles. But on the winding mountain roads, no one dared to drive too fast. At this moment, the advantages of Lin Yue's Wuling Hongguang Plus came into play. At that time, a sweet broadcasting voice began to emanate from the static loudspeakers on the tall power poles of Qinglong Mountain Peak 1, 2, and 3. Dear respected leaders, esteemed drivers, and all spectators and support personnel, hello. I am Zhou Chunai, the host of Jiangnan Provincial TV Station's satellite channel. Zhou Chunai. Lin Yue looked carefully out the window, but could not see where the voice was coming from. He glanced at the screen on the broadcasting vehicle outside and saw Zhou Chunai. Only a side profile was visible, making her features unclear, but her white floral dress fluttered in the wind. Her fair skin made it difficult to distinguish where her arms ended and her dress began. Zhou Chunai then reported the rules of the race. Finally, we reiterate that this is a friendly match. The Qinglong Mountain Peaks 1, 2, and 3 each have 6 turns, with the angles of the turns becoming smaller as you go further. Please exercise caution. There will be temporary stopping points along the way where you can exit the race at any time. Now I declare that the Jiangnan Provincial Youth Cup Friendship Race officially begins. With bursts of cheers and the sound of car engines starting, amateur drivers drove their cars from the base of Peak 1, circling towards the summit. Lin Yue and Mu Qingling had just arrived. The entire service road in front had already been filled with vehicles from the satellite and news teams, along with some rescue and observation vehicles. Once the competition started, all the participants had revved their engines and sped forward. Lin Yue easily followed at the back of the support formation. Inside the vehicle, Mu Qingling had transformed her demeanor. Her previously melancholic expression had vanished. She wore a bright smile, her voice soft and melodious, as she delivered the latest updates of the Youth Cup race to the listeners. As they approached the first turn of Peak 1, Lin Yue smoothly followed behind. When he pressed the gas pedal to the floor, the power was still quite impressive. However, Lin Yue could only keep his foot at half throttle, as several cars in front were driving extremely cautiously and moving at a snail's pace. Mu Qingling turned off the microphone's input. She let out a long breath and turned to Lin Yue. The mountain roads ahead are getting increasingly dangerous. We must pay attention to safety and not compete with those in front. They are all experienced drivers with over 10 years of experience, especially that Ma Yuanbo from the satellite channel. He has been driving for 20 years in the station. Sister Mu, Zhao Meizi suddenly complained, Many listeners have called in saying we keep reporting on the vehicles behind in the race. Why aren't we moving forward a bit? This is a mountain road, and we are in a Wuling Hongguang, and Lin Yue is still in his internship period. But Sister Mu, the listeners are quite dissatisfied. Our program is already struggling. Lin Yue casually rested one hand on the steering wheel, appearing very relaxed. He asked lightly, which car's condition do they want to know about? One listener said her husband is among the racers, currently around 53rd place. She hopes we can report her husband's real-time status so he can get some airtime and boost his popularity. Before Mu Qingling could respond, Lin Yue softly replied with one word, okay. Immediately after, Mu Qingling saw Lin Yue's foot press the accelerator all the way down. Though the Wuling Hongguang is cheap as a domestic miracle vehicle, particularly the Wuling Plus, its engine power is exceptionally strong. Lin Yue, the third curve is coming up fast. Why aren't you slowing down? Lin Yue, Mu Qingling shouted nervously. Safety first, Lin Yue slowed down. However, just as Mu Qingling was anxiously shouting, Lin Yue drifted through the approximately 140-degree curve with perfect ease. Meanwhile, the rescue observation vehicle in the lane to Lin Yue's right was left behind. So cool. Zhao Meizi climbed to the front seat and shouted at Lin Yue, your series of maneuvers just now was simply awesome. Lin Yue, you truly surprise everyone at every turn. Quickly fasten your seatbelt. There's a 110-degree curve ahead that's about to come up. Mu Qingling tightened her seatbelt, opened the microphone, and continued with the broadcast. Dear listeners, our vehicle's speed has increased significantly. Currently to our right is racer number 53, driving a yellow Chevrolet. In the blink of an eye, only 100 meters remained until the fourth curve. 80 meters. 50 meters. Lin Yue immediately slammed the brakes, pulled the handbrake, and turned the steering wheel to the right. Lin Yue slowed down. Mu Qingling shouted in fear. The entire rear of the Wuling Hongguang lifted off the ground and swung around. Screech. In an instant, Lin Yue released the handbrake, eased off the brakes, engaged the clutch into first gear, and floored the accelerator. The steering wheel spun left, and the Wuling Hongguang Plus surged forward wildly, sending the car air fresheners in front crashing down. Lin Yue slowed down. I can't take it anymore. Mu Qingling clung tightly to her seat, her face drained of color. Lin Yue's series of actions left the new media channel support vehicle in the dust. In fact, for Lin Yue, he had already braked early this time. Considering the weight of the Wuling Hongguang, which is relatively tall, the center of gravity rises, making the vehicle not too heavy. If he had braked too late, the centripetal force would be too great to counteract, and such drifting could easily send the vehicle off the support lane. Lin Yue slowed down. Mu Qingling shrank in the passenger seat, holding the microphone connected to the transmitter, her face filled with anxiety. This is just too cool. Wow, Zhao Meizi exclaimed from behind the seat again. In a Wuling Hongguang, you've made it feel like a luxury sports car. Oh my god. Meizi, Mu Qingling said, taking a moment to compose herself. Lin Yue, you're simply amazing. Meizi still gave a thumbs up while looking at Lin Yue. Meizi, I'm calling you. Mu Qingling turned her head and lightly tapped Zhao Meizi. Sister Mu, what's up? When I was scared just now, did you cut off the audio? During that turn Lin Yue made, I was so frightened I couldn't even speak clearly. Oh my gosh, I really forgot. I was stunned by Lin Yue's series of maneuvers. Oh no. Zhao Meizi hurriedly climbed up to the edge of the transmission table. She operated her laptop, looking at the entire backstage of the Happy Mahua broadcast. Zhao Meizi suddenly shouted, what happened? Did the director send another message to reprimand someone, or has there been a wave of listener complaints? Mu Qingling's face turned anxious. Her earlier shout had gone out loud. Lin Yue, you drove way too fast. You overtook so many racers while ensuring safety. No, Sister Mu, there were no complaints at all. In fact, there are even more listeners than before. When we first started broadcasting, we had less than 200 listeners online. Now it has reached 5,000 people. What? Mu Qingling found it hard to believe. Can you confirm that? Really? It's absolutely true. Many listeners have left messages saying that the support vehicle is driving like a pro. They want him to be the one providing support. He's driving like a racing champion. Also, when you were broadcasting live just now, your immersion was particularly deep. The way you shouted was especially pleasant to listen to, so keep shouting more. Mu Qingling. Lin Yue couldn't help but chuckle as he recalled Mu Qingling's voice lightly tapping the control panel of the vehicle. Still laughing. It's all your fault. You scared me to death just now, thinking the vehicle was about to fly off the edge. I tell you, Mu Domain knew I've increased your show's audience from 200 to 5,000, and instead of thanking me, your Sister Mu, look over there. Many vehicles have temporarily stopped. They might not go to peak 2. Mu Qingling quickly turned on her condenser microphone. Dear listeners, Xiao Mu here reporting we have passed 6 bins of peak 1, and we see 5 race cars already stopped at the temporary parking area on the right side. It seems they have given up on going to peaks 2 and 3. Currently beside us is vehicle 28, a black Ford. Lin Yue drove to the peak of Qingshan Mountain, where the racing tracks stretched along the mountain towards the distant peak 2. At the top of peak 1, a wide platform was nearly filled with 20 vehicles. Many amateur racers seemed apprehensive about peaks 2 and 3. Even the vehicles supporting the new media channel had come to a halt. Lin Yue, why don't we stop at the top of Peak 1 as well? I can broadcast live from here. You're so far from the racers, how can you broadcast live? I just imagine how they drive, and then report it. I visualize how they drive, and that's how I report it. Miss Mu, you really surprise me. You dare to imagine the report when you're talking about live updates. No wonder your fans are running away in droves. A comment from Lin Yue sent Zhao Meizi sitting at the back into fits of laughter. I tell you, Lin Yue's sister Mu has always been reluctant to reveal her beauty, otherwise her show would be swamped by fans. Lin Yue's vehicle kept speeding without slowing down. In the blink of an eye, the Wuling Hongguang had already reached the peak of Peak 2. This stretch of road wound around the massive track of Peak 2, spiraling down towards the base. Although the slope was gentle, the forward weight of the vehicle posed a significant challenge for the racers. It was evident that Ma Yuanbo from the support channel and Xia Huanyu from the sports channel had both reduced their. Dear listeners, we have now arrived at Peak 2. Happy Moaz Xiao Mu reporting the vehicles along the mountain road are sparse and some less skilled amateur racers have stopped midway. Our vehicle is also about to slow down as we descend rapidly. After Mu Qingling finished speaking, she noticed that Lin Yue showed no signs of slowing down. Lin Yue slowed down. We're about to turn. Miss Mu, don't you think saying slow down suddenly is a bit disorienting? To enhance your fan engagement, you should speak a bit slower. That might help. What time is it, and you're still joking? Mu Qingling gripped her seat tightly, not even turning off the conditioner. Her eyes were fixated on the steep downhill ahead and the imminent 110-degree turn. Lin Yue, what are you doing? Why aren't you slowing down? The vehicle in front from the sports channel has already slowed down and you need to take it easy. The vehicle's center of gravity leaned too far forward during the descent, amplified by inertia. At a distance of about 100 meters, Lin Yue began to brake appropriately. Pull the handbrake. Step on the brake. Turn the steering wheel all the way to the right. Screech. The rear of the vehicle swung to the left. Just as the car stabilized, Lin Yue floored in first gear. The powerful engine pulled the vehicle forward rapidly. His flawless maneuver left the sports channel support car, which had just reduced speed to around 40 kilometers, far behind. The drivers and crew from the sports channel were completely stunned. Is this the Wuling Hongguang? Is this the reincarnation of the car god from Aomen Mountain? Has he been possessed by an AE-86? Wow, who's driving this? The area of Peak 2 was vast, even though it twisted around the mountain. However, there were relatively straight curves on both sides. Once the Wuling Hongguang hit the straight road, Mu Qingling let out a sigh of relief. She glanced back from her seat. To her astonishment, the sports channel's car was already left far behind. She looked at Lin Yue with admiration. Lin Yue, who exactly are you? Am I not sitting next to you? I'm just a person, can I be a deity? You shocked me with your wine tasting yesterday, and now with this driving skill. Where did you learn it? Ugh. Zhao Meizi with a plastic bag over her mouth threw up several times, saying painfully, if I had known, I wouldn't have eaten buns this morning. Mu Qingling then realized that the condenser microphone had not been turned off. Everything she said had been transmitted. What on earth is happening today? I was really shocked. I didn't even know to turn off the microphone. Zhao Meizi tied up the plastic bag and wiped her mouth, saying, but, Sister Mu, the audience's reaction has been fantastic. Everyone wants you to say more about the driver next to you. They are all asking who he is. Many listeners who saw the drone footage of the Wuling Hongguang overtaking continuously found it unbelievable. Sister Mu, the number of people in our live broadcast room has increased to 500. Oh. Mu Qingling's face showed disbelief. How is this possible? During its peak, our happy Mahua had only 100 listeners. Sister Mu, hurry up and report. There's still no bend on this stretch of road. Mu Qingling cleared her throat and began to report again. Dear listeners, we have now reached the bottom third of Peak 2. To my right is racer number 18, driving a. Sister Mu, everyone wants to hear you introduce Lin Yue next to you. Off. Mu Qingling was puzzled, her head filled with question marks. Yes, everyone is asking who the man driving the Wuling Hongguang is. Sister Mu, didn't you just say Lin Yue was impressive at tasting wine? Since you've met him, why not share? Our fans will surely appreciate it. Dear listeners, regarding the mysterious Wuling Hongguang racer Lin Yue, he is not only an impressive driver, but also a wine-tasting master. Sister Mu, Zhao Meizi clapped her hands on the back seat as the fans surged. The fans are surging. Quick, say something. When I first saw Lin Yue in the bar, I felt he was unusual. I rushed to greet him. Lin Yue slowed down. The vehicle had reached the lowest point of Peak 2. Lin Yue straightened the steering wheel, gazing ahead at the final destination, the peak of Peak 3. His foot slammed down on the accelerator, once more charging forward madly. Meizi Mu Qingling adjusted her sitting position, patted her chest, tightened her seatbelt, and asked, how is the audience reacting now? Sister Mu, everyone is asking one question. What question? Hurry up and tell me. Everyone is asking why you told Lin Yue to slow down when you first met him. What does that mean? Mu Qingling was instantly dumbfounded. Lin Yue was wildly speeding on a relatively straight stretch of road. One by one the cars on the right racing lane fell behind. No matter who it was, anyone seeing the Wuling Hongguang, the support vehicle, was left dumbfounded. At this moment, the loudspeakers fixed at the 3 peaks of Qinglong Mountain once again broadcasted the voice of Dear racers, esteemed audience members and friends in front of the television, internet and radio. It is quite astonishing that among the remaining 10 cars on peak No. 1's racing lane, 2 support vehicles are still furiously advancing from the side. One is a Jeep Grand Cherokee supporting our satellite channel, and trailing just 300 meters behind it is the Wuling Hongguang that supports our broadcasting channel. This is truly incredible. How did he manage to drive a Wuling Hongguang to such a level? As Zhou Chuanye, the popular host of Jiangnan Province's satellite channel, echoed through Qinglong Mountain, the crowd below and the leaders at the finish line on peak No. 3 were also utterly astonished. Who exactly is this Lin Yue? Does he possess over 30 years of driving experience? How else could he drive a Wuling Hongguang on this mountainous racecourse? It seems he is just a young driver of a support vehicle. This is unbelievable. A support vehicle has entered the top 10 of the race. Damn. Zhao Meizi, seated in the back of the car, secured herself tightly with the seat belts on both sides. She was closely watching Lin Yue's driving actions, while continuously replying to messages from listeners on her lap. Mujie, the audience wants you to describe how handsome Lin Yue looks while driving right now. How he looks while driving. I can say he only has his left hand resting on the steering wheel and appears extremely relaxed. However, just as Mu Qingling casually remarked, the listener phone lines for FM 8899 were flooded with comments pouring in from platforms like Ximalaya Tushio and WeChat public accounts. Lin Yue. Zhao Meizi, jolted by the bumps, said many fans want you to overtake that first support vehicle. Oh, then let's overtake. What? Mu Qingling instinctively grasped the seat with both hands. Meizi stopped focusing on the fans' requests. The road is so narrow and the vehicle in front is a Jeep, which is already wider than usual. They've been occupying the innermost lane. If we make a wrong move and collide, we'll tumble down the mountain from the nearby guardrails. Lin Yue maintained a calm expression, his right hand resting on the handbrake. The entire support lane is 4 meters wide. The Jeep Grand Cherokee is 196 meters wide, while our Wuling Hongguang Plus is 184 meters wide. In principle, it shouldn't be a problem. Considering the Grand Cherokee is slightly angled now, you need to do something for me, Miss Mu. What is it? Mu Qingling tightly clutched her seat, her eyes nervously fixed on Lin Yue. This Wuling Hongguang Plus lacks the automatic retracting feature for the rearview mirrors. You need to pull the right side mirror back for me. Pull it back. Hurry. You have only 10 seconds, and after 10 seconds, I will start overtaking. The windows must be closed. If the mirror isn't pulled back, it will be directly knocked off. However, I must clarify, any additional costs will be borne by your broadcasting station. Then, Lin Yue, can we not overtake? No, you have ignited my passion. Mu Qingling bit her lip and rolled down the right side window. She stretched her hand out to grab the mirror and pulled it forcefully back. Lin Yue, I really can't. I've run out of strength. Put in some effort. Come on. 8 seconds left. Lin Yue, I can't hold on. My arms are fatigued. 6 seconds, 5 seconds, 4 seconds. Mu Qingling gritted her teeth and mustered all her strength, finally pulling the mirror back. Snap. But as her hand retracted into the car, Lin Yue's drifting maneuver officially began. Vroom vroom. The vehicle suddenly accelerated, racing forward. The driver of the support vehicle ahead, Ma Yuanbua, had already pressed the brake pedal early on. The trainee driver Yue nervously shouted repeatedly, Brother Ma, we're going to be overtaken by Lin Yue. I am also a trainee, we can't let him steal the spotlight. Brother Ma, step on it. We're about to reach the turn ahead. Accelerating now is akin to seeking death. Ma Yuanbua cursed angrily. Brother Ma, you've been driving for over 20 years. If Lin Yue dares to accelerate, why can't you? Ma Yuanbua shot a fierce glare at the trainee Yue. If it weren't for the leaders above telling me to take care of you, I would have thrown you out of the car by now. Lin Yue can drive a Wuling Hongguang this far and overtake so many vehicles, which is a testament to his excellent driving skills. Although I, Ma Yuanbua, have been driving for 20 years, I certainly can't drift. The trainee Yue was completely dumbfounded by this scolding. He looked up, and as he gazed out the window, saw Lin Yue's Wuling Hongguang flash past them on the left. Vroom. The speed was at its peak. Their left side rearview mirror trembled slightly from the vibrations. Ma Yuanbua continued to slow down as they approached the 120-degree bend ahead. He stared at Lin Yue's Wuling Hongguang, utterly shocked, along with the reporters and camera operators sitting in their vehicle from the satellite channel. They too aimed their cameras forward, filled with astonishment. Why isn't that Wuling Hongguang slowing down as it approaches? Doesn't he know it's dangerous? Oh my gosh. This Wuling Hongguang is actually drifting. Damn it. The tires are smoking. Is this a movie shoot? Ma Yuanbua slammed his foot down hard on the brake pedal and stopped the vehicle at the turn ahead. He gasped, staring at Lin Yue, who had already raced far ahead, muttering in shock. It's already incredibly rare to manage a drift on such a narrow road, but what's even more terrifying is how he could achieve a drift in a Wuling Hongguang. Is this an intern driver? This is simply astounding. As he entered the second bend on Peak No. 3 of Qinglong Mountain, Lin Yue had already overtaken all the support vehicles leading by a wide margin. Mu Qingling was already stunned, beads of sweat trickling down their pale foreheads. The bends ahead were becoming tighter, and the leading vehicles in the racing lane gradually came into view. Even if their vehicle were the best, it couldn't speed up on these steep mountain roads. The greatest test here lies in the understanding and operational skills of the race car. Dear listeners, I am Xiaomo. At this moment we are in Lin Yue's car, having caught up to the third racer. You heard it right, the third racer with the others left behind us. No, we are now neck and neck with the second place car. Dear listeners, currently in second place is a Volvo 240, and it is only about 100 meters away from the first place Porsche 944. Mu Qingling continued to gaze at the right lane, constantly broadcasting as her fan count surged. The Porsche 944 seemed to drive casually, its powerful sports car engine not fully unleashed, as the Volvo 240 attempted to overtake from the right. Lin Yue slowed down, I can't take it anymore. Zhao Meizi, sitting in the back seat, covered her mouth, laughing uncontrollably. In the live broadcast room, many listeners were instantly pulled out of the moment by Mu Qingling's words. The barrage of comments flew out like snowflakes. Lin Yue maintained his position on the guarantee lane, keeping pace with the second-place Volvo 240. The Porsche 944 zigzagged across the track, completely blocking the racing lane. Lin Yue noticed that the Porsche 944 could clearly speed away, but it seemed to be deliberately targeting the Volvo 240, repeatedly blocking its path. As they rounded the third bend, the three cars had already left the other vehicles far behind. The driver of the Volvo, a middle-aged man, seized the opportunity and charged ahead from the left to overtake. The Porsche 944 deliberately swerved left. The Volvo 240 in a panic swerved left again, but miscalculated the distance, scraping against the edge of the racing lane. In that instant, the Volvo 240 flew into the air, flipping several times before coming to a halt. The vehicle ignited instantly. Fortunately, the speed of the cars had not yet reached its peak. Furthermore, after the collision, the middle-aged driver had not panicked and jerked the steering wheel, preventing the car from tumbling down the slope. Lin Yue brought the guarantee vehicle to a halt. Screech. With a sound, their support vehicle came to a stop. Lin Yue, Mu Qingling, and Meizi rushed to rescue the Volvo driver from the wreck. Despite the protection of the airbag, the middle-aged driver was severely injured, but his life was not in danger. The Porsche 944 stopped about 100 meters away, and a young man got out, walking toward Lin Yue and the others. He was dressed in a non-mainstream style, wearing a plaid shirt with a gold earring dangling from his right ear. As he walked, his eyes revealed disdain, appearing cold and rebellious. Zhao Meizi had already informed the control center over the broadcast, and the loudspeaker alerted the other racers behind, who were now 5 kilometers behind. Mu Qingling was somewhat indignant as she stared at the non-mainstream young man. This was originally an amateur driver friendship race. You finished first, but why target others and flip their car? Do you know someone almost died? Who would see it as me flipping it? It was simply his lack of skill. Zhao Meizi pulled at Mu Qingling's sleeve and whispered, don't argue with him. He's Yang Sun, a wealthy second generation from Jiangnan province. His family has power and influence. I heard this race has restrictions on expensive vehicles, though otherwise he might have shown up in an even more luxurious sports car. We can't afford to offend him. As Zhao Meizi spoke, her eyes were tense. She gripped Mu Qingling's arm, fearing that Mu Qingling might impulsively offend someone. Mu Qingling, coming from a poor family, had no fondness for rich playboys. Regardless, we witnessed what happened today. You did it on purpose, and we will testify against you later. Yang Sun smirked, his lips curling to the right. Beauty, don't have such a strong hatred for the rich. It will only make people like you feel more insignificant. Yang Sun shook his head and walked back to his car. Stop. Who did you just call insignificant? Oh, I just heard on the phone that a driver was racing up the mountain in a Wuling Hongguang. So it was you. But a Wuling Hongguang is just a Wuling Hongguang, like a chicken that flew up to a branch. It remains just a chicken. If you want to be a phoenix, don't even think about it. As soon as Yang Sun finished speaking, his eyes displayed disdain as he walked toward his red Porsche. Hey, do you dare? A bet? What are we betting on? Yang Sun turned his head. You want to race with me? There are 3 bends left, about 10 kilometers. Do you dare to race against me? I drive a Porsche 944. If I get scared by your Wuling Hongguang, how will I survive in Jiangnan province? So ridiculous. Mu Qingling turned her head to look at Lin Yue and said, Lin Yue, don't get into a contest with this kind of person. Just let it go. What's wrong? Afraid? Yang Sun laughed. You should have said so earlier. He was about to turn and leave when he suddenly noticed Lin Yue walking expressionlessly toward the Wuling Hongguang. He opened the car door and quickly started the engine. Vroom. In the next moment, the Wuling Hongguang, fueled by gasoline, charged straight toward the barrier between the guarantee lane and the racing lane. Bang! Lin Yue crashed into the barrier. The low barrier was smashed open, creating a path. Vroom. Lin Yue drove directly onto the racing lane. He reached Yang Sun's side. Screech. He slammed on the brakes. Lin Yue rolled down the window. Kid, if you lose you will have to stand at the top of Qinglong Mountain and shout into a loudspeaker that I am your grandpa for a whole day. Are you willing? And what about you? What if you lose? The same, equal punishment. Are you sure you want to use the Wuling Hongwang? Don't blame me for bullying you. Yang Sun's face remained indifferent, filled with sarcasm. Less talk, you have 10 seconds to prepare. Lin Yue coldly remarked, rolling up the glass window. Lin Yue knew very well that on flat ground the Wuling Hongwang Plus could not compete with the Porsche 944, but now the slope on the mountain was getting steeper. The remaining 3 bends were all around 90 degrees, and everything would be different. 9 seconds, 8 seconds, 7 seconds. Both were familiar with the rules, counting the time in their heads and calculating precisely. The Wuling Hongwang Plus engine could reach a maximum power RPM of 5,806 seconds would allow the engine to hit maximum RPM. Lin Yue pressed the clutch with his left foot and shifted into first gear. His right foot pressed the brake all the way down while his heel pressed the accelerator all the way down. Vroom. The vehicle began to roar in place. The engine's growl, though not loud, was enough to ignite Lin. The engine RPM skyrocketed, black smoke billowing from the rear. 3 seconds, 2 seconds. The tachometer showed 5,000. 1 second, time's up. The engine RPM reached the maximum of 5,800. Lin Yue released the brake. The Wuling Hongwang, having reached its maximum RPM, spun its rear tires like a beast, breaking free from its chains. At that moment, the intense push of acceleration lifted the front of the Wuling Hongwang directly off the ground, launching off the line. In an instant, it stunned everyone. Lin Yue's Wuling Hongwang shot out like an arrow. Vroom. Rumble. At this moment, the entire Qinglong Mountain erupted with excitement. The Friendship Youth Cup event, which was originally being held, had its enthusiasm dampened after the second-place driver crashed. However, no one expected that in less than a minute, the Porsche 944, competing against a support vehicle Wuling Hongwang, started a fierce battle on the remaining 3 turns. In a short time, several high-speed flying drones swiftly arrived from afar. The static cameras installed on various towers and the dynamic cameras from drones on Qinglong Mountain were all focused on the Porsche 944 and Wuling Hongwang Plus. The live broadcast from the satellite channel was filled with barrage comments like snowflakes swirling everywhere. Am I seeing things? Wuling Hongwang launched from a standstill. Wow, this is too thrilling. The Wuling Hongwang and Porsche are racing side by side. I know that Yang Sun is very famous in the racing circles of Jiangnan province. But who is this support vehicle Wuling Hongwang? The wealthy second-generation Yang Sun had already floored the gas pedal of his Porsche, initially not taking it seriously at all. But as the Wuling Hongwang launched from a standstill, lifting its front end momentarily, Yang Sun realized he had truly encountered a rival. Yang Sun had always been obsessed with racing. At this moment, his blood seemed to be ignited. His thought was to completely crush Lin Yue's confidence and hope in front of the thousands of spectators. Lin Yue's Wuling Hongwang accelerated with incredible speed, making up for a significant power gap. However, the difference between the engines of the Wuling Hongwang and the Porsche 944 was evident. The Wuling Hongwang Plus had a high center of gravity, whereas the Porsche 944 had a low center of gravity with ample power. On the relatively straight stretch, after a kilometer of racing, the Porsche overtook the Wuling Hongwang by 1 car length. But Lin Yue knew that as the incline increased, the straightaway would get shorter, and the Porsche's engine advantage would vanish. Mu Qingling and Zhao Meizi quickly set up the radio broadcast equipment at the vehicle's temporary resting. Zhao Meizi sat on the roadside, and the hotline for their broadcast had already exploded with calls. The comments on social media and major platforms skyrocketed. After the second Volvo 240 flipped on the roadside, the repair personnel had come over for assistance. A series of other vehicles subsequently stopped, and no one continued up the mountain. What everyone was most concerned about was how would the 2 cars navigate the 3 most dangerous turns remaining at the peak. Yang Sun's racing skills are very high, especially since he is driving the classic Porsche 944. I estimate he can win. I have faith in the support vehicle Wuling Hongwang Plus. The driver is definitely a racing genius. The climactic showdown on Qinglong Mountain was finally nearing the last turn. The angle of this turn was between 90 to 100 degrees. Moreover, as the peak became steeper, the road width had shrunk from the original 8 meters to about 7 meters. The road conditions were becoming increasingly complex. The straightaway was getting shorter. As Yang Sun approached the first turn in his Porsche 944, he began to gradually ease off the brakes, having previously reached a speed of 170. Based on his experience driving on this mountain, even with his superb drifting skills, he had to reduce his speed to below 100 when facing such mountainous turns. Otherwise, he would struggle to control the vehicle and would fly off the track. However, just as he pressed down on the brakes, Yang Sun suddenly saw in the rearview mirror that the Wuling Hongwang Plus, which he had previously left behind by about 50 meters, was charging straight toward him. Moreover, to his utter surprise, as they neared the turn, Lin Yue's speed showed no signs of slowing down. Yang Sun began to appreciate this opponent, but he still thought that Lin Yue's refusal to slow down was recklessness. Approaching the turn. 80 meters. 50 meters. Yang Sun gripped the steering wheel tightly, slamming the brakes to the floor. As the vehicle's speed rapidly decreased, he turned the steering wheel sharply to the right, preparing to execute a perfect drift through the turn. Just as he aligned the vehicle, he glanced in the rearview mirror. In an instant he was taken aback. At a turn with such a small angle you dare to drive at 150? Have you lost your mind? As Yang Sun turned back to look ahead, he heard the sound of the Wuling Hongwang's tires sliding against the ground behind him. Screech. Virum. At the moment Yang Sun was dazed, Lin Yue's Wuling Hongwang Plus drifted directly from the turn. From Peak 1 of Qinglong Mountain to Peak 3, in this short distance of less than 50 kilometers, Lin Yue had already mastered the angle, force, and control of drifting the Wuling Hongwang to perfection. By the time Yang Sun reacted, Lin Yue's Wuling Hongwang Plus was already racing side by side with his Porsche on this 7-meter wide mountain road. At this moment, all the media erupted with excitement. Watching the live broadcast from the helicopter, Zhou Chunya's exhilarating voice drifted out from the loudspeakers. It's simply unbelievable. Our Jiangnan province television station's driver Lin Yue, driving the Wuling Hongwang Plus, has just passed the first turn and is already neck and neck with the Porsche 944. To all the viewers on television and online, to our audience in front of the broadcast, and to all the spectators present, let us cheer for them together. As they approached the second turn near the peak, the road became increasingly narrow, shrinking from the previous 7-meter raceway to a 6-meter wide path. Moreover, the long straightaway that had been at the bottom of the mountain was now completely gone. Yang Sun was anxiously hoping for a straight stretch to overtake, but that opportunity had vanished. He grew more and more anxious as he tried to steady the vehicle while glancing to the left. He saw Lin Yue casually driving with only one hand on the steering wheel. This made Yang Sun feel as if he had suffered a tremendous humiliation. Who is this person? Why is he so formidable? In frustration, Yang Sun once again floored the gas pedal. The powerful engine of the Porsche 944 erupted with a tremendous roar at that moment. The Porsche surged forward, overtaking Lin Yue by about a meter. Lin Yue remained remarkably calm, as if racing on the perilous turns of Qinglong Mountain posed no challenge. He calmly observed the Porsche 944. From his earlier observations of the Porsche's handling on the turns, he had already grasped Yang Sun's skill level. At this moment, as the Porsche approached the turn at 140, it would inevitably be pushed off the outside lane. Then Yang Sun would have no chance left. With this thought in mind, Lin Yue gently pressed the accelerator and slightly turned the steering wheel to the right. The car swiftly maneuvered from the outer left lane to the inner right lane. Based on his judgment at the speed Yang Sun was driving the Porsche 944, it was impossible for him to drift on the inner lane at the 110-degree turn ahead. Lin Yue's foot pressed the accelerator of the Wuling Hongwang all the way down. The second turn was approaching. 200 meters, 100 meters. Yang Sun, glancing in the rearview mirror, saw Lin Yue trailing behind without slowing down. He too did not reduce his speed, driving at an incredible pace. 90 meters, 50 meters. Unable to hold back any longer, Yang Sun began to press the brake pedal, attempting to slow down and drift. However, at this moment his control over the angle was imprecise. A slight hesitation while braking caused the rear of the Porsche not to swing around quickly. His hesitant turn with the right hand caused the entire Porsche 944 to slide straight out towards the outer lane while drifting. Screech. Just as he was considering a remedy, desperately pushing the accelerator to surge forward, he saw Lin Yue's Wuling Hongwang already drifting past with a hum on the inner lane. Yang Sun was truly stunned. Is this even human? How can someone drive at over 140 in such a terrifying turn? At this moment, the Qinglong Mountain Youth Cup amateur racing competition had completely ignited in Jiangnan province. He overtook. The Wuling Hongwang has overtaken. I can't breathe. What kind of divine operation is this? Originally, this mundane amateur race was not expected to have much impact, especially since the Chinese people are not particularly enthusiastic about such a high-cost, high-stakes sport. However, when a civilian model, the Wuling Hongwang Plus, suddenly surged ahead in this originally elegant and luxurious racing sport, it was like a large stone thrown into a lake, instantly creating ripples upon ripples. Zhao Meizi and Mu Qingling were excitedly replying to messages from listeners while watching the drone's broadcast. Sister Mu, what kind of deity is Lin Yue? How can he be so amazing? I have no idea. Mu Qingling took a deep. The only thing I remember is that he identified 5 identical cocktails just by smelling them, which still leaves a deep impression on me. Damn, Sister Mu, my dear mother, please tell me more. Dear audience. Zhou Chunai began to report again. The last turn of Qinglong Mountain Peak No. 3 is approaching. Who will win today's race? Is it Lin Yue driving the Wuling Hongwang, or the racer Yang Sun in the Porsche 944? It was truly exhilarating. Let's wait and see. The final turn is about to arrive with an angle between 80 and 90 degrees. This is an exceptionally steep and terrifying turn. In racing, many refer to this turn as a small-shaped turn. When navigating the small-shaped winding road, there is basically an unspoken rule: the speed must be reduced to below 80. Otherwise, there is a high probability that the vehicle will fly off the cliff. As Lin Yue approached 200 meters from the turn, he still had the accelerator fully pressed. The Wuling Hongguang on this 30-degree slope could only reach a maximum speed of 110. Yet Lin Yue was driving at that very speed. Even as the deadly small-shaped turn approached, Yang Sun was completely terrified. He saw the navigation device displaying the upcoming small-shaped turn and felt his heart sink. Rationality told him that if he didn't slow down immediately, he would surely meet his end today. He looked at Lin Yue, whose speed remained at full throttle ahead, and felt utterly in awe. Nightmare. Truly a madman. A madman. It's terrifying. Yang Sun, holding onto a sliver of hope, only reduced his speed to 80. As he approached 50 meters from the turn, he rapidly began to maneuver the vehicle. Such a small angle turn was completely beyond his control. The immense centripetal force caused the Porsche 944 to slide outward. Screech. Yang Sun slammed on the brakes. With a loud bang, the left front of the Porsche 944 directly scraped against the left barrier. In an instant, the Porsche flew up, rolling several times down the road. In midair, Yang Sun saw Lin Yue's Wuling Hongguang executing a perfect curved drift, directly surging towards the finish line. How is this possible? With a crash, the vehicle landed again. Whoosh! It caught fire. At the top of Qinglong Mountain Peak No. 3 was a circular platform with a diameter of about 100 meters. At this moment, experts from several car clubs in Jiangnan Province, Huiyan Province, and Dongshan Province, as well as leaders from Jiangnan Province, were all present at the finish line. Witnessing this final glory, due to the signal from the helicopter filming in the air, the footage was transmitted to the video broadcasting machine before being displayed on the screen. There was nearly a 10-second data delay. Therefore, at this moment, the judges sitting above had no idea who would win the final turn. I can't believe the final champion could possibly be a Wuling Hongguang. An elderly man wearing a sun hat turned to the middle-aged judge beside him. The Wuling Hongguang is already struggling to climb this slope, though I doubt it can surpass the Porsche 944 in the final turn. You two should stop discussing. It's clear that the Wuling Hongguang has already won. The man in the hat rebutted without even turning his head. We haven't reached the final moment. What are you talking about? How can the Wuling Hongguang win? I'm telling you, Wang Lao, look up. The car has already crossed the finish line and stopped. The two debating experts quickly looked up. They saw the white Wuling Hongguang Plus speeding across the finish line. Buzz! Screech! As a cloud of smoke rose, Lin Yue opened the driver's door and stepped out with. He won. The Wuling Hongguang has won. Lin Yue has truly become the racing god of Qinglong Mountain. Zhou Chunye's excited voice echoed through the mountains. That was so exciting. So exhilarating. A support vehicle became the champion of the race. When the leadership of the Youth Cup Racing learned that the drivers of the crashed Porsche and Volvo were unharmed, he and the surrounding crowd applauded Lin Yue. Some reporters from provincial and city television stations rushed in front of Lin Yue with microphones. Hello, Lin Yue. I am a reporter from Jiangnan Province Television. I would like to ask, are you really an intern driver at our Jiangnan Province Television? Hello, Lin Yue. I am a reporter from Jiangbei City. May I ask how you are feeling at this moment? Lin Yue merely smiled calmly, and then turned to the event organizer beside him. Hello, director. I remember that there were no entry requirements for this competition, right? No, of course not. You truly impress me. You are young and accomplished. Director, I am quite busy and have other matters to attend to. Could you please expedite the awarding of the prize money and the medal? Upon hearing these words, the leader let out a hearty laugh. This young man is truly straightforward and sincere. However, Lin Yue, I have a question. Why do you want to participate in racing, yet drive a Wuling Hongguang? As far as I know, there are plenty of high-performance off-road vehicles at the Jiangnan Provincial TV station. Thank you for your concern, leader. Our TV station's car team said they ran out of cars. The main purpose is to test the rental agreement signing ability of the intern drivers. Several reporters around burst into laughter. The leader was momentarily taken aback before realizing what Lin Yue meant. All right, Lin Yue, come over to receive your champion's medal and prize money. Lin Yue hadn't planned to come today to take home a gold medal and prize money when he initially participated in the competition. He merely intended to act as a support vehicle, never expecting to become the champion. Lin Yue, although this medal is small, it is made of pure gold, worthy of your superb driving skills. Please sign your name and write down your account number here, and the prize of 100,000 will be transferred to your account. Thank you. Upon hearing he would receive a prize of 100,000, Lin Yue felt an overwhelming joy in his heart. Hey, Lin Yue. In a corner at a table sat a very delicate-looking woman. It was Xia Xiaoya from the HR department when Lin Yue first arrived at the TV station. Her round face and neatly arranged bangs made her appear quite capable. Hello, Xia Xiaoya. What are you doing here? Me, I just came to see the excitement. You came to watch the excitement right in the midst of the leaders and experts. Lin Yue smiled faintly, but did not ask further. He vaguely sensed that Xia Xiaoya's identity was not simple. On this entire grand platform, apart from the few experts and leaders, there were only 2 cameramen and 3 reporters. Ordinary spectators and other personnel had no right to be at such a vantage point. Xia Xiaoya walked over from the table and pulled Lin Yue aside, lowering her voice. The Yang Sun who just competed with you as father is Yang Tianxiu, the president of our Jiangnan Tianning group. Don't hold a grudge against Yang Sun. He didn't die from the fall, so there's no grudge between us. Instead, we have become family. Xia Xiaoya was taken aback and asked with confusion. Family? What's going on? Now I am his grandfather. Xia Xiaoya chuckled and said, Lin Yue, don't joke around. I'm telling you, Yang Sun's father Yang Tianxiu is a very powerful figure. If you become Yang Sun's grandfather, wouldn't that make you Yang Tianqi's father? At that moment, the rich second-generation Yang Sun, who had fallen earlier, approached the finish line, blood streaming down his head. From the expressions of the leaders and experts by the sports side, it was clear they held Yang Sun in very high regard. Evidently his father Yang Tianxiu was indeed powerful. Yang Sun's colorful racing suit was torn at several places. He staggered in front of everyone, his expression. Seeing Yang Sun's grim expression, Xia Xiaoya realized that he was definitely coming to stir trouble. However, in the next second, she was left speechless. Yang Sun suddenly looked at Lin Yue and shouted loudly, Grandpa? Grandpa, I submit. I Yang Sun submit. Xia Xiaoya. Reporter. Under the astonished gazes of everyone, Lin Yue stuffed the medal into his pocket and walked towards his Wuling Hongguang. As he passed by Yang Sun, he didn't even glance at him. Yang Sun, with a tense expression, hurriedly chased after Lin. Grandpa, I call you Grandpa. Will you teach me how to race? As long as you teach me racing, I can call you Grandpa for a year. Lin Yue climbed into the car, ignoring Yang Sun's shouts from outside, and slammed the car door shut, starting the rumble. Yang Sun knocked on the car window from outside, anxiously shouting, I was wrong earlier, I was wrong. Will you be my master? Will you teach me how to race? Grandpa, I completely submit. At that moment, Lin Yue suddenly started the Wuling Hongguang. He pressed the clutch with his left foot, shifted to first gear, and lightly pressed the brake with his right foot, while flooring the accelerator. The Wuling Hongguang roared to life. The engine began to rev rapidly, producing a fierce rumble. The tailpipe of the Wuling Hongguang Plus emitted a continuous stream of smoke. The vehicle's tires rapidly skidded on the ground. Lin Yue rolled down the window of the driver's seat and said to Yang Sun coldly, if you don't want to die, get out of the way. As soon as the words left his mouth, he suddenly released the clutch and in an instant yanked the steering wheel sharply to the left. The Wuling Hongguang Plus, already revving at 5,000 revolutions per minute, is suddenly spun around. Screech. The Wuling Hongguang left a perfect circular tire mark on the ground. The sudden spin left Yang Sun standing by the side, utterly stunned. Remember, call me Grandpa, every day, not even a second less. I don't have time to supervise you, but you're a man, so you must keep your word. As soon as Lin Yue finished speaking, he released the brake, floored the accelerator, and sped down the hill. He had to get back quickly, Lin Yue was running out of time. It was already 1:20 noon, and tonight at 4:00 a.m., he would be heading to the movie world of Rescue. Lin Yue was fully aware that Rescue Under Fire was a violent world filled with bloody crime. Although he had practiced various skills in the army and after returning from service, he continued to train, he had also undergone a series of physical skill enhancements while training in that virtual racing training ground, plus another 100 hours in the virtual world of spy skills yesterday. But all of this was still far from enough. Lin Yue's current plan was to head home immediately. Then he would use up the remaining 9 virtual training sessions. 9 hours after each session, he would come out, rest for 10 minutes, and then go back and spending a total of 900 hours in this spy skill training ground. This would greatly ensure that he could complete the mission in the world of Rescue Under Fire. He needed to survive. Lin Yue descended from the mountain, picking up Mu Qingling and Zhao Meizi, heading straight towards the city. This Youth Cup friendship match has garnered significant attention across the entire Qinglong Mountain and Jiangnan province. With the victory of Lin Yue's Wuling Hongguang securing the championship, the event came to a complete close. Once in the car, both Mu Qingling and Zhao Meizi's gazes towards Lin Yue changed. Mu Qingling, being more mature, embodied a certain elegant charm, maintaining her composure. Meanwhile, Zhao Meizi in the back seat couldn't contain her excitement from the moment she got in the car. Lin Yue merely replied with a few simple words. In his mind, he had already begun planning how to navigate the world of hurricane rescue, completely oblivious to the multiple rings of his phone. Ding-ling-ling. Zhao Meizi's phone rang. Hello. Hello, is this Zhao Meizi? I found your number through the HR department. This is Zhou Chunai. Zhou Chunai. Zhao Meizi appeared extremely excited. Covering the phone's microphone with her hand, she climbed up from the back seat and excitedly shouted to Mu Qingling and Lin Yue, Zhou Chunai just called me. After her excited exclamation, she noticed that Mu Qingling and Lin Yue were ignoring her. She put the phone back to her ear and asked Zhou Chunai, what's the matter? I would like to ask you to help me schedule a meeting with Lin Yue for an exclusive interview in the afternoon at the television station. I can't get through to his phone. Okay, I will convey the message. Thank you. You're welcome, goodbye. Lin Yue, Zhou Chunai just said. I heard, but I'm busy. Lin Yue's expression remained indifferent. What? Lin Yue Zhou Chunai is the most talented and beautiful person at our station. I've already told you I'm busy. I have something very important this afternoon. Lin Yue clearly understood what took precedence for him. Never let anything interfere with the main task. Never let any attachments hinder the steps towards success. This is what a calm and rational person must do. After arriving at the television station's entrance, Lin Yue handed the keys to Mu Qingling. You all take care of returning the car. Have the rental company issue the invoice to me. After speaking, Lin Yue hurried towards the impression square beside the television station, leaving Mu Qingling and Zhao Meizi, who were astonished, peering from the car window. Lin Yue arrived at the convenience store in Impression Square, buying 2 bags of Dolly Garden bread and 2 bottles of mineral water. Then he went down to level 2 where his Dodge Charger was parked. Lin Yue started the vehicle directly. Virum. Listening to the beast-like roar of the engine, Lin Yue's lips curled into a smile. Today's Qinglong Mountain is just the beginning. Soon you will take the stage. Virum. The car sped towards home. The phone vibrated violently in the passenger seat. Someone was calling. Lin Yue held the steering wheel with his left hand and picked up the phone with his right. Hello. Hello, is this Lin Yue? That's me. Are you the Lin Yue who drove the Wuling Hongguang to victory at Qinglong Mountain today? Do you need? Yes, Lin Yue, I am the general manager of the Wuling Hongguang, Jiangnan Province branch. I would like to invite you to endorse our Wuling Hongguang car. Can we schedule a time to chat? I can, but not today. Lin Yue suppressed his inner excitement. Alright, I'll call you tomorrow to arrange a time. Okay, may I ask your name? My surname is Yang. My name is Yang Zhan. Alright, Manager Yang, goodbye. After hanging up, Lin Yue abruptly pressed the brake. Screech. The black Dodge came to a sudden stop on the country road. Lin Yue gripped the steering wheel tightly, his face filled with excitement. For ordinary people, opportunities like endorsements are incredibly rare unless you are an internet celebrity or a star. The money from endorsements could be considered passive income. Life had finally begun to enter a new phase. This feeling was truly wonderful. Lin Yue parked his Dodge in the public carport at the entrance of his home. He did not go home, but ran straight towards the forest not far from his home. Once inside the dense forest, Lin Yue carefully observed his surroundings. It was completely deserted. He directly began training in the virtual training ground for agent skills. In the first hour, Lin Yue practiced close combat, first with a flow rate of 1001, spending a full 100 hours fighting and killing in the simulated closed room. Lin Yue returned to the real world. Strangely, even though he was exhausted in this virtual world, in the real world only an hour had passed, so his stamina was restored. It truly felt like a bug in the system. Lin Yue took just a few minutes of rest before entering again. This time he strengthened his knowledge of simple daily French phrases, enhanced his precision training with various handguns, and underwent intense training in agent mentality, judgment, lethality, and decision-making skills. In this repetitive manner, Lin Yue used up all 9 opportunities to enter the agent skill training ground. After 900 hours, Lin Yue pushed himself to the limit. When he emerged for the 9th time, Lin Yue was completely exhausted, his mind swirling with various information. Around 9 o'clock in the evening, Lin Yue stepped out of the woods. At this moment, he seemed to have undergone a transformation. As he walked towards home, his steps were light, resembling a ghost wandering along the country road under the dark moonlit night. As Lin Yue pushed open the large red door at home, his father, sitting in a wheelchair and being pushed out by his mother, appeared. "Wait, you're back. Have you eaten yet?" "I have. Did you take Dad for a checkup today?" "He has been checked. The appointment for preliminary treatment starts next." "Good. That's great. You don't need to worry about the money." "I watched the live broadcast of the car race at Qinglong Mountain." Lin Feng looked at Lin Yue with eyes full of excitement. Lin Yue's heart skipped a beat. He remained silent, pretending to be nonchalant. He filled a basin with cold water at the tap in the courtyard. Washing his hands, face, and feet, he also rinsed his hair in the water. "Lin Yue, you performed excellently. I never expected you to have such a high talent for racing. I've never driven a Wuling Hongguang in my life, yet you took it to the racetrack and even won a championship. Ha ha. Isn't this slapping those racers in the face? Ha ha." Lin Feng laughed excitedly, 2 lines of wrinkles forming on his forehead. "My son is truly remarkable. The reason I never wanted you to pursue a racing career was out of fear for your safety. You see, your old man was once a star on the racetrack, admired by thousands, but after one mishap, no one took me seriously anymore, and I was left with the company of a wheelchair. That's why I've always discouraged you from racing, and I hope you understand. But I've come to terms with it. From today onwards, I will support whatever you choose to do." "Thank you, Dad." Lin Yue felt immensely happy. His joy stemmed not from his father's approval of racing, but from the realization that their efforts had finally brought laughter back to the family. His mother brought out half a watermelon from the kitchen with a spoon stuck in it. "It's getting hotter." This watermelon was taken out from the fridge. "You eat up." Lin Yue picked up the watermelon, stirred the spoon inside, and took a bite. "So sweet. So refreshing. By the way, Mom," Lin Yue said while chewing on the watermelon, "today I won the championship in the car race, and there's a prize of 1,000 yuan. I filled in your account number. The transfer should happen in the next few days. Please make sure Dad gets treated quickly." Alright, Yue has truly become successful, Lin Yu's mother said excitedly, her voice trembling. You little rascal shit. Lin Yue took the exquisite medal from his pocket and handed it to Lin Feng. Lin Yu's father had always valued medals greatly, though one must never mention selling medals in front of him, so Lin Yue never intended to sell this gold medal. Moreover, he planned to sell the watch soon, and with the endorsement, he would never fall short of money. Lin Yue hugged his watermelon and walked towards his room. Mom and Dad, I want to relax and watch a movie for a while, then take a nap. I'm too tired today, you should also rest early. Okay, go ahead. As soon as Lin Yue entered his room, he quickly opened his phone's browser and started searching for the first part of Hurricane Rescue beginning to watch. The film Taken was released in 2008, primarily depicting the story of Brian, a retired national agent, whose prolonged absence from his family led to his wife's divorce and remarriage. His daughter Kim has now reached the age of 18. While secretly traveling to Paris with her best friend, she encounters a local prostitution and drug trafficking organization, and the criminals kidnap them without leaving a trace. Brian's extraordinary abilities begin to manifest, and only 96 hours remain before his daughter is completely lost to the dark web auction. The thrilling drama of Taken officially unfolds. Lin Yue is unaware of how the plot will change once he enters this world of Taken, or rather whether something new will be arranged. All he can do now is watch the first film thoroughly several times. According to the system's previous rules, he will definitely be going to the first installment of Taken. He even plans to memorize every detail within it. If the plot truly repeats, he will be able to foresee it. However, while watching the movie, Lin Yue feels that this task will not be as easy as it seems. He has undergone very rigorous and prolonged training as an agent. He has intensified his training in various agent skills, especially close-quarters combat and agent mentality. Combined with his naturally meticulous thinking and calm demeanor, Lin Yue has sufficient confidence to accomplish this task. He has watched this film 3 times. After finishing, Lin Yue glanced at his watch. It was exactly midnight 1200. He tossed his phone aside to eliminate all distractions. A series of reports about his Wuling Hongguang racing car popped up, but he had no interest in checking them. Lin Yue climbed into bed, laying his head on the pillow, and fell into a deep sleep. 4 hours later at 4:00 a.m., a soft ding echoed in Lin Yue's mind, and he instantly awakened. Host, the time for traversing has arrived. Are you ready to enter the world of Taken 1 to carry out the collection task? I'm ready. In an instant, Lin Yue vanished without a trace from his room. When he regained his senses, the system's voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Special reminder: the timeline in this Taken world is the same as the events of the movie, both set in 2008. The host is the protagonist of the rescue incident, and some details may overlap with the film, but everything relies on the host's actions. If the host loses their life in this world, the task will fail, and upon returning to the real world, a random reward will be given. Following this, a simple memory was implanted into Lin Yue's mind. His identity is a highly concealed agent of the Celestial Empire, codenamed Lone Wolf. Due to his outstanding performance in executing tasks alone, he was specially invited by Captain Zhao Feng of the National Special Operations Team to the office he currently occupies. The 3 incandescent lights above the office illuminated the room brightly, while the fabric hanging from the air conditioning vent swayed continuously in the breeze. The strong smell of disinfectant wafted into Lin Yue's nostrils. Everything around him reminded Lin Yue that he was currently in a hospital. Creak. The door suddenly opened, and a person entered, not very tall, with bright eyes, wearing a black jacket. It was Captain Zhao Feng of the National Special Operations Team. Behind him followed a woman about 50 years old, her face filled with urgency. As soon as Captain Zhao Feng entered, he took a secure signal jammer from his bag and placed it on the table. Lin Yue couldn't help but become serious. Lin Yue, let me introduce you. This is Madam Chun. Hello, madam. Hello. Let's keep it brief. Captain Zhao Feng handed Lin Yue a 5-page document from his bag. This is the basic information. I'll quickly read it through and remember everything. Your task this time is to go to Paris, France, and bring back Chun Lao's daughter Chen Yufei. Lin Yue swiftly opened the document to capture the information. According to the description within, Chen Lao is a world-renowned expert in the field of electronic pulse. Having lived in the United States with his parents since he was 15, he has always been concerned about the Celestial Empire. Although his knowledge is globally recognized, he refuses to share it with the United States. 10 days ago, under the contact and guidance of National Special Personnel, Chun Lao secretly returned to his homeland, bringing with him highly valuable high-tech materials, making significant contributions to the nation in this field. However, Chen Lao is now in the late stages of lung cancer, and particularly wishes to see his daughter Chen Yufei, who is in Europe. At this moment, Chen Yufei is in Paris with her friend Wang Ting. Considering the highly confidential nature of the operation to bring Chun Lao back, which may involve multiple interests, Lin Yue was sent to France to bring back Chen Yufei. Lin Yue quickly and carefully reviewed the document, committing nearly all the information from the 5 pages to memory. He handed the document back to Zhao Feng. Currently, everything seems calm, and you should be able to bring her back soon. However, due to the sensitive nature of the incident, it is very likely that special personnel from the United States will get involved, so we take this very seriously. The reason we asked for your involvement is that you have never failed. You must complete the task. This is a dying promise made by the state to Chun Lao, a special contributor. As Zhao Feng spoke these words, Lin Yue immediately felt the significance of the matter at hand. He holds great respect for the older generation who have contributed to the Celestial Empire. Lin Yue, I am Chun Yufei's mother, and I need to trouble you with this matter. Yufei arrived at Charles de Gaulle Airport in Paris with her classmate Wang Ting just last night. Let me call her to agree on a location, and you can go directly to bring her back. Chun Yufei's mother immediately dialed her phone. Beep beep. The phone began to ring. Lin Yue glanced at the mechanical watch on his wrist. It was 6:30 in the morning. By this calculation, the time in Paris, France, should be around 1230 at night. With a click, the call was connected. Chun Yufei's mother activated the speakerphone. Mom, why are you calling me so late? I was just in the elevator. Feifei, where are you right now? Your dad is sick and someone will come to pick you up today. What's wrong with my dad? Is it serious? It's very serious. He'll tell you more when you return. We're I'm at the Sierra Hotel, just exiting the elevator and heading towards the lobby. We received a call from the front desk while we were in the room saying that Wang Ting's identity information was incorrect and that she needed to come down for verification. After 3 minutes, she still hadn't come up, so I came to check. As soon as Lin Yue heard this, a sense of impending danger began to creep in. Given his understanding of this hurricane rescue world, Paris, France was certainly not a safe place. Sure enough, 5 seconds later, Chun Yufei suddenly shouted nervously on the phone, Mom, something happened. Wang Ting has been captured. Captured? What's going on? I just got to the first floor and saw that there wasn't a single person in the hotel lobby. Outside the hotel, a car was parked with 3 men covering Wang Ting's mouth and dragging her into the car. Chun Yufei spoke with a sobbing tone. Her mother was instantly taken aback, momentarily losing her composure. As she cried, she hurriedly tried to ask what was happening. Lin Yue quickly grabbed the phone and brought it closer to himself, signaling Chun Yufei's mother to remain silent. He directly pressed the recording button. Chun Yufei, I'm right next to your mother. Where are you hiding right now? I'm behind a pillar in the lobby. I'm so scared. They'll definitely see me when they come in. What should I do? Is there anyone at the hotel front desk? Are there any other guests? No one. It's pitch black, the rooms are all dark, and there's not a single person. They came in. Listen to me now, run quickly to the elevator, don't stop for a moment. Hurry. Under panic and fear, Chun Yufei followed Lin Yue's words and dashed toward the elevator. The 3 men behind her began to chase after Chun Yufei frantically. Run faster. Get into the elevator. Lin Yue was clear that if given the chance, she must take the elevator and not the stairs. It's too easy for men to catch women on the stairs. Chun Yufei, which room are you in? I'm in 604. Once you get into the elevator, press the buttons for the 5th, the 6th, and 7th floors quickly. I'm in the elevator now. I've made it inside. They are coming after me. Calm down, the elevator is definitely faster than you running up the stairs. The elevator door closed, and it's going up. I can hear them pressing the elevator button. I'm so scared. Get off at the 5th floor immediately. The 5th floor? I live on the 6th floor, 604. Why should I get off on the 5th floor? Don't waste time talking, get off on the 5th floor, you can't go to your own room. Ding. The elevator opened on the 5th floor. Chun Yufei crawled out. Run straight down the hallway, and tell me about the layout of this hallway. Keep your voice down, and hurry. There's a hallway in the middle with staircases on both sides. Only the east side where I came from has an elevator. Keep going forward, quickly head to the west staircase. I'm walking towards that staircase, Chun Yufei suddenly called out softly. What happened? The strap on my take off your shoes. I will. I'm taking them off. Can I hide in the bathroom? There's a bathroom here. Don't go in there. They know you might hide in the bathroom better than you do. Have you reached the west staircase? I've reached it, I'm there. Go down the stairs, quietly pay attention to your surroundings. Lin Yue listened to Chun Yufei's heavy breathing through the phone. I'm at the steps on the 1st floor. There's someone standing in the lobby outside. Are there any other exits? No. There are no other doors here. The 1st floor doesn't even have windows. That person just got a walkie-talkie, and he's coming towards me from the west staircase. Go upstairs. Head towards the staircase. I'm so scared. I'm so afraid. Don't be afraid, keep going up the stairs and focus. I'm on the 4th floor. I think I can hear someone talking upstairs. Go down the hallway to the other side. Keep trying to push open the doors of other rooms. The doors of other hotel rooms. They're all wide open. There's not a single guest inside. Jack told us that this place was fully booked. Why? Jack? Who is Jack? Jack is someone we know, he brought us here to stay. Upon hearing this, Lin Yue understood clearly that this hotel was nothing but a hollow shell specifically designed. I'm at the east staircase, and there's someone coming up from below. This is bad. It seems like they saw me. Run up the stairs to the top floor. Chun Yufei was on the verge of tears. As she ran up the stairs, she lowered her voice again, on the phone, choking. I saw that 7 or 8 more people came up in the lobby. They've surrounded this place. Chun Yufei, which room is closest to you right now? 701. 701. Get into room 701 and don't close the door, keep it identical to the other rooms. Is there a gap under the bed? The bed is tightly sealed, there's no gap. Get into the wardrobe, hide in a wardrobe. Hurry, I've made it in. I am inside. Chen Yufei's breathing became increasingly rapid. Chen Yufei, listen to me calmly. In 30 seconds, you will definitely be caught. But I will come to rescue you. What you need to do now is to tell me every detail about the person who enters the room. They came in, there are two of them. The light. The light is on. A beard, wearing a black suit. Good, describe their physical features. With a snap, the wardrobe door was suddenly yanked open. Immediately after, Lin Yue heard the sound of Chen Yufei's phone dropping to the floor. As Chen Yufei cried out loudly, she shouted, left eye strabismus tattoos. An eagle tattoo on the back of the neck. The voice on the phone suddenly ceased. Heavy breathing came through, and Lin Yue knew that Chen Yufei's phone was held up to the ear of the criminal. Lin Yue calmly spoke into the phone. I don't know who you are, nor do I know what you want. If you let her go now, then this matter will end here. I won't call the police, nor will I pursue you. But if you don't let her go, I will come looking for you. I will find you. After a second, a rough, slightly hoarse voice came from the phone. GD luck. With a thud, the phone fell to the ground, and was heavily stepped on, cutting off the signal entirely. The sound of the phone ceased. Lin Yue immediately stood up. He put on his black suit jacket. He grabbed the French passport, and some loose cash amounting to 1,000 euros from the table, mindful not to carry too much cash to avoid complications during airport security. Lin Yue opened the back cover of his Nokia phone and removed the SIM card. While inserting a British SIM card into the phone, he pointed to the other 4 cards on the table and spoke to Zhao Feng. If all goes well, I will switch cards every 6 hours. If something unexpected happens, I will make a call and discard a card. Lin Yue informed Zhao Feng to ensure he could be contacted directly in case of an emergency. Zhao Feng took out a flight ticket from his bag. The flight is in 30 minutes to Kyoto International Airport. Lin Yue, based on the years we've dealt with these Parisian gangsters. Once a woman falls into their hands, she will be held and moved across multiple locations for 12 hours to erase her tracks, followed by 24 hours of connecting with buyers. In other words, you only have 36 hours. After 36 hours, she could be on any private jet, ferry, or car. Taken to any corner of the world. She will disappear forever. Lin Yue took a deep breath. The time was exactly 7:00 a.m., and he had only 36 hours left. He never expected that entering the world of a rescue operation would directly confront him with such an arduous task. Although he had experience from watching the movie, it was evident that many details had changed this time. The location of the incident was also different, making it impossible to apply the movie's plot directly. Zhao Feng placed a card in Lin Yue's palm. This is a safe house on Hongda Street in Paris. It contains weapons and cash, and it's for one-time use. Destroy it after use, you know the password. Don't use it unless absolutely necessary. The consequences of exposure are severe. Additionally, I must remind you that bringing back Elder Chun is a world-class secret. You must carry out the rescue of his daughter discreetly. The government cannot provide any assistance. As Zhao Feng spoke, Lin Yue's hands were still busy. I need photos of your daughter and her friend Wang Ting. I don't have one on my phone. Chen Yufei's mother suddenly remembered. I have a photo of Fei Fei in my wallet, but I don't have one of Wang Ting. I don't know what she looks like. What a difficult situation. Lin Yue thought to himself. He transferred the recording from Chen Yufei's mother's phone to her memory card, and then removed the card. Today's phones are not smart, mainly relying on memory cards. Lin Yue grabbed the headphones and phone from the table and stuffed them into his pocket. Headphones are often essential. Remember to wear them when making calls to keep your hands free. It increases the chances of survival. Lin Yue turned and left. Lin Yue, Zhao Feng called out from behind. Remember at all costs. Without saying a word, Lin Yue understood that in the world of spies it's either you die or I die. Chen Yufei's mother, tearful, said behind him, please. As soon as Lin Yue exited the hospital, he quickly got into a taxi and sped toward the airport. The hands of the mechanical watch on his wrist ticked forward incessantly, as if reminding Lin Yue how painfully tight on time he was. Based on the information he had just seen about Elder Chen's life, Lin Yue deeply felt that if this mission failed, not only would his mission fail, but he would also feel deeply sorry for this great elder who contributed specially to the country. Lin Yue had anticipated that entering this world of rescue operations would entail significant changes. However, he never expected that this time the contradictions with the original movie would be so great. He hadn't even encountered the main characters and plot of the original film. Instead, it directly turned into a series of rescue tasks he needed to complete. It seems that the thrilling stimulation required for rescue at this high-dimensional level must be accomplished by the host itself. The world of rescue operations is set in 2008. At this time, various situations are extremely sensitive. Moreover, there is no high-tech equipment as depicted in other spy movies. From the various training and spy skills conducted within the system, it is clear that human thought and ability are the decisive factors. Everything else needs to be simplified. The more items you carry, the more you stand out. The more likely you are to be targeted. It takes a total of 10 hours to travel from Kyoto International Airport to Charles de Gaulle Airport in France. Within these 10 hours, Lin Yue listened to the recording of his phone call with Chen Yufei several times. He also replayed the last criminal's magnetic and horse, GD luck, many times. Lin Yue believed that if this person said such a thing again in front of him, he would immediately recognize him. Lin Yue reviewed Chen Yufei's photo multiple times, knowing that since he didn't know her, he had to ensure he could recognize her from the front and side at first glance. This was the most dangerous mission he had undertaken since acquiring the system, several times more perilous than the Titanic and Jurassic World. In this world of gang conflicts, a single misstep could lead to being shot or tortured by the opposing side. Moreover, this is a foreign country. Everything is extremely unfriendly to Lin Yue, a citizen of the Celestial Empire. He must ascertain everything without alerting the enemies and bring Chen Yufei back. After exiting Charles de Gaulle Airport, Lin Yue saw that the time displayed on his watch was 6:00 p.m. It had been a full 11 hours since Chen Yufei was kidnapped that morning. Lin Yue had 25 hours left. He adjusted the time on his watch and phone to match Paris time. Currently, the watch displayed noon at 1:20 p.m. in Paris. Before arriving at the airport, Lin Yue carefully observed his surroundings. In the original film, Brian also found the pimp Jack at this airport. Lin Yue wanted to see if this part of the plot was the same. He scanned the entire perimeter of the airport. There were no signs of anyone approaching young girls, let alone Jack. It seems that this mission is indeed quite challenging. Lin Yue had undergone intensive training in daily French phrases at the Spy Skills Training Ground. This enabled him to achieve 80 seamless daily communication. Lin Yue approached an elderly taxi driver with a full beard. He directly opened the car door and got in. Sir, where to? To the Hill Hotel. There are 5 Hill hotels in Paris. Which one are you going to? In that instant, Lin Yue suddenly realized. At that time, Chen Yufei was in the elevator, and Lin Yue had instructed her via phone to press all the elevator buttons above the 5th floor. Lin Yue clearly remembered that Chen Yufei pressed the button 6 times. This means the hotel should be 10 stories high. Lin Yue feigned nonchalance and said, "Which one is it exactly? I came to the Hill Hotel to pick my wife up as she's been shopping in Paris buying a lot of things, and I couldn't reach her on the phone. I only remember she said the Hill Hotel she's staying at isn't too tall, probably around 10 stories. Oh, sir. If that's the case, then there are 1 each in the east and west of the city, both around 10 stories. Then take me to the Hill Hotel in the east first." Sure. Lin Yue didn't ask any further questions in the taxi. The taxi drivers near the airport were mixed, all kinds of people. It's possible that saying one wrong word could alert the enemies within minutes. The Hill Hotel in the east arrived quickly. Lin Yue took out a €5 bill from his pocket to pay the taxi fare. He opened the car door and jumped out. The taxi drove away into the distance. In fact, Lin Yue had already noticed that the Hill Hotel in front of him was not the one he was looking for when the car stopped. The Hill Hotel before him had windows all over the first floor. Previously, Chen Yufei had mentioned that the Hill Hotel she referred to had not a single window on the first floor. Then this Hill Hotel in the east of the city was not the one he was looking for. The only option left was the Hill Hotel in the west of the city. Lin Yue waved his hand again and hailed another taxi. "Driver to the Hill Hotel in the west, please hurry, I have something urgent to attend to." Sure. In less than Lin Yue got out of the taxi. He stood across the street looking at the Hill Hotel before him, which was only 10 stories high. Indeed, there were no windows on the first floor. Although there was a female attendant sitting in the lobby, the glass door outside was firmly shut. Lin Yue walked over from the street, pretending to casually pass by the entrance of the hotel. The scene that Chen Yufei had seen flashed through his mind. The ground where Lin Yue stood was likely where the criminal had parked, with tire tracks all mixed up and hard to distinguish. Lin Yue quickly circled around the hotel and made his way to the back. This was a secluded alley, narrow and quiet. Lin Yue looked around and saw no vehicles, no pedestrians, and no surveillance equipment. Lin Yue took out a pair of thin, transparent gloves from his pocket and put them on. These gloves not only enhanced grip during climbing, but most importantly left no fingerprints. He quickly ran to the side, grabbing an abandoned wooden utility pole, and swiftly climbed up it. Lin Yue's agility was exceptional. He effortlessly reached the top of the abandoned utility pole. With a powerful push of his feet, he leaped and grabbed the air conditioning unit behind the Hill Hotel's room. Standing on the air conditioning unit, Lin Yue reached out to grab the iron frame above and swiftly made his way to the window on the 6th floor. This hotel surprisingly had no windows from the 1st to the 2nd floor, and the windows from the 3rd to the 5th floors were completely sealed. It wasn't until the 6th floor that there was a window that could be opened. Clearly this design was intentional. Lin Yue pushed open the glass window and jumped inside. Upon entering the room, Lin Yue stood by the window and glanced down at the street behind the Hill Hotel. A pedestrian was approaching from the corner, yet did not notice Lin Yue's earlier actions. Lin Yue exited this room, observing the long corridor of the hotel, where all the room doors were tightly closed. He quickly made his way along this eastern corridor towards the 7th floor. For Lin Yue, the most crucial thing now was the phone that had been crushed by the criminal. Although he knew a lot of time had passed, he still held on to a glimmer of hope. He hurried to room 701 on the 7th floor. The door was tightly locked. Lin Yue took out a thin wire. This was something he always carried in his wallet. Picking simple locks like this was basic operation for an agent. Lin Yue inserted the wire into the round lock, manipulating the core inside. In less than 5 seconds with a click he twisted the handle and opened the door. He stepped inside instantly. As Lin Yue walked in, scenes of Chun Yufei's abduction replayed in his mind, as if he had experienced them himself. He passed by the bathroom door and entered the bedroom where the bed was completely sealed beneath it. He approached the wardrobe in the corner. Lin Yue opened the wardrobe door, finding 3 wooden hangers inside. Nothing else was there. Chun Yufei had already taken off her shoes and entered the wardrobe without footwear. Thus there were not even shoe prints in this wardrobe. Lin Yue leaned closer to the wardrobe and sniffed gently. A faint scent of Marc Jacobs Daisy perfume wafted into his nose. This perfume had a unique violet scent in its base notes. Lin Yue squatted on the floor, realizing that the phone crushed by the criminal had long since vanished. Lin Yue leaned down, peering into the gap at the bottom of the wardrobe. He discovered a small piece of black phone case fragment, which based on its shape should belong to a Nokia N85. Lin Yue picked up the piece of phone case and put it in his pocket. He quickly exited room 701 and closed the door. The entire hotel was eerily quiet. Lin Yue descended 1 floor to room 604, which was the room where Chun Yufei and her friend had previously stayed. He opened the door, and the room had already been cleaned. Everything belonging to Chun Yufei and her friend had not even a piece of clothing or a single footprint was left behind. Lin Yue still detected the scent of violet, and the items inside here, along with the remnants of the phone from 701, were likely taken out and sold by. This mission was truly difficult. Lin Yue felt that it was even more challenging than the rescue scenes in a real hurricane rescue movie. At least in the hurricane rescue movie, those 2 girls were in a private family room. The criminals did not take the girls' phones or cameras with them, leaving Brian with many clues. However, the clues before Lin Yue were almost zero. Lin Yue exited the room once more. After passing through the long corridor of the hotel, he returned to the stairway on the 1st floor in the west. Following Chun Yufei's perspective, Lin Yue looked towards the lobby of the hotel on the 1st floor. He initially wondered if there would still be girls falling for tricks here today, waiting for the criminals to arrive. But time was running out. Sitting and waiting was certainly not an option. Lin Yue originally did not want to interact with the front desk staff, as it might easily alert the criminals. However, it seemed that this was the only method left. Lin Yue returned to the 6th floor and opened that window. Taking advantage of the absence of people outside, he quickly climbed down. He made a circle and returned to the front door of the hotel. Taking advantage of the distraction, Lin Yue kicked the trash can outside the hotel, sending it tumbling over. Garbage spilled all over the hotel. Knock, knock, knock. Lin Yue tapped on the glass door. A plump woman around 25 years old put down the telephone she was holding and walked over to open the door. This store is not open today. Oh, I'm not here to stay overnight. Lin Yue pointed to the tipped-over trash can 100 meters away at the entrance. I am from the urban management department. Who is responsible for cleaning here? Why is there such a lack of responsibility? The garbage is all over the place, smelly and dirty. The plump woman took 2 steps forward and glanced around. This lazy pig doesn't even clean properly. He'll send someone over to tidy up right away. It's strange here other hotels have so much garbage, but you have so little. Who knows? I'm new here The plump woman answered casually, as if she wasn't pretending. I have a relative who owns a cleaning company. If needed. You know, I work for the urban management department. If you can help my relative. Sorry, this is all arranged by Jack, and I don't have that ability. Which Jack? Do you have a phone number? No, I've never met him. He says he's poor and uses public phones to Alright, thank you. Hurry up and clean the garbage. Lin Yue showed no hesitation and turned to leave immediately. He stood quietly at the corner of the street watching the trash bin. Before long, a middle-aged man with a round face arrived. He bent over, picking up the garbage bit by bit and putting it back into the bin. After finishing, the garbage collector walked from the hotel entrance into the alley nearby. Lin Yue followed closely. When they reached a corner, Lin Yue quickly stepped forward, grabbing his arm and twisting it behind him. With his other hand, he squeezed his neck. He pinned him against the wall at the corner of the alley. Big brother, it hurts. Please don't do this. Answer my questions. If you say anything wrong, I'll kill you. The fat man turned pale with fear, nodding repeatedly. Did you clean the hygiene at the Sierra Hotel today? The fat man nodded. A mobile phone in room 701 got crushed. Where is it? The fat man hesitated slightly. Lin Yue punched him directly in the face. The fat man grimaced in pain and quickly nodded. Big brother, don't hit me. I sold it. Where did you sell it? Hurry up and tell me. At the mobile phone repair shop at the end of this street. What brand of phone? Nokia N85. Lin Yue had guessed it was the Nokia N85 from the fragments he had, so it seemed he wasn't lying. What about the clothes in room 604? Where did they go? The fat man shook his head repeatedly. I really don't know. It was clean when I went in 604, nothing at all. I only picked up a phone in 701 and sold it. There was really nothing else. Who is the owner of the Sierra Hotel? Big brother, I've only been here for less than a week. I came here with Weiss at the entrance. You can ask her if you don't believe me. She is only responsible for guarding the entrance during the day, and I handle the cleaning. Lin Yue was surprised that these criminal organizations could operate so secretly within the hotel. Fortunately, Lin Yue hadn't directly captured that woman in the hotel to interrogate her. Otherwise, he wouldn't have gotten any information and would have startled the snake. It seemed that the plump woman received calls from time to time. Lin Yue grabbed the fat man's arm. "Come with me and bring that phone back." As Lin Yue spoke, he took out a 50-euro bill from his pocket and placed it directly into the fat man's hand. "Get the phone back immediately." The fat man saw not only money but also that Lin Yue would not hit him again, so he nodded in a panic. "Big brother, follow me, and he'll get the phone for you right away." Lin Yue followed the fat man out of the alley corner. He looked around and saw no one noticing. They walked about 500 meters down the alley and arrived at a mobile phone repair shop. The fat man pushed the door open and Lin Yue followed him inside. "I'm here to pick up the Nokia N85 I sold this morning." A white man who was crouched down working stood up, glanced at the fat man, and then looked at Lin Yue, who was standing at the door. "Wait here, Bill, check at the counter." Lin Yue took in everything in the phone repair shop. He quickly spotted a disposable plastic bag from the hotel in the corner of the table by the entrance. Inside were some girls' cosmetics and a few scattered clothes. A red sandal suddenly appeared in front of Lin Yue, and the crucial thing was that the sandal strap was broken. This reminded Lin Yue of when Chun Yufei's sandal strap broke while she was escaping. Lin Yue immediately realized that this bag of clothes belonged to Chun Yufei and her friend, and the fat man was lying. More importantly, the phone repairman had already seen through Lin Yue and was putting on an act. Lin Yue kept a calm expression. He watched the fat man and the phone repairman standing at the bar in the shop. Lin Yue casually walked a few steps further inside. He just happened to see the phone repairman reach into the counter and pull out a handgun, just as quickly as he could. Before the repairman had a chance to load the gun, Lin Yue kicked him in the chin. A loud cracking sound of breaking bones echoed. The repairman was knocked down to the bar floor, blood streaming from his mouth, completely motionless. The gun fell to the ground, and as the fat man was about to escape through the front door, Lin Yue threw a punch, striking him in the throat. The fat man fell to the ground in pain. Cough, cough. Don't kill us, don't kill us. Who is the owner of this hotel? Who are you working for? Big brother, I already told you earlier that we really don't know. If we did, we would have been silenced long ago. The fat man pointed at the repairman who had already passed out. He thought you were here to investigate the stolen items. That's why he pulled out a gun. The hotel's rule is that everything must be destroyed. If we secretly take anything out, we would get killed. Big brother, spare me. Ooh, I really don't know anything. Lin Yue landed a heavy punch on the back of his head, striking the core area that induces severe dizziness. The fat man was completely knocked out on the ground. Lin Yue hadn't expected that he could be so agile now, and his strength was indeed considerable. He hardly felt he was using much strength, yet he had beaten both men into a state of uncertainty about. It was still daytime, and the phone repair shop often had people coming in, so it couldn't be closed for too long, or it would raise the police's suspicion. Lin Yue swiftly looked around the phone shop. He pulled open two drawers at the bar which contained a pile of phones. Lin Yue picked up a phone from the top and inspected it, finding a Nokia N85 and bringing it close to his nose for a gentle sniff. There was no violet perfume scent. He tossed the phone aside and rummaged through the drawer again. He found a phone with a smashed screen, which seemed to be an N85 model. As he picked up the phone, he caught a whiff of that familiar violet scent. The phone was completely unresponsive, as if it had been crushed, and even the battery was nowhere to be found. Lin Yue pressed a button on the side of the phone and quickly removed the memory card. He swiftly inserted the memory card into his own phone and opened it. Inside there was an album containing 5. Lin Yue opened the first photo. It was indeed a picture of Chun Yufei, identical to the one given by her mother. Having confirmed the phone's identity, Lin Yue wasted no time and stuffed the phone and memory card into his pocket. He then took 2 ropes from the side and tightly bound the hands of the 2 individuals behind the desk, stuffing their mouths with cloth to ensure that after being knocked out for about 8 hours they wouldn't be able to call for help for at least 10 hours. Lin Yue reached the doorway, grabbed the bag of clothes, picked up a closed sign from the table, and pushed the door open. After stepping outside, he locked the door and hung the closed sign back up before quickly leaving. After walking a few steps with his belongings, Lin Yue turned into a narrow alley and continued deep into it for about 300 meters. Lin Yue hurriedly took out the phone, opened the album, and carefully flipped through the photos. The first photo was indeed of Chun Yufei. It was a selfie of her. Although the N85's resolution wasn't very high at that time, her face could still be recognized. The second photo featured Chun Yufei and Wang Ting together, clearly showing them taking a selfie, with Chun Yufei holding the phone. Behind them was the de Gaulle airport, which Lin Yue had passed by today. Chun Yufei was wearing a pair of white cropped pants paired with a black t-shirt and topped off with a casual yellow. Her friend Wang Ting was dressed in a long black dress. Lin Yue flipped to the third photo, which was another selfie of the two, and the fourth photo was a solo shot of Chun Yufei. The fifth photo showed Chun Yufei and Wang Ting with their arms around each other, standing in front of the Eiffel Tower at the Place du Trocadero in Paris. This photo was not taken by them. It appeared that someone else had used Chun Yufei's phone to take a picture of the two. The photos in the phone looked unclear, far too small. The bag he had brought out contained various personal items like cosmetics, clothes, and snacks. However, not a single item held a clue. Lin Yue decisively tossed the bag into a corner, immediately discarding useless items, refusing to hesitate. After turning a corner from the street, he found a small internet cafe and walked inside. "Hi. Handsome, please register and show your ID. I left in a hurry and didn't bring my ID, but I have plenty of things you might be interested in." The chubby owner looked at Lin Yue and smiled faintly. "What might interest me?" Lin Yue placed a 50-euro note on the table. "This is something anyone would be interested in. I'm going to surf the internet for a while, and I still need an SD card reader." The owner's face lit up as he took a new card reader from the counter and handed it to Lin Yue. At this time, most phones were still in the era of SD cards' popularity, so card readers like this were everywhere. The owner quickly booted up a computer for Lin Yue. "Handsome, feel free to browse the internet and play around." After turning on the computer, Lin Yue inserted the memory card into the reader. He continued to enlarge the photo on the computer. Carefully, he observed the large round sunglasses that Lin Yue was wearing. The photo was enlarged again. Using a method of blurry observation, he finally saw the face of a man reflected in Lin Yue's sunglasses. This man was the one who had taken the picture of Lin Yue and Wang Ting, and Lin Yue suspected he might be the Jack that Lin Yue had mentioned earlier. Lin Yue magnified the photo a bit more, staring intently at the blurred image. He studied it for 3 full minutes before reaching a conclusion. The man had curly hair and a very deep furrow on his forehead, particularly pronounced above his right eye. Lin Yue understood, well, that when remembering someone's features, it was crucial to focus on biological traits. Clothing was of no use. He unplugged the reader from the computer, put it in his pocket, and quickly tidied up. He ran out of the internet cafe. It was now 2:00 p.m. Lin Yue had 23 hours left. There were too few clues. He had to hurry. Lin Yue walked forward for about 15 minutes and turned into a clothing store. He changed out of his entire black suit. He switched to gray pants paired with a black sweatshirt. This black sweatshirt caught Lin Yue's attention because it had a deep pocket that measured 20 centimeters. Lin Yue stuffed all his belongings into this new outfit and paid 200 euros in cash as he exited. Carrying the original black suit, he kicked open a sewer cover at a corner and tossed the clothes directly inside. Now dressed in new attire, he blended in like an ordinary person. Lin Yue shoved his hands into the pockets of his new outfit and casually strolled back to the original hotel. He saw that the doors of the Hill Hotel were still completely shut, with the glass doors tightly closed. The overweight woman in the lobby was still incessantly making and receiving calls. It seemed that the plan to wait for them to lure other women here for kidnapping had fallen through. Based on the situation, the chubby woman continuously making and receiving calls surely indicated that someone was assessing the hotel's security. After all, engaging in such a heinous crime as human trafficking is extremely cruel. Clearly, their internal discipline and details were quite well managed. Lin Yue silently lamented why couldn't he encounter the brainless villains from those novels. All the people he met were clever and resourceful. Having changed into new attire, he walked past the hotel entrance without attracting any attention. An excellent agent is not like those portrayed in some domestic dramas, wearing a black round hat or hiding their head under a hoodie or even wearing a mask. In such situations, trying to stand out too much makes one more likely to be exposed. Moreover, it makes it easy for bystanders to remember you. This is not what an excellent agent should do, but it's just what directors assume. Great concealment lies within the city means blending into the sea of people. When Lin Yue reached a crossroads 300 meters away from the Hill Hotel, he saw an approximately 80-year-old boy holding 8 newspapers, shouting to sell them. Lin Yue called the boy to the side. "Listen, I will buy all the newspapers you have, and I will give you an extra 50. However, you need to help me with something." The boy nodded vigorously, showing an unusually determined attitude. "At the Hill Hotel 300 meters ahead, the owner owes me a lot of money, but now he has disappeared, and I can't find him. Just watch the entrance of the hotel from this street corner. If a car comes and stops in front, immediately call me from the public phone." "Got it. Got it. During the day you sell newspapers here, and at night buy something to eat, and continue sitting here. Remember not to let that owner discover your movements. If the task is successful, I will give you 100 euros. Lin Yue placed the 50 euros in the boy's hand, and then waved the 100-euro note in front of him. The boy, in Paris society at that time, a typical adult's daily wage was around 50 euros. It's evident how enticing that single euro note was for him. Having arranged everything, Lin Yue left at lightning speed. In case of an urgent need for help, he had a plan. Lin Yue believed that trusting a child was more reliable than trusting an adult, even a beggar. Although Lin Yue felt that the chances of those criminals bringing the girl back to the hotel were slim, he still did not overlook any details. Lin Yue hailed another taxi. Upon entering, he addressed the driver, "Eiffel Tower," at the fastest speed. Lin Yue leaned back in his seat, his mind racing as he meticulously analyzed and recalled everything. In the movie Hurricane Rescue, when the protagonist's daughter was captured, she shouted the criminals had a moon and star symbol on their arms. However, this time, Lin Yue shouted that the criminal's symbol was an eagle on his neck. It was evident that they were not from the same gang. Moreover, according to Lin Yue's understanding, various criminal organizations were scattered all over Europe, too numerous to count. Additionally, his current mission was extremely clandestine, and he could not cause any trouble for the country. In such circumstances, Lin, you could only peel back the layers to uncover the mastermind lurking in the shadows. The Eiffel Tower, located in the Plaza of the War God in France, was surrounded by tourists. Lin Yue casually purchased a bottle of cola from a nearby mobile cart, trying to blend in with the surrounding tourists. Then he sat on a higher step, quietly observing everything around him. If Jack was indeed hunting for prey around the Eiffel Tower, then the afternoon was the best golden hour. Most tourists were just waking up and having lunch before heading out to shop. Lin Yue had just finished his cup of cola. He spotted a man in a short-sleeved shirt about 200 meters away in the middle of the square, facing the Eiffel Tower. His physique closely resembled Jack's from the previous photos. Although he was now wearing different clothes, clothing was never the core indicator for an agent. It was the physical characteristics that mattered most. Lin Yue stood up, tossing the cola cup into a trash bin, and walked directly towards Jack. When he was about 50 meters, Jack was crouched down, taking a picture of a Chinese woman in front of him. In the gentle sunlight, a deep frown line was clearly visible on Jack's forehead, especially above his right eye. Lin Yue, upon seeing Jack's face for the first time, quickly deduced that this was the blurry figure from the photo. Aside from the deep wrinkle on his forehead, Jack indeed had a certain handsome mixed-race charm. He walked over, handed his phone to the Chinese woman, and began to— Lin Yue stood just 5 meters away, pretending to take a picture of the Eiffel Tower with his phone. Listening from the side, Lin Yue realized that he was using the same old trick. Jack invited the Chinese woman to a Chinese party at the Hill Hotel in the west of the city. After the girl refused in broken French twice, she eventually succumbed to Jack's repeated invitations. Or perhaps she felt a thrill at meeting such a handsome Western man. She seemed to awkwardly agree and followed Jack as he walked towards the southwest corner of the Plaza of the War God. At the street corner, a white Chevrolet was parked. Jack wore a harmless smile as he opened the car door, inviting the Chinese woman to get in. At that moment, Lin Yue quickly scanned the surroundings and found no issues. He swiftly approached the white Chevrolet. He grabbed Jack's left wrist and twisted it behind him directly, pushing him into the back seat of the Chevrolet. Jack's head was pressed firmly against the seat, unable to utter a word. Lin Yue looked at the Chinese girl and said, "He is a scammer who tricked me out of a lot of money. You should leave quickly and not trust others easily. The farther you go, the better." The Chinese girl seemed to suddenly understand and hurriedly walked away from the street. Lin Yue entered the Chevrolet and slammed the door shut. He twisted Jack's right arm behind his back again. With a crack, Jack's right wrist was nearly broken. He groaned in pain, lying on the seat. "Answer my questions honestly, or you will die in this car today. Just let me go first." Lin Yue pulled out a photo of Chun Yufei from his pocket and held it in front of him. "Do you recognize this girl, eh?" Jack shook his head decisively. Lin Yue exerted more force and twisted Jack's right arm upward again. Jack's upper arm dislocated. Sweat broke out on his forehead from the pain. Jack began to nervously nod his head, mumbling incoherently. "I've seen her before. Where is she now?" "Boss. I was just in contact with the boss. I was only responsible for finding some girls who were new to Paris and bringing them to the Hill Hotel. I really don't know anything else." "Boss? Which boss?" Lin Yue stood up, using his knee to press Jack firmly against the back seat. He searched Jack's pockets and pulled out his phone. The entire contact list and call records had only one number. The phone was very simple, and the album didn't even contain a single photo. "Who is this boss?" "I really don't know his name. Oh, I just call him boss." "Where is he?" "I don't know where the boss lives. Not even everyone at the Hill Hotel knows. I only have this phone for unknown communication with him." Jack's right hand quietly stretched out from under him, reaching towards the seat cushion behind him. At this moment, Lin Yue was no ordinary person. He was always observant of his surroundings when doing anything. Lin Yue pressed his knee against Jack's back, grabbed his right arm, and lifted the cushion on that side, revealing a knife about 20 centimeters long underneath. Lin Yue grasped the knife and plunged it down, severing Jack's right pinky finger in an instant. Jack's face was pressed tightly against the back seat, emitting a muffled scream akin to a slaughtered pig. Blood from his severed pinky splattered all over the seat. "If you pull any more tricks on me next time, I'll cut your throat." "Where did those 2 girls you captured yesterday go?" "Big brother. I really don't know. I'm only responsible for this initial process. I don't participate in any of the follow-up. If I knew anything, I would have been dead long ago." Lin Yue grabbed his hair, lifted him up, and pressed a knife against his throat. "Call the boss with your phone and arrange to meet him. Just say you've discovered several goods, but you can't handle it alone and need to discuss it with him, letting him choose the location. The meeting time is 1 hour later." Lin Yue pressed his dagger tightly against his neck. The sharp blade cut into the skin along his jaw, drawing blood. "If you dare to play tricks, he'll kill you right away." "I wouldn't dare, big brother." "He'll call now." Jack dialed the number. Beep. The phone rang 5 times before the person on the other end suddenly answered, but did not say a word. "Boss, this is Jack." "What is it?" "I found a tourist group here filled with many beautiful women, most of whom are Chinese. I want to discuss with you if there's a good way to capture them all at once. Alright, come to Xinglong Street at Jiangdu Bridge. Okay, boss. I can be there in an hour. Lin Yue hung up the phone and tucked it into his pocket. He used the dagger to cut open Jack's clothes, tearing off a long strip of fabric to bind Jack's arms behind his. He tied up his feet as well. Lin Yue grabbed a piece of black cloth from the car door and stuffed it directly into. Just as Jack tried to struggle and slam his body against the car door, Lin Yue clenched his fist and struck hard at the back of his head. The blow left Jack momentarily dizzy, and he obediently lay down. After watching this movie, Lin Yue had familiarized himself with all the terrains and buildings of Paris. He was very clear about the location of Jiangdu Bridge on Xinglong Street, which was relatively famous. Lin Yue sat in the driver's seat, grabbed the car's dashcam, and pulled it off. He took out the SD memory card from the dashcam, folded it in half, and put it in his pocket. He drove the white Chevrolet towards Xinglong Bridge. This journey usually takes about 25 minutes. Lin Yue arrived at his destination in less than 15 minutes. Time was of the essence. He needed to reach the destination early and prepare everything. The priority was to find the boss, as Jack had lost all his value. Lin Yue parked the car in a roadside space. Jack was still unconscious, lying motionless on the back seat. Lin Yue opened the car door and went into a nearby store to buy 2 walkie-talkies before returning to the car. He drove the Chevrolet straight to the parking lot of the Regal Building across from Jiangdu Bridge. The Regal Building is about 100 meters from Jiangdu Bridge and is relatively tall among the surrounding buildings. Once the vehicle was parked, Lin Yue slapped Jack's face in the back seat, but Jack remained unconscious. He took out a knife, covered Jack's mouth with one hand, and stabbed his arm with the other. Jack instantly regained consciousness, gasping for air, his face turning bright red. Lin Yue cut the ropes around his feet, wrapped him in a black coat that Jack originally had in the car to hide his bound hand. Lin Yue pulled him out of the car, holding the knife pressed against his coat. "Do as I say, or I will kill you right away. Big brother, I'll do whatever you say. I beg you, spare my life." Lin Yue took him directly from the parking lot down to the second floor and got into an elevator. As the elevator reached the 12th floor, Lin Yue pressed the knife against him and brought him to the balcony at the very top. Lin Yue stood on the balcony of the top floor, looking towards the area around Jiangdu Bridge. His keen observation allowed him to immediately notice that there were 3 more men in black at Jiangdu Bridge than when he had arrived earlier. One was sitting on the edge of the bridge reading a newspaper. Another was pacing back and forth on the bridge. The last one pretended to be jogging by the river, looking around suspiciously. Lin Yue instantly deduced that the call Jack made to the boss had raised suspicions. There must be certain codes and signals between them. At this moment, there were still 20 minutes left until the agreed time. Suddenly, Jack's phone in Lin Yue's pocket rang. Lin Yue took it out to see it had turned into another number. These people were detail-oriented to a devilish extent regarding such matters. They would never use the same phone to expose their identities. Lin Yue pressed the knife against Jack's neck and coldly said, "Answer the phone. Tell him that the signal is poor and intermittent. Just say you'll arrive in 10 minutes, and let him wait for you." Jack followed Lin Yue's instructions and called the boss. The voice on the other end sounded very heavy. He told Jack that there were many people at Jiangdu Bridge, and to ensure they could meet quickly, Jack should not hang up the phone. He would be there soon. Lin Yue smirked, confirming his suspicions. This boss was definitely colluding with government officials. The reason for not letting Jack hang up was to quickly locate their position. With the current level of technology, it would take about 3 minutes to locate their general position once the call was. To pinpoint their exact location would take at least another 5 minutes. Lin Yue switched the phone to speaker mode and placed it behind a stone on the rooftop. He turned on the walkie-talkie he had bought, setting the volume to maximum and positioned the speaker facing the phone. Lin Yue tuned his walkie-talkie to the same channel as the one next to the phone. Next, Lin Yue quickly took Jack down from the Regal Building. "Jack, are you listening?" The voice of the boss on the phone came through the walkie-talkie into Lin Yue's handheld device. Lin Yue pressed the talk button on the walkie-talkie and held it up to Jack's mouth. "I'm listening, boss, I'm listening. I should be there in about 5 minutes. You wait for me at Jiangdu Bridge, don't." "Understood, boss. I'll wait for you at the bridge, I won't hang up the phone." Lin Yue urged Jack to run down the stairs to the parking lot on the second floor of the Regal Building. He found a corner, inserted a wire into the keyhole of a black Ford car door, and quickly opened the car door. Lin Yue tossed Jack into the passenger seat. Lin Yue quickly entered the car. He forcefully pried open the cover in front of the battery and pulled out the 2 wires above the ignition switch inside. The 2 wires touched each other, producing crackling sparks. Almost instantly, with a rumble, the black Ford roared to life. Jack, who was terrified in the passenger seat, was shocked to the core. Lin Yue placed one hand on the steering wheel, while the other forcefully pressed Jack's head against the car's central console. The vehicle sped out of the parking lot of the Regal Building. Lin Yue deliberately drove over the Jiangdu Bridge. In addition to the 3 men in black from earlier, 10 more individuals dressed in black leather jackets appeared. They stood by the bridge, seemingly unconcerned, chatting and smoking. Some had walkie-talkies hanging from their waists and were continuously speaking into their phones. As Lin Yue's vehicle crossed the Jiangdu Bridge, he drove it to the ground floor of a commercial building. Once the car stopped, Lin Yue took out the memory card from the dashcam and snapped it in half. He got out of the car using his usual method to cover Jack's bound hands with his clothes. He reached inside his clothing, pressing a knife against Jack's skin. Jack was pale with fear, not daring to resist at all. They made their way up to the top floor of the commercial building, the 7th floor. The view here was excellent. Lin Yue could see everything around the Jiangdu Bridge. Jack, are you there yet? The boss voice came through the walkie-talkie. I'm almost there. Where are you, boss? Lin Yue pressed the walkie-talkie, forcing Jack to speak. I'm on the Jiangdu Bridge. You'll see me when you get here. Clearly the boss on the other end had already sensed that Jack was lying, but he pretended not to notice. Jack, hurry up. Remember not to hang up, or there are too many people, and I won't be able to find you. Lin Yue stood atop the building. He quietly observed everything near the Jiangdu Bridge, including the movements of the 13 men in black from earlier. Suddenly, the 13 men in black all suddenly moved, rushing toward the regal building, with specific roles for the front, and Lin Yue knew that the other side had successfully located them. However, just moments ago these 13 had neither answered the call nor held walkie-talkies. They suddenly began to act in unison. What was going on? Lin Yue stared intently at everything below, and in an instant he realized. As the black-clad men prepared to act, their gazes were all directed toward a black Audi A8 that had just sped past. The Audi, like any ordinary car, did not stop at all and zipped past on the Jiangdu Bridge street. With just a glance, Lin Yue memorized the car's license plate, ET785TQ. To Lin Yue, these subordinates were of no use. Only the boss knew the details of their operations. Lin Yue had to capture this boss. As the 13 men in black sprinted toward the regal building, their black suits revealed guns and knives. Lin Yue tightened his grip on Jack's neck and moved to a corner of the top floor. Jack sensed something was wrong and quickly began to plead for mercy. Spare me, big brother. I've brought you here, just spare me. So many innocent girls have been delivered to the den of evil by you. Forgiveness is a matter for your God. My task is to send you to meet him. Whoosh! Lin Yue instantly slashed his throat, throwing him against the wall. Immediately afterward, he sprinted and leaped from the balcony of the 7th floor to the roof of a neighboring house. From the top of the house, he ran forward less than 10 meters before jumping onto a lower shop. He grabbed a nearby utility pole and dropped down. The walkie-talkie rang again. Boss, this person is not here. The walkie-talkie was left by the phone. Silence ensued for 3 seconds. The boss' deep voice came from the walkie-talkie. Who exactly are you? Lin Yue did not speak. He knew no useful information could be extracted. The other party angrily cursed. Shit. Lin Yue heard the sound of the phone being smashed to bits. He returned to the spot where he had parked the Ford in the commercial building, opened the car door, and directly sat inside. Lin Yue rummaged through the Ford for the driver's license, registration, and insurance policy of the original owner, David. He flipped through the insurance policy. It was issued by the French Fatin Insurance Company. Lin Yue directly dialed the insurance company using the phone number on it. The service representative answered the call. Hello, this is Fatin Insurance Company, happy to assist you. May I have your 43,258. Let me verify your personal information. What is your license plate number? TW234EC. Your name, David. What is your social security number? Lin Yue, without any hesitation, pulled out David's driver's license and spoke it out loud. DQ12563C. Lin Yue had already learned that in France they rarely use traditional ID cards. They commonly use social security numbers as identification. Verification successful. Sir, how may I assist you? Just now my car was parked by the roadside and was hit by that damned black Audi, nearly crushing it. Sir, do you wish for the insurance company to quickly come to the scene to assist with your claim? I don't need you to handle I can't swallow this grievance. Help me check who the hell was driving the car, ET785TQ. I want to go and settle this privately. Sir, checking the situation of another vehicle is considered private information, and we cannot disclose someone else's. Don't think I don't know that the information among your companies is interconnected. If you don't tell me the truth right now, I'll call your manager and tell them you'd rather pay me 10,000 euros in compensation than give me an address, and I won't buy insurance from you next year. Sir, it's like this. I just checked again. This vehicle has a previous record. The owner is Mrs. Dai Lin, and the address to which we mailed her insurance documents is 73 Cole Street. Beep, beep, beep. Lin Yue hung up the phone. He stepped out of the Ford and onto the busy street, raising his hand to hail a taxi. 73 Cole Street. The reason he didn't drive the Ford to this place was that the owner of the car likely had already discovered it was stolen. Then the police would also receive a report about the stolen vehicle at the first opportunity. Taking the Ford out at this time would cause a lot of trouble. The taxis on the streets of Paris moved swiftly. In less than 20 minutes he arrived at the entrance of 73 Cole Street. It was a small villa. Lin Yue passed by the entrance, glancing around to ensure there were no people or any suspicious activity nearby. He approached the door to listen for any sounds from inside. There were voices inside, a woman speaking to a child. Lin Yue pulled a letter along with several utility bills and newspapers from the mailbox. He needed to quickly gather information. Mrs. Dai Lin's husband's name was Morgan, and from a report card sent from kindergarten, he saw the child's name was Roger, who had good grades. Lin Yue stuffed everything back into the mailbox. Ding ding ding. He pressed the doorbell, which rang twice. A woman at the door peeked through the peephole. Who are you looking for? Are you Mrs. Dai Lin? I'm a friend of Morgan's friend. I don't think I've seen you before. At that moment a child behind the woman asked, Mom, who is it? Lin Yue quickly responded from outside, Is this child Roger? I often hear Morgan mention him saying he excels in his studies, especially in math. But he doesn't like physics, does he? I really don't like physics, but something only a ghost can learn, Roger replied. Clearly the woman inside began to trust Lin Yue's identity upon hearing this. With a click she opened the door. A blonde woman around 40 years old appeared before Lin Yue. Morgan isn't here, please come in and sit. They'll call him to come back soon. Mrs. Dai Lin, Lin Yue said with a smile. I haven't seen Morgan in 3 years. I want to give him a surprise. Just tell him I want to surprise him, and not to mention that I'm here to see him yet. Lin Yue observed that Mrs. Dai Lin seemed completely like a housewife who had no involvement in her husband's business. Hearing Lin Yue's words, she didn't raise any suspicions and walked inside to pick up the landline to call Morgan. She indeed followed Lin Yue's suggestion to tell Morgan to return, saying she had a surprise for him. Mrs. Dai Lin had just hung up the phone and hadn't turned around yet. Lin Yue swiftly struck her on the back of the head, knocking her unconscious. He did not harm Mrs. Dai Lin or her 7-year-old son Roger. He merely tied their hands and feet and gagged them, throwing them into a cabinet in the room. From the medals and honors hanging on the wall, it seemed that Morgan was actually a government employee. Yet he secretly operated the Hill Hotel, engaging in illegal activities. During the time before Morgan returned, Lin Yue gently reached into the bottom edge of the shoe cabinet, retrieving a Webley Scott MK handgun. Underneath the sofa cushions, he found a military dagger about 30 centimeters long. Lin Yue removed all 3 bullets from the Webley Scott MK handgun. Then he placed the gun back behind the top edge of the shoe cabinet. This action was in fact a psychological game. If Morgan upon entering didn't feel any gun behind the shoe cabinet, he would immediately become alert, either escaping or ensuring that he didn't reveal any clues. However, if he got hold of the gun, the confidence of believing he had the upper hand would likely lead him to make mistakes. Lin Yue heard the sound of a car approaching. He looked through the peephole at the door and indeed saw the Audi A8 that had passed by the Jiangdu Bridge earlier. A sound of a key inserting into the door lock came. Lin Yue quietly sat in the corner of the living room sofa. With a click the door swung open. What do you want from me? Madam Roger, I'm back. Noticing the lack of response, Morgan immediately reached behind the shoe cabinet and pulled out the Webley Scott MK handgun. As he approached the sofa, he saw Lin Yue calmly staring back at him. Who are you? You ran pretty fast at Jiangdu Bridge. Was it you who arranged to meet at Jiangdu Bridge today? What do you want? Where is Jack? Lin Yue placed a photo of Chen Yufei on the table. Where is she? I don't know this person, and I don't know what you're talking about. Don't you want to know where your wife and your son? Morgan's face changed dramatically, and he pointed the gun at Lin Yue. Where are they? If you dare harm them, it'll turn you into a sieve. Alright, let's go back to that earlier topic. Where's this girl? Morgan held the gun at Lin Yue, glancing at the photo of Chen Yufei on the table. I really haven't seen her. Then prepare to collect the corpses of your son and wife. Morgan angrily took a few steps forward with the gun. I tell you, this girl has been taken away. Where was she taken? Be clear about it. You tell me where your wife and child are, and I'll tell you where she was sent. Don't bargain with me, or you can wait to collect the corpses of your wife and son. Lin Yue stood up, pretending to leave the sofa. At that moment, Morgan raised the gun and aimed at Lin Yue's abdomen, pulling the trigger. Click, the shot missed. Morgan was shocked and glanced at the gun's chamber. You can't even discern the weight difference when there are no bullets in the gun, yet you think you can engage in such dealings. Lin Yue instantly made his move, grabbing Morgan's right wrist and twisting it back. At the same time, Lin Yue kicked. Bang! Morgan fell to the ground. Blood streamed from his temple as he collapsed. Speak. Where are the others? Morgan tightly shut his mouth, refusing to utter a word. Lin Yue pulled out the dagger from his pocket, pinching Morgan's left ear, and with a swift motion cut it off. Just as he was about to scream in pain, Lin Yue pressed his face firmly against the floor. Morgan's muffled cries echoed as his whole body trembled. Where did he go exactly? Lin Yue grabbed his hair, lifted him up, and threw him onto the chair. He seized a cloth strip from the table and securely tied his hands behind the chair. Who are you really? I told you I've never seen that woman before. Morgan's face turned pale with panic. Lin Yue found a piece of clothing and stuffed it into Morgan's mouth. He grabbed the dagger and stabbed it directly into Morgan's thigh. At that moment, Morgan's head arched back in pain, veins bulging, and his face turned crimson. He let out a low howl. Now tell me, where did that girl go? Lin Yue pulled the cloth out of his mouth. I said I don't know. I just don't know. Lin Yue blocked his mouth again. He walked into the room and pulled out his wife, Madame Dai Lin, by her hair from the wardrobe. Morgan's eyes instantly filled with terror as he let out low growls. Lin Yue threw Madame Dai Lin, bound at hands and feet, onto the sofa. The knife in his hand rose, and then the dagger pierced through Madame Dai Lin's palm, pinning it to the sofa. She screamed in agony, writhing in discomfort, but her mouth was already blocked, and she couldn't utter a word. She looked at her husband with pleading, tear-filled eyes. At this moment, Morgan finally started nodding at Lin Yue. Lin Yue stood up and removed the cloth stuffed in Morgan's mouth. I will tell you. I will tell you. These girls were sent to President Blue's place. Blue. Which Blue? President Blue opened a club, but I've never— Where can I find this Blue? Morgan hesitated. Lin Yue suddenly turned and yanked the dagger out of Madame Dai Lin's hand. He pressed the knife against her neck. Let go of my wife. What do my mistakes have to do with him? You sell innocent girls, how dare you say that? If you hesitate again, I will kill her and your son right away. Morgan was on the brink of collapse. I will tell you, although I don't know the name of the club or where it is, I do know that President Blue usually stays at the Rose Hotel at night, and he has people from the club send girls to accompany him. Lin Yue placed the knife on Madame Dai Lin's neck and asked calmly again. If I go find this Blue and can't find him, or if I discover that what you said is false, I will slit the throats of your son and wife. I am telling the truth, I swear. President Blue basically spends every night at the Rose Hotel. The girls from the Hill Hotel are always sent by his people. I have no access to them. When was the last time you contacted him? This morning. Speak. What did he say? As Lin Yue exerted force, blood began to seep from Madame Dai Lin's neck. President Blue said to pause the transactions at the Hill Hotel for a few days. I don't know the reason. So when Jack called me, I immediately sensed a trap behind it. I am telling the truth. Please don't kill my wife and child. Well, I am telling the truth. I gave you a chance. If you lie, your wife and son will die. As for you, you have committed too many crimes. It's time for you to— Lin Yue approached, clamped his right arm around Morgan's head, and twisted it to the right. With a crack Morgan's neck, Lin Yue dialed the gas service. Hello, how may I assist you? My gas is broken at home. I would like to schedule a service for 8 a.m. tomorrow. Please provide the address. 73, Cole Street. There is a key in the mailbox, so you can come in. All right. Lin Yue took a gray coat and black pants from a hanger in the room, quickly changed his clothes, and left again, having altered his appearance. Once outside, he checked the time. It was exactly 5 p.m. There was still over an hour until dark. Just then his phone in his pocket suddenly rang. This was the second SIM card Lin Yue had switched to since arriving in Paris. He pulled it out and saw a series of encrypted numbers, immediately becoming cautious. This kind of number prefix only has one possibility. It's from a special operations team back home. Hello, sorry, I found this phone. Since you found someone else's phone, it proves that the privacy inside has been compromised. The owner will definitely come looking for you. The call suddenly dropped. This conversation was a coded message between them. Zhao Feng informed Lin Yue that the operation to rescue Old Chun had been exposed, and someone was sent to stop Lin Yue's actions. Lin Yue removed the memory card from the phone and wiped the call records clean. He walked to the roadside and flagged down As soon as Lin Yue got into the back seat of the taxi, he stuffed the phone under the back seat. Driver, I initially wanted to go to the Eiffel Tower, but I've changed my mind. I'm not going anymore. Sorry, goodbye. Lin Yue immediately closed the back door, and the taxi driver drove away. Under any circumstances, such a long-distance overseas call, especially with an encrypted signal, would draw multiple parties' attention. Thus this phone and its number had already been compromised. Having the taxi drive around the city with this phone was a good idea. The task was becoming increasingly daunting. Originally just a rescue mission, he only needed to deal with some criminals in Paris and carefully extract Chen. However, unexpectedly Old Chen's situation was exposed, and the country where he had been staying sent people to stop this matter. It goes without saying that they must have sent agents. Lin Yue walked quickly through the alley, taking a deep breath. During the time spent waiting for a taxi at the intersection, he bought a simple Nokia phone from a small shop. The best thing about these small vendor shops is that you can take the phone directly with just cash. There are no procedures. At 6 p.m., Lin Yue arrived at the entrance of the Rose Hotel. He stood across the street from the hotel. The current challenge is that Lin Yue must figure out which room Blue is staying in without raising any suspicion. He also needs to determine whether Blue is currently in the room. What should he do? What method should he use? If Blue was in the room, everything would be easy. If Blue was not in the room, Lin Yue could not enter in advance, as he would surely have other guards beside him. If the guard were to be killed, it would definitely alarm the others. Blue would no longer come to this place, and the subsequent clues would be cut off. The matter had been traced to this extent. Lin Yue certainly had to ensure everything was foolproof. He simply pondered lightly, and immediately devised a plan. At the entrance of the Rose Hotel there was a large metal detector. All guns and knives were prohibited from entering. As Lin Yue turned to the side of the hotel, he placed the pistol and dagger from his pocket in a deserted bush. He walked into the hotel, casting a fleeting glance at all the information before him. The left side of the hotel lobby featured the check-in counter. On the right were the customer service department and the restaurant. A notice board outside the customer service department displayed the department's phone number 01335822. Lin Yue took out his phone and directly dialed the customer service department's number. Beep. With a click, the call connected. A warm female voice came through. Hello, this is the Rose Hotel. Do you need dining service, check-in service, or something else? My friend Mr. Brew is staying at the hotel. Please transfer the call to him. Oh, certainly, sir. Please hold on. At that very moment Lin Yue put the phone in his pocket and quickly walked to the left counter of the hotel. Hello, how may I assist you? Please connect me to Mr. Russ' phone. Oh, certainly, sir. Please hold on. The female server clearly remembered Mr. Russ' room number. She pressed the number 1023 on the fixed phone in front of her, and the call immediately went through. Sorry, the phone you dialed is busy. Please try again later. Meanwhile, Lin Yue hung up the call he had dialed from his pocket. The server at the counter hung up the phone and smiled at Lin Yue saying, Mr. Russ' phone is busy. Lin Yue turned and left directly. Through the series of actions, just now Lin Yue had confirmed everything he needed to know. Mr. Brew was definitely in, because Lin Yue had initiated the call from the service hotline. Mr. Brew in the room had already answered. Thus the call the counter staff made would show as busy. The counter staff dialed Mr. Russ' room phone using the hotel's internal line number 1023. This directly informed Lin Yue that the room number was on the 10th floor, room 23. The crucial aspect of this operation was that, as the person inside the room, Mr. Brew could only see that the hotel's main line number had dialed the internal room phone. Moreover, it only rang twice before being hung up, most likely just a service call for delivery or other services, and he could not obtain any further information. This greatly achieved the goal of concealing his whereabouts. Lin Yue quickly walked to the elevator area. Once in the elevator, he pressed the button for the 11th floor. The elevator was fast, and in no time it had stopped on the 11th floor. Lin Yue stepped out of the elevator and immediately turned left, heading towards the stairs. Upon reaching the west stairs, his footsteps were very light. He followed the stairs from the 11th floor down to the... As he approached the corner of the stairs on the 10th floor, he noticed a man in a black suit wearing sunglasses leaning against the wall and nearly asleep. Lin Yue quickly approached, and as soon as the suited man reacted, Lin Yue punched him directly in the throat. His Adam's apple was struck, causing him immense pain. The suited man clutched his throat in pain, unable to utter a word. Lin Yue seized his right arm, flipped him aside, and landed a heavy punch on his temple. The not-so-tall man in black was knocked unconscious. Lin Yue gently placed him on the stairs to avoid making loud. He descended the stairs, reaching the westernmost position on the 10th floor. The corridor of the hotel curved slightly, and from the far west room, 1023 could not be seen. After taking a few steps, his eyes glanced left, and he spotted a service lift installed in a corner of the westernmost part of the Rose Hotel. Such elevators are typically only found in high-end hotels, specifically for chefs and delivery personnel capable of reaching every floor. Lin Yue ran a couple of steps and arrived at the elevator's entrance. The elevator was going up, and he pressed the button for upward movement. Ding! After a faint sound, the internal service elevator suddenly opened. A staff member dressed in white and wearing a white chef's hat was pushing. Upon seeing Lin Yue, he waved at him. Sir, customers are not allowed in this elevator. What are you doing here, sir? Oh. The voice abruptly stopped. 15 seconds later, Lin Yue stepped out of the elevator wearing the white chef's uniform, pushing the food cart. Lin Yue was heading towards room 1023. 50 meters away from room 1023, there was a long bench. Two men in black suits were sitting there drinking and having dinner. A bearded subordinate walked over to Lin Yue and asked in confusion, "Didn't we just have dinner? Why is there food being delivered again?" Lin Yue recalled Morgan saying that Mr. Blue would bring girls here in the evening. An idea struck him. This is the food ordered in advance for the girls coming tonight. Oh. The bearded man in black grinned. He patted Lin Yue down, finding no guns or knives. Even the small knife for cutting cake on the food cart was taken away by the bearded man. All set, you can go in now. Lin Yue swiped the chef's access card, and with a click the door to 1023 opened. As Lin Yue pushed the food cart inside, he softly called out, "Sir, your meal has arrived." At the same time, he pushed the door shut and locked it. The room was a large suite consisting of a bedroom, living room, bathroom, and study. In front of Lin Yue was the study. The question Lin Yue had asked when he entered went unanswered. He stopped talking and moved quietly. He took 2 steps to the right from the study door and saw a bedroom of about 20 square meters. Everything in the bedroom was clean and without any abnormalities. Suddenly, a faint footprint on the windowsill in the right corner of the bedroom caught Lin Yue's attention. He almost instantly realized that someone had entered the room through the hotel's back window. He quickly moved, leaping 2 steps into the bedroom. At that moment, a whoosh sound came from behind Lin Yue. A knife about 70 centimeters long came down directly from where Lin Yue had just stood. Lin Yue darted into the corner of the bedroom. At the entrance, a man wearing a black mask and a leather jacket charged at Lin Yue with a knife in hand. Without a doubt, Lin Yue quickly realized this must be the agent Zhao Feng had warned him about, who was involved in the operation. Earlier, when Lin Yue asked the service desk to make a call downstairs, it was definitely this agent who answered. In an instant, the agent lunged forward, stabbing at Lin Yue. His movements were highly professional, aiming at Lin Yue's neck and heart with every strike of the knife. There were no weapons in the bedroom at all. When Lin Yue entered, he was thoroughly checked by the hotel and had no weapons on him. Just as he thought, this had all happened in a flash. Lin Yue quickly yanked the blanket from the bed and threw it at the agent while stepping forward and kicking out. With a loud bang, the blanket blocked the knife, and Lin Yue kicked the agent in the abdomen. The agent was agile and only took 3 steps back before throwing the blanket aside. Without a weapon, Lin Yue had to create one. Defending against such a long knife barehanded was too disadvantageous and dangerous. In the brief 2 seconds, Lin Yue tossed the chef's coat, took off his gray jacket, and tied a knot at the end of the rope. With a whoosh, the agent charged at him again with the knife. Lin Yue jumped onto the bed, running a few steps to the other side. He grabbed an ashtray from the bedside table and stuffed it into the knotted sleeve of his jacket. Then Lin Yue held the other end of the jacket and began to swing it around. With the ashtray inside the sleeve, it became a makeshift ranged weapon. The agent approached from the other side of the bed, glaring fiercely at Lin Yue, and without saying a word, he swung. Lin Yue leaned to the side to evade the knife, while swinging the jacket with his right hand. The heavy ashtray struck the agent's shoulder with a loud bang. The agent stumbled back 2 steps. Lin Yue seized the opportunity to swing the jacket again, aiming for his head. As the agent turned his head to dodge the incoming ashtray, Lin Yue launched a kick directly into the agent's abdomen. The agent staggered back 2 steps, and Lin Yue quickly followed up. Bang, bang, bang. The ashtray inside the sleeve blocked 3 knife strikes, leaving a small tear in the fabric. Lin Yue spun the sleeve rapidly in his hand. When the agent stabbed again, Lin Yue swung the speeding ashtray down. Lin Yue quickly leaned to the side to avoid the thrust, using the momentum to wrap the swinging jacket around the agent's right arm several times. With a hard pull on the jacket, Lin Yue knocked the long knife out of the agent's hand. He did not miss a single opportunity. With a crack, the agent's right arm was forcibly twisted by Lin Yue, breaking the bone. In a normal situation, a person would have already given up resisting. But this agent was clearly different. He endured the pain in his right arm, clenched his left fist, and turned back to strike at Lin Yue's temple. Lin Yue dodged to the side, gripping the ashtray inside the jacket tightly. He struck upwards with all his might. Bang! The ashtray hit the agent's chin with a heavy thud, knocking out a tooth, and causing blood to flow from the corner of his mouth. The agent, clutching his dislocated and broken right arm, hurriedly retreated into the living room. This agent was on a covert mission, evident from the fact that he did not use a gun to expose his whereabouts while attempting to assassinate Lin Yue. Bang, bang, bang. There was a knocking sound coming from outside room 1023. It was surely Mr. Blue's subordinates who heard the commotion inside. Bang, bang, bang. Lin Yue ignored the knocking and picked up the knife from the ground, charging at the agent again. The agent jumped onto a chair in the bedroom, preparing to leap to the windowsill to escape. Lin Yue struck him directly on the heel with a knife. He then grabbed the agent's clothing, pulling him down and slamming him onto the ground. Who sent you? The agent, with his heel cut off, fell to the ground without saying a word. Lin Yue then noticed the foam coming from the agent's mouth, his eyes wide open. In less than 5 seconds, the agent had already stopped breathing. Lin Yue knew that many agents in this line of work kept a poison pill hidden in their teeth. When a mission was about to fail and their exposure was imminent, they would bite down on it. Outside, 2 subordinates began to kick the door fiercely. Lin Yue then noticed that Mr. Blue had already been killed by that agent, lying motionless on the floor in the transparent bathroom on the right side of the bedroom. With a loud bang, the door to 1023 was kicked open. Lin Yue quickly leaped out, dashing to the wall near the living room entrance. Based on the footsteps, 2 men in black rushed in. Lin Yue had already seen that they were all armed. As the first man in black stepped through the living room door, he immediately spotted the agent lying dead in front of the sofa. The man in black took 2 steps forward and charged towards the agent lying on the ground. Immediately after, a second man in black followed suit, raising his gun. In an instant, Lin Yue struck swiftly, bringing his blade down from the air. The second man in black had both wrists severed, causing his gun and hands to fall to the ground, rendering him incapable of resistance. Without hesitation, Lin Yue charged at the man in black ahead. The man in front was clearly distracted by the agent lying dead on the ground. As the man finally reacted and turned around, Lin Yue slashed across his neck, delivering a fatal blow, and the man in black collapsed to the ground lifeless. Lin Yue seized his hand and snatched the gun away. It was an exceptionally lightweight M9 pistol. To Lin Yue's delight, the pistol was equipped with a silencer. Lin Yue returned directly to the doorway. The man who had lost his hands was screaming in pain and fear. "Spare me. Let's talk this over." With a click, Lin Yue chambered a bullet. He thrust the barrel directly into the man's mouth. The man in black's eyes widened in terror, filled with fear. "Answer my question honestly, or I'll blow your head off. Where is Mr. Blue's club?" The man shook his head repeatedly. His face turned crimson, veins bulging at his temples. Lin Yue exerted force, pushing the gun deeper into his mouth. "I ask you, where is Mr. Blue's club? What is its name? If you don't speak, I'll shoot you dead." The man continued to shake his head. "I really don't know. We are only responsible for ensuring his safety in this hotel. We have never followed him anywhere." Bang! A muffled gunshot rang out. The bullet shot through his mouth, blasting his head apart and killing him. Lin Yue truly did not expect that this human trafficking organization would possess such strong counter-surveillance capabilities. Almost all operations were conducted through singular lines of communication, leaving no trace whatsoever. This significantly increased the difficulty of his operation. Originally, he thought that capturing Mr. Blue would lead him to the location where Chun Yufei and her friend Wang Ting were being held. However, he did not anticipate that this lead would be abruptly severed by the agent who had inexplicably appeared. Lin Yue slammed his fist down on the table. He approached and inspected Mr. Blue, who lay lifeless in the bathroom. However, he found that the man's phone had already been smashed to pieces by the agent, and even the SIM card was broken in half. Lin Yue meticulously searched the entire room, but Mr. Blue had left no useful traces behind. It was now 7:00 p.m. Only 18 hours remained before Chun Yufei was completely sold without a trace. Lin Yue gathered his thoughts and allowed himself to calm down. As he scanned the room carefully, his eyes landed on two phones placed on the bedside table in the bedroom. One was red and the other was white. One of these phones was undoubtedly an internal line usable only within the hotel. The other phone was likely. After approaching Lin Yue checked the call records of the red phone and saw the call made by the hotel operator earlier. Needless to say, this red phone was indeed the internal line. Lin Yue picked up the white phone and held it to his ear. He quickly flipped through the call records of this external phone. There was a landline that was called on average every day or every other day in the evening. It was likely the phone of the club owned by Blue, and the purpose of Blu's calls was solely to summon girls to the hotel. Lin Yue dialed a number back. Beep beep. There was a click as the call connected. Hello, President Blue, shall we deliver to the hotel again? Lin Yue cleared his throat gently and replied with a simple If he spoke too much, it was likely that the other party would detect a difference in his voice. However, while coughing, Lin Yue simply responded with an In such situations, even if his voice had some variation, it generally wouldn't raise any suspicions. Sure enough, the man on the other end replied directly, we will deliver it right away, President Blue. Lin Yue abruptly. Half an hour later, the doorbell of room 1023 rang. Lin Yue quickly got up and moved behind the door, peering through the peephole. A young woman dressed flamboyantly and wearing deep red lipstick stood outside the door. Lin Yue reached out and opened the door, positioning himself behind it. Once the woman entered the room, no one else followed her. She took a few steps and suddenly saw several corpses and pools of blood in the living room, nearly screaming in fright. Lin Yue swiftly covered her mouth with his hand from behind and pressed a knife to her neck. Calm down, be quiet. Otherwise I'll kill you. The woman nodded repeatedly in fear. Lin Yue loosened his grip, pressing the knife against her chin, and asked, where is the club you belong to? It's at 24 Sanjiang Street. Is Mr. Blue the president there? The girl trembled as she nodded repeatedly. Were two Chinese girls brought in? Just yesterday. Chinese girls. The heavily made-up woman seemed to ponder for 3 seconds before suddenly realizing and nodding. I think one came yesterday, but only one. Please spare me, I was forced into this. I was brought by two men, and they are downstairs. BZZ, BZZ, BZZ. The walkie-talkie in the woman's hand crackled to life. Have you arrived? Is President Blue satisfied? If not, come down, and we will switch. Lin Yue pressed the knife closer to her neck, glaring coldly at her, signaling her to respond. The heavily made-up woman picked up the walkie-talkie and said, satisfied. President Blue said he is very satisfied. That's good. Serve him well. As the walkie-talkie went silent, the heavily made-up woman suddenly knelt on the ground. Please spare me, big brother. I can serve you. You can do whatever you want. I really don't know anything else. Lin Yue had already obtained the information he needed. He swiftly struck her on the back of the head, knocking her out cold. Lin Yue stuffed the walkie-talkie into his clothes and quickly exited the room, taking the... As soon as he stepped outside, he indeed spotted a black car parked in front of the building. One person stood in front of the car, smoking, while another was inside making a phone call. Lin Yue did not act recklessly. He moved quietly into the bushes at the side of the hotel and stashed his pistol and knife. He strode onto the main street beside the hotel and hailed a taxi. 24 Sanjiang Street was already in a suburban area, quite remote. Though it was called a club, there was not even a sign at the entrance, only a large red door. Across the street seemed to be a construction site where several vehicles were parked. Lin Yue passed by the entrance nonchalantly, listening closely, but hearing not a sound from within. When he circled around to the back door, he found nearly a dozen people lined up outside. At the chipped and peeling back door stood a table behind which a man in sunglasses with a gun tucked into his waistband collected money while smoking. There was another person searching every entering individual for weapons. Lin Yue tossed his gun and dagger into it. He joined the queue behind a group of people lining up to enter. The money collector flicked the ash from his cigarette and said to a burly man, paying, you have 30 minutes, use what's on the table freely. If you exceed 1 minute, the charge doubles. Just don't kill anyone. The man who had just paid grinned lewdly and said, all right, got it. Go in quickly. 3 minutes later, it was Lin Yue's turn in line. Are you Chinese? There are very few Chinese people in this place. I came here to work and study and to join the fun. You university students, haha. Pay up 50 euros. Wasn't it 20 euros for the person before me? Why is it 50 euros for me? Lin Yue couldn't appear too generous. That would definitely raise suspicion. 50 euros is 50 euros. If you want to go in, then go in. If not, just get lost. Alright, 50 euros is fine, but are there any Chinese people? My own preferences might. Ha ha ha. You kid are interesting. Isn't the blonde beauty appealing? There's only one Chinese person, just go to area 2 and turn right. Lin Yue reluctantly took out the 50 euros he had clenched in his hand. The little brother grabbed it with a slap. Lin Yue acted very well, completely embodying the image of a poor student seeking thrills, raising no suspicion at all. Lin Yue followed behind others and entered the establishment. Although everyone referred to it as a club, it was essentially a place for low-level transactions. As soon as he entered the hall on the first floor, there were 13 people sitting at a table, playing cards, guns slung over their back. In the center of the table lay a pile of money, and two little brothers stood at the door with guns, keeping a close watch on the paying customers entering. Damn it, move faster. Time started counting from the moment you entered the door. When half an hour is up, just get out. Lin Yue pulled open the red curtain of Area 1. A strong scent of hormone sweat and some bodily fluid, various sultry sounds filled the air. This small independent room was somewhat akin to a street stall with a thin curtain hanging outside each door. The few people in front of Lin Yue seemed very familiar, rushing towards their desired direction as soon as they entered. Lin Yue also quickened his pace towards Area 2, running a few steps while trying to dodge the patrolling guards. Upon entering Area 2, Lin Yue pulled open the curtain of the first small room. Directly on the 1.5-meter wide, 2-meter long wooden bed lay a Western woman, her expression vacant, pallid, her lips dry, and her eyes devoid of any emotion. Seeing Lin Yue, she gently extended her arm and waved at him. Lin Yue let the curtain fall and moved forward. He then pulled open another curtain. A tall and skinny man turned around and yelled at Lin Yue, "What the hell are you doing peeking?" Lin Yue let the curtain drop and continued forward. When he saw the curtain of the 20th room open, he was shocked to find a Chinese woman lying there, foaming at the mouth. Her arms were covered in needle marks, indicating she had injected a lot of drugs. This woman was neither Chen Yufei nor Wang Ting. Lin Yue quickly moved forward, and when he reached the fifth last curtain in Area 2, a guard with a gun walked. "What are you doing? Time is almost up, and you're being so picky. He'll find one immediately. This is the one." Lin Yue smiled as he pulled open the curtain and slipped inside. When his eyes scanned the bed, Lin Yue realized that the woman in front of him was indeed Wang Ting from the photograph. Her hair was disheveled, her eyes bloodshot, and her tattered clothing lay scattered on the floor. There were dozens of needle marks on her right and left arms. Several syringes were also thrown on the floor and the table. Lin Yue approached and tapped Wang Ting's arm, asking, "Where is Chen Yufei? Where is Chen Yufei?" Wang Ting was in a daze, instinctively reaching out her hand to pull Lin Yue towards her. Lin Yue shook her arm, realizing it was of no use. He made a quick decision, walked to the door, and pulled open the curtain. Lin Yue smiled and waved at the guard who was patrolling 50 meters away. "What's going on?" The patrolling little brother glared impatiently. "Big brother, this medicine seems to have a problem. Come take a look." As Lin Yue spoke, he pulled out 20 euros from his hand to hint to the guard. The guard, holding a handgun, walked over. Upon seeing the money in Lin Yue's hand, a smile appeared on his face. As soon as he reached Lin Yue's side, he snatched the 20 euros from Lin Yue's hand. "What's the matter? Big brother, are there any other Asians or Chinese? I prefer them. This woman is in such a state that I have no interest at all. Kid, your requirements are quite high. It's half an hour, and you've already wasted 15 minutes. Are you incapable? Is 3 minutes not enough? Please help me." Lin Yue pulled out another 20 euros and stuffed it into his hand. "It's not that I don't want to help you, but there's only this one Chinese person left who just arrived yesterday and is still a bit conscious. The others in the corner have been here for a while and are already half dead." Lin Yue understood from this that it seemed only Wang Ting had been sent here. Chen Yufei didn't come here, so where was she sent? As the little brother turned around preparing to pull open the curtain, Lin Yue struck instantly. With a loud smack, Lin Yue's fist hit the back of his head. That heavy punch knocked the guard unconscious. He took the guard's handgun and replaced it with a magazine filled with 20 bullets. The gun was loaded. He pulled a knife from the little brother's body and tucked it into his waist. Lin Yue took off his gray coat, wrapped Wang Ting in it, and then carried her on his back. He kept his hand at the back, holding on to Wang Ting, while his other hand gripped the loaded handgun. Lin Yue raised the gun towards the sky. Bang, bang, bang. 3 consecutive gunshots rang out. As soon as the gunfire erupted, chaos ensued in areas 1 and 2. Many people who had come for fun heard the gunfire and scrambled towards the exit while adjusting their clothes. Some women, still conscious, screamed and ran around in the corridor. Lin Yue, carrying Wang Ting, quickly pulled open the curtain and mixed into the crowd heading towards the front door. Lin Yue had noticed there were too many guards at the back door, while the front door was filled with cars, making it very convenient for. At the entrance of the front door, 2 little brothers with AK-47s stood there with their guns drawn. "Everyone back off, or he'll shoot." "Back off." Lin Yue stepped forward, raising the handgun above the crowd. Bang, bang. 2 shots. Right in the forehead. The 2 little brothers with AK-47s fell backwards, dead on the ground. As soon as those 2 shots rang out, the crowd went into a frenzy. Everyone rushed towards the exit. Lin Yue kicked open the large red door outside and sprinted towards an off-road jeep 50 meters away. At this point, the criminals inside had already realized that the instigator was Lin Yue. They saw him escaping with Wang Ting on his back. This group of people armed surged in from all directions around the club. Lin Yue placed Wang Ting at the bottom of the back seat to prevent her from being shot. He quickly reached the front of the car, smashed the central control area with a punch, and pulled out 2 wires. Zzz. Boom. The car roared to life. Tat tat tat. Bullets flew in. The rear window of the Jeep shattered instantly. Bullets began to stream in through the broken glass. Tat tat tat. Several bullet holes appeared on the front windshield. Lin Yue lowered his head slightly, and his vehicle made a swift turn racing away into the distance. A large group of henchmen opened fire on Lin Yue's vehicle. Realizing they couldn't hit him with bullets, they pulled open the car doors and started chasing Lin Yue. As the criminals pursued from behind, they continuously summoned nearby reinforcements via walkie-talkie. Suddenly 4 vehicles appeared at the intersection ahead, blocking Lin Yue's escape route to the west. He sharply turned the steering wheel to head south. Screech. The rear of the vehicle kicked up a large cloud of dust on the muddy construction site. Rumble. Lin Yue slammed the accelerator to the floor. The roar of the massive engine of the Jeep thundered. Both sides and the rear were completely blocked by the pursuing cars. He could only head towards the construction site on the right. The vehicle rolled over a pile of steel pipes and rushed into the site. Many of the workers here were previously fleeing paying customers from the club. Seeing Lin Yue's vehicle charging towards them, they panicked and hurriedly dodged to the side. The criminals climbed out of their vehicle's windows, brandishing guns and shooting at Lin Yue's car. Tat tat tat. Bullets rapidly flew towards him. Kill him. Chase after him. Lin Yue's car sped away like a rocket. When he reached a makeshift iron frame in front of him, he charged directly into it. Just 5 meters away from the iron frame, Lin Yue swiftly turned left, the rear of the vehicle crashing directly into the support pole of the frame. In the instant Lin Yue's vehicle burst out, the entire iron frame collapsed. Numerous steel pipes crashed to the ground with a loud noise. Many cars trailing behind were struck by the falling steel pipes, shattering their windows and colliding with each other. At this moment 5 cars remained tightly on Lin Yue's tail. At the entrance of the construction site, the guards received the news. They firmly closed the heavy black iron gate. Lin Yue did not slow down at all. He furiously pressed the accelerator, heading straight for the iron gate. Another round of bullets rained down, riddling the rear of the Jeep. Several bullets whizzed past Lin Yue's ear. If not for his low posture and constant steering while driving, he would have likely been hit by now. With a loud crash, Lin Yue's Jeep smashed through the iron gate and flew out. The 5 cars behind him closely followed as they burst out. As Lin Yue exited, he spotted 6 large oil. He quickly twisted the steering wheel to the right, aiming directly at the 6 oil barrels. Just 5 meters from the barrels, Lin Yue swiftly turned left, swinging the rear of the vehicle and crashing directly. The bottoms of the oil barrels toppled over. Several barrels spilled oil, oozing out continuously. Lin Yue gripped the steering wheel with his right hand, extending his left hand out of the left window with a gun. He aimed at a pile of oil barrels behind him and fired. Bang bang bang. By the 5th shot, a resounding explosion echoed. The 6 oil barrels ignited, engulfing the 5 trailing cars in flames, blocking the road. Seizing this opportunity, Lin Yue floored the accelerator, racing towards the distant highway. As he hit the concrete road, his speed surged to the extreme, leaving the pursuing criminals far behind. Lin Yue parked the car in front of a motel by the roadside. He quickly got out with Wang Ting and jumped into another Chevrolet, starting it in the same manner. Lin Yue drove the yellow Chevrolet swiftly towards downtown Paris. This way, even if those people managed to catch up, they wouldn't be able to trace him back to the Jeep based on the license plate. Lin Yue had already vanished from sight. Moreover, the Jeep was riddled with bullet holes, and driving it into the city would attract immediate police attention. Lin Yue brought Wang Ting to a simple motel in downtown Paris. He bought 2 bottles of saline, a bottle of glucose solution, and related supplies for 4, quickly returning to the motel. In many European countries, glucose solutions and saline are easy to find in supermarkets and pharmacies. Given the current situation, it was absolutely necessary not to take Wang Ting to the hospital. The needle marks from her injections were too numerous, making it easy to attract attention and create more trouble. Lin Yue took out a tourniquet and applied it to Wang Ting's right arm. He located a prominent vein on the back of Wang Ting's hand and inserted the needle. The saline would first dilute the toxins in her blood, gradually bringing her consciousness back. Then he would supplement her with the glucose solution. Lin Yue sat quietly on a stool at the table, watching the infusion drip down drop by drop. It was already 11:00 p.m. Lin Yue had only 11 hours left. Time was running short, and Chun Yufei's situation was becoming increasingly perilous. Lin Yue was also very anxious. He kept his eyes fixed on Wang Ting, who was receiving an intravenous drip. After an hour, Wang Ting woke up. Her eyes began to flutter. Lin Yue rushed forward. Wang Ting, Wang Ting. Wang Ting opened her eyes, her expression initially filled with fear, but upon seeing Lin Yue's familiar face from Tianshao, she felt a bit more at ease. Who are you? I just rescued you from that place. I need to ask you, where is Chun Yufei? Yufei was not brought here. I was the only one sent to this establishment. Wu. Don't cry. Stay calm. Tell me, where is Chun Yufei now? Yufei. Yufei is still there waiting to be auctioned. Because she is a virgin, she is in that black house. Where is the black house? Cough, cough, cough. Wang Ting suddenly started to cough. Lin Yue grabbed a bottle of mineral water from the table, held it to her lips, and helped her drink a couple of sips. They call it the black house. We were blindfolded when we were taken there, and later I was blindfolded again when brought out from the black house. I don't know where it is. Listen to me, calm down. Think carefully about how you were transported from that black house to this establishment, how long it took where you passed by, or if you heard any sounds. I need to know every detail. I was pulled out of that black house, and they blindfolded me. At first it seemed like a very noisy place, and the car wasn't going fast. Oh, I heard a lot of bird calls. Bird calls? What kind of birds? Seagulls. But it didn't sound like seagulls, it was very clear. Very clear. Lin Yue immediately realized that it must be a type of American robin. People in Paris preferred this kind of robin known for its very clear sound. According to Wang Ting, there were many clear bird calls. This likely indicated that they were near a bird market. Then, after the car drove for a while, someone seemed to roll down the window, and a very salty and fishy wind blew in mixed with the awful smell of rotten seafood. Listening to Wang Ting, Lin Yue noted in his mind that this was likely a route close to the seaside. It was highly probable that they were near a seafood selling dock. How long did it take from hearing the bird calls to smelling the fishy odor? Not long, a few minutes. When I smelled that odor, it was so fishy that I instinctively covered my nose with my hand, and someone slapped me. I remember it clearly. And after that, then the car just kept driving on the road. Did it turn? Was it go? Not fast, it was always turning, driving for about half an hour. Cough, cough, cough. Wang Ting appeared to be in considerable discomfort. After that I don't remember anything. When they brought me to that establishment, I couldn't understand what they were saying. Then the people who brought me just left, and I was there with those vile bastards. They were just a bunch of beasts. Woo-woo. Listen to me, in this situation being alive is the greatest fortune. Don't think about anything else. Big brother, I know. I know. Do you have any other clues? No more, big brother, really none. They basically didn't say a word the entire time. Okay, you rest here for now. The 4 has finished. I will now go find Qin Yufei. Remember what I said, absolutely do not go out by yourself, and do not make any calls to any place. If anything seems off here, exit through the back door of this hotel, and directly take a taxi to the Tianqiao Embassy. I understand, big brother, yes. Yes. Lin Yue finished speaking, and directly got up, grabbed his coat. He exited through the back door of the hotel, weaving through a narrow alley. He snatched a black coat from a clothes rack in front of a store. Lin Yue threw the coat he was wearing directly into a trash bin. Although it was already deep into the night in this alley, there were still many people enjoying the night market. Lin Yue arrived at a newsstand illuminated by yellow light. The vendor was an old man with graying beard who adjusted his glasses. Sir, what would you like to buy? A map of Paris, please. €1. As Lin Yue took the map, he casually asked, Boss, I want to buy 2 robins for an elderly person at home. Do you know where I can find them? Robins, huh? You've come to the right person. I keep 2 at home, and their calls are exceptionally clear every morning. My spouse relies on that to wake her up. Lin Yue, hearing the old man talk, couldn't help but interrupt decisively. Where can I find them? There are 9 robin markets in Paris. 4 in the south of the city, 3 in the north, and 2. That's great, boss. When I buy robins, I might also pick up some seafood near the dock or the seaside bird market. Do you have any recommendations? Near the docks. There are 4. The Lifu bird market in the east, the garden bird market in the east, the Prague bird market in the west, and the Smith bird market in the north. Lin Yue quickly circled these 4 bird markets on the map with a pen. Okay, thanks, boss. Here's another euro for a ruler and pencil. Alright, take care. Lin Yue was very familiar with many roads and buildings in Paris. However, for the suburbs and various unknown buildings, he couldn't claim to know them all. Lin Yue reached a street corner. He then broke into a blue Mazda. Once inside the car, he turned on a weak flashlight. Lin Yue spread out the map. The 4 bird markets mentioned by the newsstand owner were Lifu bird market in the east, garden bird market in the east, Prague bird market in the west, and Smith bird market in the north. The Sanjiang Street establishment he visited today was in the east. According to Wang Ting's transport time, it wasn't very long. Therefore, he immediately ruled out the Prague bird market in the west and the Smith bird market in the north. This left him with the Lifu bird market and the garden bird market in the east. Using Sanjiang Club No. 24 as a reference point on the map, Lin Yue drew a straight line to the Lifu bird market in the east, noting that the straight line distance was 32 kilometers, but the actual route was likely longer. Linking Sanjiang Club No. 24 to the garden bird market in the east, the straight line distance was 13 kilometers. According to Wang Ting, the vehicle had passed through busy markets and turned several times, not moving quickly. In general perception, when a car doesn't seem to be going fast, it is usually under 30 kilometers per hour. Wang Ting said it took about 30 minutes from the Black House to reach Sanjiang Street No. 24. By this calculation, the distance should be around 15 kilometers. Undoubtedly, Lin Yue immediately confirmed that it was the garden bird market in the east. Lin Yue opened the cover of the Mazda's power box and connected the power line to start the vehicle. After starting, he drove directly toward the Garden Bird Market in the east. The location of the Garden Bird Market was a slum in Paris. The security environment here was evidently very poor. The 4-meter-wide road was surrounded by garbage. After driving for a while, Lin Yue caught the fishy smell of seafood that Wang Ting had mentioned. His car continued forward, and the smell grew stronger. At this point it was 1:00 a.m., and the pedestrians on the road were sparse. However, at the dock many fishermen were already busy throwing dead and rotten fish everywhere. Lin Yue drove forward for about 5 minutes. His vehicle turned right, and entered a market littered with garbage. The street lights were dim, and the chaotic ground indicated that there must have been many people here during the day. Lin Yue drove slowly as the roads were too narrow. After turning into a small alley, he saw many shops on both sides. The upper levels of these shops had several horizontal rods from which hung numerous hooks. It seemed that during the day many bird cages must have been hung from these hooks, as the wooden boards directly below were covered in bird droppings. This should be the bird market that Wang Ting mentioned. She said they arrived here quickly after getting in the car, which indicated it was very close to their final destination. Lin Yue found a secluded spot and parked the Mazda. He got out of the car and began to observe his surroundings along the dimly lit path. After exiting the bird market, he walked east for about 400 meters. Lin Yue saw many women of the night standing on both sides of the long street. Each one was dressed provocatively, wearing bright red lipstick. "Hey handsome, want some fast food? It's free. It's rare to see a little handsome guy from the Heavenly Dynasty here. How did he end up here? Handsome, how about we skip the fast food and have hot pot together with a few of us?" Lin Yue kept walking forward, ignoring them completely. After turning from the alley, Lin Yue noticed a concrete square ahead where young men and women were coming and going. About 7 bars lined the right side of this square. People were bustling in and out, creating a lively atmosphere. All the bars had red wooden doors, making them. This was where Wang Ting mentioned the Black House was located. Lin Yue did not linger. He walked past the bars like a Upon reaching the side of the bar, Lin Yue began to accelerate. When he reached the back door of the 7 bars, he realized why this place was called the Black House. The first bar on the far left had a small black house resembling a guard booth outside, seemingly painted with black. Inside the Black House there was light, and a person was hunched over a table playing on their phone. Clearly they never expected anyone to come here so late. Lin Yue lowered his head, bent down, and quickly slipped past the darkness beside the booth to the door. He gently pushed open the back door, which was illuminated by yellow light. Lin Yue quickly slipped inside and closed the door. Suddenly, the lock of a small room to his right clicked as it was turned open. A black man walked out with a cigarette dangling from his mouth. Lin Yue reacted swiftly and punched him in the jaw just as his head appeared. Then as Lin Yue grabbed his hair and pulled his head down, his right knee shot up. With a loud crack, it dislocated the man's jaw, sending him into a daze. Lin Yue gently pushed open the door to the room on his right. This small room was empty, likely just a duty room like the guard booth outside. Lin Yue threw the black man into the room and closed the door. He followed the dim yellow corridor and walked forward for more than 50 meters. He saw numerous people downstairs in the bar dancing and drinking, creating a raucous and frenzied atmosphere. In the middle, 3 steel poles had women climbing up and down. Lin Yue walked along the second-floor corridor to the right for about 30 meters. He saw 4 elevators. In the corner by the far right elevator stood 2 men in black suits wearing sunglasses. With such tight security around one elevator, it was evident that the red elevator led to a dark place. Lin Yue pretended to be drunk as he swayed over. "Stop. Go down the other elevator. You can't come near the Did you hear me tell you to stop? Or else I won't be polite to you. I'm taking this elevator. I'm not going to the red elevator." Lin Yue staggered to the elevator opposite the red one and pressed the down button. The 2 men in black behind him relaxed their vigilance and started chatting. The language they were speaking was neither French nor English, but a rare tongue. Suddenly Lin Yue realized that they were speaking the language of Albania. Although Albania is a small country, nearly everyone is a soldier. Due to poverty, after acquiring skills, its people engage in various criminal activities, becoming a cancer in many European countries. Most importantly, Albania takes the eagle as its spiritual totem. Suddenly, everything connected. Previously, Chun Yufei mentioned on the phone that the person who captured her had an eagle tattoo on his neck. Lin Yue turned around pretending to be drunk and leaned to the side. In that instant, a cold dagger appeared from his sleeve, swiftly stabbing into the heart of the black-clad man. The black-clad man on the right had just grabbed his gun from his waist. Lin Yue kicked it out of his hand in one swift motion. Then he quickly shifted to the right and punched him in the jaw. As the black-clad man reached for the knife at his waist, Lin Yue wrapped his arm around his neck from behind and twisted it with a... The neck of the black-clad man was instantly snapped. Indeed, both of these men had eagle tattoos on their necks. Lin Yue did not use his M9 silenced pistol. Because there were only 13 bullets left, he needed to conserve them. Lin Yue entered the red elevator. It had a total of 7 floors, and the lower floors required fingerprint authentication. Lin Yue stepped out, grabbed the black-clad man's hand, and directly sliced off his thumb. He placed it on the elevator's fingerprint verification panel. Fingerprint verification passed. The elevator began its ascent with a creaking sound toward the top floor. Lin Yue pulled out the pin he had from his pocket. Since there was an eagle tattoo on the neck, he had found the group that initially captured Qin Yufei. Lin Yue took out a 5-euro note and wrote in Albanian GD luck. 5 seconds later, the elevator reached the 7th floor and stopped. What appeared before Lin Yue was an elegantly arranged place with the entire corridor carpeted in exquisite embroidery. Lin Yue took a few steps down the corridor when he suddenly saw a shadow appear around the corner. He immediately turned and walked to the side, spotting a men's restroom and entering it directly. Inside, there were only 2 squat toilets divided into 2 stalls. Lin Yue entered one of the stalls. Shortly after, a man wearing leather shoes walked in. He entered the stall to Lin Yue's right. Lin Yue opened the stall door and stood outside. Half a minute later, the man who had just entered the adjacent toilet pushed the door open. Lin Yue threw a punch straight into his throat. The man was a middle-aged individual with a beard, and the pain in his throat made it nearly impossible for him to shout. Lin Yue grabbed the bearded man and pushed him directly into the toilet stall, closing the door. He pressed a knife to the man's neck and coldly asked, "Where are the girls kept?" "What girls?" Lin Yue tightly pinched his mouth shut. With a swift motion, his knife plunged into the bearded man's abdomen. The man groaned in pain, but could not scream. "Answer my question honestly, or he'll slit your throat right now." He'll tell you. "The rooms on this side are occupied by buyers. The goods are not here. We don't actually know where they are. They are only delivered when the auction is won." "Is there a list of the goods? Are there any Chinese girls?" Yes. Tonight's final lot is said to be a Chinese girl, a virgin, very expensive. You need to follow my instructions immediately, get her for me, and have them deliver her." "Brother, I don't have that much money. The girl has been auctioned at a very high price and payment is deducted in real time during the auction, so there is no way. Moreover, there are cameras in the auctioneer's rooms, so if a stranger enters, all the auctioneers and sellers in front of the camera will see it immediately." The middle-aged bearded man's eyes shifted slightly, then he nervously said, "However, brother, at the end of this corridor there is a room. The people there should know where the goods are kept. You can go ask them." Just then a sound of footsteps came from outside. Upon hearing the footsteps, the middle-aged man began to struggle, thinking the people outside were coming to save him. Lin Yue pressed him firmly against the toilet and plunged a knife into his neck. Blood gushed into the toilet like a fountain. In less than 10 seconds, the middle-aged man was motionless. Seeing something in the man's pocket, Lin Yue reached into it. It was a blue invitation card wrapped in a yellow triangular silk scarf. Lin Yue stuffed it into his pocket. He also pulled out 2 stacks of euros from the man's left pocket, about 20,000 in total. Lin Yue stuffed the money into his pocket, opened the stall door, and closed it behind him. He squeezed some hand sanitizer onto his hands, quickly washing the blood off his wrists. Lin Yue placed the invitation and the triangular silk scarf into the pocket on his right chest, visible from the outside. He walked out of the restroom. 2 men in black suits approached, patrolling nearby, and upon seeing the invitation card on Lin Yue's chest, they nodded to Lin Yue and simply walked past him. Lin Yue strode toward the end of the corridor. At the furthest end of this curved corridor was a noisy room. Outside the room stood a man not very tall, but looking remarkably sturdy. He wore a black tank top, and the eagle tattoo on his neck was very prominent. As soon as he saw Lin Yue, he raised his hand and said in French, "Please go inside to the auction. You are not allowed." Lin Yue reached into his pocket and pulled out several thousand euros, shaking them in his hand. "I need you to help me. My ship at the dock is running low on fuel, and I need to leave quickly with the goods soon. Whoever helps me refuel will..." The sturdy tattooed man's expression clearly brightened. However, this was not a decision he could make. He pushed open the black door behind him. Inside, smoke hung thick in the air, and 4 men sat at a table dressed in various outfits, each wearing a black ribbon on their heads. They were muscular and fierce-looking. The only common feature was that each of them had an eagle tattoo on their neck. Lin Yue glanced lightly and immediately spotted the man in the middle with a scruffy beard holding a card. Lin Yue recalled Qin Yufei's words, scruffy beard, eagle tattoo. He approached the door with a smile on his face, pulling out 2 stacks of euros from his pocket to display. "I've already bid on 2 tonight, and the people I brought are busy dealing with those goods, so I really can't spare anyone. My ship number 28 at the dock needs refueling, otherwise it will waste time after we go out. I don't want to attract those annoying Parisian police to us." As Lin Yue spoke, he pulled out 10 or so bills from the stack of euros and tossed them onto the table where they were playing cards. "This money is for you to drink. I prefer Chinese women. Please inform me first next time you have such goods." Ha ha ha. Chinese people are so understanding and easy to handle. They are in high demand right now. The men inside looked at the card Lin Yue had, the blue invitation card and silk scarf, and then at his generosity. Clearly they had no suspicions whatsoever. "Boss'll go help him refuel." "I'll go refuel. My luck has been terrible." "Speaking of luck, I hope I have better luck tonight." Lin Yue entered the room and said, "I wonder if I can secure that final Chinese beauty." As he spoke, Lin Yue placed the stack of euros directly into the hands of the younger man who was about to help him refuel. "You must know I am bidding for my old man. If I don't secure that final lot, he will definitely break my neck when I go back." Ha ha ha. The Albanian criminals below wore mocking smiles. "By the way, when I came here, my old man wrote this for me. He said he could bless me to successfully bid for the final item, but I don't know the language on it. Can you all help me take a look? Lin Yue took out a 5-euro note and placed it in front of the crowd. The criminals instantly broke into laughter. This was something Lin Yue had specially written in Albanian. These Albanians were certainly not unfamiliar with those letters. Lin Yue extended another stack of euros in front of them. Whoever translates it for me will be rewarded with this money. He deliberately turned the euros around, stopping in front of the bearded man. The bearded man's chubby face broke into a mocking smile. He grabbed the euros from Lin Yue's left hand, and with a slight movement of his lips, softly pronounced, GD luck. Lin Yue had heard this phrase countless times on the plane and in the taxi after arriving in Paris. It had almost formed a conditioned reflex in his mind. The moment he heard the bearded man utter it, Lin Yue was instantly 100% certain. The person who had previously kidnapped Chen Yufei and said GD luck to Lin Yue on the phone was this very. Several criminals wore smiles, busy dividing the euros Lin Yue had tossed on the table. At that very moment, Lin Yue's gaze turned suddenly cold and hard. Lin Yue addressed the bearded man with a calm, deadly voice. I warned you. If you do not release her, no matter where you hide or what you do, I will find you and kill you. The bearded man's face froze in alarm, then contorted with vicious anger. As the men at his side moved to intervene, Lin Yue swept his left hand and overturned the table. With his right hand, he raised a pistol and trained it on the floor before him. A muffled staccato. 3 men collapsed, felled in an instant by the silent shots. Just as the bearded man brought a pistol up from his waist, Lin Yue kicked one of the black henchmen forward, so that the man took the bullet meant for the bearded man. Lin Yue followed through with his kick, sending the bearded man's pistol flying. The room now held the original 4 criminals plus the guard at the door. All but the hulking bearded man lay dead by Lin Yue's hand. Enraged, the bearded man seized the henchman who had shielded him and hurled him at Lin Yue. Lin Yue slipped to the side as the bearded man leapt and swung an elbow toward him. Sidestepping, Lin Yue fired. A shot cracked into the bearded man's right shoulder. He staggered back in pain, cradling the wound with his left hand. Lin Yue fired again. The suppressed bullet struck the man's left shoulder. Lin Yue demanded, where is the Chinese girl Chen Yufei that you took? The bearded man spat, never. How could I possibly tell you? Another shot rang out. Lin Yue struck his left knee. Speak or not. Lin Yue leveled the barrel at the man's right kneecap and fired once more. The criminal collapsed to his knees, arms and knees seeping blood. Lin Yue strode over, grabbed a handful of the man's hair, and threw him into a chair. He produced a knife and clamped one hand over the man's mouth. With a slicing motion, the man's left ear was severed. Where is she? He cried. I don't know. Another stroke, and his right ear was cut away. He howled in agonizing torment, but Lin Yue pressed a cloth over his mouth to silence him. Speak. Where is she? The man writhed in pain, but kept his lips sealed. Lin Yue drove the blade into the man's lower abdomen, stabbing gradually, and then with increasing force. The knife scraped down through flesh with each measured thrust. Tell me where. The voice demanded. He'll tell you. She's in the room. Behind the painting. Lin Yue turned and observed a large painting hanging on the far wall. He strode over, ripped the canvas down, and revealed a small door seamlessly set into the wall. Please, let me go, the man begged. I already told you let me go. The man pleaded. Lin Yue answered coldly that he had given him a chance before. If he had spared Chen Yufei, then Lin Yue would not be here to kill him now. Lin Yue clamped a rag over the man's mouth, then plunged the dagger straight into his chest, driving it toward the heart. The bearded man's body convulsed and slumped, his head lolling aside as life fled. Lin Yue opened the small door to reveal a narrow corridor roughly 1.5 meters wide. The corridor's walls were hung with an array of weapons. AK-47s, M16s, sniper rifles. Yet there were no cartridges to be found. At the far end lay several boxes of grenades filled with Mills hand grenades. Lin Yue pocketed 2 grenades and 8 blocks of compact solid TNT. Emerging from the cramped passage, he stepped into a room bathed in pink light. 2 men in black stood at the doorway. The moment they saw him, their hands went to their waists. But Lin Yue's M9 was already raised. 2 precise shots. One slammed into the head of the man on the left. The other round struck the chest of the second man. Lin Yue rushed forward and drove his blade into the second man's throat to finish him. He shoved open the heavy pink soundproof door and revealed a room resembling an auction hall. A large display platform dominated the front, while rows of seating fanned out like a cinema. Some 30 or so people were seated beneath the dim pale pink light. Lin Yue slipped in from the rear and took a seat at the edge unnoticed. On the platform stood a young man in a suit and tie, a gavel in hand. Beside him, under the flickering lights, stood a young woman with golden hair, wearing a bikini, her eyes glazed. Lin Yue observed the bidders below, raising placards bearing figures. Some were participating in the room, while others were watching and bidding via live stream. 1 million for a single bid, 1 million for 2 bids. The auctioneer called. Any other offers? He asked with a practiced smile. 1 million for a third time. He declared, tapping his little hammer lightly on the table. We congratulate Mr. No. 43 for securing lot 02. The Irish mixed blood beauty, the auctioneer announced. Now proceeding to the final lot of this session, our Chinese item, a typical Eastern woman. From our inquiries, she hails from the Watertown region of Tianqiao, with delicate smooth skin and a gentle temperament. Educated both in Tianqiao and at European institutions, these attributes lend her an air of mystery. As with all lots in our auction, she is a complete and unblemished virgin. All of her personal information and movements have been scrubbed clean. Purchase her and enjoy in privacy. If you tire of her, you may sell her to any club to earn money. Of course, should you choose to kill her outright, no one will trouble you, the auctioneer added. Now please bring forward lots. At his command, a small red door on the left opened, and a woman ushered a hooded Tianqiao woman up. As the hood was lifted, Lin Yue's eyes locked on her. Chen Yufei. Chen Yufei was seen with tape over her mouth, wearing a bikini, her arms bound behind her back. She appeared to be in extreme pain, yet she couldn't utter a word. Alright, let's begin the bidding. Number 43 bids 1 million, which is indeed quite sincere. VIP room, 23 bids 2 million. Mr. 04 bids 5 million. Mr. 23 bids 2 million euros. Suddenly the room fell silent. Upon hearing the mention of 23, Lin Yue quietly stood up and took a few steps toward the front of his seat, approaching a spot not far from number 23. 2 million once, 2 million twice. 2 million 3 times. Let us congratulate number 23 for successfully acquiring tonight's best item, number 01. Please, Mr. 23, follow our staff to the back for the item receipt. Other bidders, please wait a moment, take a short break, and fill out your wish lists. For the next item requirements, please report your preferences regarding skin color, height measurements, education, etc. Oh, and we will customize the search for you. Number 23 appeared to be an old man around 50 years old. His face sported scruffy white stubble. As he stood up, 2 bodyguards followed closely behind him. They walked along the edge toward a small door. Lin Yue instantly got up and stealthily followed behind. The host and other bidders took Lin Yue for one of the bodyguards accompanying number 23. After Lin Yue entered through the small red door of the auction house, he immediately closed the door behind him. Number 23 walked about 10 meters forward when he sensed something was amiss and turned his head. Lin Yue raised his M9 pistol, aiming it at the back of the heads of the 2 bodyguards. He fired a shot at each of them. Then he pointed the gun at the head of the old man, number 23. Do as I say, or I'll blow your brains out. Move forward and bring out the Chinese girl, and I'll spare your life. Alright, I'll do as you say. Just don't kill me. Lin Yue concealed the gun in his sleeve, pressing it against his waist. If you dare to talk recklessly before the others react, I'll blow your head off. Lin Yue kept the gun pressed against his waist as he followed number 23 into a room ahead. Shortly after, an old woman brought Chen Yufei in. Chen Yufei was still dressed in a 3-piece bikini, her mouth tightly sealed with silver tape. Her hands were bound behind her back, tears streaming down her cheeks, making her look extremely terrified. The old woman patted Chen Yufei and smiled at number 23, saying even though she is Chinese, her figure is truly remarkable. You are in luck, number 23. Based on our years of experience, she will be very obedient. Furthermore, you need not worry about the source of the item, as we have covered all traces. Behind the old woman were 2 armed men carrying AK-47s. Lin Yue pressed closely against number 23, forcefully pushing the gun against him, prompting number 23 to begin responding. I am very satisfied with this item. The old woman verified number 23's identity. Okay, Mr. 23, please take the item to the internal elevator of the auction house and turn right upon exiting. The password is your auction number and your fingerprint. Alright, thank you. After the old woman left with her 2 armed subordinates, Lin Yue pressed the gun against the old man's waist with one hand while using the other to grab Chen Yufei's arm, pulling her forward. Chen Yufei appeared very reluctant, tears dripping down her face. Lin Yue forced the old man to walk to the internal elevator. He pressed the down button. Please proceed with fingerprint recognition. Lin Yue harshly pressed the gun against number 23's waist. The old man quickly raised his hand to place it on the fingerprint scanner in the elevator. Fingerprint recognition successful. Please enter your auction number. Input 23. Input successful. Dear bidder, thank you for your bidding. We look forward to your next visit. The elevator took them to the underground parking lot on level 2. As Lin Yue stepped out of the elevator, he saw that the underground parking lot was filled with over 30 luxury vehicles. Previously, when he entered through the back door of the Black House, there wasn't a single vehicle outside. There was no trace whatsoever. He did not expect there to be other secret entrances to the auction. Which car is yours? Speak. That one, the Ferrari. Upon sensing Lin Yue's unusual tone when speaking to number 23, Chen Yufei turned her head and stopped crying. She looked at Lin Yue with a puzzled expression, realizing that he was indeed from the Celestial Empire, and had truly been so frightened that his mind had gone blank. Lin Yue quickly retrieved the Ferrari keys from number 23's pocket. Please don't kill me. I've already brought you out, just don't kill me. Lin Yue pressed the M9 against number 23's head. You scum, if it weren't for your entire supply chain, how could this human trafficking exist? With a bang, Lin Yue shot through his head, and then kicked him under a Lamborghini parked in front of them. Chen Yufei was left in shock at the sight. Lin Yue opened the door of the Ferrari and calmly said to Chen Yufei. This statement was an undeniable command. Chen Yufei, without hesitating much, hurriedly crawled into the back seat of the Ferrari. She leaned against the car window watching Lin Yue's movements. She saw him pull out the TNT explosives he had hidden. He took out a Mills grenade from inside. This Mills grenade operates on a delayed detonation mode. The top of the grenade has a thin, sturdy metal safety pin. When throwing this type of grenade, one must grip the spring clip tightly and then pull out the safety pin. As long as the spring clip isn't released, the grenade won't explode. Once the grenade is thrown, the spring clip on the side instantly springs up. Simultaneously, the grenade detonates. Approximately 5-6 seconds later, it will explode. Lin Yue cut several long strips of cloth from the body of the man identified as No. 23. He firmly tied the spring clip of the grenade and secured the grenade to the bottom of the car. At the other end of the cloth strip, Lin Yue tied it to the wrist of the old man No. 23. He pulled the rope tight and gently removed the safety pin from the top of the grenade. Since the spring clip of this pull grenade was tightly secured with the rope, it would not explode at all. Lin Yue took 5 pieces of TNT and placed them beside the grenade. The explosives were set. Soon, when the Lamborghini owner comes down from the elevator to start the vehicle, the cloth strip connecting the bomb and the old man No. 23 will rupture. Once the cloth strip breaks, the spring clip wrapped around will spring open. At the same time, the explosion of the grenade will trigger the 5 pieces of TNT to explode simultaneously. Using the same method, Lin Yue set up the grenade and TNT explosives among the 15 cars on the right side of the He completed everything quickly and then took his place in the driver's seat of the Ferrari. Chen Yufei behind him. Lin Yue took out his phone and directly dialed the Paris Police Department's number. Hello, this is the main office of the Eastern District Police Department in Paris. There is a bar No. 1 next to the Eastern Garden Bird Market engaging in human trafficking and arms trading. Sir, are you sure? May I ask who you are? Please dispatch police immediately or the consequences will be very serious. There will be a violent explosion. Has an explosion already occurred? Sir, we will arrange for police to provide quick support. Not yet, but it will happen soon. Beep, beep, beep. Lin Yue directly hung up the phone and turned to tear the tape off Chen Yufei's mouth. Then he used a knife to directly free her bound hands and gently asked, You must be Chen Yufei. Yes. Chen Yufei nodded vigorously. I am Chen Yufei. Who are you? Alright, I'll take you home. As soon as Lin Yue finished speaking, he started the Ferrari. Vroom. A loud buzzing sound. The Ferrari sped towards the garage door. Lin Yue's speed reached. Hey, big brother. Chen Yufei asked, still a bit panicked. Your voice sounds like the person who called me when I was captured at the Hill Hotel. Yes, you can call me Lin Yue. At that moment, the tense nerves of Chen Yufei seemed to relax. She never expected to be saved after falling into such a den of evil. Chen Yufei covered her face with her hands, tears of gratitude flowing freely. Thank you. Sob. Thank you. After Lin Yue rushed out of the garage, he drove along the road on the east side of the bar. When he had driven a kilometer away, he heard many police cars rushing towards bar No. 1. Lin Yue glanced at the rearview mirror and said this group of bastards should be hearing the sound of police cars now. They should be running. Then the bomb should explode. As soon as he finished this sentence, a series of loud explosions shook the entire eastern district of Paris. Chen Yufei was shocked, crouching behind the back seat of the car, recalling how she had almost fallen into the depths of despair at that auction bar, which was now engulfed in flames and thick smoke. Lin Yue didn't even turn his head. He simply looked at the rearview mirror with a cold smile on his lips, thinking, if you like engaging in such heartless business, you can't blame anyone when you die. Lin Yue stepped on the gas pedal. The Ferrari roared back to life, the engine's sound cutting through the night as it raced towards downtown Paris. Lin Yue arrived at the hotel where Wang Ting was previously placed. He parked the Ferrari in the hotel's underground parking lot. As he got out, he casually put on a black suit jacket from the passenger seat. Lin Yue went upstairs and brought Wang Ting down from her room. Once in the underground parking lot, he quickly opened a black Volkswagen using his skills. He used the same method to start the engine by connecting 2 wires from the battery. Vroom. The Volkswagen's engine roared to life. Lin Yue turned to the 2 sisters Chen Yufei and Wang Ting, who were reunited in this dire situation, and said, he started the vehicle again, driving directly to the Hongda Street in southern Paris. Lin Yue drove the car into a small alley. It was now exactly 4:00 a.m. Aside from the dim street lights, the entire alley was deserted. After parking, Chen Yufei and Wang Ting followed him out. Chen Yufei supported Wang Ting as they followed Lin Yue. He was leading them to a safe house, the only one in Paris that Zhao Feng had informed him about. He pushed open the gate of an abandoned courtyard. It seemed to have once been a factory with various old equipment scattered everywhere. Lin Yue walked all the way inside to a small storage room in the stairwell of the first floor. He moved a large wooden board blocking the storage area and gently wiped away the dust on the wall. A black area that seemed to be a card reader appeared on the wall. Lin Yue took the black card given to him by Zhao Feng and placed it against the reader. He heard a faint click. A soft rumbling sound echoed from within the door. Then a wooden door outside opened. As Lin Yue walked in, he saw a self-destruct device that required a password. If the password was entered incorrectly, this place would explode immediately. He entered the code 001 Lone Wolf. Click. The iron door opened. Lin Yue, Qin Yufei, and Wang Ting walked in. Inside was a small room of only 6 square meters. As soon as Lin Yue closed the door, the lights inside the room turned on instantly. Lin Yue pulled over a large box in the corner, entered his code, and opened it. He took out a series of small devices and laid them on the ground. Wang Ting and Qin Yufei, who stood beside him, were already stunned. They knew Lin Yue was seriously working. They didn't dare to disturb him at all. For this young man who had ventured deep into the tiger's den to save them, both Qin Yufei and Wang Ting felt nothing but admiration in their hearts. Wang Ting and Qin Yufei had lost all their identification documents. Moreover, after experiencing this series of events, their identities might have already been targeted. Thus, at the airport, their passport numbers and ID numbers were completely unusable. The only safe house set up by the Celestial Empire in Paris contained all the materials for producing various visas and passports, all truly official. Lin Yue took out 3 blank passports. He pulled out a mini camera to take a headshot of Qin Yufei and Wang Ting. After importing the photos into the machine, he used the small printing press to reprint the passports. Lin Yue took out a black box which was filled with stamps. He stamped each document according to the requirements. Since the materials were genuine, the production was seamless. Both passports were completely ready. Lin Yue handed the 2 passports to Qin Yufei and Wang Ting. All the new information on these is something you both must remember well. The 2, filled with excitement, hurriedly took the new passport and began to memorize it. Lin Yue took out the template from the box once more and prepared 2 more visas. After finishing all the preparations, he took some cash with him. Let's go, follow closely behind, but remain silent. After speaking, Lin Yue gently closed the iron door of the safe house. He then inputted the password on the computer keyboard at the door to activate the self-destruct program. Self-destruct device, countdown 5 minutes. Lin Yue knew that the bomb in the self-destruct device could destroy all the equipment inside. As soon as he emerged from the abandoned yard, he moved at great speed. Lin Yue took Qin Yufei and Wang Ting directly into the car. The moment the car started, it immediately sped towards the airport. Just 1 kilometer away from the site, a deafening explosion erupted from the yard where the safe house was located. Boom! Instantly, flames engulfed the deserted yard. The fierce fire blazed, erasing every trace without a shadow. On the way to the airport, Lin Yue had already booked 3 plane tickets. At 6 a.m., Lin Yue along with Qin Yufei and Wang Ting boarded the plane smoothly with the prepared visas and passports. At the moment the plane took off from Charles de Gaulle Airport in Paris to Kyoto, Qin Yufei and her best friend, Wang Ting, tightly held hands, both weeping bitterly. Thank you, Lin Yue. Woo. I will never forget your kindness in this lifetime, thank you. Lin Yue sat opposite them, leaning back in his chair with his eyes closed, resting. During the 10-hour flight from Paris to Kyoto, Lin Yue only occasionally responded politely to Qin Yufei and Wang Ting with 1 or 2 sentences. He maintained a calm demeanor throughout. In the latter half of the flight, Wang Ting and Qin Yufei leaned back in their seats and fell into a deep sleep. At 1:10 p.m. Kyoto time, the plane landed at Kyoto International Airport. The warm announcement from the flight attendant echoed throughout the cabin. Qin Yufei and Wang Ting woke up only to find that Lin Yue had already disappeared. Wang Ting, have you seen Lin Yue? I fell asleep just like you did earlier. I didn't see him either. Yufei, we've arrived and we are finally back. Under the guidance of the flight attendant, Qin Yufei and Wang Ting walked down the long stairs from the cabin step by step. They looked around but did not see Lin Yue. At that moment, Qin Yufei's mother, Madame Chen, stood below the plane crying out in excitement. Fei, you're finally back. Mom. Woo. Mom. The mother and daughter embraced each other. Standing beside Madame Chen, Zhao Feng had a serious expression mixed with a hint of excitement. After some pleasantries, Qin Yufei eagerly asked Captain Zhao Feng standing next to her, what about Lin Yue who saved us in Paris? Lin Yue has other matters to attend to, so it's not convenient for him to see you now. At that moment, in a coffee shop on the 4th floor of the airport terminal, Lin Yue was dressed in a black suit, holding a cup of coffee, quietly standing by the window. He looked through the light green glass at Qin Yufei and Wang Ting, who had just come down from the plane. Lin Yue's expression remained calm. Yet he felt very fortunate inside. This time, he had finally completed the task through his own efforts. This task relied not only on his practiced martial arts skills, but also greatly tested Lin Yue's mental. Lin Yue felt a slight fatigue in his mind. He set down the coffee and rubbed his temples. Just then Lin Yue's phone beeped. He reached into his pocket, and as he took out his phone, he unexpectedly touched a black. Lin Yue glanced at it, and found it was a bank card. The clothes he was wearing were the ones he had taken from the passenger seat. This bank card must belong to the owner of the Ferrari. He put the card back into his pocket. Lin Yue opened his phone to find a message from Zhao Feng. The message was encoded in Morse code, and it read, Lone Wolf, good job. New task, prepare to dismantle the human trafficking darknet plan. At that moment, the system's voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Friendly reminder: the new task assigned by Special Operations Team Leader Zhao Feng will be officially presented in Hurricane Rescue 2. At that time, the host may become an opponent of the original film's protagonist Brian. The host has completed this event's task and can return at any time. Mandatory return in 24 hours. Lin Yue set down the coffee cup. He put on his suit jacket and went to a toilet stall in the airport restroom. He silently thought, "Alright, let's return." In an instant, Lin Yue vanished without a trace from the world of her. When Lin Yue opened his eyes again, he found himself lying on his bed in his room. A gentle summer breeze flowed in through the window, cool and comfortable. The soft moonlight perfectly illuminated the floor of the entire room, shining beautifully like white jade. Lin Yue felt very excited, eagerly anticipating the system rewards that were about to begin. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully completing the task. The thrilling and exhilarating experience in Hurricane Rescue has satisfied the customers. Task evaluation, full stars. Excellent. Reward: 3 openings for the host's agent skill training ground. Reward: 1 Citibank VIP black card. The system's reward announcement had just finished. Lin Yue was already overwhelmed with excitement. This was the first time since the beginning that the system directly rewarded him with such items. Was it truly a VIP black card from Citibank? Was there money in it? How much? Lin Yue instantly he turned on the light and immediately saw the black Citibank VIP card placed on the table in front of him. Lin Yue was very familiar with this card. It was indeed the one from his pocket in the jacket he wore when sitting in the passenger seat of that Ferrari. Lin Yue held the black bank card in his hand. A wave of excitement and joy washed over him. He eagerly dialed the customer service number for Citibank. "Hello, this is Citibank, happy to assist you. I would like to check the balance on my card." The voice of the bank service representative came through the phone again. "Please provide your card number. 628351338963369633. May I have your name, please?" "Lin Yue, could you please tell me the phone number you have registered with our bank?" Lin Yue almost instantly reported his phone, 131802645. "Please enter your bank withdrawal password, 052803. Lin Yue entered his most commonly used password. "Dear user, hello, your card balance is 10 million. This card is a Citibank VIP black card which you can use to withdraw cash or make purchases at any bank worldwide without any fees. Do you need any other services, sir? Can you help me with a transfer? Transfer funds to a card from the Industrial and Commercial Bank of China." Lin Yue's caution compelled him to verify quickly. "Certainly, sir. Please enter the card number you wish to transfer to. 56893215799635. Please enter the amount you wish to transfer. 1 million. Please enter your password. 052803. Transfer completed. Do you have any other requests, sir?" "No, thank you." As soon as the call ended, his phone suddenly dinged with a text. "Your ICBC card ending in 0865 received a deposit of 100 yuan at 0445 on May 7th. Lin Yue stood up with joy, instantly wide awake. For an ordinary family, 10 million is truly an enormous sum that one could never hope to acquire in a lifetime. Now it had actually come into his hands. Holding the black bank card, Lin Yue felt incredibly excited. He hadn't expected this rescue operation, which required so much thought and effort, to result in such a large sum of money. After a moment of excitement, Lin Yue quickly calmed down. The vast fortune he held now was this 10 million along with his Dodge Charger. There was no way Lin Yue planned to sell the car. There would be numerous racing competitions both domestically and globally in the future. Perhaps this car would accompany him, making his life journey even more exciting. In addition, there was also the Vacheron Constantin Platinum watch. This watch had a beautiful design, and Lin Yue often wore it under his sleeve. Before today, Lin Yue had planned to sell the watch for money, but now he decided to keep it. It could be seen as a memento of the Titanic. Lin Yue recalled that the manager of the Jiangnan branch of Wuling Hongguang Yangzhun had called him yesterday afternoon to discuss the issue of endorsing. According to various endorsement fees found online, it should be at least no less than 1 million. So Lin Yue felt that he would no longer be short of money. However, he was not the type to show off as soon as he had a little money. He quietly contemplated how to proceed with his future plans. After about 20 minutes of thought, he finally determined what he wanted to do next. He decided to find an appropriate opportunity to register a company. And this company must be related to entertainment. It would be best if it could be fully connected to the television station where he currently worked. In the current environment, Lin Yue had already checked that the Jiangnan Provincial Television Station, as a public institution, did not prohibit employees from engaging in various side businesses and other identities. Lin Yue thought that he must carve out a path for himself. He would initially rely on some excellent resources from the television station, especially the resources of beautiful women, to gradually establish his entertainment company, and if restrictions arose, he would then separate. To grow and strengthen the company. Lin Yue looked at the Vacheron Constantin on his wrist. It was already 5:00 a.m. There was still an hour until dawn. He couldn't waste it. Since he couldn't sleep anyway, he decided to enter the virtual training ground for agent skills. Lin Yue directly used his activation count to open the virtual training ground. This time his 100 hours of training would primarily focus on enhancing his strength and the hardness of his. At 6:00 a.m. Lin Yue emerged from the virtual training ground. His forehead was dripping with sweat. He looked at his fists feeling as if they had become a bit stronger. Moreover, although his arms hadn't become the bulky type of muscle, Lin Yue felt that both the hardness of his bones and his strength had improved. This trip to the hurricane rescue world had given Lin Yue profound insights. Although his close combat skills and many agent skills had become exceptionally refined, Lin Yue felt that his strength and bone hardness still required long-term continuous enhancement to ensure he could be fully robust alongside those iron-blooded tough guys. Lin Yue dressed and opened the door to step outside. The morning yard was filled with the fragrance of flowers. His mother was already busy in the kitchen making breakfast. Yue, why did you wake up so early today? Can't you sleep a bit more? I won't sleep anymore. Today we need to take Dad to the hospital for a thorough checkup and to proceed with the surgery as soon as possible. Yue, don't you have to go to work today? I can take your dad. He'll take a leave of absence, you don't need to worry. Lin Yue placed his phone on the windowsill. He picked up the toothbrush and filled a cup with tap water, starting to brush his. Yue, listen to your mom. Go to work properly today. Work is very important. If you do, well, girls will like you. Otherwise, with our family's conditions, it will be hard for you to marry. Mom, it's not as difficult as you say. Your son is quite capable, alright. You're capable, but the only people around you are either those troublemakers or that fat guy from the village. I've never seen any girl around you. Lin Yue's mother said with a laugh while preparing to go back to the kitchen. Just then Lin Yue's phone suddenly rang. Yue, your phone is ringing. Oh, it seems to be an unfamiliar number, not in your contacts. An unfamiliar number. Just hang up for me. Lin Yue mumbled as he brushed his teeth. Lin Yue's mother picked up the phone, initially intending to hang up. After pondering for a moment, she decided to answer the call. Lin Yue, have you gotten up yet? A very pleasant female voice came through the phone. Lin Yue's mother felt a surge of joy. Lin Yue, why aren't you speaking? It's Mu Qingling. Lin Yue's mother responded in confusion. Miss Mu, my son Lin Yue is brushing his teeth. He'll hand the phone to him right away. Annie, thank you. Lin Yue's mother murmured. Mu Qingling. I remember a program I like called Happy Mahua, and the host's name seems to be the same as yours. But nowadays young people have too many repetitive names. Mu Qingling didn't respond. Lin Yue's mother walked over to Lin Yue and handed him the phone. You wear a phone call Mu Qingling. Who is she? A friend, mom, from FM 99887 radio. Lin Yue replied, casually taking the phone. Lin Yue's mother was stunned for a moment, then suddenly realized that FM 99887 was none other than Happy Mahua. Why would Mu Qingling, the host of Happy Mahua, call Lin Yue at this time? Lin Yue's mother immediately beamed with joy. Lin Yue held the phone to his ear while still cleaning his toothbrush and cup. Mu Qingling, how did you get my number? Every person's number can be found on the Jiangnan Provincial TV Station's app, she replied. It's just after 6 in the morning. What do you need me for? Lin Yue, it's like this. Yesterday, our TV station's support work for the Qinglong Mountain Racing event was exceptional, and as a reward, the station has given all participating personnel 2 days off. I just wanted to notify you about this. That's great. A holiday is good. I was planning to take a day off today anyway. Take a day off? What are you planning to do? It's nothing. Lin Yue did not mention that he wanted to take his father to see a doctor. By the way, Lin Yue, I have good news for you. Director Wang from the logistics department heard that he has been reassigned, but it's unclear which position he has been moved to. Your position is definitely secure. I understand, thank you. Wait, don't hang up yet. Lin Yue, is your mother this must be what they call a mom fan goodbye. Beep, beep, beep. Lin Yue hung up and tossed the phone aside. His mother quickly ran out of the kitchen, wiping her hands on her apron. You blockhead. Mu Qingling is the main host of Happy Mahua Radio, and I've heard she's really beautiful. Why are you being so cold when talking to her? Not beautiful. Don't be deceived by the internet, mom. Not beautiful. Really. Not only is she not beautiful, but she's also quite ugly. Lin Yue washed his face and started having breakfast with his parents. Dad, Mom, today the unit is giving each of us who supported yesterday's event 2 days off. I plan to take Dad to the hospital for a checkup, so let's eat quickly and head out. Where we can't go too early. The vehicles going to the city only start running at 8:00. There are no buses at this hour. There are buses, Mom, just wait for a moment, and we'll take the one parked in the shed by the door. That vehicle isn't ours, so we can't just take someone else's car. Lin Yue's mother placed a plate of pancakes on the table. Lin Yue's father, Lin Feng, took a sip of porridge, patted Lin Yue on the shoulder, and spoke earnestly. You've been racing for a while now? You should have seen that car parked at the door. It's a famous Dodge Charger. Do you know what the significance of a Dodge Charger is? There are no more than a handful left in the world. Moreover, I have seen it from the outside. It seems that the engine has been modified. Even someone like me who has driven many race cars feels envy. Lin Yue sipped his porridge and ate the pancakes. After all these years, he still thought that his mother's porridge and pancakes were the best breakfast. It's parked right in front of our house. How could it possibly belong to someone else? You little rascal. Lin Feng chuckled. I've asked our neighbors, and they said it's from Director Wang's family at the village entrance. They all live in the Jiangbei city area, and their son often comes back driving a race car. Occasionally he parks it here because there isn't enough space at home. Let me tell you, Yue, that car is very expensive, so don't touch it carelessly. Our family can't afford to pay for any— Lin Yue took a sip of porridge in silence and pulled out the black key to the Dodge Charger from his pocket, gently placing it. In that moment Lin Feng was dumbfounded. Lin Yu's mother was also shocked and couldn't believe her eyes. Yue, what's going on? This Dodge. Mom and Dad, hurry up and eat. Let's get to the hospital and register for an early appointment with a specialist. He'll explain the car situation on the way. It wasn't until Lin Yue pushed his father Lin Feng in front of the black Dodge Charger, opened the door, and helped him into the back seat that his parents truly believed that this car belonged to their son. Lin Yue drove while explaining to his parents this car belonged to a very good friend of his whose father enjoys collecting various vehicles. Because Lin Yue helped them in racing competitions, they gave him this Dodge to drive. Lin Feng was not as easily convinced as his wife. As someone who understood racing very well, he still found it hard to believe. This car was simply too precious. Among the few remaining Dodge Chargers left in the world, most were kept as collectibles and rarely driven. How could they allow their son to drive it around all day? Yue, which direction are you heading? We just need to go to the Jiangbei Orthopedic Hospital. I've heard their treatments are good and affordable. Dad, I have a job now, and am not short on money, so of course I want to go to the best hospital. Your leg has been at home for 4 or 5 years now. How can you recover without excellent doctors and facilities? Lin Yu's mother had intended to say something, but swallowed her words. Last night, the 1,000 yuan prize from the Qinglong Mountain Racing had already arrived in her account. Their total savings amounted to around 16,000 yuan. She had previously inquired about the costs for her husband Lin Feng's leg, disregarding any preliminary treatment expenses. Just the imported materials for the bone implants would cost more than 16,000 yuan. She originally planned to take Lin Feng to the Jiangbei Orthopedic Hospital for a checkup, but unexpectedly Lin Yue drove directly towards the eastern part of the city. Lin Yue parked the car by the hospital entrance, then carried his father out of the car and placed him in a wheelchair. Mom and Dad, just wait for me at the guidance desk by the entrance. I'll park the car in the lot over there and come back right away. Alright. When Lin Yue started the car and drove away, Lin Feng and his wife finally noticed the name of the hospital, which turned out to be the Jiangnan Provincial Tangren Hospital. At that moment Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. Lin Yu's mother also felt a sudden jolt, as if her heart had leapt into her throat. Why did Yue bring us to Jiangnan Provincial Tangren Hospital? This is the most expensive private hospital among the 5 provinces of Jiangnan. Lin Feng quickly said anxiously. Hurry, go tell Yue that we can just go to Jiangbei Orthopedic Hospital. We can't afford to be treated here. Even if I remain disabled for life, I cannot be such a burden on you all. Dad, please don't worry. Although Lin Yu's mother felt troubled, she maintained a stubborn expression. She didn't want to show her husband that she was afraid of him spending money. He'll go ask at the guidance desk nearby. Hello doctor, I would like to inquire about something. Lin Yu's mother approached. The nurse at the desk wearing a white uniform merely raised her eyelids slightly. Seeing how Lin Yu's parents were dressed, she understood and lowered her head to continue writing. What would you like to inquire about? I want to know about treatment costs for my husband's leg, which was injured in a car accident and has been in a wheelchair for 4 or 5 years. If we want to treat it again, what would be the approximate cost? The nurse looked up, looking at Lin Yu's parents with a professionally forced smile on her face. Sir and ma'am, the Jiangnan Provincial Tangren Hospital may not be suitable for you. For issues like your husband's, I'm not entirely sure about the specifics, but it should be at least over 1 million yuan. What? 1 million? Lin Yu's mother was taken aback. Lin Yu's mother's astonished reaction surprisingly brought faint smiles to the faces of the 2 nurses sitting at the table. The 2 nurses lowered their heads while writing and exchanged smiles. I really don't know what these 2 are thinking, daring to come to the Tangren Hospital in Jiangnan Province. Yeah, after a year of farming, they probably can't even afford a few examinations. Don't you think you 2 have said too much? Lin Yue approached from the parking lot exit. He walked up to the reception desk of the Tangren Hospital in Jiangnan Province and addressed the nurses. Who gave you the confidence to speak such heartless words at the entrance of a hospital? Who gave you this confidence? Is it that jade bracelet on your wrist? A piece of wrapped material that has been bleached, heated, filled, and then dyed, costing less than 20 yuan. Lin Yue slightly turned to another nurse who had already stood up and said, no matter how much powder you apply to your face, it cannot cover the rough skin beneath or the marks on your neck from years of UV exposure. The scars on your feet from countless mosquito bites. How wealthy can your family really be? Who gave you this confidence? The tall nurse on the left turned red at Lin Yu's words, and she initially wanted to argue back, but was quickly pulled away by the other nurse. Handsome guy, it's our fault. We sincerely apologize. We definitely won't do this again next time. Lin Yue understood that his father needed medical attention, so he didn't want to waste more time here. He walked over to the entrance, pushing his father's wheelchair, heading into the hospital. The tall nurse at the entrance had turned bright red, pouting. She murmured, he is still quite handsome, yet he shows no mercy at all. My jade bracelet is fake, but it can't possibly be worth just 20 yuan. I also didn't see any wealth in their rural family. Chill. Don't speak carelessly. Do you know I just saw the watch on his wrist is a Vacheron Constantine. Although I can't tell which model it is, that watch is definitely real. Vacheron Constantine. Are you serious? It's true. My dad is a watchmaker and am very familiar with this. That watch must be worth at least 500,000. Just think about it, someone who can spend 500,000 on a watch, how much real wealth must he have? Both of them were startled, and they turned to take another look at Lin Yue. They saw him pushing his father Lin Feng, who had already entered the hospital lobby. This hospital is indeed too expensive. I just discussed it with your mother, and we should go to the orthopedic hospital in Jiangbei City instead. It's fine, Dad. It's not as expensive as you think. Besides, I have a job now, and am not short on money, so you don't need to worry. By the way, Yue, I wanted to ask you earlier, how did you get that Dodge Charger? Dad, what are you talking about? How could I possibly do something illegal? At that moment, 3 police officers approached the entrance of the hospital, and the one in front was the same officer Wen Zhongwei that Lin Yue had encountered when he rescued Mu Qingling at the hotel. Lin Feng had been worried about the origin of the car all along. He feared that his son might get involved in some illegal. Seeing the police walking towards Lin Yue, Lin Feng suddenly felt very anxious. Officer Wen Zhongwei walked over while saying, Lin Yue, it's really hard to find you. If I hadn't tracked you down through the car's information, I really wouldn't have known where you were all day. Lin Feng's heart sank upon hearing this, and he hurriedly moved his wheelchair in front of Lin Yue. Hello, officer. Let's talk properly about whatever this is. We need to clarify everything. You must be Lin Yue. We've already investigated this matter thoroughly. I am his father, officer. Lin Yue could never do such a thing. You must have made a mistake. Mr. Lin Yue's father, we truly haven't made a mistake. This matter was indeed perpetrated by Lin Yue. Lin Feng was dumbfounded and felt an overwhelming sense of panic. Even Lin Yue's mother walked up from behind her eyes, filled with worry. Officer Wen Zhongwei was puzzled by Lin Feng's reaction, unsure of what it meant. Wen Zhongwei reached into his pocket. Lin Feng quickly grabbed Lin Yue's wrist and pulled him behind, thinking that the officer was about to pull out handcuffs. Officer, we need to discuss this calmly. There must be some misunderstanding here. Misunderstanding? There's no misunderstanding here. As he spoke, Wen Zhongwei pulled out a form from his pocket. Lin Yue, please fill out this form. Lin Feng let out a sigh of relief, wondering if he had misunderstood the situation. Officer, what exactly is going on? Mr. Lin Yue's father, you were just asking me questions, and I thought you were aware of this matter. Erase the thing. Last time Lin Yue helped us crack a serious case involving crimes against women and apprehended several fugitives. We have a reward of 1,000 yuan for Lin Yue. I came specifically to find Lin Yue to fill out some basic information and bank account details, and the money will be transferred right away. Lin Feng wore an expression of disbelief while Lin Yue's mother quickly asked, is this true? What case did he crack? Was he injured? Why didn't you say anything earlier? This child. Lin Yue smiled faintly. Mom, it's true. I will explain the details to you later. I filled in some other information here, and I used your card number. Wen Zhongwei stepped forward and shook Lin Feng's hand. Lin Yue's father, Lin Yue's mother, you truly have a wonderful son. He told me last time not to publicize this matter widely, and I thought he was just saying it casually. I didn't expect such a heroic act of selflessness from him. He didn't even tell you too about it, which is something we police can learn from. Lin Yue took advantage of his parents chatting with Wen Zhongwei. He seized the time to go to the window to register. Due to the high fees at this hospital, there weren't many patients, and only 4 or 5 people were ahead of him in line. Lin Yue managed to get an appointment with Professor Lu, the best orthopedic specialist at Tangren Hospital in Jiangnan Province. After pushing his father Lin Feng around for a series of examinations, Professor Lu provided a detailed assessment of Lin Feng's condition. Lin Yue asked his parents to wait outside. He then sought out Professor Lu to understand the medical situation in detail. Hello, Professor Lu. Earlier when my parents were here, I noticed you seemed hesitant to speak. Now that they are gone, could you explain everything to me in detail? You must be Lin Feng's son, right? Yes, I am Lin Yue. Lin Yue, your father has been paralyzed in the knee due to a car accident for about 4 to 5 years now. After such a long time, the bones have necrosed, causing problems with the surrounding muscles and nerves. Therefore, his treatment will be exceptionally complicated. However, there is a solution. We need to admit him and administer a rare growth factor injection every 2 days to see if we can promote secondary bone development. Of course, given the severe damage to the bones, we must first install a biocompatible microskeleton before administering the rare injection. But the costs? Dr. Lu, you don't need to worry about the costs. Just do your best to treat my father well. Lin Yue, I know you have a good heart. But I must inform you in advance that the biocompatible microskeleton is extremely expensive, made from materials that match the human body, with costs potentially exceeding 5,000 yuan. Additionally, each injection of the growth factor for bone enhancement costs around 1,000 yuan. This is not something an average family can afford. Doctor, there is no problem with that. Just make sure to treat my father well. However, there is one thing I must ask of you. Lin Yue, go ahead. If my parents inquire about the costs, I hope you can tell them that everything is very low and only I should know the true figure. Professor Lu stood up from his desk and shook Lin Yue's hand. He smiled and said, Young people like you are truly rare. I've seen so many who rely on their parents, and I never expected to meet such an outstanding young man today. You can rest assured the treatment for your father's leg is on me. I will do everything in my power to ensure he recovers. Thank you, Dr. Liu. As Lin Yue was about to head to the first-floor lobby to handle his father Lin Feng's hospitalization procedures, a voice from the system quietly echoed in his mind. Congratulations, host, for receiving a new order. The customer from a higher dimensional plane feels that watching Fast and Furious 1 was not enough and requests to travel to the world of Fast and Furious 4 to collect sensations of speed and passion. A friendly reminder: this world of Fast and Furious 4 will include parts of the story from Fast and Furious 2 and Fast and Furious 3, Tokyo Drift. Task difficulty difficult. Please choose whether to accept the task. 10, 9, 8, 7. Accept. Congratulations, host, for successfully accepting the Fast and Furious 4 world task for collecting sensations of speed and passion. The task will commence in 1 day. Please prepare in advance. Lin Yue calculated that it was currently 11 a.m. This meant he would have to travel to the world of Fast and Furious 4 by 11 a.m. tomorrow. According to the system, this time going into Fast and Furious 4 would also include parts of the story from Fast and Furious 2 and Fast and Furious 3, Tokyo Drift. In other words, several interesting characters will appear in this world of time travel: Dominic, Brian Hanmia, and possibly the enchanting beauty Giselle from Fast and Furious 4. Lin Yue decided to arrange everything for his father today. After that, he would find time to re-enter the secret agent training facility to further enhance himself. Lin Yue quickly completed the hospitalization procedures for Lin Feng. Initially, he wanted to arrange a single room for his father. However, both Lin Feng and Lin Yue's mother disagreed. Even when Lin Yue mentioned the 1,000 yuan reward he received from the police, his parents still refused. They believed that every penny has its value and shouldn't be spent frivolously. Lin Yue didn't push any further. The ward was arranged in a 3-person room, 1103. After settling Lin Feng, he left the hospital and spent 300 yuan on a nice fruit basket. Then he went to a nearby daily necessities store to buy some essential items. Lin Yue brought the fruit basket to the orthopedic nurse station on the 11th floor. By then it was afternoon, and many nurses were busy at the nurse station. Hello, head nurse. My father Lin Feng will be staying here for a while, and it might inconvenience everyone. I hope you can bear with us. As Lin Yue spoke, he placed the fruit basket on the nurse station's table. The head nurse smiled broadly, hesitated a bit, and then accepted the fruit basket. Additionally, I have a small request. Please call me for all medication and surgery expenses related to my father's treatment. I would like to ask everyone not to mention any cost issues in front of them. All right, handsome young man, you can rest assured. Bed 01 in room 1103. Got it, don't worry. Lin Yue smiled politely, and then turned to leave. As Lin Yue just walked out of the nurse station, the slightly plump head nurse smiled at the 2 young nurses beside her. This young man is really handsome, knows how to handle things, and is genuinely filial. Not only does he not rely on his parents, but he also doesn't want to put pressure on them. He's a real man. Of course he has no pressure. I saw him bringing the fruit basket over to the table earlier. That watch on his left hand is a Vacheron Constantine. Wow, I feel like he looks so much like the champion from yesterday's Qinglong Mountain Youth Cup race. He really does resemble him. This young man is absolutely remarkable. Although Lin Yue understood that all the doctors and nurses in the hospital should treat patients with utmost enthusiasm, bringing a fruit basket or flowers could instead lead to a social obligation. However, Lin Yue did not think so. The Heavenly Empire is different from other countries. The Heavenly Empire is a nation of etiquette emphasizing social connections. Being naive and ignorant in such a society can make life difficult. Just like the person who submitted a blank exam paper last year to oppose the system during the college entrance examination, thinking it was impressive, but in reality, it was a path of no return. Sometimes a simple gesture can bring a kind smile to the faces of these healthcare workers amidst their busy schedule. Why not do it? Indeed, ever since Lin Feng moved into bed No. 1 in room 1103, the nurses seemed to have become much more diligent. It was uncertain whether they were conscious of it or not, but they would come over with trays to check on various matters, taking the opportunity to glance at Lin Yue, who sat by his father's bedside. At 7:00 p.m. after Lin Yue had finished dinner with his parents, he requested a bed for his mother to sleep. Originally, Lin Yue intended to stay overnight to accompany them, but his mother disallowed it, saying that he had just started working and needed proper sleep. Moreover, mainly Lin Yue's mother felt that she had taken care of her paralyzed husband for many years and was well aware of many aspects of his daily needs. If it were her son taking care of him, it would become exceedingly troublesome. At 9:00 p.m. Lin Yue drove his Dodge Charger back home. As soon as he parked the car, he hurriedly activated the virtual training ground for his agent skills. Hello, great trainer. Welcome to the agent skills training ground. The world speed ratio is 1001. Please select the skills you wish to train. He chose strength training and bone strength training. The training subject was confirmed and is now starting. Lin Yue chose strength training first because he felt that his current agent skills should suffice for the challenges posed by Fast and Furious 4. However, his strength was still lacking, especially when compared to the muscular men in the world of Fast and Furious, where he felt a slight gap. He had to make up for all of this. His second choice was bone strength training, aimed at making his body sturdier and enhancing explosive power. Lin Yue used up both opportunities and trained for a total of 200 hours in the virtual training ground. By midnight, he completed all his training. He took a shower and lay down on his bed. Then he opened Fast and Furious 4, Fast and Furious 2, and Fast and Furious 3, Tokyo Drift, and began to watch attentively. Fast and Furious 4, released in 2009, mainly tells the story of street racing gang leader Dominic and his girlfriend Letty, who continue to evade police pursuit while in exile in Europe. Letty, unable to bear seeing Dominic constantly on the run from the police, devised a plan to take down a crime syndicate to earn him a chance at redemption. After she infiltrated the South American drug lord Baraka's circle and facilitated a drug transaction, she was unexpectedly killed by assassins sent by Baraka. Los Angeles police officer Brian learned of this news and quickly informed Dominic. Fueled by rage, Dominic returned, and alongside Brian, uncovered an international drug smuggling case. The second movie in the Fast and Furious series centers primarily on Brian's solo street racing and his confrontation with a crime syndicate featuring only Brian as the iconic character. Fast and Furious 3, Tokyo Drift, tells the story of another street racing boss, Han, a mysterious figure involved in racing events in Tokyo. As Lin Yue watched, he thought this time the system had created a world from Fast and Furious 4, integrating elements from Fast and Furious 2 and 3, making this world certainly more vibrant and colorful. Lin Yue had little time. He carefully watched all 3 films once before quickly falling into a deep sleep. The next morning, Lin Yue got up promptly at 6:00 a.m., maintaining his usual training routine. This time, he strapped 10 kilograms of sandbags to each ankle and began a 10-kilometer cross-country run. Lin Yue ran swiftly, sprinting along the countryside road. His physical fitness had improved tremendously compared to before. Lin Yue completed the 10 kilometers in just 34 minutes. Once home, Lin Yue performed 200 standard push-ups and 200 standard sit-ups. After completing these training tasks, he took a shower and changed into clean, comfortable clothes. Lin Yue drove once again towards Jiangnan Province Tangren Hospital. Just as he parked his car in the underground parking lot, he received a call from Yang Zhen, the general manager of Wuling Hongguang, Jiangnan Province branch. Hello Lin Yue, this is Yang Zhen, the one who contacted you last time. Hello Manager Yang. I called you yesterday about inviting you to endorse Wuling Hongguang in Jiangnan Province. What are your thoughts on it? I would like to hear your ideas first. Hey, race the thing, Lin Yue. The leaders at our group headquarters saw your video of racing the Wuling Hongguang Plus at Qinglong Mountain, and they are very interested in you. Our current offer is, first, we would like to use your previous videos and image from the racing at Qinglong Mountain for a major promotional campaign. We will advance you 1 million yuan for this campaign. Second, we would like to make you the exclusive spokesperson for our Wuling Hongguang vehicles. Exclusive spokesperson? Do you mean that I can only endorse Wuling Hongguang and no other cars? Or does exclusive mean that I am the only person endorsing this car? Mr. Lin, that's about the gist of it. You can only endorse us. Manager Yang, I agree to the first point you mentioned. I see your sincerity, but the second point seems a bit unreasonable. Well, Mr. Lin, do you have time to meet? After all, you have been quite popular in the car enthusiast community in Jiangnan Province these days, and we cannot freely use your videos for promotion. Lin, you had just arrived in this world. The background identity and mission memories belonging to this world suddenly surged into his mind. In the current world, Lin Yue is a hired mercenary who has executed many tasks for the Lin Yue group of the Tianjin. This time the task Lin Yue received was to help the Lin Yue group find a red Lamborghini. The car itself is originally valued at 200 million yuan, and according to the description from the chairman of the Lin Yue group, this Lamborghini is adorned with numerous diamonds. The overall value of the car has doubled. However, this Lamborghini was robbed in the Three Bins area of Los Angeles, USA, and then disappeared without a trace. The task assigned to Lin Yue by the Lin Yue group is to go to the USA and retrieve this car. Lin Yue browsed through a stack of documents in his hands, all of which were preliminary investigations and some police materials commissioned by the Lin Yue group from an investigative company in the USA. According to the documents at that time, the red Lamborghini encountered a gang of joyriders in the Three Bins area, and there were no other clues. Additionally, there was information attached about several famous joyride gang leaders in Los Angeles, the first of whom was named Dominic. After reading the documents, Lin Yue thought to himself, could it be that this diamond-studded Lamborghini was indeed stolen by Dominic, the protagonist of the Fast and Furious series, along with his underlings? Then if he came here to search for this car, wouldn't it be destined for him to have a violent conflict with them? Since learning the mindset of a spy, Lin Yue had become exceptionally calm and rational. No matter the circumstances, he must not act on impulse. Completing the mission and becoming stronger is the top. Even if the opponent in this world he needs to deal with is indeed Dominic, it doesn't matter. Lin Yue assessed his... At that moment, he was sitting in a black Mazda RX-7. According to the car's navigation system, the vehicle was parked at the foot of the Three Bins. The site of the vehicle theft, according to the documents, was at the 3 bins. Lin Yue immediately planned to go up to the 3 bins to examine the scene, to see if he could uncover any clues regarding the missing red Lamborghini. The 3 bins is not far from the outskirts of Los Angeles. From this prominent hillside, bin 1 can see the entire dazzling neon-lit Los Angeles. Lin Yue drove at a moderate speed heading towards the summit of the 3 bins. Though the yellow streetlights on both sides of the road were not particularly bright, they expanded the view ahead nearly 300 meters. Just as Lin Yue's Mazda RX-7 reached a 90-degree bend, he suddenly saw a silver Chevrolet Nova engulfed in flames. At the sight of this car, Lin Yue immediately thought of the vehicle driven by Mia in the first Fast and Furious, which was indeed a silver Chevrolet Nova. Lin Yue stopped the car, opened the door, and approached the site of the incident. Based on the current situation at this bend and the surrounding circumstances, this was a case of deliberate murder. The Chevrolet Nova should have been driving uphill, just like Lin Yue's current direction. The vehicle that caused the accident appeared to be quite heavy coming downhill from the top. Moreover, it deliberately changed direction 100 meters in front of the Chevrolet Nova, crashing into it, leading to the complete overturning and explosion of the Chevrolet Nova. Seeing this scene, Lin Yue suddenly realized it was eerily similar to the scene in Fast and Furious 4 when Letty was killed by the assassin. However, Letty's vehicle was mostly that black Yamaha motorcycle. Why was MIA's car appearing here now? Could it be that the plot of this scene has changed? Could it be that Mia is also in trouble? Lin Yue carefully examined the burning Chevrolet Nova. From the surrounding tire marks, it appeared that the Chevrolet Nova was directly struck by an oncoming vehicle while negotiating the 90-degree turn at the 3 bends. As a result, the front of the Chevrolet Nova was crushed inward, and the entire vehicle flipped and exploded due to excessive speed. The raging flames burned almost everything inside the car. Lin Yue did not find any other useful clues, nor were there any bodies of Mia or Letty. It seemed this mission was quite tricky. Lin Yue thought this deviated significantly from the original film. Given the current situation, although the joyrider Dominic cannot escape suspicion for stealing the Lamborghini, the drug lord Baraka, who assassinated Letty in the original film, might also be involved in the vehicle theft. Lin Yue decided to go to the crime-ridden city of Los Angeles to find a way to gather some clues from Baraka. He turned back and got into his black Mazda RX-7, starting the vehicle. With a rumble, the vehicle made a U-turn and sped down the mountain towards the 3 bends. 5 minutes later, just where Lin Yue had just left, 2 cars appeared. One was a red Ferrari F355 sports car, and the other was a black Bugatti. The 2 cars parked about 200 meters away from the burning Chevrolet Nova. The door of the red Ferrari F355 was opened, and a sexy woman dressed in black boots and a white tank top stepped out with long legs. As she opened the door, a cold dagger and a handgun were clearly hanging from her belt. From the driver's seat of the Bugatti, a gangly little brother quickly jumped out and ran to the back door to open it. A black man with dyed red hair emerged from the car, dressed in eccentric clothes and wearing 2 large earrings. As soon as he got out of the car, he stared at the beautiful woman standing next to the Ferrari F355 and mockingly scanned her up and down. Giselle, you've really become more and more attractive. Is there anyone to keep you company on this long night? Jim, mind your own business, or don't think that Campos will protect you. Ow, I can still kill you. Giselle, can't I even make a joke? So cruel. Giselle coldly looked at Jim and said, if I shoot you dead when Campos asks, I'll just say you fell off a cliff while driving. You're such an unreasonable woman, so ruthless. Jim, wearing eccentric clothes, took out a small bag from his outer pocket and handed it to the gangly little brother driving the car. Take this fingerprint over there. Many parts scattered around the burning vehicle have fingerprints. Stick one on each piece quickly. Yes. The little brother took the bag from Jim and quickly ran to the burning point of the vehicle. Giselle watched this scene and said faintly, I really don't understand. The boss doesn't find it troublesome. It's just a Tianqiao person. If it's really impossible, just send someone to kill him. Why bother sticking fingerprints on these vehicles? Isn't that redundant? You ask me, who should I ask? The more the boss does this, the more curious I become about Lin Yue. I also don't know what good it does to stick his fingerprints on these broken car parts. Giselle's bright blue eyes like clear springs glanced at Jim, her gaze filled with indifference. She opened her car door and said lightly, these tasks were assigned to you by the boss. They have nothing to do with me. I'm leaving. She sat in the car and murmured softly, is this Tianqiao person really that formidable? Even leaving his fingerprints merely to lure that street gang leader Dominic back. Let them slaughter each other. Lin Yue versus Dominic. How could a Tianqiao person possibly defeat this muscular man? Ha! A thunderous sound erupted. The red Ferrari 355 roared to life, its engine's deafening roar echoing. The Ferrari F355 pierced through the night, heading into the distance. Lin Yue knew from watching movies that in Los Angeles there existed a criminal organization primarily focused on drugs and vehicle trafficking, led by Baraka. They had long established themselves in the city of crime in Los Angeles. However, he had spent some effort to uncover the organization's stronghold within the city. He gathered information from some street thugs selling drugs, learning that the organization's base was located at the far west of the city of crime. On this day, as Lin Yue headed alone to the west side of the city of crime preparing to investigate Baraka, he received a phone call from Brian at the police station where Dominic was hiding in Barcelona. Dominic answered the call at a newsstand next to his rented apartment. Brian, I told you there's nothing going on and don't call him. Have you damn cops discovered him in Barcelona? Dominic, something has happened. What happened? Speak clearly. Last night MIA's car was found at the 3 bins in Los Angeles completely wrecked. Clarify. Dominic, there was no body found in the car. However, the scene was covered in blood, and from the blood samples we discovered 2 DNA profiles. One is MIA's blood, and the other is Letty's. I still don't know who did it, but the police found a fingerprint from a person on some debris at the scene. Who? Do you remember the mysterious racer who brought Mia back on the streets of Los Angeles some time ago? You mean that Lin Yue? Yes. The only fingerprint we retrieved from the scene belongs to a Tianqiao person. Later we compared fingerprints with the Tianqiao individuals who have been in Los Angeles for the past 2 years, and confirmed it was Lin Yue's. Bang! Dominic's massive fist slammed into the wall. He'll be back immediately. Blood debts must be repaid with blood. Beep beep beep. In the city of crime on the west side of Los Angeles. When Lin Yue arrived here, he realized that the city truly lived up to its name. Various transactions were bustling on the streets. Open drug deals were evident, while physical exchanges were rampant with men and women holding hands and completing transactions inside cars. Although Lin Yue's agent skills were already quite formidable, he remained extremely cautious in his actions. Never overestimate your own strength, and never underestimate your opponent. Never expose yourself in obvious places, for while a bright bullet is easy to dodge, a hidden arrow is hard to guard against. Even the most powerful can fall with a single shot. On the west side of the city of crime, there was a brightly lit leisure square, filled with various luxury vehicles. Luxury cars, fine wine, and bikinis are the eternal themes here. It resembled an open-air bar with 6 powerful speakers overhead constantly blasting various rap, and this encouraged the young patrons to immerse themselves even further, spending money on drinks. Lin Yue weaved through the crowd, spotting 3 Tianqiao women. Yet Lin Yue was the only Tianqiao man present in this place. His appearance drew the attention of many around. With a drink in hand, Lin Yue sipped while pretending to focus entirely on the cars. At that moment a cheer erupted. A red Ferrari F355 suddenly charged through the darkness. It sped into the crowd without slowing down, nearly knocking 3 people in front off their feet. Startled, 4 or 5 young people got up from the ground, but none dared to confront the red Ferrari F350. Lin Yue stood 50 meters away from the Ferrari, holding his drink, calmly staring at the driver's seat of the F355. Click! The red door of the Ferrari opened. A long leg clad in red boots and black stockings stepped out. At first glance Lin Yue recognized her. She was Giselle, the alluring beauty who accompanied the gang leader Baraka in the original film Fast and Furious 4. Although Giselle worked for Baraka in the original movie and had a ruthless personality, she ultimately turned against him under the influence of the protagonist Brian and Dominic. After stepping out of the Ferrari, Giselle caused a stir among those around her. Clearly she was quite famous in this area. Many young men were captivated by Giselle's figure, sighing with admiration, yet none dared to approach. As Giselle walked forward with elegant steps, she reached out and took a glass of red wine from a waiter's tray. Are there any races tonight? She asked alluringly. Giselle, don't you remember? We only race on odd days. Today is an even day meant for drinking and gathering. Giselle seemed a bit disappointed, sipping her red wine before returning to the front of her Ferrari F355. She gently lifted her long leg and sat on the hood. Giselle, if you want to race we can accompany you, but just depends on whether you dare. As the crowd parted, 3 islanders approached from behind. Their bare arms were covered in tattoos. Lin Yue glanced at the tattoos from a distance. They belonged to the island gang Yamaguchi. Lin Yue found it increasingly interesting. It seemed these 3 were not friendly, and Giselle appeared to have some enmity with them. After the 3 islanders arrived, they surrounded Giselle's Ferrari F355, holding red wine, while glaring fiercely at the surrounding crowd. Instantly the young men and women gathered around retreated in a flurry. The 3 members of the Yamaguchi group are likely quite notorious in this area, and many onlookers clearly do not wish to incur their wrath. Lin Yue certainly would not miss this opportunity to gather information. He took a sip of his drink, stepped forward a few paces, and leaned against his black Mazda RX-7. Giselle, I heard the last shipment was taken by you and your people. Is my brother's death related to you? We're all just here to make a living, just like I am, Giselle calmly replied, taking a sip of her drink. As a woman, Giselle, you truly have my admiration. I've heard that no one in this circle has ever tasted your flavor, and I'm genuinely curious to try it out. Well, that depends on whether you have the ability, Matsushita. Some things are not worth trying. The mildest outcome could be losing your teeth, and the worst could cost you your life. Though the man named Matsushita was not very tall, he exuded an aura of menace. After staring at Giselle for 3 seconds, he suppressed his inner anger and asked casually, Giselle, do you dare to race? What's there to fear? Isn't it just a race? My brother Bas and I will each take a car. You can bring your own people too. No need, Giselle said as she removed her black leather jacket to reveal a white camisole underneath. She tossed her jacket onto the seat of her Ferrari F355 and looked at Matsushita coldly. I can handle you all by myself. So what are the stakes? $10,000, Matsushita joked. Giselle didn't even look at him and coldly reprimanded him. Matsushita, you've been in this line of work long enough. Offering $10,000 as a wager is shameful. Let's raise it to $500,000. If we're betting, let's bet. If not, then get lost and don't spoil my drinking mood. Matsushita frowned at Giselle, his face filled with fury. Upon hearing that Matsushita was betting against Giselle, many people around gathered, their eyes filled with excitement. Isn't that a huge bet? We usually only wager $3,000 or $5,000, and they're starting at $500,000. Just look at who they are. Giselle needs no introduction, and Bas is a trusted aide of Boss Balaka. Matsushita and Bas are both Yamaguchi members. They certainly aren't short on cash. I heard they have some history, which is why these two brothers are specifically here to cause trouble for Giselle. A little brother of Matsushita's who had been following him came over carrying a black leather case. Upon reaching Matsushita, he quickly handed the case to him. Matsushita pressed the silver button on the case, and with a snap it opened. Inside were exactly 50 bundles of 500,000, not a penny less. You must be mistaken. Giselle glared at Matsushita disdainfully. You're racing with me and your brother Ba, yet you're bringing money that belongs to just one of you. Do you understand the rules of this game? As Lin Yue observed this scene, he thought that Giselle was indeed a woman of strong character. It was exceedingly rare for a woman to survive and thrive in such a cutthroat environment. Matsushita looked furious, and everyone around could tell that he would like nothing more than to swallow Giselle whole. Don't look at me like that, it makes you seem very unrefined, Giselle said as she walked to the rear of her car, opened the trunk of her Ferrari F355, and pulled out a red case. When she opened the case, it was packed full of cash. Matsushita took off a Swiss watch from his left wrist. This watch is this year's new model, embedded with 8 diamonds, definitely worth over 500,000. This will be my brother Base bet. Matsushita looked at Giselle, popping 2 pieces of gum into his mouth, chewing as he spoke. Giselle, with just 8 diamonds on my watch, I've heard from people in the business that you encountered a car recently that was encrusted with 100 diamonds. While my Swiss watch can't compare to that car, it's more than sufficient for today's race. Matsushita, you really talk too much. Sometimes saying too much isn't a good thing. Who knows, one day you might never be able to speak again. Upon hearing Matsushita's words, Lin Yue immediately realized that the car Matsushita mentioned, which was encrusted with diamonds, was likely the Lamborghini he had been commissioned to find. It seemed Giselle must know some information. All of the bets from the 3 participants were placed on the table, where drinks were set 1 million in cash, plus a new diamond-studded Swiss watch. In no time, the crowd of men and women began to cheer enthusiastically. According to the usual rules, Matsushita asked the crowd, who will be the referee? A 5% commission. The referee must follow the cars throughout the race, especially since the stakes are so high. With such a high amount, logically speaking, if the referee takes a 5% commission, it would be a substantial sum. However, upon hearing Matsushita say that the referee should follow the cars, the crowd fell silent. Everyone knew that there would likely be many conflicts during the race, potentially involving life or death. If the referee witnessed such events, their life would be in jeopardy as well. Matsushita scanned the crowd and said with a smile, since no one is willing to be the referee, my little brother Tenryu is perfectly suited for the role. He's a great driver. That's quite the assumption. Giselle immediately waved her hand, refusing without a second thought. Having your little brother be the referee would be the same as just handing you the 500,000. How shameless. Giselle looked around the crowd and surprisingly found no one she recognized. The surrounding young men and women were all clearly intimidated by the 2 heavily tattooed Yamaguchi members. At that moment, Lin Yue, leaning against his black Mazda RX-7, casually said, I'll be the referee. Instantly, all eyes turned to Lin Yue. The young men and women surrounding them looked at Lin Yue with a mix of surprise. They all thought Lin Yue was simply looking for trouble. Matsushita and his brother Bas stared at Lin Yue as if he were their prey, their expressions excited yet malicious. Only Giselle remained composed regarding Lin Yue, as if he were an unrelated matter. Lin Yue placed his drink down and walked over, grabbing the 2 cases full of cash and the watch. As the referee, I'll take out 75,000 in commission in advance. Lin Yue tried to appear as though he was there solely for the money. Money is certainly not an issue. Matsushita glared at Lin Yue with malice. Since you want to be the referee, do you know about cars? Do you have a car? Lin Yue calmly looked at Giselle's red Ferrari F355. The cylinder capacity is 3.5 liters with 5 valves per cylinder and a new V8 engine boasting a maximum power of 109 horsepower. On these night roads it runs like a wild leopard. As for your Mitsubishi Eclipse with a 4G63 engine and 218 horsepower plus your 5-speed manual transmission, it barely qualifies to compete with the Ferrari 355. I won't go into detail about that Chevrolet over there, but it might keep up with the Ferrari 355 for the first half, but after that it would probably be left in the dust. Ha ha ha. Laughter erupted from the crowd. Lin Yue casually pointed with his finger. My car is over there, a black Mazda RX-7. Keeping up with you will be no pressure. I don't need to mention my qualifications as a judge, do I? Songxia and his lackey Base shot Lin Yue a malicious glare before heading toward their car. Giselle's eyes swept over Lin Yue. Young handsome from the Celestial Empire. She opened her red Ferrari F355 and sat inside. Lin Yue carried the money over to his black Mazda RX-7. Opening the car, he tossed the box onto the passenger seat. Lin Yue's RX-7 was recognized by many this was because the car is very famous in the racing world for its fierce body. Lin Yue remembered watching Initial D where the Takahashi brothers drove this very Mazda RX-7. With a rumble, the engine roared to life. Lin Yue drove the black Mazda RX-7 forward, parking behind the three cars in front. As the race was about to start, everyone around immediately became excited. They whistled and cheered. Many bikini-clad beauties surrounded the cars, throwing flowers. Even the large speakers in the square began to blast exhilarating rock music at that moment. The sound was akin to the robust roar of the RX-7's engine. Lin Yue watched the three eager competitors in front of him, a faint smile gracing his lips. Since this world is just beginning, and there are so many things to do, consider you all as giving me money. Two curvaceous bikini girls ran to the front of the starting point, holding flowers in their hands. They blew several kisses towards the four cars. The two bikini girls waved their flowers, quickly retreating to the roadside. Virum. Songxia's Mitsubishi Eclipse accelerated rapidly, darting into the dark ahead. Following closely was Giselle's red Ferrari F355. Base Songxia's brother in a yellow Chevrolet surged after the Ferrari F355. Only then did Lin Yue release the brake, placing one hand on the steering while calmly pressing the accelerator all the way down. This Mazda RX-7 had a remarkably strong acceleration. In less than 6 seconds, the speed of the vehicle surged above 130. Lin Yue didn't tail too closely. He alternated between accelerating and easing off the throttle. After all, Lin Yue knew that his current identity was merely that of a judge. He had two purposes for being a judge today. The first was to ask Giselle where the diamond-encrusted Lamborghini had gone. The second was that as a judge, if either party's competitor got injured or fled, then the money in his car would naturally belong to the judge, right? The four cars raced at breakneck speed. This racing track, located on the western side of Sin City, had long been a paradise for racers after 8:00 p.m. Other vehicles typically wouldn't come to this road. After traversing about 10 kilometers of city highway, they arrived at a suburban bend. This bend had a high frequency of turns with a 90-degree turn every 2 kilometers. This posed a significant challenge for racing. Lin Yue wasn't racing against anyone, so he followed leisurely, one hand relaxed on the steering wheel. Only when drifting around a sharp turn did he occasionally grip the wheel with both hands. This style and attitude resembled the iconic white E86 from Initial D. After the four cars passed through 4 bends, the surrounding streetlights began to dim. The spectators on both sides also became sparse, gradually even disappearing altogether. As expected, just as Lin Yue anticipated, Songxia and base vehicles started to diverge. Songxia's Mitsubishi Eclipse was still charging ahead. His vehicle swayed left and right, completely blocking the Ferrari F355. Meanwhile, the Chevrolet following closely behind the Ferrari F355 was relentless. After drifting through another bend, the yellow Chevrolet surged forward. Bang! Base Chevrolet collided with the rear of the Ferrari F355. Lin Yue, following behind, could even see Base excited movements inside the Chevrolet. 2 minutes later, Songxia employed the same tactic in front, once again stalling the speed of the Ferrari F3. Behind Base, and the yellow Chevrolet recklessly crashed into it again. With a bang, Base was filled with excitement, slapping his hands on the steering wheel. Ha ha ha, Giselle, I'm going to smash you. Daring to provoke us is asking for death. Lin Yue's vehicle was beside them, and he caught a glimpse of Base's gloating smile through the window. But at the same time, Lin Yue was well aware that Giselle from Fast Furious 4 was definitely not someone to be underestimated. As they approached the small-shaped turn ahead, Songxia's Mitsubishi Eclipse quickly navigated the bend. Giselle's F355 suddenly began to accelerate. This caught Base, who was following behind, off guard. In a panic, he floored the accelerator, wildly charging toward the Ferrari in front. However, when Lin Yue saw this scene, he already knew what Giselle was planning. This woman is quite interesting.